Yo, wake up to the big Saturday stream. Come on, man. You know what it is. Your boy Sniper in the motherfucking building. Yeah. Let's do this, man. You know how we started, man. We're getting started. It's kind of a late start because man got works to do sometimes, you know, before we even get started. But let's give me a few seconds. Let me sort out something. And I'll be with ya. No, should I just play the tune?
I got the fire, I got the fire, I got the flame, I got the fire, I got the fire.
Come on.
I got the flame,
What?
I got the fire.
Jeez.
I got the I got the fire, I got the fire, I got the flame, I got the fire, I got the fire. I got the flame, I got the fire, I got the fire, I got the flame, I got the fire, I got the fire, I got the flame. He's on fire. Johnny Flame and I got way too much heat in my cranium.
Hey.
Like a hot boy push up geranium. Make the lava splash like I'm capable. Or the block like the sun boy. Jado, I'm not entertaining them. I got brimstone on fire for raining them. I'm a hot boy from Monday to Sunday. Run up your skin like the sun rays. So my man's gag, one sun gaze. True to see the heat I'm projecting. I mean I'm selecting. You know the eye has a deeper connection. With the E for my chi is a weapon. I can melt concrete when I'm stepping. Cause I got the fire.
Hey.
I got the fire. I got the flame. The man them are liars.
Hey.
The man are not riders.
What?
The man them are strangers. Trying to live righteous.
That's right.
But not like Mike.
What?
Cause even nothing the same.
Nah.
You not roll with vipers.
What?
No
You want to be a
obvious
sniper?
snipers. Quick to put one in your brain.
Jeez.
We real ill.
Jeez.
Revolutionary but still deal.
What?
Red pill.
Mud. Come on, family. Come on. Waking up early, man. We're doing this. You get me? Sniper's liable to put one in your brain, man. Come on, man. Done now. Yeah, said by our sponsor, Red Pill Chill. Big up yourself, my brother. Come on. Done now. Bomb clat. Let's go.
I got the fire. I got the fire. I got the flame. I got the fire. I got the fire. I got the flame. I got the fire. I got the I got the fire. I got the fire. I got the flame. I got the fire. I got the fire. I got the flame. I got the fire. I got the fire. I got the flame. I got the fire. I got the fire. I got the flame. He's on fire. Johnny Flame and them, way too much heat in my cranium. Like a hot boy push up geranium. Make the lava splash like I'm capable.
I want the blood clot do some boy.
Jado, I'm not entertaining them. I got brimstone on fire for raining them. I'm a hot boy from Monday to Sunday. Run up your skin like the sun rays. So my man's gag, one sun gaze. True to see the heat I'm projecting. I mean I'm selecting. You know the eye has a deeper connection. With the E for my chi is a weapon. I can melt concrete when I'm stepping. Cause I got the fire. I got the fire.
I got the flame.
The man them are liars. The man are not riders. The man them are strangers. Trying to live righteous. But not like Mike. Cause even nothing the same. Do not roll with vipers. No weapon your snipers. Quick to put one in your brain. We real ill. Revolutionary but still deal. Red pill chill will kill. But shoot it won't be no nil-nil. We real ill. Red pill chill will kill. But shoot it won't be no nil-nil. I get 2 for 1 like a meal deal. I got the fire. I got the fire. I got the flame. I got the fire. I got the fire. I got the flame, I got the fire.
There is not much they can say. We come with fire and rain. The essence of blessings and pain. Tsunami all over parade. We turn up and burn up brigades. Think you don't get in my way. Akibulanians up in the place. We do not play. We go what never expires. I got the fire, now who wants a flame? More time, I'm on my own wave. Scrap the book, I'm on my own page. White sparks, no cold gate. I got fire bars and that's cold flames. Now why would I lie? Look, I come with heavenly vibes. If ever you try, disrespect what's on the line, more than your ego will pride. Highly explosive. This shit will damage you. Ether is flammable. Highly corrosive. Don't make me get animal. Move how a savage do. Why'd you provoke it? The flow kicking like kangaroo. Head up and cabbage you. Rip and unravel you. Fire and brimstone should avidly roll.
I got the fire. I got the fire. I got the flame. I got the fire. I got the fire. I got the flame. I got the fire. I got the fire. I got the fire. I got the fire. I got the flame.
Fire in my soul, fire in my raw club belly. Anytime I rhyme and shit, you wanna get scolded. Fire for a cheech and snitch dog, you know the cold man grow with. Young please keep a mask and glove, 2 bells in the snuff, they don't more than COVID. And it's food for the dogs that they lost, ain't nothing ever done for showbiz. I talk to the real, don't care if the fake ones listen. I think fire on ganja, more fire on Babylon system. Free Brody in prison. Free the Brodies that think that they free, but they change to social addiction. Can't let go the phone, come like their whole soul is missing. I got the fire.
Hey, I got the fire.
The flow is insane. I drink till I'm drunk. Then throw up on flames. Really don't play games. I don't know what them man for.
Come on, big up man like Flame in the building. John BB, come on. Chief Monkey Arms.
When we land sleep, there's no sundown. Sweet one wants on a bum round. But I could stand up and not calm down. School pointing pussy like touchdown. I got the fire. I set shit ablaze. This fire can't tame. Trying to lock it in cage. It's like war in the sun. So I'm gonna get blue.
Hey.
I got the fire. I got the fire. I got the flame. I got the fire. I got the fire. I got the flame. I got the fire. I got the flame. I got the fire. I got the fire. I got the flame. I got the fire. I got the fire. I got the flame. I got the fire. I got the fire. I got the flame. I got the fire. I got the fire.
Come on, man, that scripture in the building. You know how we roll. You know how we roll, family. I got the fire. I got the fire. Hey, the man in my liars, running like vipers. No, I be a sniper, liable to put one in your brain. Come on, Anthem. You know what it is. Let's go. Let's go.
Would you believe that I was odd? If I told you I looked in the mirror and hypnotized myself into perceiving I was God, you understand your own divinity. Got abused in church, Genesis 9:25. They tried to use the verse, tell you recurs the sonification of the universe. What I'm attempting to encapsulate
in this unique verse
is you and I verse all. We don't need new sneakers.
That's right.
Or the new FIFA.
That's right.
We need new leaders. And I don't mean Obama or the pastor, the
Imam Shaw Carter.
I'm talking to you fathers,
more the marijuana farmers.
Bananas with your llamas. We was getting into
the dramas.
Disrespecting the partners. The kids are left in the darkness, and no one's left to lead the way. And they ain't sure who mum loves more. Weed or rapes.
Hey.
As I blow a smoke ring, I sit my E&J. I wonder if we never lost pack. Where we be today, I know it hurts, but it's real. First they work in the kills, and there's rappers spitting verses in the skirt of some ills. But all the real niggas get murdered and killed. I'm sending out an SOS.
This is an urgent appeal.
We need more
focused soldiers.
Too many culture vultures. Witnesses with no credit trying to call Jehovah the revolution. Will not be televised. Get up,
you dance so far.
More than the dank folder.
Study that Sankofa.
Scully when man knows. Truth about his ancestors' legacy. Carried on his damn shoulder. Identified him more with UBP than he can Sosa. He's got his swam and couple man
in a Land Rover
with a plan for a couple grands. It's a mad road.
Mud.
You be sitting in the can if the plan goes wrong. And it will.
And it's set up to fail.
Getting in and out of cells.
Say what?
We can't get enough of jail.
Facts.
No peace in the streets. It's just another hell. But mum's heart still broke when they ain't give my brother bells. This ain't a stupid
cartoon.
They're shooting harpoons
at the young coot and carmoons.
Look at our wounds.
They were Malachi Yorku.
To silence the truth.
Jeez.
Move me up Abu Jamal, you for life to give you.
That's right.
Your right to calcify the
third eye of the youth.
And leave them blind and confused. Smart lies in the news.
That's right.
Like the junkie in the park, lighting a spoon.
Mud.
Do you know the truth about the
dark side of the moon?
NASA and ask them
who's Jack Parsons?
Changing the John Carter versus Marvin
the Black Martian.
You know? When a man's got a crater on the moon named after him,
don't lie.
The Crowley's brethren.
Mud.
You don't even know who that is. Go ask NASA.
Go do research,
giving you
man.
Stuff like Avatar, EP, and all this rubbish.
Innit?
They ain't telling you what's really popping.
No.
Think you're in the know.
No.
Got your eyes wide shut.
That's right.
We should run up in the Vatican.
Gas blasting.
You mango munching coons are too busy
dancing and laughing.
Answer for chances.
Meager advances.
And elitist and harvest system. Defeat is the harvest. It's like you sold with your soul, but what you're reaping is garbage.
That's right.
Most of you are brainwashed by
television.
You switch your brains off while
Jedi spitting. Come on.
It's real, but your dying is
still realer.
I am 7,
the red pill dealer.
Slanging reality raps.
Come on.
Alleys and flats, no fantasy fronted, trying to bring reality back. Fuck boys keep screaming about carrying straps and handling crap, but none of them can actually rap. Turn on the mixtape.
All I hear is yappity yap.
I'm getting cash in the trap.
That's right. Blah blah.
Something about grabbing my gap. I'm more genocidal, anti-Nubian propaganda. From my mouth of the being perceived as a proper gangster.
That's right.
But I just see a proper wankster.
Jeez.
And even though he sells, he's just the anchor. Smoke and mirrors, illusion for the camera. Look how many false prophets infiltrated since the Panthers. I hit the steam room and meditate on blocking chakras. Astral projecting by repeating forgotten mantras. Quantum leaping to the past life with gas with anger. No crabs in my bucket, but both my dogs are cancer. When I die, don't cry, let's smoke a box of ganja. Throw my CD on the stereo and drop some bangers.
Come on.
One last time, turn it high. Let me speak to the masses. Listen to every song I wrote.
Well, I sheet in my ashes.
Give my son my lyric book and let him read from a passage. I'm a believer in magic, and in every bar I cast a spell to free your mind from this darkened cell. Grant you bell, liberate your soul and break your art from jail.
Mad.
I know you feel your dogs are real, they're
fugazi.
So good sometimes it's hard to tell, but I can see the star trapped in the heart of a trap star. It's different from a star rapping about trapping, but lacks heart. The world gets deceived by the media easy. Give us free is what I scream at the TV. Hieroglyphic subtitles when I dream is with Ely. Feeling like the seed of a fiend.
Mutt.
All I know is there's lessons that I'm yet to learn, tables that I'm yet to turn, bridges that I'm yet to burn, stripes that I'm yet to earn. Still on the battlefield, feeling like a veteran. They try to trick you out your souls,
and you're letting them.
They try to trick you out your souls, and you're letting them. Illuminati.
Keys, come on. Banger, top banger. Top banger out there in the universe, blood. Forget Stormzy, blood. It's all that, blood. It's all that. We don't do that around here, man. We more gangster than that. And big up the Grenfield. You get me? Every 14th of the month, you got to remember, man. You get me? For our dearly departed, man. Come on, man. Fire track. If you don't know, get to know. Singing in the blood clot, pussy clot rain.
Crying in the sun, singing in the rain. Lately I've been feeling different in my brain. Someone showed me how to get rid of all this rage. Head full of fire, I'm sitting in the flames. Lone survivor, I'm living with this pain. Your physical is gone, but your spirit isn't phased. Your soul is eternal, it isn't in the grave. I can feel it in my heart, it's not written in the page in the book, but I know that it's gospel. Tears flow as I blow smoke from my nostrils. There's truth in a zoo or hope in a bottle. Trying to figure out where this piece goes in a puzzle. Rich in a mansion, or broke in a hostel. I would still emotionally struggle to comprehend. When it's part of the journey comes to end. Gotta say goodbye once again. It's like we're born to die, everyone ascends. Even though I cry, I see you once again. Even though I try, I cannot pretend I'm not broken. At night I might cry you an ocean. Cry and cry till my eyelids are swollen. Rewind the last words that were spoken. Looking for a clue, trying to see if you knew that moment was our last and now so golden. Every memory now so potent. Friends asking me how I'm coping. Waking in cold sweats, whole bed soaking. I'm numb and I'm frozen. Every breath feels like I'm choking. Wanna put a hole in my head
like a dolphin.
Imploding. Feel like a piece of my soul has been stolen. That's
not what I told him.
That's not what I told him. I just held it, cause I ain't wanna be selfish. I
bring down my people's vibes, but most of my real ones felt it.
Numeral funerals, bodies in
mad. Pull up! What a bomber clout, man. Wipe them tears from your eyes, man. Come on, bars that touch the spirit, man. Rest in power, man.
Crying in the sun, singing in the rain. Lately I've been feeling different in my brain. Someone showed me how to get rid of all this rage. Head full of fire, I'm sitting in the flames. Lone survivor, I'm living with this pain. Your physical is gone, but your spirit isn't phased. Your soul is eternal, it isn't in the grave. I can feel it in my heart, it's not written in a page in a book, but I know that it's gospel. Tears flow as I blow smoke from my nostrils. There's truth in a zoo or hope in a bottle. Trying to figure out where this piece goes in a puzzle. Rich in a mansion, or broke in a hospital. I would still emotionally struggle to comprehend. But it's part of the journey comes to end.
Gotta say goodbye once again.
It's like we're born to die, everyone has said. Even though I cry, I see you once again. Even though I try, I cannot pretend I'm not broken. At night I might cry you an ocean. Cry and cry till my eyelids are swollen. Rewind the last words
that was spoken.
Looking for a clue, trying to see if you knew that moment was our last and now so golden. Every memory now so potent. Friends asking me how I'm coping. Waking in cold sweats, whole bed soaking. I'm numb and I'm frozen. Every breath feels like I'm choking. Wanna put a hole in my head like a dolphin. Close to imploding. Feel like a piece of my soul has been stolen. That's not what I told him.
That's not what I told him.
I just held it, cause I ain't wanna be selfish. I bring down my people's vibes, but most of my real ones felt it. Numeral funerals, bodies in cubicles, happen so regular but isn't unusual. Words are redundant, nothing is suitable. The cycle of life and death is so beautiful. The flash ain't forever. We are delusional. And the grief goes so deep. How could the last man be so brief? And the thoughts in my head, I don't get no peace. Smoke a OZ or OG, feeling like G.O.D. owes me. Reason for taking my goldies and snatching loved ones from my homies. Tell me.
Come on.
Why? Man. It's fucked up, man. Pouring liquor just don't cut it.
Don't make it, man.
Yeah.
One of the great wonders of life. What will it be like to go to sleep and never wake up? And if you think long enough find out, among other things, that it'll pose the next question to you. What was it like to wake up after having never gone to sleep? That was when you were born. You see, you can't have an experience of nothing. Nature abhors the vacuum. So after you're dead, the only thing that can happen is the same experience, or the same sort of experience as when you were born. In other words, we all know very well that after people die, other people are born. And they're all you. Only you can only experience it one at a time. Everybody is I. You all know you are you. And wheresoever beings exist throughout all galaxies, it doesn't make any difference. You are all of them. And when they come into being, that's you coming into being. You know that very well. Only you don't have to remember the past in the same way you don't have to think about how you work the thyroid gland or whatever else it is in your organism. You don't have to know how to shine the sun. You just do it. Like you breathe. Doesn't it really astonish you that you are this fantastically complex thing? And that you're doing all of this and you never had any education in how to do it? Never learned, but you're this miracle? Well, the point is that from a strictly physical, scientific standpoint, this organism is a continuous energy with everything else that's going on. And if I am my foot, I am the sun.
One thing, I think I'm sharing the space in my head with a phantom. Makes me wanna throw lead in my magnum. Aim at a cop, empty my cannon. Blow me some pot, empty a dragon. Hoping it prevents me from spazzing. Rage is like a deadly assassin that lives in my heart right next to the passion. I sit in the dark when I blow out the lantern. I box with the shadows in my mind till I'm champion. Till I restore the peace in my sanctum. Or I find some equilibrium. We're out here like cowboys and Indians, fighting for a piece of oblivion, dreaming of millions. I believe the queen is amphibian or lizard, and people with billions are all wizards collecting souls from the many-faced god. Ruling a maze where many stay lost. An elaborate labyrinth. I don't need no sage or amethyst. The bonfire on pagan savages and the deities that they pattern with. I'm known to pulverize poltergeist. I'm a soldier that's cold in the polar ice. Turn them over like with 3 open eyes. Linking with bulletproof wings and avoid them guys with a coke fight. Say I'm paranoid, but I know I'm right. My silhouette turns to ghosts at night. All ghosts turn into my silhouettes. To the flower of life and the smoke from a cigarette. We're all trapped in the world wide web.
That's why it's in the net. Come on. Into one take, one freestyle. I mean, that's why I always said should be another verse on that, but it's a fantastic freestyle bars.
You little vagabond and unforgettable parasite. Talk about you a sound dog and I know that we are done champion and come to sound quality.
Strength, love, honor, trust. That shit makes me wanna bust my ting on a fed for violating one of us. Take a clean heart and then dip it in rage. Force a king to live in a cage. Make him a slave for minimum wage. Put death on his plate and then fill him with hate. This is the world that we live in today. All of our energy given away. Malevolent entities have been manufacturing enmity. We've been enemies for centuries. So what, bruv? What's that got to do with essentially, they want us all gone eventually. Okay. Alliance of defiance, the rise of the rebellious tribes. I'm dead into ride. What is life if you ain't ready to die? I'm trying to thrive. What's the sky if you ain't ready to fly? What kind of guy am I if I ain't ready to try? Don't you know? All smartphone screens are scrying mirrors. Don't you know? Where supreme beings ruled by lying lizards. Don't you know? My free eyes open, but I ain't crying rivers. Strength, love, honor, trust is all you need if you're riding with us. Strength, love, honor, trust. Strength, love, honor, trust. Strength, love, honor, trust. Strength, love, honor.
Now as I sit and wonder, waking up from my slumber, Trying to free my mind from the spelling that man are under. None I can see the clarity. Actions with no disparity. Evil doers hiding the dealings in the name of charity. All I need is honesty. Honestly, through this odyssey, trust, love, honor, respect's a rare commodity. Integrity's a must in my presence. That's my policy. Guidance of the new generation. That's the monarchy. Gang, gang. If they ain't with it, let them hang. Knowledge is my weaponry. Wisdom is what I bring.
Strength, love, honor, trust.
20, if that's I need freedom. That's a must. This is ebb and flow, cause and effect. Let them know. Got these nooses round my people, them's neck. Let them go. Nowadays I watch while I step. You never know, cause your best friend could switch up the set and turn to foes.
Strength, love, honor, trust. 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 Strength, love, honor.
Cabal. I feel like DJ Snipes. Come on, man. You know, Sniper be on his sunny rating, man. You know what I mean? Let's dispel the demons for the first half hour. Get me? It's like incense. Lyrical incense, you get me? Mad thing. Run out all the demons, you get me? Lord of mercy.
They say I should have sell out to Illuminati. Throw away my zubi that I'm bunning on and party. Should have done a shot of rum, line of coke with Bacardi. I should put my shades on, step and get my wave on. Shouldn't get my brain on, moving like I'm acting smartly. I should be like Trayvon, not speaking up like Bagger Binky, the brave one. Nah, I should have been happy with my chains on. I should have known about His Majesty, the same one. Could have stopped World War II when he spoke. The one that took a sword to the house of the Pope. They think I shouldn't worry about that, but I should vote. The same ones that sell guns said I shouldn't smoke. A plant that never kills no one, it's like a joke. But it's not funny when nothing we get broke. And the government are making money from it like it's coke. Message in the paper painting me like I'm a failure and a villain cause I told. Duppy kill him on the rhythm, cut a throat. Cutting off heads when I'm spitting what I wrote. Something for the drillers and the realists giving hope. Bonafide upon a liar living in a cult. Going over heads, what I'm giving to the roads. Guess I shouldn't talk sense. I should give them what they know. I shouldn't drop it like Jeds with Vanessa on the phone. This thing I should have sell out to Illuminati. Throw away my zubi that I'm bunning on and party. Should have done a shot of rum, line of coke with Bacardi. I should put my shades on, step and get my wave on. Shouldn't get my brain on, moving like I'm acting smartly. I should be like Trayvon, not speaking up like Bagger Binky, the brave one. Nah, I should have been happy with my chains on. Yo.
Come on. Doppy killer. You're done now. We always working, man. Like a goddamn 9 to 5 and shit. Yeah. Let's go. Lost Kings. Ready for the bars, yeah? Let's go.
Yeah. Let me tell you one thing, I ain't never been nothing more than a lost king. Had to run from a couple wars that I was in. Same times found a couple jaws, never went gym. Take time, drop a couple jaws, peddling herbs and medicine. Something for the surface, searching for relevance. Bring a little life for the dead and the decadence. The code, the oaths to the popes and the presidents. The smoke screens are feeding the fiends, hopes and dreams unevenly seen. It's a setup. They don't want me to hold my head up, so I'm fed up. Don't want to see my people get their bread up and develop. Gotta get up, gotta get it, gotta get up. Got a message to the devil, get the hell out before we get him. Gonna dead him with the venom that I'm penning. It's a weapon. Spits like a beretta, but it's better. In the heart with every letter, but whatever. I ain't better than my brothers. They're more clever with the metaphors. I'm dealing with the matters. If I did it wrong, yeah, I might be apologetic. It's still a song. Hey. I know you're not gonna get it, but we get along. Divided, we fall together, we get very strong. Divided, it's all love.
Is it all love?
I'm appalled by the state of the world, so my binding it all up. Is it all out? What? We all stuck. Sometimes I lose myself and I act up.
That's right.
Act, but I'm just a man blood that's trying to man up. Hey. It's modern day trap with the trappers and crackers that wanna see man with the maggots at the end of the line. Tired, chasing the carrots blind, wasting my time is a madness. Balance is what I'm trying to establish. Hasn't anything that I said entered your ear. If not hear this, stop living in fear.
That's right.
What you said you were gonna
didn't do last year.
Time doesn't wait, it's like a race. What you're looking for, standing there looking in your face. It's a metaphor. We'll get put in your place if you're not in yours.
That's
it's
right.
a matter of moments, not many more. I'm not fooled by the bold.
Focusing anymore.
Had my firstborn when I was 24. I need many more. I was stumbling, now I'm very sure, but still fumbling at times. Humbling my mind, take a deeper breath, energize my vibes, because I like to rise. Drink some water, then get some exercise. It's all blessed alive. I've been gifted, so I bless the mic.
That's right.
It's uplifting for the rest of life. Sometimes switching for respect, because I'm not indifferent from my rep. A good name's important. I reflect on what still stays dormant in your meds. I focus and then talk it from the chest to the youths, absorb it in the heads. They won't fight each other, they'll fight the feds. It's not about violence, just self-defense. It's the system that we need help against. We need help and strength, we all need to eat. Nobody ain't living on easy street. Said it's dog eat dog, but I don't eat the meat, but I still eat them seeds like they're a vegan cheap. I still lyrically box and beat the beat up. So if you want beef, my beast, I'll be that. My giant me that. I'm slicing in subliminals, I see that. Some try butting up to the task, I'm idiot. Needing rehab, fiends that relapse, need to relax, need to rethink. What's the reason why you thought that I and I were even? Everything in its time and it's not the season of lies. It's a time and the truth's appealing to the mind.
Mutt. Come on. You know what it is.
The 5th anniversary of the entry of
Uncle Selassie and that. My coolie uncle. Yeah, my coolie uncle Selassie. Yeah. H don't like the word coolie. You're coolie, boy.
It's magical. Are you one? Can't stop building bridges, you know. It's time to connect the dots, see? Yo. I woke up this morning to the sound of angels calling. Levels of conscience are rising, the system of Satan's falling. Every minute days are dawning, cities grow but nature's calling. Rivers flow to seas, trees grow from seeds and bumblebees are swarming. The most I speak to men, but most of them...
Did man suggest that Rasta man are Sikh? There might be some truth behind that. Ganges, ganja, you know, Leonard P. Howe in like interested and basing his thing on some Hindu practices and all of this type of Buddhism and all of that. Mad thing, innit? Mad. Coincidences. Who's the Sikh really? Are you lot faking it and then the real ones are the rest? I don't even know. Let me stay out of it. Let me just play the beat.
Won't heed the warning. A man can't see what's in his face if he's asleep and snoring. I'm not a sheep to slaughter, I'm more like a lion roaring. Got no time to sit and watch the news because I find it boring. I prefer to look for clues, it's my own mind that I'm exploring.
That's right.
Sitting down, breathing slow and reading on some tile flooring. Raindrops on my window pane, sound of Jaja's mercy pouring. I'm mastering this game, something like the scoring. Creation is the most magnificent, so I can't stop adoring. Babylon's main focus is destruction, I can't stop restoring. I'm motivating the like-minded, there's no time for stalling. My shining light of sun at age of 7 months was crawling. Love, mercy, and wisdom is what I'll try installing. Tell stories about the ancestors that came before him. Teach to fight without fighting, not like mindless brawling. Nations fight against nations, it's a time of warring. One night I was walking, me and the most I was talking. I always question Jar and calling when I need direction. Help to bring what's dark to light and let me see deception. Don't let Babylon degrade, alter my perception. I don't want to live in a dream, like I'm in Inception. He said, son, I'll grant your prayer if it will ease your tension. Immediately I had to come to terms with my reflection. I saw the main politicians were corrupt with no exception. And the people walk the path to paper self-deception. Ignorance and misconception, stolen jewels in their collection. Secret schools with their election. Rats will run with no direction, bombs will fall with no objection, devils walk with no protection. 9/11 is a lesson, stories full of imperfection, vaccination, death injections. More means of communication, but more disconnection. More highways and intersections, but much less introspection. More lies and discontentment, more wrongs brings more resentment. TV channels build attention, tell too many lies to mention. Flashing lights for my attention, they don't enter my dimension. Waiting for the right ascension, pressure builds the hypertension. More death causes more suspension. Lyrical acrobatic, spit bullets a piece just like an automatic. Gripping the mind like magic, grinding it's like a racket. I spit on the rhythm and I attack it. We light up the wicked just like a matchstick. The wicked can't match it. Split up a fat split, they never took acid. Strictly natural herb and that's it. To be positive, my tactic. Never believe anything I read is written in black ink. It never been that dim. Check it, yo. I'm a student, a sales promotion, controlling my own emotion. I'm moving like locomotion. My words are just like an ocean. Deep, and I try involving the sheep and help them involving. Many problems we're facing, let's come together to solve them. Many souls have been stolen, but they won't stop my devotion. I'm watching the House of Commons. I can't stand the commotion. I'm not involved in their argument. Cussing, laughing in Parliament. Many secrets are harboring. Talking truth is a harder thing. Burning, looting and bartering. Can't be harmed because I'm smartening. I speak psalms with the fatherless. I'm not asking for pardoning. Secret handshakes and bargainings. My spars that they're targeting. Got no time to be arguing. I'll be smart to the saga ends. Judge our talk to the hearts of men. Some are clowns, just laugh at them. Minds are blunt, but I'm sharpening. Seeing snakes in the grass again. If he's fake, then I'm passing him. Paper chasing and hardship will make a slave of a starlet. Turn little Jane to a harlot. It's sad. I'm waiting for retribution, making my contribution, changing the institution, speaking my mind, debating, I'm practicing elocution. No, I'm not fussing and fighting, I'm trying to find a solution. Finding it hard to breathe because of all this smoke and pollution. Talking truth to the nation, won't pay the church's donation. I'm digging true with creation, build a righteous formation where love and life's the foundation. A humble organization, burning herb like cremation. Amongst I'm finding salvation. I'm in a time of inflation, money causes frustration. Children suffer starvation while we give in to temptation. And take no time for frustration or Marcus Garvey's quotation. More lies, more loss and taxation. Most I bless you with patience, so I'll enjoy the duration. Changing planet migration. I'm not a slave to a mason or afraid of Freddy or Jason. Open eyes when I'm aging. I'm like a vinyl rotating. I'm love. Hey. Are you one? We say, are you one? You say, I am one. We say, are you one? You say, I am one.
You know what we're doing? Fuck's sake. On the ends, on the bits. Remember like a broski Tods. Come on. Don't know. No fucking no justice, no peace out here, fam.
No justice, no peace. They ain't bad when it's on their phone, please.
No feds, blood.
When I eat, all my brothers get a piece. Stay high, car brothers smoke trees.
No justice, no peace.
They ain't bad when it's on their phone, please.
Come on.
And while we steady putting work up in the streets, snitch niggas
big up Axum. Jeez.
Pebble bits of
bro, never. Hey.
We never lost hope.
We never had hope. I come from where the struggle is real.
Where if you ain't grinding,
you're not gonna guarantee the next meal. Jeez.
Where I'm from,
the bros don't do romance.
They just wanna grab
beat butts with both hands.
And when their sister walls out,
they turn savior.
Like you weren't you
promoting this behavior.
Wife and
child I prioritize. I see myself in my son's eyes. So I don't wish I could go back in time. Hey, sunshine. And I'm only telling one time. Never chat to the one time. Cause we and them ain't friends.
They want us locked in the pen.
Facts.
Trying to make sure we don't come off the ends.
Like, don't say it, man. Don't say it, man. You know what it is. Pull up, pull up, pull up.
Yo, get me. Yeah.
This is lyrical wisdom out here, man.
Yo.
Young OGs and that.
No peace.
What?
They ain't bad when it's
on their phone, please.
When I eat, all my brothers get a piece. Stay high, car brothers smoke trees. Stay high. No justice, no peace. They ain't bad when it's on their phone, please. And while we steady putting work up in the streets, snitch niggas be working with the beats. They working with the beats. Pebble bits of both, trying to dodge broke. We never lost hope, we never had hope. I come from where the struggle is real. Where if you ain't grinding, you ain't guaranteed your next meal. Where I'm from, the bros don't do romance. They just wanna grab big bums with both hands. And when their sister walls out,
they turn savior.
Like you weren't you
promoting this behavior.
Wife and child I prioritize. I see myself in my son's eyes. So I don't wish I can go back in time. I'ma set the situation, make sure that my son shine.
I'm only telling one time. Never chat to the one time. Cause we and them ain't friends.
They want us locked in the pen.
What?
We're trying to make sure we don't come off the ends.
You ain't hearing that, Akida.
I don't wanna see no jeweler.
That's right.
I'd rather put down
for my son and for my daughter. You have to get one of those first.
To my son.
That's facts.
And I wanna
Give the sun to my daughter. Work back in the water.
I can do 1 into 1 or get a Z back from a daughter.
You don't even know what that
I'm
is.
honest, like I would never shoot. Yeah,
That's
if
right.
I'm taking anything, it's everything. So
Just corner.
Word to the corner that I work.
That's right.
All them man are bitches.
All them man could wear a skirt.
I've done mine. I can tell you about the dirt.
What?
But I'm humble over here with just my balls and my word, dog. I'm comfy on this corner.
See.
Them boys sweaty like they sitting in a sauna, dog. I'm comfy on my ones. Cause most these wannabe killers are really just
Some informers.
Me and my troops.
Hey.
Hopping out of coops. Can't they question man's
Badness.
badness? Man's about to get them proof.
Hey.
Henny and a boost, that's the juice for man to get loose. Then do up the booth, Cardano.
Hey.
Anytime I touch the mic, dog, that's fire. Plus I spit the truth, cause I've never been a liar. White youths out SD ask about me round Briar. Car I get about, I know road like tire, dog. I work these roads, car I know my roots. Grew my hair into locks, cause I know my roots. Yeah, we kicked off doors, I still got my boots. Why these fake rappers lying, tell them free the truth.
Say what?
But I work these roads, cause I know my roots. Grew my hair into locks, cause I know my roots.
Hey.
Yeah, we kicked off doors, I still got my boots. Why these fake rappers lying, tell them free the truth. Yo.
You get me? That tune can't do nothing for me. That's my estate, bro. I used to live there. You talking about? Those are my youngers. That's my family, bro. Talking about you scumbag. Ain't even got no sense in your head, bro. I mean, no friends, no gal, no thing. You can't give the son to your daughter because you haven't got fucking daughter. You can't. Yeah? Go and bust some seed, man, instead of pulling your willy out online. Mad thing. Yeah? Recognize. Yeah? You're more one of these niggas. Yeah?
Okay, Paramount Plus. I want to stream something new.
Prime time, baby. The matriarchy.
Oh, shush. YouTube. Tell me. Be quiet while I'm roasting H. I'm playing with you, H, man. You get me? We're going to talk today, man. Anything you want to talk about, you know it's peak today. Because we can just pull it up. We ain't even playing no games. Yeah? But you first on the planet. India gave you everything. India gave you everything. You know, we're the first people on the planet. We're the first. We gave you. And the guru said. And the guru said. And the guru said. Shut up, man. Sound like a fucking mad robot. Let's go.
Big split for that. Whoa. So you know what man's lean. Leaner. Brother rather die before I let him hit me with a vaccine.
Never that.
Mandatory for everybody. You know what I mean? What I mean? Best be ready to die if you wanna be free. Big split for that. Whoa. So you know what man's lean.
Keep ties with the mob. Stay on job for the
peace.
Hey.
M.O.B.
Why would I run? If I got my machine, stay strapped, nigga.
Best be ready to die
if you wanna be
free.
Dogs jumping out the van like Scrappy.
What?
I put 6 9s to your face.
Like Takashi.
I was in N with dubs like Dappy. Getting trappy in the tracky. Make a hot cat. Take the day off and turn cappy. Swearing with a baddie with a fatty puffing Cali.
You're actually a patty.
The chatty on the lappy. I was aggy in the nappy.
That's
I
right.
went from snatching bags with Danny to waiting in the alley with a bally and a strally. I ain't here to dilly dally. Tell Sally, give me the loot and keep the fanny. I smoke wacky backy to keep from going scatty. I'm from when they pull up on Ducatis and get clappy. I ain't got no fire in the booth for no Grammys. No hardest bars or songs for champagne pappy. So I get love from the yardies and the ackies. Marlies and the paddies. If you're true, holler at me.
Big split.
No, you need a wheel up on that because you ain't ready.
Big split for that. Whoa. See, you know a man's lean.
Hey, you probably got vaccinated, that kid, man.
Hit me with a vaccine.
Never that.
Mandatory
For everybody.
You know what I mean? What I mean? Best be
Ready to die if you wanna be free. Big split for that. Whoa.
So you know what man's lean.
Hey.
Keep ties to the mob.
Stay on job for the
peace. M.O.B.
Why would I run?
If I got my machine, when I got that best be ready to die if you wanna be free.
Dogs jumping out the van like
Listen.
Scrappy and put 6 9s to your face.
Like Takashi.
I was in N with dubs like Dappy, getting trappy in the tracky, make a hot cat, take the day off and turn cappy. Squaring with a baddie with a fatty puffing Cali.
You're actually a patty.
The chatty on the lappy, I was aggy in the nappy.
That's right.
I went from snatching bags with Danny to waiting in the alley with a bally and a strally. I ain't here to dilly dally. Tell Sally, give me the loot
and keep the fanny.
I smoke wacky backy to keep from going scatty. I'm from where they pull up on Ducatis and get clappy.
What?
Ain't got no fire in the booth for no Grammy. No hardest bars or songs for champagne pappy. So I get love from the yardies and the ackies. Mollies and the paddies, if you trill, holler at me.
That's right.
Big split for that. Whoa. So you know what man's lean. Leaner. Brother, rather die before I let him hit me with a vaccine.
That's right.
Never that.
Mandatory for everybody. You know what that means. What I mean. Best be ready to die if you wanna be free. Big split for that. Whoa. So you know what man's lean. Leaner.
Keep ties to the mob.
Stay on job for the
peace. M.O.B. Why would I run? If I got my machine, when I got that,
best be ready to die if you wanna be free. Oh, they're closing in.
Hey.
Look. They poison the water and sky. Now they're hurting my brethren with needles. Best be ready to die just to protect your people. They're coming with all type of evil. So right now, knowledge is vital. Cause if you can't see the rival, you must be living with your thumbs in your eyeballs. I push weed in a big spliff and I burn mine idle. Pure. I need all that ganja, cause they tryna test my gangster. They been tryna take my life and now they wanna vax my youth. I soon load up with the gang and go crazy like Skaka-Cuckoo. Big split for that. Whoa. So you know a man's lean. Leaner. Brother, rather die before I let him hit me with a vaccine. Never that. Mandatory for everybody. You know what I mean. What I mean. Best be ready to die if you wanna be free. Big split for that. Whoa. So you know what man's lean.
We got man like Arrow.
Keep ties to the mob.
Arrow.
Stay on job for the peace. M.O.B.
Arrow True Production in the building. My brother, come on.
Best be ready to die if you wanna be free.
Come on. I'll bund you out with one tune, man.
Best be ready
to die if you want to be free. You're ready to die. You got knife, you got spear, you got everything. You're ready to do shit. Ready to get robbed. And anyway, why would I care?
Red pill trill.
Get me? That's
Why
how
would I care?
that's how I box the coupon from your hand. I'll box it like that and kick it, blah. And clip off the little wrist thing from your hand. I'll do the same. Yeah, let's go back. Yeah. You can't in your blood clot face.
Red pill trill. Why would I care? Every black actor got $1 billion from Black Panther. My friend's mum died from mad cancer. The YGs let off the door in a chicken shop across the road from Santander. And they actually think that that's gangster. Genocidal like Rwanda. So fuck Disney and Wakanda. Why would I care? If Paige was eating Alicia. In the streets we got beef with the Reaper. Trying to put my peeps in a sleeper. Why would I care? If Chip squash beef with Bugsy Malone. Pig still trying to find drugs in my home. Tap me chatting to the plug on the phone. Why would I care about a monkey top from H&M? From a fuck you block in a crazy ends. No love for cops, the Jake hate my friends. Like my cousin up, gave him 8 to 10. It'll probably never be the same again. So why would I care? If Sneako really turned into a cat. I know an OG that turned into a rap. Postcode beef turned my flats into a rap. So why would I care about who got an Oscar, who got a Grammy? It's not helping me get food for my family. I don't give a fuck, I'm rude and I'm anti. Kids think they're sick cause they listen to Lowski. This ain't a game, it isn't Shinobi. No comebacks, you get dipped with a pokey. So why would I care whose team lifted a trophy?
Why would I care, Kido?
If Wiley accepted the MBE, I'd rather hit the Queen with the
M16.
Parliament, I met them scream.
Why would I care? Every black actor
got $1 billion
from Black Panther.
My friend's mum died from
man cancer.
The YGs let off the dot in the chicken shop.
You're done, fam. Just allow it, man. Anyway.
We want to introduce you to the most amazing destinations in the world.
Tel Aviv
Let's
and
move
Jerusalem.
on.
Tel Aviv beaches are the best.
Tel Aviv and Jerusalem have the most amazing nightlife.
Whoa.
And above all,
it's incredibly tasty.
Nah,
book your trip.
that looks trans. I'm not involved. Mud! I'm staying out of it. Come on. What? Yeah. Know where you are. Know where we there. Don't care how cockney or yardy you are.
Yeah, this is England, land of etiquette, manners and disciplines. Free lagans on shirts of the citizens, but there's no lagans here, there's a significance. Yeah, this is England. Hard-working men working hard for their dividends. Run out of work, now they can't find enough of this money stuff, so they just blame it on immigrants. Yeah, this is England, the kingdom, the land that I'm living in. Monarchy, empire, and new millennium. Man, it's all mad, man, I'm telling them. Yeah, this is England. Poverty, politics, turn man to simpleton. Single mum out looking food for her little one. Daddy's gone cause of how Babylon systems run. Yeah, this is England, Buckingham Palace and strawberries in Wimbledon. Backers, crack addicts, fanatics and vagabonds. Tell me what problems are mad upon. With all of this, why is it me that they're tripping on? All just for this herbal tea that I'm sipping on. Someone silence to talk about the medicine. They can't cut off this mic that I'm blessing on.
Yeah, 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 yeah. Yeah, 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 yeah. Yeah, 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 yeah. Come on. You know, even if you haven't lived in England for a while, you know you lived there. So allow it, man. You're not fascinated by us in England. Let's go.
Yeah, this is England, green line of etiquettes, manners and disciplines. Free lagans on shirts of the citizens, but there's no lagans here, there's a significance. Yeah, this is England, hard-working men working hard for their dividends. Run out of work, now they can't find enough of this money stuff, so they just blame it on immigrants. Yeah, this is England, the kingdom, the land that I'm living in. Monarchy, empire, and new millennium. Man, it's all mad, man, I'm telling them. Yeah, this is England, poverty, politics, turn man to simpleton. Single mum out looking food for her little one. Daddy's gone cause of how Babylon systems run. Yeah, this is England, Buckingham Palace and strawberries in Wimbledon. Backers, crack addicts, fanatics and vagabonds. Tell me what problems are mad upon. With all of this, why is it me that they're tripping on? All just for this herbal tea that I'm sipping on. Someone silence to talk about the medicine. They can't cut off this mic that I'm blessing on.
Yeah, 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 yeah. Yeah, 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 yeah,
yeah, this is England, America's daddy, the evident number one, the international immigrant, the culture, the great, the benevolent. When people debate over everything, sing songs of praise about the slaves that they never been. It's funny how people here never think about the words of the song that they forever sing. Yeah, this is England, council estates with no divisions in. Just people pissed off with the richer men. The people that's ripping off each of them. Can't keep fooling them up like the preacher them. Bum politicians, not one of them speak for them. You feel it, then turn up the speaker then. And then free up, break out of the sheeple pen. And go look for relief. Burn up a fire, I light up the sheets. How they gon' fight you for finding some peace? What Haile Selassie guy said in his speech. He said that it's not a is, it's becoming. Words for the wife to stop nuclear bombing. The man that taught man to be all that he can. Overstand before it ends in a bang.
Jeez. Hey, they're all making lunch and that for their hobbies and that. Fish finger sandwiches and that. On a Eunice thing, mad. Saturday, innit? Yeah, yeah, yeah. Come on, ladies, get to shopping. No women be out there buying them £2 dresses, man. Stop it, man. Bing, bing. And once I got all my shopping, then I go back and I'll watch the live stream while making lunch. Mad. Multitasking. Big up the women, man. Love. Can't do anything without the book. Know what I mean? Minor. Sorry, my white people. I just like to see you lot get stabbed up in this video. It's mad because I used to love Zulu as Zulu Dawn and all that back in the day. Mad, crazy.
Yo, her eyes are black pearls, staring at the map of the world. All in black, cameras snapping my world. Glad she's a girl, the one anointed. May that's the name that she shall appoint with. Supreme justice cut from 48 laws of royal scripts. Kings from Kemet, caught for coiling bits in the courtroom, defended by lawyers' lips. From the patriot laws that hold the poor orphanage. Pale horses tread over hell's fortress. Left countries in debt in exchange for resources. Boardroom meetings discussing events that must take place in every fourth season. Atrocities of war, treason, misled soldiers and vets, stab opium in their flesh, whores and sex, solos and text. This world's cornered in debt. Terraform us through what we consume, poisonous foods, cancer cells spread, the population agendas ahead. I fled a jackal, busting shots through the capital, hoping I can catch the devil with this Adam's apple. For the psychological madness we adapt to. Yeah. For the psychological madness we adapt. Lord have it, I swore to slay every devil on this planet, causing havoc, torturous sadness, torment and madness, caught in its raptures, drawings are graphic. I swim the atlas, putting my thoughts on the canvas. Lord have it, I swore to slay every devil on this planet, causing havoc, torturous sadness, torment and madness, caught in its raptures, drawings are graphic. I swim the atlas, thoughts on the canvas. Taped on the wire, raining fire, satin alien robes, blast my way through a pagan's abode. Spirits catch me with a touch, harder than brimstone, 6 looking like clones, gripping my coat. Wonderful light skin tone seduce me. Named Lucy, said she admired the truth I speak. A fine hearted with a play.
Come on. Only channel where you get the pull up, man. Easy. Light work. Get me? You don't even need to say it sometimes. Yeah. But yeah, man. Go back, man. Zulu Dawn, all of that. Yeah, British. They killed bare British, man. They took them up, yeah, with the spear. Ah! Shaka Zulu!
Her eyes are black pearls, staring at the map of the world.
Jeez.
All in black, cameras snapping my world.
That's
Glad
right.
she's a girl, the one anointed. May that's the name that she shall appoint with.
Nandi.
Supreme justice cut from 48 laws of royal script. Kings from
Kemet,
caught for coiling bits in the courtroom, defended by
lawyers' lips.
From the patriot laws that hold the
Pale
poor orphanage. Pale horses tread over hell's fortress. Left countries in debt in exchange for resources. Boardroom meetings discussing events that must take place in every fourth season. Atrocities of war, treason, misled soldiers and vets, stab opium in their flesh, whores and sex, solos and text. This world's cornered in debt. Terraform us through what we consume, poisonous foods, cancer cells spread, the population agendas ahead. I fled a jackal, busting shots through the capital, hoping I can catch the devil with this Adam's apple.
For the psychological madness we adapt to. Facts.
Yeah.
For the psychological madness we adapt.
Lord have it, I swore to slay every devil on this planet, causing havoc, torturous sadness, torment and madness, caught in its raptures, drawings are graphic. I swim the atlas, putting my thoughts on the canvas. Lord have it, I swore to slay every devil on this planet, causing havoc, torturous sadness, torment and madness, caught in its raptures, drawings are graphic. I swim the atlas, thoughts on the canvas, taped on the wire, raining fire, satin alien robes, blast my way through
a pagan's abode.
Spirits catch me with a touch, harder than brimstone, 6 looking like clones, gripping my coat. Wonderful light skin tone seduce me.
Lay Lucy.
Said she admired the truth I speak. A fine hearted with a plate between her knees. She learned baby fathers with bloody dances to set up some rape charges. Some even got their brains blasted. Mysterious cases, shaped waist. She walks to the lower center of gravity, trying to grab it with the essence of a woman's worth. Pulling my shirt, whispers in ears to fill her with sperm. She lost me to give her what she couldn't return. Pure blasphemy. Before I knew it, she turned and asked me. Her marble floors turn to fire. Just reflections of desire. Images jump out
get him, man. Get him.
To pierce my entire with spears. She said the words I speak is relevant every
24,000 years.
The next come around is near.
That's right. The witch doctors. Pick him up. Get him. Oh, that's a nice shot. Hold that. Yeah, Dave. Fuck it. Fuck your red coats. That's right. We win. Mad. Come on. Fuck a red coat. Jeez.
Studied the science of this dream before I
big
woke
thing.
from this torment.
Lord havoc.
I swore to slay every
day on this planet.
Causing havoc, torturous sadness, torment and madness.
Sorry.
The atlas, putting my
Thoughts on the canvas. Sorry. Conscious eye. You see, when Zulus call man a demon, this is not how you treat your king if he's a good guy. You get it? He doesn't get stabbed in the chest. Yeah? This is the end, the legacy for Shaka Zulu. Getting bored up by his own people. Why? Because we don't respect some people's madness. You get it? We don't respect the madness, man. Man's in contact with spirits in the bush, woman with red eyes and all. Allow it, Shaka. Allow it, man. This is not African. So in the end, he has to accept his punishment. So this is why some call him a demon. You know? Overstand it. He's a hero and a demon in the same breath. Crazy, but real.
Actors, drawings, and graphics.
Hey,
I swim the atlas,
hey,
putting my thoughts
it's on the canvas.
Lord have it. I swore to slay every devil on this planet, causing havoc, torturing sadness, torment and madness, caught in these raps. Drawings are graphic. I swim the atlas, thoughts on the canvas.
Hey,
yo, the beast is
trying to annihilate the young seed.
Aspartame fluorides within the fruits we eat.
Save the babies, man.
The beast is
trying to annihilate the young seed.
Aspartame fluorides within the fruits we eat.
Fluoride, fam.
Save the babies.
Calcify your pineal gland and all of that. Your baraffi and all of that. You ain't ready for these bars, man. You don't even know what man's referring to. Young pops out here, man. It's terrible, man. But yeah, you know how it goes. We're here to school them. Thank God. Thank God for elders, eh? Oh, this is MJ's here. Let's bun a little suit, man. Big up my 420 gang. Come on. Always.
All night you should have pressed record, you know? The camera. Yeah. You don't come right in the chair. You don't come out from underneath it after. Trust me.
When we come, we have to run. We have to burn.
When we come,
Jeez.
we have to burn.
What?
We have to burn.
When we come, we have to burn. We have to burn. We have to burn.
When we come, we have to burn.
You hear that, Akida? Listen.
Pick up a spliff and drift.
What?
I'm not a stoner, it's a lift.
Jeez.
Real herb man know what it is. Sativa smoke, no coke in my chest.
Jeez.
No gas, no diesel, no crack, no B, just cess. You can
Right.
ask anyone that knows weed, I'm blessed. No cigarette for the eye, just merge your tie. Wrap that with the lettuce if it goes dry. Put that in the fridge, it will stay fresh. Right next to the parsley and cress. They should sell herb next to the fruit and veg.
Jeez.
Good for the body and good for the meds. Gives
What?
you a good feeling, toes to the head. Sitting on the ceiling, smoking the head, thinking about life and it don't make sense. Like, why we gotta pay for food? Why the homeless ain't got food? The more I think, the more it's changing my mood. The more I wanna know more of the truth. The more I gotta show that to the youth. I wanna eat something, so I peel some fruit. Give thanks for the present that grew from the root. Then I wanna drink something, so I draw for a juice. Take 2 sips, then I draw on a zoo. Wanna learn something, so I watch YouTube. Something deep with about 1,000 views.
That's right.
Study and breathe like the Shaolin dudes. Stay disciplined and master the moves. Master the self, cause it's harder to do. Wanna write something, so I draw for a tune. Look out the window, gaze at the moon.
What?
Man ain't gonna get there anytime soon, but it still makes me feel like I am in tune. One with the night and day, I'm alright. I'm not afraid of the dark or the light. I'm just a weight spraying bars on the mic. Gotta stay level, so I take 2 draw. And the something tastes good, so I take 2
more.
Herb's not a jug, herb is a
Pure.
cure. Ask anyone, why do they smoke it for? Spliff cycle, my Rizzler's raw. Gotta stay natural, stick to the pure. Wanna go sit down.
Mud. Listen. Oh, you need to stop smoking ganja. You need to stop smoking this. You need to do this, and then you'd be a better person. Shut up, man. We don't make you pull out your willy. Facts.
When we come,
we have to burn.
Aye.
When we come, we have to burn. We have to burn. Hey.
When we come, we have to burn.
Mud thing.
We have to burn. When we come, we have to burn.
Fire for the dick pic, you them. Now pick up a spliff and hey.
I'm not a stoner, it's a lift.
Jeez.
Real herb man know what it is.
What?
Sativa smoke, no coke in my chest. No gas, no diesel, no crack, no B, just cess.
That's right.
You can ask anyone that knows weed, I'm blessed.
Uh-huh.
No cigarette for the eye, just merge your
Tie.
tie. Wrap that with the lettuce if it
Goes dry.
Put that in the fridge, it will stay fresh.
Jeez.
Right next to the parsley and cress. They should sell herb next to the
Fruit and veg.
It's good for the body and
Good for the
meds. Gives
hey.
you a good feeling, toes to the head.
What?
Sitting on the ceiling, smoking the head.
That's
thinking
right.
about life and it don't make sense.
Uh-huh.
Like, why we gotta pay
For food.
And why the homeless ain't got food.
That's right.
The more I think, the more it's changing my mood.
That's right.
The more I wanna know more of the truth.
Uh-huh.
The more I gotta show that to the youth.
What?
I wanna eat something, so I peel some fruit.
That's
Give
right.
thanks for the present that grew from the root.
What?
Then I wanna drink something, so I draw from a juice.
Uh-huh.
Take 2 sips, then I draw on a zoo.
Uh-huh.
Wanna learn something, so I watch YouTube.
That's right, that's me, you know.
About 1,000 views.
That's right.
Studied and breathe like the Shaolin dude.
That's right.
Stay disciplined and master the moves.
Uh-huh.
Master the self, cause it's harder to do.
Woo.
Wanna write something, so I draw from a tune.
Uh-huh.
I look out the window, gaze at the moon. Man ain't gonna get there anytime soon, but it still makes me feel like I am in tune.
Jeez.
One with the night and day, I'm alright. I'm not afraid of the dark or the light.
Uh-huh.
I'm just awake, spraying bars on the mic. Gotta stay level, so I take 2 draws.
Jeez.
Something tastes good, so
Then
I
take 2 more.
That's not a jug.
It's pure.
Ask anyone, why do they smoke it for?
Uh-huh.
My spliff cycle, my Rizzler's raw.
Uh-huh.
I stay natural, stick to the pure.
Jeez.
Wanna go sit down next to the shore.
Uh-huh.
Look to the sea, don't wanna feel trapped. I've gotta feel free. There's so much more that's inside of me.
Uh-huh.
So much potential that I can see. Let me master my chi. Take off my trainers, tie up my gi. Bar to the sensei, step on the mat. I'm doing all this while I'm sitting down on the flat. I'm astral traveling, imagine that. Look at this green herb that's in my sack. I don't know why herbs are under attack. When
Uh-huh.
herb is the best of the herbs, they got it like what is the best is the worst. It's a pride and shame and a curse on myself. Staying ignorant is a burden to health. Don't be ignorant or under a spell. Study the earth, that's knowledge of self.
Jeez.
I know that knowledge is power.
What?
They wanna tell man sweet is sour, not
Uh-huh.
knowing what's real and that.
Hey,
And
I'm not really feeling that.
That's why I gotta read and that.
Uh-huh.
Food for the brain, I gotta feed on that.
Jeez.
It's real nourishing like a vegan snack.
Jeez.
Let me take 2 more pulls with the kush.
Uh.
Herb for the outlaw, herb for the hoodlum.
Jeez.
In the Arabic tongue,
Herb is a Muslim.
Tell me nothing about herb, it's a good thing.
Jeez.
You're on Solomon's grave.
Uh-huh.
Moses lit up the thing in the cave.
Jeez.
Lucy used it to ease the pain.
Jeez.
Josh told them, let me tell them again.
Uh-huh.
Legalize it, not to do it insane.
That's right.
Dave Chappelle linked up Mary Jane.
That's right.
Charlotte Green put on live TV.
Jeez.
Couldn't take no more, watch it and see.
Uh-huh.
Rick Simpson heals people for free.
What?
What you know about me?
Mhm.
I'm ready to die, defending a tree. Chain man to the trunk. Love the forest, a little something like gum.
Hey.
For no reason, man, I'll get up and run.
Jeez.
Man for the feeling, man, I'll tell the man come. If we stand together, then we're gonna stand stronger. Free the herb and we're gonna live longer. Plant a seed, add water and sun. Pick up the herb, put down the gun.
Uh-huh.
Pick up a Rizzler, fill it and bun.
That's right.
Pick up the roots, put down the rum. Good for the back, sweet to the tongue. Good for the blood and circulation.
Jeez.
More life, more cultivation. Ain't nothing new under the sun, so I gotta connect to the old and the young.
Jeez. Pick up the weed, put down the kill pun. You see? You see? You see how that works? Hey, don't play with me, man. I'll fuck you up, bros. Yeah? You know, even on my intellectual level. Yeah? Goddamn madman.
I've been trying to relax a bit,
Uh-huh.
but they call you pussy if you are a pacifist.
Uh-huh.
But the lyrics still pack a punch, not lacking grit. Think I didn't see shit cause I didn't grow up in the maddest bits. I'm just not down with the fake persona.
That's right.
Smell the bullshit in the air, fuck a
Fake
fake
aroma.
aroma. I only walk with the real as of late alone.
Jeez.
Accentuated by the fact that I'm always sober.
Jeez.
Some think I'm serious, moody, some think I'm weird.
Hey.
Some days I think it'd be better to
disappear.
disappear. The mountains help me to see shit a little clear. Get control of my psyche, the biggest weapon is fear.
Uh-huh.
The biggest healer of tears,
Jeez.
so I'm told.
That's what he's told.
Feel like I'm wiser but growing old.
Jeez.
Everyone around me is settling down.
Uh-huh.
Giving up on dreams in exchange for the pounds.
Jeez.
It's confusing just finding your way. In 2 minds, Gemini, born the last week of May. The world's in need of leaders. We got Boris and May. Tried not to get political, but what can I say?
Fuck 'em.
Feeling like we're stuck in.
No. See, Akida, like, even the white boy's got more soul than you. Makes no fucking sense. Dropping more wisdom, more bars. He says shit that I say. He says shit that I say. That's what I can identify with the track. I'm like, rah, it's not about color, it's about mentality. Yeah? And environment. You don't have to grow up in the maddest bits. You didn't grow up in the maddest bits. You grew up in the bougie bits because you're allowed to do what you want. Yeah? We know. We all know, man. As I said, you got to tuck your beard in when you go work. So, like, allow it. No turban, no nothing. No Sikhi, no one, no guru, no nothing. Just yes, sir, no, sir. 3 bags full, sir. All right, take this L, man. Shit. As we say, relax, man. Relax, man.
I've been trying to relax a bit, yeah. But they call you pussy if you are a pacifist. But the lyrics still pack a punch, not lacking grit. Think I didn't see shit cause I didn't grow up in the maddest bits. I'm just not down with the fake persona. Never. Smell the bullshit in the air, fuck a fake aroma. I only walk with the real as of late alone. That's right. Accentuated by the fact that I'm always sober. Something I'm serious, moody, something I'm weird. Some days I think it'd be better to disappear. The mountains help me to see shit a little clear. Get control of my psyche, the biggest weapon is fear. The biggest healer of tears, or so I'm told.
That's a bar. The biggest weapon is fear. I always say this. This is what I'm saying. If you're smart, you think, you pick up things, man. You identify with things that are similar to, you know what I mean? How you're thinking. That's why you know a man's on your wavelength. Yeah, the biggest weapon is fear. Fear, terrorism, this one, that one, blah, blah, blah. Don't come out your house. Lockdown. You know what I mean? All of these things is fear. Fear factor. Yeah? So when the man says the biggest weapon is fear, is he telling a lie or is he telling the truth? Or is it just Mr. Uncouth? No. Real, recognize real. And most of y'all, especially you, Akida, are unfamiliar. Get it? All right, let's move forward.
Better to disappear. The mountains help me to see shit a little clear. Get control of my psyche, the biggest weapon is fear. The biggest healer of tears, or so I'm told. Feel like I'm wiser but growing old. Everyone around me is settling down. Giving up on dreams in exchange for the pounds.
That's right.
It's confusing just finding your way. In two minds, Gemini, born the last week of May. The world's in need of leaders. We got Boris and May. Tried not to get political, but what can I say? Fuck 'em. Feeling like we're stuck in a maze. I just wanna get up and away.
Mad. I don't talk if I got nothing to say. Bar.
If shit will work out, if dreams will come true, put an end to their doubts. If violence will cease, if in our lifetimes we'll see peace. If shit will work out, if dreams will come true, put an end to their doubts. If violence will cease, if in our lifetimes we'll see peace.
Still surrounded by dreamers, sleepers, walking speakers distorting the mental views of the fallen. Evil is talking, projected through their recordings. Secretive sorcery, selling souls like they're Jordans is fuckeries cause of currencies. How many hungry humans hunting for money trees? Consuming everything they see until there's none for we. I had to sit and learn the lesson from the honeybee. Float under the sun I'm free. Tending to my mother's needs. Pollinating planets, don't panic, just overstand it. A man is only a man and it's mad, he's making it manic. Order out of chaos is the order of the day, it's that way. Cause they formulate the hates, they're emphatic. They'll sell you death in the packet and then we buy it and say it tastes good. Just how we like it, but we're wrongly guided to keep on siding with the system that's violent and doesn't listen to the teachings of the king, but it's lagging like it's the Christian. Lions are in my vision, I'm smiling because I'm different. Not blinded by my religion, been guided back to a king. Still surrounded by dreamers, walking speakers distorting the mental views of the fallen. Evil is talking, projected through their recordings. Secretive sorcery, selling souls like they're Jordans is fuckery.
No, they're not hearing you, cuz.
Still surrounded by dreamers, sleepers, walking speakers distorting the mental views of the fallen. Evil is talking, projected through their recordings. Secretive sorcery, selling souls like they're Jordans is fuckeries cause of currencies. How many hungry humans hunting for money trees? Consuming everything they see until there's none for we. I had to sit and learn the lesson from the honeybee. Float under the sun, I'm free. Tending to my mother's needs. Pollinating planets, don't panic, just overstand it. A man is only a man and it's mad, he's making it manic. Order out of chaos is the order of the day, it's that way. Cause they formulate the hates, they're emphatic. They'll sell you death in the packet and then we buy it and say it tastes good. Just how we like it, but we're wrongly guided to keep on siding with the system that's violent and doesn't listen to the teachings of the king, but it's lying like it's the Christian. Lions are in my vision, I'm smiling because I'm different, not blinded by my religion. Been guided back to a kingdom, experience teaching me wisdom.
That's right.
Victims been tricked into eating everything that they're given, that's my high decision. Rastas stay practicing idle living cause the food is killing. Salt and sugar like heroin, all of this belly filling. Coke sniffing and Henny sipping, got our medi slipping. Gotta stay woke or stay in prison, one it meant to fit in.
Matt.
If shit will work out, if dreams will come true, put an end to their doubts. If violence will cease, if in our lifetimes we'll see peace. If shit will work out,
should I lace it with some
dreams
bars,
will come true, put an end to their doubts.
Akida, that he's not even on that level.
If violence will cease, if in our lifetimes we'll see peace.
I drop that lyrical, analytical, styles political. Yeah, they say I'm critical, yeah, but metaphysical. When I bust these bars, yeah, I leave scars. Yeah, they say sniper, you too hard, chilling in your yard, bruh. These niggas acting like they chest broad. But let me tell you, I will cut you with a sword like Wu-Tang. Now I mean, yeah, make your guts hang on a rope. You think it's a joke? Yeah, pussy or Akida, you don't want no smoke. I told you before, yeah, sniper ain't no joke. Yeah, I don't care if you fucking rich or broke. Yeah, take a toke of this spliff. Yeah, it's a gift. Now I mean, yeah, I wrap you up in the spliff. You're done. Smoke you like a loud back. Allow that. Told you before, yeah, slap you down like a cow pat. Anyway. Big up everybody. The big Saturday stream, you know how it is. Your boy Sniper. Oh man, it's about to get hot in here. You get me? Come on, come on. Jump on, family. Jump on. It's time to jump on. You know what time it is. Yeah. What shall we F.T.K first? I saw way up in the comments, man, talk about Arab supremacy. I don't mind, you know. Nothing is off limits, and that anyone can get F.T.K up in this bummer clot, bumble. You get me? You better tell a friend to tell a friend. Yeah, this is where it's happening, man. You know what it is. Yeah, it's not over yet. Yeah, we just hitting the weekend. It's the weekend. Oh, it's the weekend. Oh, it's the weekend. See.
Wait, the big L. Hey, chill, L. What?
Man like Kel in the building. Man like a king in the building.
Big up, man. Big up.
Already.
Some people, big up some people.
Wait,
big up family.
Display picture though, family.
What's that?
Just quickly, Big L. Rest in peace, man. Best rapper alive. You ain't heard him. Like early 80s. Yeah, catch up on him, man. Big L. Was that Big L Smack?
Yeah, come on, man.
Oh shit!
You just see me fuck up a beat. You just see me fuck up a beat quickly that no one should even really ride on. You get what I'm saying? But I'm comfortable to just jump on the beat, my brother's beat, and say, let me do a little something. Let me brush Akida quickly and let's get that out of the way. Done, finish. Let him sit in the corner until he's ready to jump on and get that work. You know what I mean?
Slightly, bro. You rid up that beat, bro. You killed that beat there, man. You know?
Yeah, I just came back from it. I was just in the kitchen. But I thought, what Freestyle Friday again?
Yeah, you know.
Jeez.
No, anytime I play that beat, usually on a Sunday, I try to lace it with some bars as well. You know what I mean? But lately, I've just been like letting it run. Boom, boom. But that beat's hard, man. Serious track as well. So as I try to explain, he's trying to say to man that none of this music is going to benefit, man. But man don't know that these are man's people. Man interact with these man. When man are making certain claims in their tunes, they're referring to the man. Because when man link up with man saying, yeah, man, I watch you on YouTube all the time, broski. Big up for the support. You get it? Because you play my videos, right? And I'm telling man which one's the favorite, which one they like. I'm saying, yeah, they're feeling This Is England. You know what I mean? Last time I saw man was Carnival.
Okay, he's made a song, This Is England, yeah?
No, This Is England. The song This Is England, Magical.
Oh.
Yeah.
Oh, the sort of light skin. Sorry, the light skin did.
Rusty, yeah.
Yeah, he's good.
I last saw him at Carnival, and I usually see him on Watutsi, at certain events and all of that. You know what I'm saying? But
it's very rare you can get a person that can spit like that and bring his view the way he does, bro. The way he spits.
Yeah, but what he's sitting down and listening to, he said, I listened to something with 1,000 views. He's referring to me or Jedi. Do you get it?
Yeah.
These men have been tuning in. Like he came in on the Michael Jackson debate one time. Yeah, there was a debate on Michael Jackson and all of it. If he was a paedophile, and then Magical jumped on Jedi stream. He jumped on Freestyle Friday one time. He's jumped on Watutsi's jumped on definitely. I think I got those old videos still. You know what I mean? But while I was in exile, I didn't have none of that, so I couldn't prove anything I was saying. You get it?
Damn, wait, just talking about these streams and that. I was just locked in and I was seeing, man, free them man up there like Radar, man. Big up Radar, brother. You know what I mean? Because they're not playing games now, bro. They're pushing up on everybody. You know, And big up all the people then that are getting disrespected by police, because there is some times where they can come up to you and they don't have to really declare that they've got a warrant, all the rest of it, and then they can just come. So what you've seen on video, don't play out what you've seen in video, because they've got all different types of powers. So you can think, unless you've got a warrant, you're not coming in my house. Try and say that to a police officer today. They just come kick off your door and say, shut up. Because that doesn't work now. Or they can override it somehow, right? Because we don't take them to court. So they know they can do anything. We don't care. We just want to get on. So, yeah, they're pushing the boundaries, man. But big up Radar, man. You know what I mean? Because I always think that guy is a very, very nice guy. And I feel like when people don't... And this ain't a shock to Radar, because I don't really know him like that. But saying when you're smoking and you don't have that little bit of weed, sometimes you can sound a bit like you're speaking a lot or you're just charged. And even that now is scary for them. Someone who's super woke. I don't know. So it's like, yeah, I'm not surprised that he got put in the bin, because you know, manic thought, that's one of the traits where they can catch you. Oh, he's got manic thought. Slow him down. He's scaring people. Yeah. So sometimes you sharing your information is probably be more of a detriment. So just keep it to yourself. Keep that shit to yourself, family. You know, share it around like people with like minds. But yeah, now free up Radar. Big up people getting pressured by police. You know what it is.
When people hit that like button, man. Come on, man. You get me? I shouldn't have to ask. You're supposed to hit the like button when you're waiting. Yeah, go on. Sorry.
Saturday. Sunday's the service day. So I feel like that's when the F.T.K. really gets intense.
Well, that's a religious F.T.K. or something.
Yeah.
That is religious. You see, everything that is religious is not necessarily religion. You get me? So it's the Church of the Holy Truth. So it's not even religious like that. Do you get what I'm saying? It's just that people in there have religions, right? And we can talk about it, right? But there are other things that are considered religions or cults or way of life, and you know what I mean, that people are into, like science. Science is a religion to some people. You get it? So you know that can be done. That's why it can never be just one thing. Like you get there on a Sunday and you'll think it's about religion. You know what I mean? But it is. You know what I mean? Even talking about celebrities is a form of religion. You get what I'm saying? And their lives and what they do, and Kanye and all of this type of stuff. Like, yeah, it's not my thing though.
Kanye, what's your thoughts on Kanye though? Obviously, like, is he a plastic messiah, or because he did try to give himself that type of label, didn't he? But anyway,
he said he was the Black Andy Warhol. Yeah, like once you do that, you know what I'm talking about. You know what I mean?
Do you know when I see him, bruv? Wait, Snipes. I saw that guy apart from the Sway one, the Sway. You don't know what it's. He was in an interview with somebody, and his eyes are wide, so wide that I thought his eyeballs were gonna pop out of his head. And he was saying, "I'm better than Disney. I'm Disney." Like he was literally saying, like it was weird, yeah. He was like, "I'm Disney. I am Disney." He was just saying that for like 10 minutes. And I was like, "Yeah, this guy's lost it, boy. Fucking hell, bro." He's like one of the first mentally, like, kind of like unstable rappers that we've got, popular rappers, but fucking hell, bro. That see that whole God word, that whole celebrity worship, man. That is, it's mad how it's the most powerful type of trending type of worship for especially the younger lot, right? And you're worshiping these people. Such a profound impact on the way you even think and the way you dress and the way you know. So when you think about it, bruv, like your words are falling on deaf ears. If there's a rapper that your child likes, your words falling on deaf ears, they're going to become exactly like that rapper. That's why it's so scary for me to think that Meg Thee Stallion and Cardi B are the forerunners for psychological flipping programming. They are the forerunners, bro. Then will your daughter's gonna have STDs falling out of her pocket if she listens to them for longer than 3 years. But anyway, brother, you know, I didn't want to come on to rant, and
Okay.
Yeah. Didn't want to comment a rant, but
I just want to say that.
Yeah, go on, bro.
I don't know the brother Radar, but I got a lot of connections stuff, right? And if he needs to, there's a black psychiatrist. She's licensed. She's a friend of the family. She's got her own business. She helps out a lot of our people. I could send that in the back, brother Snipes, if you could pass it on to the brother,
right?
And perhaps we could get some help.
Whatever he's doing, he's taking medication of some sort, and I really need to just chat to him one-on-one. You know what I mean? Like, you can't be saying it through a Freestyle Friday. Like, it's my medication. It's made me forget. I'm like, I'm storing that information to catch him on a one-away and say, yo, walk on, cuz. You know what I mean? You all right? You did it? Where's your brother? Where's your, you know what I mean? Because we met up with Radar, and he's cool, but he was just a bit drunk that day. So you can't really judge a man on that. You know what I mean? He was more excited to see us and all of that. And, the admiration and all of that was there. He's a cool brother. Tall brother as well. This guy's a giant.
I can't talk. Who's that in the background, bruv? You're getting stalked. Yo, you're getting stalked. Trill. Yeah, who's that? I can't talk in the back. Just spamming your shit. Controlled. Wow.
I've seen it in the back.
What's this? Oh yeah, I see it.
And as I said, bro, she's a very great lady, very contributed to our community, her family. They've helped out in Birmingham and London. People recognize her, but she's very prolific, licensed, and definitely to help our people what we're going through. So if you could, brother Snipes, I would appreciate if you could pass it on to the brother. And obviously he's got options, you know what I mean, bro?
Yeah. Okay. Big up, man. All right. First, F.T.K. You fake Arabs are gonna get it, man. Fuck's sake.
Oh shit! Yeah, I see that getting spoken about the other day.
I've had enough. You know what I'm saying? I've been listening. I've been thinking. I've been hearing some racist comments. You get me towards my brother Kel, even like raw. This is an instant reaction. A man says something, and it's like, which is based in truth, and people get proper nervous about it. I'm like, oh shit.
You see that? Kel did it, but I thought, he's fishing, man. He's fishing.
Well, let's go back to Auntie. I haven't seen her or played none of her stuff for a while. Big her up wherever you see her. Sankofa series and all of that. Our Pan-African. Make sure you like and subscribe. Huh? Sorry.
This is the best channel you can get, because she not only she talk about Africa, she's actually African from. This is this is definitely the biggest.
I got a few. She ain't the only one, but big up Auntie. You get me? As I said, we are most of us are Pan-Africans in origin and root. You get what I'm saying? So like, whether we have different ideologies, you know what I mean, we're still all Pan-Africans. As I said, it means different things to different people. And for me, it's definitely about information, the history, the theologies, the mentality, even the political science of African people and all of that. You know what I mean? So it's all there, provided by these scholars and all of that from back in the day, and we give all due respect to them as well.
Of course,
they put in work, they put to get us this information. You know what I mean? You have to play the fool. You have to be in the institutes. When Tom's telling you to do and write up your dissertation on what you found in Egypt, you have to do it the way Tom wants it. But when you write your personal books and memoirs and stuff, we thank the Most High that those things reached us. You know what I mean? And that was the main purpose of the Pan-African thing, was information, passing it between free places where we mostly reside. That would be the Caribbean, the Americas, and northwest, should I say, Northwest Africa.
That's right.
You know what I mean? So let's go, Auntie Sankofa. Big up. Yeah, let me see this now. You ain't playing.
I'm not playing. From yesterday to today. Let's do this.
That's a sick little picture. I like that.
Don't mess with the accent.
Eritrea.
Where did you get that? It's a random picture.
Don't play. All right. We radical today. Cool.
Mm-hmm.
That's what we're doing. All right, safe. Let's go. What anti-Sankofa got to say? Let's do this. Anti-Boomy. All right. Jeez.
The Arabs raided sub-Saharan Africa for 13 centuries without interruption.
Wow. Wow. Wow.
13, you know.
How can that be the opening line? How can that be the opening line? Exactly what we've always been saying.
That's
if you're Arab, you are a invader, right? Whether it's 6th century or after that, potato, yeah? It doesn't matter, yeah? You all came from somewhere else. You were known as other people before you came into the Arab peninsula, yeah, and changed up the whole concept of what an Arab is and all of this nonsense. Berbers and all of this. You're all fake, bro. You're all from somewhere else. Respect your ancestry and go back to Turkey, India, Uzbekistan, all of these other places where you originate from. Greece and all of that. Yeah. But while you're there now, we can accept you and say, okay, you're African because your generations are born there, but you're not African tribally in origin. Yeah. Your origins are outside of Africa. And for you North Africans more recently, it's definitely after the Second World War where some of your people even reached Africa.
That's right.
Or just before the Second World War, let's put it that way. When the French Foreign Legion was in North Africa, it's no wonder we got so many French in North Africa.
That's right.
Yeah. So like we're not silly with the timelines and some of you might be confused, you know, about your heritage and your origin, but usually the DNA just proves us right because all our North African friends that we have, have done their DNA. And unfortunately for them, minimal of their DNA is actually really from any African tribe. Most are Greece, Rome, Italian, French, and all of these type of things. So there's no surprise when the DNA results come back with exactly what we were suggesting, right? But look at that opening line. 13 centuries. Take your L. Yeah, and where's my fucking rent? Yeah. So when we say these things, bro, we know what we're talking about. Yeah. When Axel's saying what she's saying, but these Arabs though, no, Arabs are good, and we're not the bad Arabs, and the fact that you're even there is what I said, right? The fact that you're even there proves racism, white supremacy, or Arab supremacy. You get what I'm saying? That's what it is.
Right.
You shouldn't be there.
Can you look
unless it was in the idea that you migrated into the area, which some did, right?
Yeah.
Migrate into the area, and that's how you came to be there. So there are other groups of these same people who came there legitimately and have been there for a long time. Yeah. But a lot of the new ones will try and cordon onto the ancestry of those people and say, I'm an ancient Arab. Or an ancient pale Arab. Do you get it? But there's no ancient pale Arab because an Arab would either be, as I said, from one of these countries. So even when we get to future time, where it's Ottomans, they're considered Arabs. Do you get what I'm saying? So this title and this thing is going to completely get kind of misconstrued and we know what an Arab is. Anyone who traverses the desert, a nomad, So it's not even a title that's even something that you can say is firm and confirmed. You know what I mean? It's just people who are nomadic, who traverse and live in a desert. Do you get what I'm saying? So as I said, the word Arab would only really apply to where you have the biggest desert in the motherfucking world. And that is North Africa. Exactly.
Yeah.
Forget Arabia. Arabia is a small desert, baby desert in comparison. How many Saudi Arabia or Arabias can you fit into North Africa? It's amazing. We don't even want to do it.
A lot of these Arab strongholds were created in the Hellenistic period, right? So that was post
That's right.
AD. A lot of these, yeah.
You know what I mean? First century, second century, all of this bullshit. You know what I mean? Like, what? Anything
and they call it ancient, though. They try to sort of blend in by calling it story family.
That's kind of ancient, but with us, it's always BCE, before Christ existed. Yeah, that's when we're dealing with BC. Don't just be BC in it. Nah, BCE is what the term is. Do you get it? Before Christ existed. Yeah. So when they're dealing with our story, it's before Christ existed, before Rome existed, before the earliest European civilization of Greece existed. Yeah? Because all their stuff is supposedly first century. Like, wow, shut up, man. That's baby food. Knowing that you're saying the Greeks learned from the Egyptians. So the Egyptians is way in existence. You know what I mean? So that's when we want to start talking about stuff like, why are we there? Why are we, when the Greeks arrived in North Africa, in Alexandria, set up their shit, and started writing memoirs? You know what I mean? Josephus and this one and everyone. Where are you writing from? Alexandria. Nigga, get the fuck. What the? Yeah? What the? I would technically what I left it. No, but you ain't doing it in Memphis. You ain't doing it in the real Egypt. Like, let's not play this game. So as I said, all you foreigners, we've got history of you being there, settling there, some living peacefully for a time, trying to learn and usurp the information of the previous people who have moved away. Because if somewhere's like 10 years without no rain, we out. It only makes sense. Yeah? We're not going to die. We're just going to move. So we got the Nile, so we can use that to traverse and go any other part of the continent. So things are clear. And everybody who lives still on the banks of the Nile is good. Because on both sides it's fertile. So there's always food. You can always eat. The Nile's filled with fish. Fish bigger than some people. Do you know what I'm saying? I've seen them river monster documentaries. There, man's going to the Nile, pulling out fish bigger than him. Man's holding it. It's like, oh shit! Where'd you get that from? The Nile. Hold on, wait. You pulled out something bigger than the boat that you man are on. Nah, allow it, man. I'm not.
Nah, it's the source of life. Come on.
Right. So everything could be considered much bigger. You could find the biggest ones of certain things in that Nile there. And how big and vast it is, wide and all of that in some areas. They're like, Ross, this ain't no joke thing. But this is how maybe thousands of people could move from one area to another area. This is how man could traverse and bring blocks on boats and all of that from, you know what I mean? From the quarries down in Aswan all the way up to the Giza Plateau. That's
there's a place where the salt water meets the fresh water as well, isn't it? Is it in the Pacific? Or?
That is called, no. I mean, what salt water means fresh water?
Not the Pacific.
Yeah, in one of the oceans, you mean? Yeah,
one of the oceans, near there. Apparently,
I've seen that. Yeah, I've seen that. It's like a phenomenon, they call it. Yeah, some strange phenomenon. But you see, the Tigris and the Euphrates are saltwater rivers, where the Nile is a freshwater river.
And things seem to float in salt water, innit? So have more buoyancy.
Right. So, if the water's more water-based, there's less life and and it's become because certain circumstances in that area has allowed for it to be like that. Do you get it? From ancient times. You know what I mean?
Right.
If you got like a bloody ice cap melting and all of that, and it's completely gone across the land and caused a flood and wiped everything. Do you get me? When everything returns, it's like, where's the root of it? Is there a mountain that the Tigris and Euphrates is connected to where it's getting the water from? No. It's from another source, which is saltwater based. Do you get it? So it's like, rah. Yeah, water's got water, fresh water and salt water mixed with it. You know what I mean? But things can live in there, right?
Yeah.
So you'll have plenty of fish, you'll have plenty of thing, and then it's going off into different, into the Persian Gulf and all of that, like rafts. And it's flat. That land's flat. You get me? Where the mountains are, it's nowhere near where the Tigris and Euphrates are. This is crazy. All right, anyway. Wow. First line, though, just smashed everything up.
Most of the millions of men they deported have disappeared as a result of inhuman treatment. This painful page in the history of Black people has apparently not been completely turned. This is a loosely translated quote from The Veiled Genocide, a book by Tidiane Ndiaye, a Senegalese author and anthropologist. So, when, how, and why did the Arab slavery of Africans occur? Welcome to the Sankofa Pan-African series. Please support us through Patreon and by buying me coffee so we can continue to bring you this series.
Got you,
Subscribe
Auntie,
if you have not yet done so, and please turn on your notification buttons so you know when we have new episodes.
Got you.
Of course, share our videos with all your contacts.
Jeez, thank you.
Exactly when did Arab slavery start?
When did it?
Unlike the transatlantic slave trade that featured the Americas and European merchants, the trans-Saharan slave trade is often ignored.
Right.
Some scholars have even tried to claim that it was benign or harmless to Africa.
Yeah, even Arabs did that.
However,
you want to live where we live, Auntie? Like that. We got caping Asians who are pretending that this never happened and that. You know what I'm saying? And it's not happening till today. Imagine that, Auntie. It's crazy, isn't it? I know.
The Arab Muslim slave trade, also known as the trans-Saharan trade or Eastern slave trade, lasted longer than the transatlantic slave trade.
Goddamn!
It operated for more than 1,300 years, taking...
Ouch.
Ouch.
Big numbers, bro.
Ouch. You can see by Auntie's face, she means it. She means what she's saying. Yeah? You bastards. Yeah? Before you start talking. Yeah? That is long enough for your ancestors to be involved. Any one of y'all. Yeah, don't try it, Mezzo and all that. That is long enough for your ancestors to be involved. Right? If you're claiming to be there from a long time, yeah? Yeah? If you claim there to be a long time, yeah? And it's still up to now, to this day. So if you came there from just recently, you involved in that, you part of that, you benefited from that, man. Come on, man. You're not going to do this. Who wants to be an Arab? Well, we can see why now. Because when you're on the other side, it's like, oh, shit. Yeah, you got to set the oppression, the fuckery, the thing that lets you to be an Arab and say it proudly. Yeah, and have a little twinge of black in your DNA. Mad thing. Move forward, man.
Millions of Africans away from the continent to work in foreign lands under the most inhumane conditions.
So, if they are taking these people where? Back home. Right? How are they Arabs? Do you get it? Hello? Am I here by myself? Yeah? How are they Arabs if they take people back to where they come from and other places where they come from? Look, you hear the words? Other places where they come from. And you know what it's going to be? In Europe, in Asia, in all of these places, right? So my point is, who are you again? No, you are those people who left from those places, came into Arabia and Africa and all of that, and claim to be Arabs. You are not Arabs. You are Eurasians.
Yep.
You are Europeans, right. Asians, mixed, Uzbeks thing, or all combinations you do to Iran and yeah. But they would class all of them as Asians, right?
You see the DNA test, boy.
Right. So my point is, yeah, as long as these things are clear, yeah, you fake claiming Arabs, know your fucking self, yeah. You are from someone else. Check the history. At least the Turkish ones can say we was Ottomans and we came from Turkey, where we were this particular tribe in Turkey. We represented this people from Turkey. Do you get what I'm saying? And even though at that time Turkey was a mixed bag of Romans and Greeks and all sorts, all types of Europeans, the original inhabitants long since left and gone and moved to other places, right? So when these foreigners all coming in, taking over the land, creating their own history, heritage, and all of that, it's got nothing to do with the ancient shit, with the real shit.
Yeah, so it's like, so you've got Tunisia today, yeah, Tunis. That was originally Carthage. Them man, that was black.
Right.
That was black, and that was the horse people. There were people on horseback. When you say black people,
that's
you
correct.
Have no horseback.
And elephant.
Yeah.
They use elephants to attack man and fight man and all of that.
Yeah, so they were the first on horses.
Did the Indians do the same thing?
Anglo-Indians. I mean, not Anglo-Indians.
Ancient, you should
Ancient
say.
Indians.
In a sense. Oh well.
Let's say
Alexander the Great's time.
Yeah, because don't forget the royalty were all up in Europe, all up in India. Don't forget they had power in it at that stage. They
Not European royalty, no.
Nah, black.
Yeah.
Black, no,
or Asian, black. Or thing. I'm talking about in Eurasia. They would have some form of influence and dominance. As I said, once the Vedas, yeah, they say the Rig Vedas are the texts, right? But the Vedas, the invaders, yeah, I say Vikings, some people say something else, but it's some form of Europeans came in there, changed the system, and then it became a caste system and all of this, and all the gods of the Hindu thing became killers and murderers and murdered each other, and you know what I mean? It wasn't that before. Because even though they were malevolent beings, they were semi on the right track. The bad ones were the bad ones, and the good ones were the good ones. You know what I mean? And you could the malevolent ones is the Krishna, the Vishnus, and all of that. Do you get me? But the demons and the devils and the shaitan, as they call it, demon is the word in their language. Which is quite significant again, because like by the time we get down to Islam, we're calling it shaitan as well. Like, huh? Hold on. But when I'm watching was it Hindi or Gujarati movie with subtitles?
Yeah.
And I keep hearing this word shaitan, and this is about Buddha, the life and times of Buddha.
They're trying to.
Yeah. So I'm seeing the word. I'm seeing the word shaitan. But I'm seeing the word on the subtitles say demon, right? So I'm saying, okay. So it seems within your language structure, So I've asked a few Asians like, oh, do you speak that language that uses the word shaitan as demon? Do you know what I'm saying? There's other words for demon, but or jinns or disagreeable beings or whatever. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
But it's funny that in that one they were just speaking the language. Yeah, and I'm reading the subtitles, and it's talking about Lord Buddha or the Prince. You know what I mean? Yes. It's a whole thing about the Prince and how he came to be Buddha and how it was predicted by the guru, and they wanted him to be of a priest class rather than a warrior class that his father, who was the king, wanted him to be. To get it, but it's because of a prediction or something like that that he would come and do. So, as I said, the concept and the idea of Buddha was long prior to the guy who tried to reach Buddha status. You know what I mean? Right.
So basically, in a nutshell, they tried to turn the Buddha into obviously the negative entity. Yeah.
No, they tried to turn Hinduism and the caste system. That's what they changed. Definitely, they had influence on that because it was not set that way in the beginning.
But they had utmost respect for Buddha.
So this is the problem when I think my brother Kel was asking the other day, yeah, what does Brahma look like? What color is a Brahmin? And then someone said black, and I said, nah, H, don't lie. You're not going to sit there and lie. Yeah. The image of the ultimate deity that represents the caste system has the head of Brahma, who has fair skin and white hair, white beard like Father Christmas. Yeah, that is a change. That is a literal change of the original image.
Yeah. Do you reckon that it's because of anything to do with theism?
I think it's more to do with foreign invaders who look that way, who were blonde hair, blue eyes. So they're going to put themselves at the top of the right. They're going to put themselves at the top of the tree because that doesn't reflect Indian people. What Indian people got blonde hair, blue eyes? Doesn't make sense, right? But as you go down the line, you understand that they're mixing with certain Europeans, and some of them look lighter now. And when the British were there, they bred their way and left them a dynasty to rule over them. You understand? British are not dumb, They'll rule over you and then make a royal family who called the Rajas or whatever, right? And then they'll, leave them in charge in a sense. You know what I mean? So
but that's what
their influence never stops.
Black people did. No?
What black people did where?
Ain't that what black people did in Asia when they went there? Well, when they were there, that's why Buddha is Buddha. I don't think that was based on a complete metaphysical principle. That was the guy actually lived. So I reckon that's why he was so powerful. Because don't forget, I think you had to have an element of power or feet on the ground for them to be deifying you, literally.
But hold on,
your people, because it's a black person, isn't it? Buddha is a black person, so I don't really know. That's why I'm asking you, brother. I was going to say what black people were ruling through that time for them to revere black people like that, or was that just how they defaultly were?
I mean, you keep separating Indians and whatever people of the Asian subcontinent from being black.
Well,
if you don't understand that concept, if you don't understand that they were black in the beginning,
they were, but I think they were more of a diverse people.
And I would say they're still black.
Of the location.
Even though they've got more diverse admixtures right now, so they, in a sense, some of them are watered down, but some of them maintain their original look, and the average Indian does not look like what we see.
No, fair enough. Yeah. All right.
You know what I'm saying? Like when you've got dark skin, straight hair, some got sharp nose, broad nose, all of the looks, and you know what I mean? Some look like your auntie and all of that. It's just the complexion, right? Super, super, super black. But those ones don't make it on TV and all of that. We know this already. Yeah? The blacker, the blackety black ones who look more like sisters, they're prostitutes. You know what I'm saying? You see the most beautiful Indian girl, like dark skin, like wow, she could look like my sister. Just her hair texture is like slightly different or something. You know what I mean? Beautiful sister.
In there, some of them do
chain in her nose, all of that, right? With the beautiful dark shiny skin, and then find out she's a prostitute. So we understand how the caste system that was implemented by some foreigners changed the whole diaspora, because one, they're going to breed in, that's going to be bait, you know what I mean? So now people can identify more with that. I'm a higher class than you because I got more European in me now. I got more Arab, I got more, you know what I mean, or more Turkish, or more, you know what I mean? You got all these mixes in you now, Russian, all of that. Even if you check the word Patel, it's a German word. You get what I'm saying? So
all right.
But anyway, let's go back to Auntie. Yeah, bloody hell! Look how long you lot Arabs have been doing things. I hope Rayhan and Mezzo and the rest of it are here. You know, not hiding in that. It's F.T.K season, man. You get me? Yeah, Saturday. You done all your shopping. You ain't got shit to do. Get me? Yeah, you better tune in. And yeah, some of y'all are next anyway. So like, I wouldn't get too comfortable. I'm laughing at the Arabs at the moment. You get me? Some of y'all. Yeah, this F.T.K is going to stretch far across the planet.
Eve to me is basically freedom.
Look at what white people are into, man. They're into different stuff. Online gaming and shit. Fuck off, man.
It's a giant open universe where you can do what.
It's fake. It's not real.
Unfortunately, because it has not been as closely studied as the transatlantic slave trade.
Oh, is it?
The exact number of people captured from Africa in the trans-Saharan slave trade is yet to be fully ascertained. It is currently estimated at about 9 million.
Wow.
9 million souls. While the earliest documentation of Arab trafficking in black slaves from East Africa dates back to the early 2nd century, it was Arab Muslim conquest, which began in the 7th century, that boosted the Arab slave trade. We need to start by trying to understand the ascendance of the Arabs in world history. Arabs first became prominent in world history with the emergence of the Prophet Muhammad as the spiritual organizer of the Arab community. By founding the religion, Muhammad forged various groups of Arabs into one people. Between 622 and 750 AD, when Islam became the sole religion of the Arabs and the Caliphate was still predominantly only in control of the newly...
Sorry, this is black Arabs we're talking about. We're not talking about no Europeans and none of you fake Arabs. This is not your time. Yeah, this is the time of the Umayyads. So unfortunately, whoever they are, they're all black. I'm guaranteeing you 100% this is a truth, right? So let's not get it twisted when you're hearing all these words and don't even think that the Prophet, peace be upon him, was Arab in the European sense. He was not. He was a black Arab of a black nomadic tribe, which the word denotes. Do you get it? So the tribe of the Quraysh or the thing are a nomadic tribe. These are the facts. Their ancestors, pre-Ishmael, all of that, they were nomads. Even Abraham, was a nomad. So they would be considered Arabs or considered, you know what I mean? So like, let's not get it twisted. Yeah, when he speaks on these things, you have to set the time and pace because pale Arabs do not enter into the region until after Muhammad's death, right? With the emergence of what do you call them? The Abbasids, right? Coming from Damascus way, they're coming from like Syria and all of that, yeah. But they're already Persians and all of that had been there already. These are foreigners again, settling and Don't get it twisted. Say them by their names. We can't call them Arabs. That's why they put the definition pale Arabs and Arab invaders, because you are a bunch of folks, who's come into a desert and you've come to invade. Nothing but invade and take over from the inception of your guys' concept. You know what I mean? But us as black Arabs, yeah, man, the slave trade of Europeans started with us. We sold Europeans to other Europeans. Safe, no problem. Yeah. Some way, so along the line, the tables turned, and then they just started selling everybody. Like, oh shit, it's a takeover. Do you get it? Because there's more different types of them coming. There's the Mongolian invasion. There's the Kushite invasion into the region. There's you know what I mean? So many different people has invaded and that Middle East region. It's crazy, but true.
Forged Arab kingdom. The name Arab then came to refer to those who were full members of an Arab community either by being born in such a community or because they had ancestors who originated in the area under Arab control, which was then known as Arabia. Arabia did not initially include Persia, Syria, and Copts and others who were only later brought under Arab rule through Islamic conquests. According to one of the foremost African historians, Dr. John Henry Clark, Yemen, which had been conquered by Abyssinia, you will recall from our previous episode on Ethiopia that Abyssinia is a historical name for it. Please make time to watch our episodes on Ethiopia if you haven't done so. So Yemen remained an Abyssinian colony.
All I can see is Eritrea, Eritrea.
Thank you, Maku.
Yeah, all I can see is that, because that would be right. It would have been the kingdom of Aksum.
Yes.
So it wouldn't have had these distinctions and this yellow. I don't know what this is. This is nonsense. Yeah?
No,
it's meant to be all of this, the whole, this here, all of that, all of it was one kingdom. Yeah, led by the foremost part of it. This bit. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Like the rules change, the things change, and things. This is why Italian flags here. Like, allow it, man. I'm out. Yeah. But yeah, when we're going back in the day, this is what the setup would have been. Look, it's just across the way. It's a very small thing. You don't even have to even get on a boat. You can walk across. Yeah.
Yeah, that's what they used to say, Maku, back in the day, because the Titanic plates are moving. Yeah, so every year it's moving like 1 meter. Pressing the Titanic plate, but it was really close, really close. Yeah,
and it's walking distance. The Red Sea is shallow, man. It's not that deep. Nonsense. You get me? Come up to your neck, a max. You know what I mean? At the highest point. Yeah. So I'm saying people used to walk across there for thousands of years. They walked across there. That's how they got there. Got to Yemen. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
But if they don't look like the people on the other side of the border, then there's a lie going on. That's my point. Remember, I always say, if you don't look like me, Aksum, or any of these people, and you're in Arabia, then it's a conspiracy. You came there later. You understand? You came there at a later time, and we acknowledge that, but you're probably an Arab, and you're probably an invader. That's it. So I ain't got no thing for no free Palestine and all of that. Both of y'all got to leave. You understand? One just came later than the other. One came earlier. You're the remnants of Arabs. Now they're calling you Palestinians. Joke things. Yeah? But what were you before you were Palestinian? What were you before you were Arab? Let's go back. Oh, you're probably Turkish. Or you're probably this. Or you're probably that. You know? So let's wash away this Arab distinction or pale Arab. Because it's not in the discussion. When we're talking Arabs, we're talking black folk. Originally, should I say.
Until 574 CE. But by the 7th century, the Arabs invaded and conquered Egypt and subsequently other parts of Africa. Following such conquest, enterprising Arab merchants and middlemen started gathering in places like Zanzibar in search of raw materials such as cloves, ivory, gold, etc. They would then buy black slaves who they would use to carry the raw materials and also work on their plantations in their various countries abroad. John Henry Clark suggests that the Arabs were no different from other conquerors in world history because they continued to amass an empire which spread from Central Asia and India to Spain, Portugal, and the Atlantic Ocean.
So that's where they're from. Is that not true? If it's spread, they're coming from those reasons, because those are where the supposed raw materials and the slaves and all of these things are going to, then that's where they're from. Why are we calling them Arabs? Do you get what I'm saying? Can we clearly see now the lies, the hit and switch? Like, so when you say Arab, like, be careful, man. It's a desert dweller, man. You can look up the distinction and put it on the screen, and you'll see. Nomadic. Also, like, yeah, if the Prophet Muhammad lived in Arabia, then he's an Arab. Yeah, but then what's his tribe? Then we can go with that, because every Africans have got tribes, even Arabian ones. Because we got Arabs, black Arabs in Sudan, and they didn't always used to live in Sudan. Some of them lived in Arabia before and crossed back over, and you know what I mean? But these are jet black, Nilotic looking people. You know what I mean? We can cover the Zanj Rebellion if you want, kick in your teeth. You know what I mean? To make you know what it really is. But yeah, I'm sure I don't have to do that.
It is important to note that slavery existed in various forms in several world civilizations. Ancient Egypt and their neighbors Greece, Rome, and as well as great sub-Saharan African empires and kingdoms. For thousands of years, it existed for thousands of years before the advent of Islam. For example, slaves in Rome were often prisoners of war. Sometimes they were sailors captured and sold by pirates, or slaves bought outside Roman territory. When times were hard, it was not uncommon for poor Roman citizens to raise money by selling their children into slavery. Slavery was also used as a punishment for some crimes and offenses. So indentured servitude was a common practice, and battles often resulted in the enslavement of war captives. In some African communities, like among the people who evolved into the Yoruba ethnic group, people even sold themselves into slavery. In other words, a poor person might borrow money from a wealthy person and pledge himself as a slave till he had earned and paid the money owed. Crazy as this might sound to us today, pledging oneself like that to raise money was not uncommon. And although these were not necessarily institutionalized practices, people who found themselves indentured in most African society had clear-cut rights which protected them from being manhandled or ill-used by their masters. However, like the transatlantic slave trade, religion and race complicated the way slavery was practiced by Arabs and the way it was spread to other parts of the world under the Caliphate. Like Christianity, Islam was developed outside Africa. Similarly, in expanding the religion through conquest to solidify the Islamic Caliphate, the religion quickly spread to several parts of the African continent. People who were determined to propagate the Islamic religion then started taking Africans as war captives during the initial spread of the Caliphate, just as slaves were taken from other places in Europe, like Turkey, and from among the Slavs of Eastern Europe. Initially, majority of slaves in Arab societies were made to serve predominantly in domestic and military capacities. As Islam progressed, slavery of non-Muslims then transformed from a minimal feature of the Arab society into a well-organized economic activity. Arab enslavement of Africans then evolved into the oldest race-specific institutionalization of chattel enslavement of Africans.
I mean, as soon as the Arabs got it, the pale Arabs got it, it became a mazza. Yeah.
Before Arab Islamic slavery in the 7th century, there is no evidence of an institutionalized system of slavery in the form of chattel slavery among sub-Saharan African states. I just want to emphasize that. Islam, like Christianity, facilitated the growth of slavery and the development of the slave trade on a transcontinental scale. While Arabic slave trade launched a phase of Islamization, because most Muslim Arabs, just as Christian Europeans who came later, claimed that it was sanctioned by God. It was actually done for economic reasons, because the Arab conquerors only used their religion as an excuse. What they were really after was Africa's resources, such as gold, various kinds of wood, ivory, and slaves to initially serve in their military and in domestic capacities. They then started to make them work on plantations and in mining. So there was a progression. Black slaves were taken into the Islamic world from West Africa across the Sahara to Morocco and Tunisia, from Chad across the desert to Libya. From East Africa, they were taken down the Nile to Egypt and across the Red Sea and Indian Ocean to Arabia and the Persian Gulf. Slave dealers took the enslaved people acquired from sub-Saharan Africa to towns and markets in major Arab and Persian cities for sale in slave markets and exhibition halls called Marid. Slavery was institutionalized. It was so highly institutionalized that in major Arab cities and towns, slave dealers even organized themselves into guilds with their own sheikhs, just like other craftsmen and professionals. To start out, and in general, slaves were acquired through jihad and also through tribute or by purchase. By the 9th century, capture was the main source of acquiring slaves through caliphal conquests and expansion. A quick word about the jihad. As a physical act during the first centuries of Islam, jihad was generally practiced as a religious conquest that was inspired by the message of the Prophet Muhammad to propagate Islam to all the corners of the world. Another reason for the enslavement of non-believers was that it was thought that the people captured were some form of compensation for the lives of Muslim soldiers lost during battle or mostly jihads. While some scholars believe that the jihad actually refers to personal spiritual battles to bring Muslims closer to God, however, its use as a holy war for the expansion of Islam soon became the major reason for jihads. This was because one of the tenets of Islam is that Muslims who die in wars for the faith have special rewards in heaven. As such, increasingly, holy battles were carried out on non-believing populations, especially in Africa. Also, the need for slave labor kept growing, and in places like Baghdad, in present-day Iraq, slave raiding and slave trading became big business. From major cities in the Arab world, it became common practice to wage
did I miss something? I'm
war
sorry, I was on the phone.
against people who were militarily vulnerable. And you,
accent. I heard something about Iraq.
Right. Well,
yeah, I heard something about Iraq. It's just a big L, isn't it? It's just mad.
Yeah, rent,
more rent,
reparations, like everything, bro.
Every blood clot, Ross clot thing, innit?
Yeah, law.
To be an Arab is not something you really, a modern day Arab is not something you really want to be. And this is what I'm trying to explain to them. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, you're supposed to keep that on the low and more identify with your origin. You keep hearing places, people getting taken to outside of Africa. So these for me is an indication of where these people are coming from that you're calling Arabs. You're not going to take them to a place where no, it doesn't make sense, right? Well, you're just going to go from Arabia, and go to Spain, but you're not Spanish. Does that make sense? Sounds weird, man. You know what I mean? It would make logical sense that if you're taking people to Spain, you are Spanish. But man are calling you Arab. Do you get it? So as I said, it's just a colloquial term that has changed now. It's become attached to certain sets of people. And if you really want that attachment, you've got to take all the rubbish and the fuckery that comes with it. You know what I'm saying? So it's what it is. Let's go.
Usually, non-believers of Muslim faith were targeted for enslavement. In theory, individuals who converted to Islam prior to their capture could not lawfully be enslaved. However, many slaves were acquired from sub-Saharan Africa, whether they practiced Islam or not. And in many cases, Africans who adopted the Islamic faith in hope of escaping enslavement were disappointed because many so-called devout Muslims refused to acknowledge African Muslims as true believers. They claimed that the African version of Islam fell short of accepted Arab-centric practices. Incidentally, Christians and Jews from Europe who were considered people of the book were usually spared from being enslaved if they agreed to pay taxes that were levied on them by the caliphate. Enslavement of Arabs, whether they were converted to Islam or not, was strictly prohibited. During the Abbasid dynasty, Baghdad was the central city of the empire. But the holy city of Mecca was the center.
What did I say earlier? What did I say?
Iraqi.
I said from the when we're talking of the Prophet's time, we're talking of the Umayyads, and the Umayyads are black, right? Black Arabs of many distinctions, you got what I'm saying? Like, but they're not really, they're just Ethiopians and this one and that one and Qureshi and and Beni Hashim and all of this type of shit, right? These are still Africans, mostly Israelites and Ishmaelites. Let's get it right, right? If we're going by the biblical, we're going by the Quranic, and then it's going to be a mess for some people. So this is how we justify what we're saying. We're not justifying it just by talking spoken word. We're going to even take your books and show you, like, listen, this is what it says, man. O ye children of Israel is a common phrase in the Quran. You get what I'm saying? So we know who is being spoken about and spoken to. Why is this significant? You get me? It's us, the people of the book. Yeah. In our many guises now. You get me? We there's Chemo, we there's Sniper, we there's Axum, we there's, you get me? And all you others are just jumping on our thing.
Do you reckon
hold on, the whole world is obsessed with the Middle East. Let's not get it twisted. Yeah. And the whole world is obsessed with Africa and Africans.
Levant, Babylon.
So the two Makes sense. Like that was our land, that we lived there, and so no wonder they're obsessed. No wonder they're obsessed with the mindsets and the thought processes and the ideas of worship and everything that came out of there. To this day, to this day, you get me?
Well, because it, when it was called Babylon, it would have some sort of fascistic type of aura about it in it. So obviously,
it's still nothing to do with them, bro. Like when we're talking Babylon, there's no Europeans, there's no Turkey, there's no thing.
Yeah, I know.
There's no Persia, there's no nothing. It's like, bro,
like just a location, right? Oh, but Maku, when you're doing these, we always have these good talks about geography, and it's something that I really want to hone in on. But yeah, if you have these maps more often out, because when you're talking about it, it seems like when you say Arabian Peninsula and all of these things, when you've got actual map, it's so much easier to see, because obviously but when you've got actual visual, it's like it's
exactly
way
like the distances ain't, you get me, and the closeness to Africa and it being a piece of Africa makes sense, geographical sense. Everybody else has to come into that area. You get it? Has to reach to that area forward, should I say?
And it's a tiny sea as well, isn't it? It's like one of the smallest
right
sea that you
what they're saying
find.
is sea, that Red Sea ain't a sea. It's like a big shallow river. You know what I mean?
Especially when it goes from Tunisia.
It's a huge sea. Come on,
Spain.
guys.
It's like a jumping distance between Spain and Tunisia, isn't it?
What, the Red Sea?
I don't know what that is.
Are you saying the Red Sea is huge?
The Red Sea is huge, yeah.
Yes, even nearly touches Spain, isn't it? It's like tiny.
Stop that. Do we need to cross it to get to the other side? No.
No, but we're talking about the Yemen part.
Right, so we can just go around over the top and round and just go down. Like, bruv, that's easy for us. We can cross across the bottom, which is, as you said, it's not that wide. You know what I mean? Across even now.
No, not even now. You can actually see it.
See one side from the other.
Yeah, you can.
And I'm saying at certain times of year the tide is significantly down, that it's at your waist. Come on, man. There ain't no deep ocean, no sea, no thing. Like, come on, they're just being disrespectful. You know what I mean? Or just changing it. It was reed. They call it the Reed Sea, not the Red Sea. Because it's full of reeds. If it's full of water reeds, then it can't be deep. This is the point. Do you get what I'm saying? If you call something a reed sea, where you find reeds? You find reeds in a river.
No, it actually comes from Erythros, Maku. Yeah.
You know what's crazy about that? Yeah.
It's because of the sea, not from the beaches. It looks like red, so that's where it comes from. It's a Greek thing from Eritrea. Eritrea. Yeah.
Yeah, you're speaking Greek when you say Eritrea.
Yeah, it's actually
when you say in Ethiopia.
Eryth is like it's Greek. It's Greek.
I know that thing, the Erith.
So they've kept the Greek pronunciation.
Well, we don't say, as I said, if we was gonna say it, we would say Axum, right? We wouldn't even say that. We wouldn't even say Eritrea. We would say Axum.
That's why English is needed.
Well, when it gets to history and we start going back, because so many haven't got a name yet. Even this Ethiopia is a Greek distinction. Yeah. So they just.
It was called part of it Eritrean Sea, yeah. So
when it was all Egypt,
what was it called?
It was all Kemet. You know what I mean? When we go back, none of this is relevant. The only thing is relevant is maybe that, but not in that form. It wouldn't be that name. You know what I mean? And that name, or Kemet, or whatever, or you know what I mean? All the other distinctions would encompass all of this. There'd be no lines here. This is all nonsense. And it'd be crossed over. You get what I'm saying? Because this was Lower Egypt all the way up the Levant. So who would have said this bit was not part of it? Of course. We would have allowed to either belong to one side or the other, right? And we're saying one side came up to here.
Yeah.
That's Lower Egypt, right? And then Upper Egypt goes all the way to Uganda. The center and the seat of power. Like, this is what we're trying to say. So the seat of power for us in the ancient times wasn't even up here. We would never build at the end of a river, the estuary, when it flows out into the Mediterranean Sea. So that's downstream, right?
Yeah, it's downstream. Yeah,
That's downstream. So we would have come from up. That's why we say lower Egypt rather than upper Egypt. They say upper Egypt, this one, you know what I mean? And then lower Egypt, right?
Yeah.
Oh, good
It's
point.
the other way
Yeah,
around.
yeah.
Yeah.
The way the river flows.
Right. You were saying the way the river flows.
Yeah.
And then other people would say, well, the map's upside down. So the tip of Africa is South Africa.
Well, bruv, you know, I've got I know someone that's got loads of different. He looks completely like Syrian, yeah, like that typical sort of Yemeni sort of Iraqi look, yeah.
Right.
His brother came out like, but his mum's white and his dad's Egyptian, right? And his brother came out white, right, like white looking, and his little sister came out sort of mixed race looking. It's weird. So there's so many different genes in the Egyptian in that, and his dad doesn't really look black at all, you know, like physically, like nothing about him he kind of looks more Asian than he looks. So people who look Asian have got loads of different, there's a lot of different gene pools in there, man. You know, I don't think they could defend their women at that stage. Obviously, But it's crazy. So he came out so much, like they literally all look different. But it's from the same mum, the same dad. But it's just, I think the Egyptian gene in it has made it like all of mixed race, Asian and white in one family. You know, it's crazy. But I think that's because of that mixing. That's probably the most attacked place for black people, like the most genetically diverse.
Of the Islamic world. As such, Mecca quickly grew into the main market for slave trading, and it remained so up till as recently as 1962, when slavery was officially abolished.
Mad. 1962, you cunts. Yeah? That's when your parents are alive still, man. Some of y'all. Calling yourselves Arabs and that. You get me?
1962, and people are wondering why I'm speaking how I'm speaking yesterday.
Right. And it's not even done. Let's be honest. It's not
not done. It's not done.
And she said inverted commas. Officially. Do you get it? Just like that transatlantic slave trade. Officially. But yet you can still be a slave in Tennessee. Like, get the fuck out of here with this bullshit, man. Bare lies. You get me? It's a big major cover-up going on. To this day. Because what was happening in Libya was that 1960? Or was that in the 2000s? That was in the 2000s. So, like, nothing ain't done.
No, Maku, let us not start with Mauritania, yeah?
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Other places. But yeah, if we just go for the what happened in Libya,
yeah,
is more recent. So like we can't say that this thing ain't done.
Where's Reggie, man? I thought he'd be like rubbing his hands together, bro. We're talking about Arabs.
Yeah, talk about Islam and all of that. You know what I mean?
Hey.
Some people would have been gassed. You know what I mean? Like, yeah, it's true. You see? Well, it's like, yeah, we do see. This is why we say that some Africans who follow Islam is the Arabized version, and others have it historically and, you know, in their culture and all of that. So there's two different processes working here. Yeah, because Auntie's is going to be the first one to tell you about the Songhai Empire and man rolling with the Muslim banner, under the Muslim banner and caliphates and all of that. To our part of Africa, there's still caliphates to this day. The remnants of that time, and they jet fucking black. You know what I'm saying? They live in different parts of North Africa and you know what I mean? Some nomadic horseback tribes, like the Owl that was there before the Nigis. They lived in North Africa before. Northern Nigeria. Niggas wrapped up like Arabs and So like, what are we gonna do? We got this in our culture. We got this all over the place, and they're like, it's not coming the same way like some people thinking. There ain't no Arabs ever come into Nigeria and said, yeah, pussy holes, like, take this thing on. Doesn't work like that. And even if you did that, you can't force man to do something. Like for me, can't force me to become a religion. It's impossible. It's easier for me to just kill you dead. Yeah, or say, yeah, I'm on it. And then you leave and then I go back to my thing. Fuck you. Do you know what I'm saying? So you only have to embrace this thing. Like, it had to have come in different ways. Like, people would have got it earlier than what they're trying to say, that Europeans or or pale Arabs. See, if I'm telling you black Arabs, Arabs already had it. The Prophet's black. He's an Arab. Yeah, man, makes sense. It's black people thing. In the southern part of our continent, them man is more coolie or more, yeah. So what? Nilotic or whatever, you know what I mean? Somali looking, thingy looking, whatever. It looks like a little bit of Indian in there. Like, so what? But less than that, bruv, melanin intact, everything is everything. Now, a lot of new people have come in there and pretending to be us, calling themselves Berbers. But, you know, man are doing DNA and finding out like 91% Ashkenazi.
Bibi! sorry, Bibi.
Unnecessary. But true. But true. Unnecessary, but true. You know what I mean? Many are two things said in jest. Yeah. But you Mezzos and you Rayhans and all of that. Yeah, man.
Man, Rayhan is a Pakistani.
I know.
It's enough already.
I know.
I mean, that's how you know, yeah. Cowboys were definitely stealing that new median.
But think of this, Axum.
Mm.
To be Pakistani in Arabia and not really suffer no abuse. What does that suggest to you? That even the Arabians themselves, who are native, supposedly, to the place, acknowledge their ancestry. So when someone like them shows up, it just fall in, innit? Because you can have all these varying looks, because obviously these are those original pale Arabs that we're talking about.
I just looked into the chat, bro. It is a World War fucking Saturday.
Yeah, man. Come on, man. Shit. I mean, we got a man like Kemo, just whooping man with facts, man. With a bomber clout. You know what I mean? Big up Zulu. Come on. Big up
Zulu.
The family. Jeez.
I'll be back in a bit, man. I'll be back in a bit.
But these Arab lies, these Arab lies have got to stop, man. They got to stop, man. And they got to stop being proud of being an Arab. This is what we're learning, right? That the real Arabs are not even them. That's another truth. And that their emergence there, as I said, look, 6th and 7th century. Look. We're talking about 6th century invaders. They're dealing with 7th century. You know what I mean? And 8th and 9th, and then, you know what I mean? Fuck it. No. 1300 years slave trade. Fuck you. Bitch ass niggas. So she's even said, even in that time when it was us as Arabs, the type of slavery that was running is not like what it later became under the guise, because as I said, once the Abbasids came in, the shit became more organized. Man, I got guilds for slavery. Disrespect. Do you get it? And then man are shipping out man to Spain, wherever, India, Asia. Yeah, they're talking. So these is where these people originate from. They take them back home and do. This is why so many Ethiopians also were in India. Because less wealthy would have got through wars and certain things would have got taken there in this supposed Arab slave trade or Eurasian slave trade. Let's get it right. Because the Eurasian is an Arab. Yeah.
Reparations.
Unlike in the Americas, where slaves were used to breed more slaves, procreation among Africans enslaved in the Islamic world was often not permitted. As a matter of fact, marriage between the enslaved was actually prohibited, which is why, in spite of the millions stolen and transported to the Islamic world, the Middle as well as the Middle East for slavery, their population remained small.
Ooh.
And there are very few descendants from enslaved Africans. As a matter of fact, male slaves were castrated so that they could not reproduce.
Mad.
To ensure that they never reproduced, in case they got intimate with their fellow female slaves, the men and boys were castrated and made eunuchs in a brutal, very brutal operation during which majority lost their lives. A large proportion of male slaves were thus imported as eunuchs to stop them from having offspring. The majority of enslaved African males were emasculated before transporting them to major cities in the Muslim world. And it should be noted that large percentage died as a result of castration.
Mad.
Most sources say over 50% of them did not survive the procedure.
That's crazy.
And some who survived the castration chose to commit suicide.
Come on.
Yeah.
Those that survived were used either to guard property or holy sites.
Man sound like dog, man. It's fucking disrespect, man.
In it.
You know what I'm saying? And Auntie's trying to put it light. She's not going in like how we would go in. Like, what? What? Are you castrated? That's what I'm trying to say, man. Yeah. These are Mezzo and them lands, ancestors and Mr. Alio and all of these, man. This is what you got to accept if you want to be an Arab, my friend. So be careful. That's what I said. Be careful with your words. I'm an Arab. Nigga, I will knock you the fuck out.
Oh, so you're saying that?
And when did you come? When did you come? Before the 6th what? The 6th century, the 7th century? No, you didn't. Your shit again is more recent for most of you. Yeah?
Yeah.
We're talking First World War business, dickheads. Yeah? As I said, French Foreign Legion in the 1920s and bruv, stop your nonsense, fam. And then we already showed that when we take your fucking DNA, that will soon tell us where you're from. And right now, we're winning. Because ain't none of you, not one person that I know from North Africa has got 50% African. It's from 50% African tribes and no, the percentages are fucking low. Meaning you just got there. Integration ain't a thing, obviously. That's showing more racism. Because how's people got blue eyes still after a couple generations supposedly being in hot ass fucking North Africa? Makes no fucking sense. With all these Africans around you, you still manage to be pale. Huh? You still manage to have green eyes and look ginger and shit. Huh? How? Yeah, I talk about integration and I'm African. No, nigga, you're African by name, not by nature, and not even by DNA. Let's be real, man. Just accept that you're foreigners, you came from somewhere else. Go and talk to your ancestors' ancestors and find out where you lot came from. Yeah? Because while you're there, you were replaced with some black folks. Some with no balls and all of that. Yeah?
Yeah.
So while you're coming from Spain, or you're coming from Europe and all of these places, Africans are replacing you. The traders of your people, them are saying, yeah, but we got shipment though. So we don't mind if some people leave Portugal and all of that. We're going to bring in the manpower. And look at the reasoning. Because it's about raw fucking materials. I told motherfuckers this from the beginning. Before the slavery even began. Yeah, it was about raw fucking materials, food, all sorts, olives, all of this, olive oil, palm oil, all of that, which we have in abundance, gold, everything in abundance, always been that way. So we've always been the traders because we always had something to trade. Even if it's basic tools and all right, when the gunpowder and the gun things comes in, well, we've got still shit to trade. So who gonna be the first ones holding straps? You see ancient African kings with mans next to them with big fucking rifles. Because man, man got something to trade. I can give you something and buy whatever I want. You think it's now you can do that? Yeah, but in the ancient times, kings was doing that. Like, yeah, bro, give me a box of them guns there. Yeah, man, I like them, man. My soldiers, I have a whole platoon who carry them guns there. Yeah, because I watched it with the Zulu thing. Yeah, it weren't the first gun they saw. The first gun that was even fired was by Zulus in the other direction. You know what I mean? Man tried to cross the little river to get into Zulu land, and bang, he was there. Man did warning shot. Yeah, Zulus. So like, yo, bro, let's not talk about guns and shit, and weapons and all of this and accessibility, and niggas selling it with rum and all that. This is bollocks. We're quite capable. We got weapons, we got kingdoms, we got caliphates, we got all sorts of shit going on in Africa. We're militant. Africa's militant. Yeah, go there and you might not leave with your head. The North Africans are wild because they're desert dwellers and it's harsh out there. So they're harsh people. But they're still our people. So no matter any type of style that people this is cultural appropriation to be an Arab. To be someone who lives
bad connotations, though, man. You're giving it bad connotations. It's got bad implications to be. You know what I mean?
It definitely has, and it reveals a truth about your people and your origins.
Yeah,
one that is outside of Africa. No, it's not nothing to do with Africa. It's just that you've invaded. Which wave of invasion did you come on? Boat. You know what I mean? Which invasion boat did you come on? Like, come on. Is it 6th century? Is it the other day? Is it what? That's all we're dealing with when we're dealing with these pale Arabs. Yeah. And pale, it doesn't mean they were pale. It's just that they weren't what real Arabs look like. Bleak. So the Europeans put that distinction there. You get me? And then that distinction first rears its ugly head with the Abbasids. You understand? So this is well after the Prophet's death and all of that. So the environment's going to change, bros. They're going to come in with a little judge and all of that and the wickedness and then they come in and then they get taken over later on by Mongolians, and then this one comes in and then that one comes in and everyone's got hold of Islam and No one ever talks about when the Mongolians had hold of it. When most of the holy relics and texts and images of the Prophet and all of that are more or less in Chinese style. No one talks about those things. You know what I mean? So then you're not talking about the Mongol invasions. You don't do history. You know what I mean? It's just ridiculous. I mean, you're all fucking foreigners, mixing, blending before you come in. I've always said that as well. So they've done these admixtures and then come in as an invading force, a marauding horde, and all of this bullshit. Anyway, Auntie, give them that word, man.
Or for agricultural work on plantations. Sometimes they were used in mining or for military services. They were made to serve the army infantries of Muslim rulers. There was also a high death toll among all classes of slaves, even among those of them who ended up as military commanders. They were like cannon fodder. Slaves died in other large numbers from endemic and epidemic diseases. Male slaves also served in a number of other capacities as grooms, guards, tutors, administrators, musicians, scholars, secretaries, commercial agents, and clerks. Another unique use of male slaves was to preserve the honor of their masters by guarding the virtue of the master's wives and concubines. As well, because prostitution was prohibited by Islam, most rich and influential people had large harems of women. They therefore also needed eunuchs castrated men to guard their women in the harems. Like I said,
I hear that. You get me? You got a whole man like me. You're just gonna make me guard. You've enslaved me. You know what I'm saying? And now I've got to guard your chicks. Yeah, some of them youths ain't gonna be royal like that. Prince Tunde. How come he don't look like the king? Yeah, the king looks Swedish and that. Like, what's going on? Broad nose and auburn hair.
What happened? What happened now?
This is how this shit happens, man. You get me? Prince Auburn. Yeah. El Auburn. You get me? Like, yeah, man. White eunuchs. Fuckery, man. You know what I'm saying? And what did the eunuchs like have a choice in the matter? Like, yeah, I'll do it. Obviously, I got no dick, so you know how it goes. Family. Oh, sorry, I shouldn't use the word family. Yeah. Piss you off. You know what I mean? It's mad. Yeah. Fucking racism, bro.
Earlier, most of the enslaved men were forced to serve as soldiers. This was because the captors believed that castration made them more fearless. So remember the army of eunuchs in the popular Game of Thrones TV series? Well, they were based on real historical eunuchs.
Mad. Unsully,
no,
yeah?
she quoted Game of Thrones.
Yeah, no, Unsully, man. That's what they call it, the Unsully.
Yeah.
Yeah, ballless niggas. Like, yo, I don't know. That man had sex, though. One of them had sex. I don't know what he was doing. How does that make sense? You're just lying with the girl, like, she's touching you, and you're like, what are you doing? You ain't got balls. You're going to come. Like, what are we doing here? that bit in the movie never made sense. You know what I mean? They were just holding hands and like, yeah, she's just there naked and like he's just looking at her like, I don't know.
I feel sorry for him, man.
Relationship. Yeah, that's why he died in the end, man. Fuck that.
Female slaves were normally used as domestics, and the prettiest ones were placed in harems. The increase in the number...
Oh, that's what you're doing with the gal, yeah? You're putting them in harems. You get me? All Axum looking and that. Wrapped up in the harem, sitting there like, yeah. No, what?
Don't do that.
I am feel.
I'm very feel.
I'm only feel the caliph. I am feel the sultan.
For fuck's sake. Back
Only, yeah. Fist bumping the eunuchs and that. Like that way, accent, man. I mean, this is my brother, mine bro. Minus the bro. Yeah, anyway. Minus mine bro. Yeah, my
Bror.
No, when you haven't got no dick, you can't be bro, can it?
Bro.
Yeah.
Maybe. What do you say, Somali Frame?
My bro. My bro. My bro. Like, yeah, you don't get the bro. Because, like, yeah, there's no, yeah. It's like half of it, isn't it? What do you call half of it? I don't know. My bro.
Bro.
Hey, mine.
Mean.
Used to be Expron. Mine instead of minus. It's minus, bro. Yeah, that sounds better, man. Yeah, mad. You ain't gonna make no bros. You're not gonna.
No. We can say intimin bror.
Intimin, bro. What's that?
Yeah.
Sound like ejaculation.
No, it means you're not my brother.
Oh, okay.
How
about you could have been my brother? You could have been my brother. If you had a willy, you could have been my broski, you know? Yeah? But I'm not going to get nieces and nephews, so this brother-sister thing, I don't know. How realistic is it when when one half of the equation is not going to be able to fulfill? He can be godparent all he wants and that. You know what I mean? What have I got to look forward to? It's a one-sided relationship, man.
Bibi, what are you saying, Bibi? You're quiet over there.
Yeah.
What are you guys doing, man?
Huh?
No, but you're quiet. What are you saying?
All I'm saying is born Arabs.
Yeah.
Yeah.
As a true Amazigh like Bibi.
As a Berber, you know.
Yeah.
As an Arab himself, you know. Mad thing.
Yeah, but look, can I just say something? Yeah, you've distinguished. You said, look, we see there's Afro-Asiatics, yeah, and that's where we get the Semitic language, right? And that's then we can say that's from say 12th century BC, which would be like 3,000 years ago, to 2nd century AD. Yeah, this is what it says. I'm actually looking at that. There's an era for like these are this is like Phoenician. This is like I'm looking at North Africa here, right? And I'm trying to look back. Right, and you see, you could say that these people are stereotypically African, no Arab original. Like you could say that was one of the
Afro-Asiatics, yeah.
But Africans,
Arab nation.
Africans are Arabs, right?
Yeah, but because there's different types of Arab. For me, there's
of course. But that is more based on the northern tribes. So like the Tuareg, the thing, these people are still there, you know. Now they're called Ethiopians, Eritreans, and all of that.
But that was the Arab stock that ruled when black people ruled.
But that's them. They're still there. Like a lot of the people are still there.
But they were warring Africans. That's why when Khan said just
no,
now,
they're not warring Africans. They are Africans.
An hour ago, Khan written in a chat. He said, "Oh, that's black on black violence," and that was like it was kind of true
to an extent. Yeah, to an extent.
Yeah. So,
but when they're coming in, this is why the distinction is there. That's why they say pale Arabs rolled in from, northern Arabia. Yeah, round about the Damascus area. So we know they're not Africans. And then once they come through, it's the game over. You heard it. Yeah. Man are opening guilds. You know what a guild is? It's like a school of mastery in slavery. Come on, family. What are we doing out here?
Yeah. It's even in the book.
Don't get things mixed up.
Destruction of the Black Civilization as well. Right. It's all in there, man. There's many other books with the Arabs have been.
So the Canaanites, for example, yeah.
Bros.
So
Africans again, like fullback, man. Fullback, man. And they're a mixed bag. So
Carthage.
Not all of them are. Not all Canaanites are African.
Oh yeah. So they're Carthage. Carthage as a place was that. Would you say that was a pro-African, or it was more of a? Because they don't forget that was came after the Phoenicians, and that I don't know how you would see the Phoenicians, or people would say the Phoenicians were black. I would say that they were just the black.
The blackness is in the title.
Who ruled?
The word Phoenicia means black.
That's when black people ruled.
Purple or purple.
Before the Arab takeover, or from 1,300 years ago, which is what he's
bro. Before there were light skinned niggas like you, bro. Like it is what it is, bro. Ago. We used to make light skinned niggas like you, and now when we make light skinned niggas like you of the modern day, they call you Arabs. But when we do it in any other part of the continent, it is what it is.
But there was a big Eurasian push. That Eurasian push from the Assyrians was, were they speaking Semitic? Did they have that? What language were they speaking?
Does it matter?
Did you say?
Yeah, it kind of does, because then that would differentiate them from possible Arabs that were born in just the area but weren't necessarily.
What is he talking about?
There weren't no Arabs like that. Any Arab, European type Arabs or Middle Easterns or what you're calling an Arab of the modern time, came in at a certain point. This was clear from the beginning. Their whole history is based on invasion.
It's even in
what I was saying, there was forces that lived in black people that lived in these areas, right? Like Tunisia, or the Levant and all them places, but they had cities and
well,
military.
guess what? If you over a period of time, if you take 9 million Africans, guess what? That region is going to be fucking empty, almost clear of Africans, right? Because you've got a clear business going on, you've got trade going on, and it's lasted for 1,300 years, fam. Yeah, and in that time, you've taken 9 million Africans from that region. Yeah, they weren't going deep into the other side of Africa and they weren't doing that.
They were taking them from east. Come on.
They were taking them from that region, you know what I mean, and North Africa and Northeast Africa.
However low they can go.
Look, they got an island of Zanzibar and all of that, bros. Yeah. We're getting surrounded at a particular point by these men.
Do you reckon they would have been taking all the tribes though? Would you reckon all the tribes would have been at the mercy?
Well, how does the world look now? How does Egypt look now? How does North Africa look now? It was obviously successful, right?
Yeah.
That all the darker people live further away from the cities. Some live in the cities and all of that. So it looks like a mixed bag, but it's not really justifying the reality of how we got to this situation. How we can call this Algeria now and, you know, Tunisia and all of this bullshit. Yeah,
I just don't know how Ethiopia has not been conquered. I just don't understand how the fuck properly. Like,
I know. Really? I say the lie detector says that was a lie.
Yeah, and I think if there was more to like, if it was Nigeria,
if you want to include my country, in gold, then it has, yeah.
Yeah,
if you want to include,
and even if you say Ethiopia itself, because you know that like man never left his country for no reason, you know. You got me, Haile Selassie. He didn't leave his country for 2-3 years, yeah, while they ruled in his country. You get it? Then he got a little help, you know what I mean? Came back and pushed them back or whatever. Pause. But yeah, it is what it is. So yeah, for that 2 years, you could say they were occupied. It was occupied territory. It was Italy, Little Italy. You get me? Mad thing.
Marco, after this, we need to do this Afro-Asiatic languages thing, because to show people where Arabic come from and
right.
We need to do that, and Berberi and everything.
The linguistics on it.
The linguistics.
Right, cool.
We need to do it. Yeah.
Same.
And sizes of harems in the Islamic world was also directly linked to the demand for female slaves. In some instances, depending on the type of slaves demanded by buyers in the Islamic world, during slave raids, many of the men were killed if there was not a particular need for men at that time, at the time of the raid. Old men and women were routinely killed, while young women and men were captured because they stood a better chance of surviving the long treks to slave markets in order to be sold. The slave girls and women were assigned such tasks as chambermaids, cooks, seamstresses, and the wet nurses. The most menial and hardest labor or tasks were usually reserved for female African slaves who were considered unattractive. Although the pre-Islamic practice of using female slaves as prostitutes was eventually forbidden by Sharia law, a slave master generally had complete sexual access to his female slaves. And one of the main reasons why Muslim men acquired concubines was for sexual purposes. So we should remain wary of scholars who try to claim that the trans-Saharan slave trade was more benevolent to Africa than the transatlantic slave trade. Both forms of slave trades were reprehensible, irrespective of the claims of the two major religions at one point or another. The main justification put forward for slavery by Islamists is not too different from the motivation that so-called Christians used. Also, Islam did not condemn slavery or the acquisition of people for enslavement, as long as it occurred in places that Muslims believed to be outside the house of Islam, the Dar al-Islam. Areas outside of the Dar al-Islam were known, probably still known, as the Dar al-Kufr, the land of disbelief. Kafir, as we all know, is still used today to describe non-believers. The term kafir quickly grew to be predominantly used to describe Black African people.
That's right.
It was the same term that was used by Europeans in the Southern African area to describe Black people.
Mad.
I believe that the word gained currency because with the advent of Islamic conquest, which was way before the European conquest of Africa, the Muslim conquerors referred to Africa as the land of Kafir. Again, just like Christian Europe.
And if it's land of Kafir, you don't come from there, right? Right. Let's do that. Yeah, you don't come from there. To make such distinctions, you are not from there. You're not ethnically from there. You have usurped that area and that region because this is their home.
Sure.
Coming into their home and kidnapping people and taking them away and killing all the elders and all of that and castrating young niggas and all of that. Where are you doing this? You doing this back in your land? Obviously not. You're in our lands, in Arabia, in all of these places. Occupied territory.
Oh, another dynasty. 1 second, quickly. Just another dynasty, yeah. Just quickly, the Egyptian dynasties, yeah. When the Assyrians went in, now these Assyrians were to me like modern day North African Black brothers.
What? The Assyrians weren't that black.
They were black. I'm saying.
Oh, of course they were.
So these not traveling sort of non I don't know, bush, like these were people just nomadics almost, like war sort of bands. Were very strong, bruv. Very, very strong back in the day. They could easily break like cities, destroy cities and shit. Yeah. So, and the way they present it is all like Arab, light skinned Arabs, the Syrians. So it gives you the idea that the modern days, it's just a whole mix up, brother. It's crazy. So when they look at like modern day people from Syria, Syrians, they've even taken a name almost up from what the Greeks. I think it's the Greek.
Kingo, you're mixing up the names, yeah. Assyrian and Syrians are not the same.
I know, but Assyria was an empire back in the day, right?
Assyrians, yeah.
Yes, Assyrians, yeah. And there was an empire but that was a black empire. Now the Syria today is a different. It's just like I don't know, like that Iraqi type of blood, right? Yemen type of blood.
Arabs.
And now that's what I'm saying. The blood is different now. They're taking up the location and even the name because now that Syria and Syria, it's very close. So people are going to get that mixed up. Like anybody can easily get that mixed up. So they're almost trying to they should have just been more original because they're new. That's a nation of people that a recent nation have come together. Of people.
Yeah, but gold or do spectaking, right? Syria was called Sham. You see what I'm saying in that?
Location wise. Yeah, but I'm talking about the bloodlines.
That's what it's called.
Because we're looking at bloodline families. I don't look at the world as in locations. That's all that can fuck people up. I'm talking about bloodlines. That's how you look at the world. Because they completely control. That's how you should look at it, innit? Because it's the blood that's taken over. That's where you can see migration and the political part of it. But yeah.
That's what it was called. The problem is, brother, and they're doing this right now, and I want my East Africans to understand this. There's a lot of Europeans learning the Somali language, particularly in Birmingham. and half of the Somalis they're against it. The other half they're happy with it, and this thing keeps repeating. If they learn your language, they will elope with your women, and the children will be on their side, and then generation, and then they can say this: we are the original Somalis, and the dark ones are not. And this happens with the Arabs and etc. But we fail to realize why. You cannot be interbreeding with non-African people because they do not respect the history that you come with. They want to take over it, like what the vampire does when he goes to the victim, suck the blood out and takes over the host. We as Africans want him to understand that.
It's true. I've got to give you that, Kel. I've got to agree with you, bruv. But I think it's also to do with the West and how they pervert the truth as well to give people less power, you know, to give because how they present it, you know.
They want to
have someone who likes.
When we're talking about Arabs, pale Arabs, we're talking about the West. This is the trickery that they put out there, you know, that these now are a new distinction and set of people when it's just you in different guises. Yeah, mixing with your own cousins and then coming in and trying to take us over.
Yep.
This is clear. You know what I mean? Because
the thing is,
the Adrisid empire of Arabia, yeah, you would see that the Adrisids before precedes the Umayyad. You know what I'm saying? Of Muhammad, and they were definitely black, and a lot of those is where you were getting Mansa Musa and their heritage and origins from, because they're related to Bilal and Abu Muttalib, they both went to Morocco.
That's that raw line, man.
Where the Prophet's cousin was the king at the time. Do you get what I'm saying? So after everything split up, no one really talks about Bilal. Where did Bilal go? Where did Abu Muttalib go? You know what I'm saying? They went across across the Sahara to what do you call Morocco, where obviously they were received.
Bin Nafil as well.
Right, and this is why they have a different Quran, because that Quran that they have and they base theirs on is from one of the companions of the Prophet.
Yeah,
you know what I'm saying? Which is either Bilal or Abu Muttalib.
Is that Shirk? Yeah, Shirk.
Right, but Abu Muttalib's grandson is Can Mansa Musa. So these are the things that are quite clear. Do you get it? Yeah, this is of the Adrisid Empire. Do you get what I'm saying? So like that's why Mansa Musa was a Muslim first, and then he changed his religion or whatever. He can do that, right? But it wasn't really an issue on how he was going to rule and how he was going to do his thing. Remember, he's inheriting the rulership from his brother and, you know, father before him. So the system's set on how they do their thing. And it's going to seem Arabized, but they're black Arabs.
You know that Edo, Benin, you know the Benin people, the Edo tribe specifically, they were known for sort of religious and kind of city-based nomadic-y kind of... Not completely, but they were. They were also very strong.
I feel that they were.
A lot of their blood went out as well, quite far.
But even Kunte as well.
They mix with the Igbos and the Yorubas.
What's that got to do with your Ashkenazi origin?
I'm saying a lot of their blood markers are found in Arabs.
Yeah, but even into Kunte as well.
You would be considered an Arab, my brother. You.
Yeah,
you, Mr. Akingo. So then shush.
No, I'm
fighting on the wrong side here. Like you're, what we would stereotypically call an Arab.
Yeah, but I wasn't part of a caliphate. I was not a caliphate Arab.
Which is part of your distinction. This is why you are IC6. And IC6, the distinction is Arab /
I don't mean
mixed race. Hold on. / mixed race. That's it. Game over. So an Arab is / somebody who is of mixed origin. That's it. Don't even have to be the combination that you're thinking of. You know what I mean? Right. So that's the whole point. I'm saying in this modern time, in this England here, they see you on road, they call you IC6. They don't call you IC3 like me or Kale. Right? And that distinction comes with, it's like a broad distinction for anyone who has a twinge of black. You know what I mean? That's what they're basically saying.
Makes sense.
I'm saying if they're saying that, yeah, exactly.
Thought process behind it.
Yeah, man. Rent, man. Rent.
One of the excuses used by Muslims for their raids on Africa was that Africa was in darkness, and Arab Muslims believed themselves to be the sole members of the civilized world who had the duty to enlighten us. Unfortunately, even as Europe, one of the key players in the African slave trade, abolished the practice hundreds of years ago, and the United States officially ended it in 1865, Arab countries continued the trade, with majority of them only officially ending it in the late 20th century. Today, there are some communities of Arabs of African descent in Gulf states, such as Oman, Saudi Arabia, Kuwait, and the United Arab Emirates.
Interesting, right? Huh? Afro-Arabs. We told you, man, it's just racism, more racism. Even the distinction is racist, but it's true. It is what it is, man. Yeah? That's the original Arab. Afro-Arab is original Arab, right? Let's get that right.
Yes, of course.
They can still be found in the original homeland.
And that's, you know what? Yeah. I won't go into this. It's a bit technical.
Because we're not finding ones in Europe and that, but we know they were there. We know they were all the way in Germany and all deep Europe. They had these eunuchs and these black men who they castrated. And then what makes me laugh is during the Second World War, it's not exactly laugh, but, you know, fun fact, yeah, that they castrated most of the black males in Germany. You know what I mean? Where did they get that from? Do you get what I'm saying? You're performing a practice that Arabs have been doing for time. You German. Interesting.
There are also communities of Afro-Arabs among Palestinians.
There you go, Mezzo. So you're not left out. Make sure you know. Yeah. How are we not meant to be in our own yard? Huh? Got all you visitors there and all you guys, you know what I mean? Palestinians, foreigners. Jordanians, foreigners. Yeah. But when you look at the real black Palestinians, which there probably are a few, people who lived on the land before these people came from Poland and Russia and all of that during World War I and that. I mean, like, we're not dumb. We know the events of history and why certain distinctions are there.
Yeah. And Afro-Jordanians as well. All of them, man. All of them.
Right. That's going to be an extensive list, I would assume.
Yeah.
I mean, it'll be quite a long list. I don't know.
Palestinians, Jordanians, Iraqis, Libyans, and in Eastern Arabia.
Jeez.
So what is the condition of the various African communities in the Islamic world today? Please continue watching this series as we try and bring you more about them, starting with the history of the Zenj revolt.
Oh, shit.
Don't miss it. We'll be premiering it soon. It is one of the longest revolts by enslaved Africans trying to gain their freedom in the Islamic world. Thanks for watching. Please support us through Patreon and by buying me coffee so we can continue to bring you this series.
I'll do that, Auntie.
Subscribe if you have not yet done so. And please turn on your notifications.
I'll do that. I'm saying. Look. Boom. See it there? We're about supporting our own, man. You know what I'm saying? It's not only one way. You know what I mean? Even though it's got all my details on the screen. Then let me hide that for a second.
Yo, G.
You know, we'll get gassed.
Yo, do something with that, man. Let's go your address there, bro.
Hold on. We're good.
You can just cut that later on.
Yeah.
Let me
Good presentation, man. Good presentation. This is what's going on, man. You know, we have to stop this type of, you know, letting these invaders think that they're original. And that's what I'm saying with brother King Golden, that no offense to you, brother. I don't believe in the term mixed race. There's no such thing as it. But you'll never get these new types of Arabs, new types of North Africans, new types of Asian call themselves mixed race, bro. They will call you, you know what I mean? And you're more pure than they are as it pertains to our African blood. But they will never call themselves these mixed race names and that. They call themselves things, you know what I mean? King. And that's very disrespectful, but it's a movement of psychologically confusing us as African people while they are getting the upper hand and they can learn our language, whether it's Arabic or Yoruba or Patois and that, claim that after centuries and then push you out and say, no, you're not the original. And then you get in African people bawling, crying, saying, why are they saying that the Egyptians are not black? Because you keep mixing with them and they're going to take over and then they can claim it. We've got to start learning, man. We've got to start.
Yeah, but if they want to claim it, everybody kind of knows now who it is, you know. And I think children, as they grow up, education now it's become a bit easier for them to know themselves, you know. So you can't really be lied to now through education with the amount of sources. No, would you not agree?
Yeah, the sources, brother. But at the same time, it's like, for example, you know, I've had loads of debates, especially in person, stuff, right? And yesterday was very interesting. I'm not surprised by it. It's the way how non-African people, they don't understand that when you're debating a person like me, who's from the Pan-Africanist community, either you're going to say that your religion practice unethical or African, or it's in actuality, it's your code. And wherever way you go, and I'm always going to defeat you, and that you'll never be able to defeat the Pan-Africanists. We've laid down this blueprint, right? And yesterday, the way how the modern day Arabs was denying a lot of stuff, and no, we don't practice this, and etc. As I always say, anytime you're denying controlling African human rights as a collective, you're practicing racism, and they can't handle it. But it's the truth and the facts.
Yep, that's done. You get me? We support our own, man. Big up, man. Big up, Auntie. To give a little something. Get me? I don't even know. I think we're still doing that. Okay. Yeah, there was some clapping on the screen and all of that. Right, it's romantic. But yeah, man, big up Auntie. Let's see if I can find that. If she did that video. Yes.
Oh, you did a King Gold move, bro. You pull your details up on the screen.
Yeah, man, don't watch that one. You would assume that's my details, but yeah, everything is not what it seems, bro. What's that? Let's see.
Sorry, guys, I just had to deal with the chat a little bit, but
oh yeah, what's going on in the chat too?
Nah, I mean, I just needed to clarify the difference between the Assyrians and the Syriac people. Yeah.
Oh, the Syriac? Oh?
The Syriac.
Yeah. You're right. Yeah. and Assyrians. That ain't got nothing to do with them. They never even
No, it's
existed.
different people group with different religions, languages, and they
Yeah, there
are
was a
nothing
language.
to do
There was
with
a language.
Arabs. They're not Arabs. None of them are, and they never claim to be Arabs either. Trust. Yo.
So when would you say that Arab word really took impact or was really prevalent in world history? Was it like when was the first sort of nation of Arabs, you could say, or city that you could point to?
What we're saying, man. Where did you hear nation? You only heard other nations. You know what I mean? Other places.
Because caliphate doesn't necessarily have a specific city unless they've taken over, or like the earliest one. I'd say what was we could say was the I'm trying to think. Wait, I'll get it. Don't. Hausa. I'd say no, I don't know. But they're really black though, man. I can't really see there's much ethnic diversity there. So shit. I don't know. The first form of say Arabs that you could point to, but it depends because I'd say Arabs. I'm not even going to look at the Eurasian influence of genetics in the later stages. I'm not looking at like the later stages of European blood. I'm looking at like the early first Arabs. But anyway, the first Arabs you can point to, the first city that they had, like because these are just Bedouins and I don't know, just travelers.
The oldest Arabic is from Yemen, yeah.
Because at least you want to say, all right, there was the Arabs did, go on, like had like some sort of civilization.
Okay, go.
Yeah.
A lot of people would say the Yemen is the oldest one.
Yemen, yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
Yemen. All right.
Yeah.
Because even though they've got bad history, or you could say Arab.
Oh, it could be peak for you, yeah.
At least you have looked when they had civilization to see them in a good light to a degree, to see okay. That was.
Should I do the Zandron or should I do who are Afro-Arabs?
Yeah, let's do this Afro-Arabs thing. The Zandron we can take another time.
Yeah, we can do that still. They're shorter as well. The Zandron. Big up Auntie for hard work, man. She's putting in work, man.
Wait, big up. I need to go. I'm going to go grab some food really quickly and get sort some things out. I'll be back.
All right, big up.
Peace.
Big up, King.
Peace, guys.
Yeah, well, acting like a typical Arab, Going to go and press some people or something. Yeah, take them into bondage and slavery quickly. No, I'll just go and do a few things. I'll be back. Oh, safe. Yeah, that's how it came.
Jump on, people. Jump on.
Jump on, my Arab brothers.
My Arab brothers, my non-Arab brothers.
Yeah, my non-Arab brothers, brother-ish.
My Africans. Come on, everybody. Jedi, jump on. Enough already. Yeah, you love that.
Part icy, yeah.
Yeah, I don't even know.
Sorry, it was funny.
No. My son, are you seeing this?
Oh,
yeah,
that was hella synchronized.
Yeah, the reality, and we don't need to come off cold with certain things.
We don't. Shush, Jedi, shush. We know what it is, man. Yeah.
Thank you, Brother Kale.
We're acknowledging the beige elephant in the room. Yeah, we're just trying to get on with what we're dealing with.
Beige life matters.
Yeah, you get me? She knows she's responsible.
How?
She knows she's what? All right, we're just gonna leave it out.
Yeah. You know what?
This is your fight. Remember, you are going at that. Yeah.
What?
You've been going at for the last week, right?
Oh yeah. That's
All
true.
right. This is
Yeah.
basically, and someone in the
Yeah,
audience
the
asked
beige one is
early.
going against the Arab ones. Yeah.
Yeah, someone asked earlier about this Arab thing, so you don't have to get that F.T.K, unfortunately. You know what I mean? Other people got to grin and bear it. You know what I mean? We're just clearing up the distinctions between us who are Arabs, who traverse North Africa and Arabia and have always done that, compared to these fucking pale Arabs, yeah, or these Europeans or Eurasians, yeah, who did bare atrocities, come with their slavery thing. You know what I mean? Like, we're clearing the lines. Like, our thing is not your thing, but our thing is the original thing. So anyone running around with a sheet on his head, like Lawrence of Arabia, yeah, we got to be clear in our distinctions that, look, this is what white people could do. They can wrap a sheet on their head, be from England, pale as fuck, and be called Lawrence of Arabia, because he was involved in helping the black Arabs, Sudanese, yeah, against the Ottomans. Like, look what the fuckery has gone on in history and how it's been made to look. Yeah, black Arabs defending themselves, who are Sudanese, man. You see, all these labels, like, is just bullshit. Yeah, just say it like it is. Us Africans, yeah, in our many guises and our many religions and our many thing, yeah, getting subjugated by Eurasians again. And it took thousands of years for you lot to be successful, with all the kidnapping of 9 million Africans on one side and supposedly 20-something million on the other side. I beg to differ, though. Yeah, we still thriving, flourishing, managed to do many civilizations and kingdoms and caliphates before even some of these men exist. It's a crazy thing. You know what I mean? So everything here is just fucking cultural appropriation. I want my fucking rent. Yeah,
definitely.
Right. So anyone claiming to be an Arab, just sit tight, listen, hold this L. Yeah. Some of you know already, innit? Right? But others seem to be oblivious when it comes to it. And then other man who be caping from Pakistan, who, if you came into Arabia at a certain point, you'd be classed as an Arab. So, like, we know what's a wild guan out here, especially where the destination for these slaves are all these different same places. Spain. Where the fuck? Yeah? Europe, Germany, all of these places. Like, you've been shipping out Africans, yeah, as eunuchs as well. Your side is the eunuch side. This is the worst ever.
Of course, man. Of course. And it's not even from the pigeon
some
as well.
transatlantic any day. Yeah? Give me some transatlantic any day than rather go on the other side with these Arabs and man's going to cut your dick and your balls off.
Yeah.
And you might not even survive the process. I'm out.
Yeah.
Yeah. This is just another set of Europeans or Eurasians perfecting their craft. And it's clearly said by Auntie that when these guys came in, they started having guilds. Can you imagine? Guilds.
Yeah.
About
and
slavery.
They bring these practices, snipes, in East Africa, and they mutilize the Sun woman's clitoris. And it's not African. It comes from the Arabs again. Castration of the male and the female.
Right. Yeah. Yeah, you can say that, Doc. Just because Pakistan got mentioned, don't get it twisted, bruh. Don't get it twisted, bruh. Yeah, as I said, an Arab is not a clear distinction, bruv. Don't let them lie to you and start saying, "Now I'm Iraqi. I'm from the ancient tribe of Arabs." Like, what did you say to me? What, my mum? You know what I'm saying? That's what it sounds like when these people say these things to me.
Yeah.
Like, you're personally insulting my family and my generations and all of that for no apparent reason. Why would you do that? Because I wouldn't do that to you. I'm saying uphold your thing, love your thing. If you're Turkish, love the Turkey thing. If you're French, just love it, man. If you're Roman, just be Roman. Like, love the Parthenon and the what do you call it? what's that? The Colosseum and all that. That's you, fam. I'm not claiming it. Do you know what I'm saying? I'm not claiming certain things like everything is not black. No. Everything is not ours. No. That's the truth, right? But a lot of things are. You know what I'm saying? And those lot of things are definitely, there's been some cover up when it comes to that circumstance. Places that are within our border or where we used to have borders, we didn't have borders. Because if our shit can stretch all the way to India, like, bruvs, what are we talking about, bruvs? And then across the other side to the Americas, North and South America and Middle America, owned by us. What are we talking about? It's Europeans that come in with the Berlin Conference and just chopping up, slicing up. And then Arabs already doing their thing and slicing up and thinging and kidnapping and and exportations of Africans. Come on, man. Let's stop the nonsense. This is so basic. Yeah. This is why we just keep it simple when we talk to you and say, oh, what are you, 6th century invader? No, you can't be African like that, bro. You can be African now, or you can call yourself Middle Eastern. You know what I mean? Because then man, they would say you're Asian now. Yeah. Because it's what do they call it? Asia Minor. The Middle East now is Asia Minor. So like, bro, you saying you're Arab, they're saying you're Indian. Like, blood. What am I supposed to do? That's why I don't listen to them. With these new distinctions and these new borders and these new thing, it confuses and dilutes everything. Yeah. We're talking about Egypt, and then someone might be stupid enough to mention Cairo.
Oh no.
You see what I'm saying? Like, this is the fuckery I have to deal with. Yeah. We're talking about Mesopotamia, then man start mentioning fucking Iraq. Like, what are you doing, bros? Like, fall back, man. You know what I'm saying? We're talking about Arcadians and then man's talking about Syria.
Oh, no.
We're talking about Phoenicians, then we talk about Syria. You know what I'm saying? Like, what are we doing, man?
It's unethical.
Overstand the matrix that they put out there. That words ain't what they think, and they put labels on things, and it's just like a cover-up. You know what I mean? And as we live and we see how civilizations work, like, you're always in someone else's yard. There was a civilization before you that was great, and Byzantium, before certain ones came in, and now they're living on top of what the Byzantine temples and all of that. You have to go down into the catacombs. Look at France, another place with underground cities and shit. It's not underground, it's just that man are building on top. So there's already shit there, and there was already people there before you got there. That's all it is. Some acknowledge it, some do research on it, and even in Israel. They realize, right, it wasn't really an occupied place over thousands of years ago. This all shit's recent. And hold on, some of these foundation bricks, they came from the pyramid. Oh mate, shush them out, bro. Same for Cairo. Half of the stones that build the base of where they're living in Cairo, it came from the pyramid. Like Ross. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. So it makes sense. 1 second, let me play the video.
The Arabs raided sub-Saharan Africa for 13 centuries.
Is this the same
without
video?
interruption?
No, this ain't.
Most of the millions of men they deported have disappeared as a result of inhuman.
I swear this is the same video.
This painful page in the history of Black people has apparently not been completely.
Yeah, this is the same video. My bad. Sorry, people.
This is a loosely translated.
Sorry, people. No. How did that happen? Usually when I watch the video, it's got the line underneath.
I'm confused now. Someone says, someone says in the comment, South Sudan are Nilotic people. North Sudan are Nubians and Arabs. Nilotic.
Okay, it's not the same video. Sorry.
Yeah.
No, I hear you, Kel, and I think that guy.
Yeah, and this is what I'm saying. Aksum, right? Is that I'm saying they're denying controlling African human rights. I don't know how can South Sudan be a different race than North Sudan when it's all Nubia. They are Kushites. You understand?
Then we have to deal with the Zanj then. If it's that, let's deal with the Zanj then, because
from the first step
that would explain it better.
On ethical code of conduct, brother.
What I'm trying to explain to man.
The chip is activating as usual.
Man, I'm not getting it, fam. Yeah, it's plain and simple, bros. Yeah, once certain levels of Eurasians come into the area, there's problems. Do you get what I'm saying? And the Zanj is one of them. And you can't say these Sudanese man, yeah, who even some of them say they have relation to the Prophet, peace be upon him, but niggas look jet black. Yeah, niggas is rolling up on me and Speaker's Corner. Yeah, I'm talking about the Mahdi tribe, and man saying nah, that's a myth, that's a that's in the prediction and the revelations, and you know what I mean, when the Dajjal will return and but I'm saying the Mahdi tribe exists. Yeah, and the Mahdi tribe were Ansars and these Muslims that were in existence before the Prophet, peace be upon him. He came in on those on the backs of those individuals already having that faith, who were Ethiopians or at the time, Abyssinians, you know what I mean, like Bilal. No one taught him the call to prayer, the azan, or none of that. No one taught him that. He was already practicing that. He already knew that. Yeah, and he was chosen because his voice was Dapper Don. Yeah. And he put himself forward like, yeah, I can do that. I got this, man. You get me? Yeah. Then it's Allah Akbar. You get me? Yeah. Extra Sudanese voice. You know what I mean? Yeah. This is why you don't use a man who's vocally not better than the next man. Who's the best singers out here? It's the man them. Yeah. Who's the best at poetry out here? It's the man them. Yeah? Who's going to bring soul into something? It's the man them. It only makes sense. Yeah? Now, these men are related by blood. The Prophet, peace be upon him, and Bilal. Let's get that right. Yeah? They're both from the same tribal links that allows that tribe to be part of a royal lineage when you get back to Ethiopia.
Yeah.
They're actually from a royal bloodline. So this you that you're calling Bilal and calling him a slave, it's not a slave, he's just a captured individual, right?
Right. That's right, yeah.
Right, because he's a prince of a tribe.
That's right.
And even if the tribe's nomadic, it don't mean he's less of a prince, right? Or that they have the system of kingship or caliphship or you know? We invented the whole concept. So like, how is it not with us?
Yeah.
Right. And now you break up part of the Koresh tribe, and you know there's multiple tribes within that. And most of those tribes within the Koresh tribes are Ethiopian tribes.
Yeah.
Right. So like it's clear that one half of the tribe cannot be Ethiopian without the other half being similar. Right. So then the end of argument. Right. And then the specific tribe that the Prophet's from is Beni Hashim, or you know what I mean, Beni Israel. Right. So you're dead. You're finished. Game over.
Yeah. and his mum's from Bani Zahra, which was very jet black tribe, and his granddad Abdul Manaf jet black.
That's right.
We know what we did.
How is this light skin? How we've got this light skin European interpretation? Well, let's say where it came from. It came from when they took over.
That's right. Yeah.
When they came into the region and took over, they changed things. Books are getting burnt, rewritten, all sorts. And now from that point, you can't rewrite it.
Yeah.
Look at that. No. The Quran's never been rewritten or or tampered with or well, since the time of the first tamperers. That's what's explained in the history, in the record of things that actually happened. So let's not deal with myth. Just like the Zanj is things that actually happened. Do you get what I'm saying?
That's right.
In the time of these said invaders, these fake Arabs, these fake Muslims, or whatever, they took on the faith outside of it. Because some of the Sahaba went back to where they originally came from, and some of them were Turkish, and some of them were Pakistani, and some of them were from other places.
Persians.
So when they went back went there, schooled their people, and then all of a sudden, man, are coming back as Ottomans.
Yeah.
God have mercy. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. And in Arabia, there was no Asian people in there. It was just Africans.
Right.
No
Until the
Europeans.
Asians came in.
Yeah, there was nothing like that.
Because as I said, when the Kushite invasions happened, no one talks about that.
Yeah.
And Kushite is from India and all of these type of things there. There was those incursions into Africa from early out. Then the Mongolian one. Yeah. When the Mongols went in there and just ripped up everything and took over everything. Yeah, we Muslims now. What? He was saying no one wants to talk about that. Yeah. So anyway, let's get to it, man. I mean, the chest burners. Let's go, Auntie.
After the episode on Arab enslavement, some viewers have wondered why the enslaved Africans did not resist. Well, they did. This episode will highlight the Zanj Revolt, one of the bravest and longest rebellions of enslaved Africans in history. Welcome to the Sankofa Pan-African series. Please support us through Patreon and by buying me coffee so we can continue to bring you this series. Subscribe if you haven't done so. And then please turn on your notification button so you know when we have new episodes. Of course, share our videos with all your contacts. So, who were the Zanj? There are a number of positions on the origin and meaning of the word Zanj. Some scholars claim that it is an Ethiopian word which describes areas south of Abyssinia and along the east coast of Africa. Others claim it is of Persian origin, derived from the word Zang or Zangi, which means Negro. The word was used to describe African.
Sorry. I'm very, very feel. How am I feel now, Maku?
Yeah, boy, I'm feeling very confused. I'm very insulted.
Very insulted. Yeah. So when I was pulling all this up, people say I was lying.
Right. So who's gonna call me this? Persian. Okay, Persian word meaning Negro. We know it's not Negro, it's nigga. So anyway, let's move forward. Yeah, like people take your L. Yeah, I told you, man. Yeah, Persians are foreigners.
That's right.
Persia is Syria. So when they landed there. But the Phoenicians who resided there before them, and then the Assyrians that was before that, and then the Akkadians that were before that, and then the supposedly Sumerians. You get what I'm saying? This is how the thing works. And then, that's how it goes, bro. Allow me, man.
Right.
So we're not making shit up. But
Exactly.
that's an L. Someone L for someone. Go around calling people Zanj.
Zanjis.
I've heard. Hold on, I've heard people do that. Who does that? Did someone explain that earlier before?
The San people do it a lot.
Okay.
They do it a lot.
Zanji. I hope they don't call it chocolate Zanj.
Angie. They do.
Hope they don't call it chocolate Zanj.
They also call black people the zit. The zit is like, you know when you're cooking and you get like the charcoal at the remains of it.
Okay.
They call black people zit as well in Saudi. Mizo should mention that yesterday, but I understand it was triggered, flamed up.
Flamed onion, nah.
Yeah.
See the big reveal. You get me? Thank you for that little bit of knowledge there, my brother. You know what I mean? Shit we need to know.
Yeah.
You get me? The enemy is amongst us. It's mad.
Yeah.
Mad.
People getting
them
triggered.
brothers
It's
and
mad. It's mad.
Yeah.
People getting bare triggered these days.
They're triggered. They're
Yeah.
triggered. Yeah. So yeah, if I hear Zanj or any Z coming from any of these guys' mouth, I know what I got.
You know.
It's supposed to follow with a punch, right? Like split his lips into 4, like a hot cross bun. Oh, you want to call me Zanj? Yeah? Blow! How you like me now?
Who were brought together after being abducted along the east coast of Africa.
Mad. Yeah. And who lives on the east coast?
Game.
Who lives on the east coast? Who lives on the east coast of Africa, if not us? If not Axum and them? Am I lying or am I telling the truth? Like, what are we doing here? Mad.
Though that is not disputable about the Zanj people.
Oh, it's not.
Is the way that they were treated in the area where most of them ended up after enslavement. So the people known as Zanj ended up in areas which fall under modern day Iraq and a section of Iran, Khuzestan. Now, 2 of the regions in which they found themselves were Batiha and Mason. You
know what's really disturbing about this, right? In the I was doing a live stream and giving information on the root of the Yoruba tribes, right? And one of the region with the most DNA, you know what I mean, where we've been a lot, was that part of Iraq. You know what I'm saying? That bit there, and also the Iraq bit. You know what I mean? Like in that region. That's why they say that. You know, B1B, or B1A is from in that region, and but to specify a particular tribe, like my tribe, and say, yeah, you lot was in this region, so we can confirm that, and there's traces of you lot still there, and then in Iraq and other places. That's why I said rent for a lot of these men. Don't disrespect the thing or mock the thing. And then when you go all the way down to Mecca and Becca, you can also find traces of the Yoruba tribe physically through certain, practices and certain dynasties.
Oh yeah.
Prior, you know what I mean? That's why I mentioned the Idrisid and certain ones, and Abu Tala or Abu Mutalib or Batala, which one came first? You know what I mean? Chicken or egg? But according to our scripture and our texts and all of that and our history, we was in those regions. And a lot of that is our story,
That's
so
why
down to what you're calling Nama. Yeah. And they call him what's they call him? Omradu. Yeah. So they call him Omradu, which is another name for like Nimrod, or you know what I mean?
Right.
Or Nama. You get what I'm saying? Because like he was the one who was talked about the most in that region. Because for him to conquer all of his region, he had to go back up to the Levant, slap up whoever was up there, establish his authority. They called him the Scorpion King and all of these type of names. You got what I'm saying? Just of Nama's crest, you know what I mean, vanquishing his enemies and all of that. But it's just the same one as the Egyptian one, but the Egyptian one says Nama, and then the Middle Eastern one says, do you got what I'm saying? Says that other individual. But it makes sense because the timing and everything and what his campaign was about. So where my brother Schiffer's like, yeah, he invaded Egypt. Well, he was from southern Egypt, which means his blood would have been slightly diluted, maybe. You know what I'm saying? But the people in that region, yeah, because we've been mixing in that region, around that region for thousands and thousands and thousands of years, right? And as you can hear, there's been many incursions of different peoples coming into that region for almost 2,000 or some odd years, you know what I mean? Right. But yeah, it's interesting, man. Let's go.
Lower Iraq's Canal region. Alexander Popovic, a scholar, notes that the nature of soil in the areas was marshy and flooded with mud, and that the Zenj were made to work in extremely brutal climates that were malaria-infested swamps. Many of them perished as a result of the conditions under which they were forced to live in filthy huts that were built from reeds and palm leaves. The Zenj were made to dig ditches in order to drain overgrown marshlands in an effort to clean salt flats and extract salt from seawater.
Sorry, so you see what I'm saying when I say that the Tigris and the Euphrates are saltwater rivers,
right?
Because the land and all of that has been changed by climatic environments and things that have gone on. So it's very high in salt, right? You'd never do that to the Nile, right?
Right,
exactly. So this is another thing that we say things, but trust me, they're based in good research, and we've done the groundwork on it, so it can be easily said, right?
Yeah.
So when other people are mentioning similar things, you can just attach it and say, look, yeah, I wasn't just chatting shit there. Yeah, as per usual. Yeah, it's based in truth that a saltwater river, yeah, you're gonna get salt from it. You know what I'm saying? You go to other
look at
parts of the
Jordan.
Middle East. Thank you.
Yeah.
You go to other parts of the Middle East, you can definitely find salt water.
That's right,
Like the
Jordan.
Dead Sea and all of
That's
that.
right. That's right.
So
Yeah.
as I said,
Big up,
there's
mate.
freshwater
Big up, mate.
rivers
Yeah.
and there's saltwater rivers. Now the reason why the Nile is freshwater because one part of it comes from the mountains of Ethiopia.
Right.
The other part of it comes from the Great Lakes region and all of that, and Lake Victoria. Then you get the waterfall, Niagara Falls, and all of that, and then whatever. The boom just goes off into the Nile, and then when both meet up in a place called Khartoum, then you get the one. You get the blue and the red Nile, and then they meet, and boom, form the final Nile that we got today, the longest river in Africa.
That's right.
And I think one of the longest in the world.
One of the blessed rivers, isn't it? So I've been told. Yeah. 4 rivers the Creator created. One of them was the Nile. Can't remember the other one, but yeah. No, 2 are invisible.
Tigris,
2 invisible. Yeah.
Tigris and the Euphrates as well. But as I said, conditions have changed those rivers.
Yeah.
But the original, obviously, structure and the flow,
is
similar still. You get it?
Yeah.
But if you've had a massive what do you call it, deluge of water, this is what's rubbed everything out, because that was fertile land, supposedly. You get me, past 11,000, 12,000 years ago. Because remember, that's the last ice age. Then it melts on the European side, so there is no Europe. above 11,000 years ago in that sense, right?
Right.
So then once it melts, 10,000, 9,000, boom, you get the Great Deluge because there's a level of silt in the mountains in that region. And silt only comes from the bottom of rivers. Do you get what I'm saying?
Right.
That's why the Red Nile is high in silt. That's what makes that Nile thing. And once the silt is irrigated and thing onto the land, it's perfect for growing. And do you get it? It's perfect. It makes the land extra, you know, it's like fertilizer or some shit. You know what I mean? Because it's high in nutrients and high in all other minerals and all of that, because it's coming from the rocks and you know what I mean? So you get the mud or the silt and all of that. So that mud is good quality mud. But if you're finding that in a lining in the side of a mountain range, it shows that there was a large body of water that went over this region at a particular time. So that's been confirmed in Iraq to go with all the various different texts that also say the same thing. Yeah. The flood of Artnefishtim. Yeah. Even in the Gilgamesh epic, you hear about him talking to Gilgamesh about the Great Flood. Right. So when we put that information, we know that then everything that's built there came after that event of 11,000 years ago. Do you get it? So only Babylon and all of that can be built. Everything when we're talking about Sumeria and all of that is pre-deluge. So you could say pre-flood. So it matches up with the Bible and it matches up with the other books, and you know what I mean, and what these people were also recording. Do you get what I'm saying? Yeah. So that's what we got to go with, man. Like we can't just go with these European interpretation last 5 minutes. You're a baby here.
Yeah.
Baby in this timeline, you know what I mean? And we understand that, but you don't understand that. Well, we do understand. That is why your mission of discovery is so important. You want to find out what happened prior to your existence.
Right. They're still trying to fight. They're very because they're new to Earth, isn't it? It's that newness. Wow, this is there.
That newness, that babiness. Okay, that shows you. Yeah, if you was elder in the family, it wouldn't be so important to you, right?
Yeah.
Right. A lot of them mummies would have been new. A lot of them, you know, ancient Mayans would have been new. So like, it would have been cool, right? You would have already supposedly had that information, but it's not you. So that's why it's discovery, to dis and cover. Once you've learned it, you cover it up and boom. Yeah. Okay. No Africans was here. Shush.
Yep.
One finger over the mouth.
Yeah.
Yeah. And the same with North Africa now. Yeah. Or Arabia. Yeah, it was Arabs. Like what? Excuse me? How so?
Yeah.
Because Arab ain't a nation. That's what we say. Like it's not a nation. It's just a collection of different various ethnic groups trying it.
They're trying it. They're trying
to usurp or, you know what I mean? Raid. Look at the words being used. Sounded like Vikings and that. Going around Africa or North Africa and raiding places and that. Like, what are we doing here, man?
Yeah, they're trying it. They are trying it.
Yeah.
And they they try and deny your. All right, then. Not all of us are from the same place, but we know it was a black planet. But it's when they deny there's no black people in their land, and then they try to deny it in your land as well.
Right.
You understand? Like the Egyptians weren't black, but the Arabs weren't black as well.
Yeah.
The synchronized, brother. I said this before. If they deny one, they have to deny the rest. If they approve one, it's gonna mess up their synchronization. So we know what they're doing.
His story.
You
get me? My story is a mystery. It's a myth, mythology. That's what they're dealing with when it comes to us. I'm saying, nah. You better check the records. If you're the first people writing, I don't think we was writing nonsense. We knew the concept of it. We know what we was writing about. We knew how to express ourselves through words and pictorials and all of that. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
We invented these systems, and now all of a sudden we ugh. Hey, my friend, hey, you come to my village. That's what we are. You know what I mean? That's the impression you're giving.
Yeah.
And even though you kidnap us, how are we not intelligent? But yet
That's
we got
right.
roles in your administrations and shit
Mm-hmm.
more than what a supposed slave should be doing.
Mm-hmm.
As a slave, a general in your army, how's he rise to prominence? How have you got advisors and all of these type of things that are slaves? What are you talking about?
Don't make any sense.
Doesn't make any sense. It's like when they say Egyptian priest, but then you hear the roles, and it's not very priestly. This nigga's basically Superman. Like, what are we talking about? Huh? Your medical physician, you know what I'm saying? Your medical physician, you deal with this, you deal with that. You're not really the pharaoh, but you're so close to the pharaoh. You're top advisor. You get me? You're master of architecture.
I know.
Yeah, but you're a scientist. You're basically a scientist.
Yeah, exactly.
And all the other titles that follow that as well. Yeah. But you're just not the main guy. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
The main guy is all of that and a bag of chips. But yeah, just you being a priest seems to be rascal. Man has got administrative duties and all sorts. He's basically like the prime minister. You get what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
With bare skills. Like rascal. You know what I mean? Some are even praised to the level of almost raised to the level of deity status.
Yeah, that's true.
Like Imhotep.
I was gonna say that as well. Yeah.
We know he was a real guy, but with all them skills, those are achievements, building step pyramid and and all of this type of stuff. Those are achievements. But yeah, he wasn't the leader, he wasn't the pharaoh. Those still things are all under instruction.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? He was top visor, but he was visor to the top visor to the pharaoh. So that's like 2 levels down. Do you get it?
Yeah.
Not far, but it's just you can see the levels of what's going on in. Do you get what I'm saying?
The ranks, and
you know what I mean? It was levels to this. I was like, okay. And then in the biblical, how it connects to the biblical, when Abraham went there, it was in the time of Imhotep and the pharaoh of that time.
Right.
Because the name of the pharaoh is mentioned. And now once you mention it, Zosa is the advisor to that pharaoh. Yeah, because of the K, he's got some long kind of name. Yeah. But Zosa is the advisor. Yeah, the next in line in the sense of top guy. Yeah. And then he's underling in a sense, or his trainee or his thing was Imhotep.
Okay.
But Imhotep himself was of royal lineage.
Yeah.
Right. Coming from the Taites and Tar and all of that, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Because they're not deities like that. They are ancient kings of or gods and goddesses of those tribes. But kings in a sense, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like the best pygmy king or the most notable was Tar. Doesn't mean he was the only one. Doesn't mean there wasn't one before him. You understand?
Yeah, Hovers. Yeah.
Right. So with every single tribal thing you can see depicted in our thing, it's just the various different tribes in the early stage, you know what I mean? That's why they're not all the same. You're like, you can see when they show Haru, fully grown, he's still kind of a pygmy.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? Like, yeah, okay, I see what's going on here. But then you see other ones and it's huge, tall, dark, super dark skin, Nilotic. So like we can set them where they need to be set, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Unless you're saying it's aliens or some other shit. Like, I'm not buying that.
You say that, by the way. They do say that.
Yeah, they do say that. So when we put everything in its perspective, because we have to understand that if what they're telling us is true, that early man was a black man in Africa, then any stories that you're telling us of giants and which are also reflected in Africa.
That's right.
With tribes of huge brothers and sisters and that. Yeah. It also makes sense. So our giants and your giants ain't the same giants. Yours might be even more mythological and all of that because of the size you're trying to say they are and all of that. Ours is like to a pygmy. Listen, a Sudanese average brother of 7 foot is a giant to him. You understand? He's not intimidating or nothing, but he's just because he came out of him. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
They know that the pygmies are the older, the fathers, the father, the Hutus and the Bantus and the, you get me? All of that. Just coming out of just the pygmy. You get what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Right. So they created the Nilotics and all of that. Like, you know what I mean? Because they're similar. Dark skin, short, so you got tall ones of them, short, you know what I mean? Or tall, sorry, but looking similar. Yeah, because when they start checking DNA of these people, they realize how closely related, like the Hutus and the Tutsis.
Very close.
Because the parent tribe is the Thais, the pygmies.
The Tiwa and that.
Yeah. So as I said, the ancient tribes, and they would say those men were Homo erectus or Australopithecines and that. Do you get what I'm saying? So like, there's a clear like bullshit that's going on. If Africans are the first Homo sapiens, how is what else is going in correct or makes sense? You know what I mean? Oh, a certain monkey man came out of Africa. It don't mean that we're related to that.
Yeah.
A monkey man could have come out of Africa a little more. It seems like supposedly it has. But the first one you're saying, Homo erectus, who's already got straight back, you can't really tell us the complexion, but we kind of know. Because he's coming out of Africa and he's going all over the planet for a million years before we supposedly even exist. No, that's you. That's your ancestors.
Yeah.
The ones that are still running around Africa. No, it's true.
Yeah, it's true what he says. The way
Because we're Nubians, isn't it? Right? New beings. We're a mixture of all those ancient tribes.
Yeah.
And we're still fortunate enough that we can look back and still see them.
That's right. Yeah.
That's the difference. So we can see our ancestors. We don't have to worship our ancestors. It makes no sense.
Yeah. We can see. Yeah.
We can see them. You know what I mean? We can see, look at a tribe and say, right, that's the original me, you know. I'm a mixture of that tribe and another tribe to make me. Do you get what I'm saying? And then it's a more diverse combination because it's really about four. Really. Do you get what I'm saying? Because my like say my mom's side, she's Shakiri, she's Yoruba, really, and then she's also Irobo, and obviously
as well, isn't she?
And Edo.
Okay.
Do you know what I'm saying? So our mixes within the region and the thing that we're in determines that, right? And then our original form, like say if I was just Yoruba only, that again is a mixture of other older, you know, combinations.
Yeah.
We ain't the oldest combinations. We came out at a certain point, but it's still so early in the conversation.
Yeah.
Europeans can't really fathom it.
Yeah, they can't. They can't.
You're trying to put a time on it. Oh, when did the Yorubas first appear? Bruh.
Yeah.
When did the first black man appear on the planet? We can't define that. There's no numbers. There's just estimations at the moment. And I know it's just going to keep going further and further and further back until they have to confess or give up.
Of course.
Yeah, or give up, because when you're finding stone tools in the Americas at levels that you're saying is 20 million years ago, it starts to bring things all into perspective. Either you're doing something wrong, you know what I mean? That the levels are not the same around the planet. That would mean, right? Because I studied geology, so I'm saying like the layer that they're saying is 20 million years ago. I'm like, what? And then in that 20 million layer, you found stone tools, you know, arrowheads and all of that.
Yeah.
We ain't meant to exist.
Yeah.
Who's doing that? Who's doing that? Lots of unanswered questions, all sorts of bullshit. The times, as I said, don't make sense.
Yeah, they're rigging it. They're rigging the time.
But let's get back to modern times and the Zanj. Do you get what I'm saying? Like, let's not veer off. Don't worry, people. You know what I mean? But I do like to sometimes have a little.
I think it's still on the same topic, to be fair, and that, because it just brings back our ancient rebellious side towards oppression, which people like to say we're not. When you look at West Africa, as you know, brother, it was classed as Western Nubia. So I definitely agree. We are an amalgamation of those ancient African.
Right. Yeah. When you're looking at them now, you're looking at yourself.
That's right.
From times past. Do you get it? Like, right, how is that possible? The
like
day I found that out, I was confused. I was like, yeah, those are actually those people still in Africa living in some rural areas. You're calling them Bushman, you're calling them this, you're calling them that, you're calling them Khoisan, you're calling them this, you're calling them pygmies and tights and all of this type of stuff. Those people are not you.
Yeah.
Yeah, they're telling you that they're not you. These men ain't got straight back necessarily.
Yeah,
right?
yeah.
The pygmies, when they were first measuring them and and the bottoms were sticking out, and then you get European cave dwellers making statues of these African women, these African pygmy women, right? Because the most important thing in, it seems, Europe that was harsh and recovering from an ice age was you lot had lack of gyal. Now, a lack of gyal is going to lead to more manly looking man. Right?
That's right.
Right, because the gene pool's small, you know what I mean? You've only got one woman to share amongst like 7, 8 fucking supposedly Neanderthals. But Neanderthals are just archaic humans, you know what I mean?
Right.
As in archaic Europeans or archaic washed out Africans. Because if you, as an African, live in a cave, for protection against the ice age or whatever, you're going to change. But the first changes are chemical. So the first generation are born with rickets, melanin deficiencies and certain things, right?
They're called the Grimaldis, isn't it? From what I remember.
That's what they call.
Now the
pygmies themselves.
Now the ones that kind of lost their pigmentation, the Grimaldis, that's what they were referred to.
Oh no, we're saying that those ones are what we're calling the Caucasians. These are actually Africans who went out there and got trapped.
Yeah.
In the ice age and had to reside in caves like the Caucasus Mountains and all of
this.
Yeah,
the Grimaldis, that's what they were called. Yeah.
But the Grimaldi statues relate to pygmies.
Yeah.
Just that word, it's just the word used by griots, right?
That's right. Yeah.
Say pygmy, you know what I mean? So they say, oh, Grimaldis went here, Grimaldis went there, Grimaldis went to China. Grimaldis? Oh, pygmies. Okay. No, but when it's taller, African, they let you know also.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah. So when you say Grimaldi, like, oh, Grimaldi statues, Grimaldi, are they thing of Nilotic Africans? No, they're not. They're statues of small Africans, pygmy Africans. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Because as we see in here now, we ain't seeing no aunties with no batty like that. You know what I'm saying? Like, pygmy. I never saw a pygmy looking like that. But way back then, it makes sense. That's why it looks so stocky and so the bum so big. You've seen those little dwarf women.
Yeah.
Like, you know what I mean? So it's like, and we have dwarfism in our thing.
Yeah, most definitely.
You got what I'm saying? So like a lot of these ailments and frailties and genetic defaults come with us.
Right.
You know what I mean? Like Downs and certain ones, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Vitiligo, which we share with the Asians, showing again that they're family.
That's very common, that is, as well. Yeah.
It's showing that we're family, you know what I mean? So I never try and deny the Asian brothers their thing. I'm just saying that a lot of you are not the original.
Yeah.
And you're original in origin of East Africans. A particular set of Africans could have been Nilotic or most likely.
Yeah,
because their hair is already kind of curly and wavy and from many distinctions, right? But then you go over to a place and you're kind of isolated, and then until some form of Europeans and Mongolians start coming, some of you choose to mix with them, then creating new subsections. And then creating what we're saying is the modern day Indian. But I'm saying like the modern day Indian is not a whole Indian, like someone who's indigenous to India. When you look at that person's got jet black skin and varying hair types, and then southern Indians have got afros, and what are we doing out here? And then we've got blatant Africans, no change, no chaser, still there as well.
Yeah.
We're not even bringing that into the equation. We're dealing with the ones that have the admixtures dominating the environment. You know what I mean? It's always that way, man. Beefy. Cheese. Uncle Beefs.
Hashtag
Hashtag rent, man. Come on, man. You get
yes,
me?
big up,
Proper Beefy.
Yeah, man. Jeez.
Bro. I'm working. I'm bugging. Dano, make sure you like up the show.
Come on.
You know, F.T.K Fridays is peak.
Come on, man. Come on, man. Come on.
I jumped up with up. Then you said something which I think was, you said about genetic default, yeah? Dwarfism. I was thinking to myself, if they're original, how is the genetic defect?
If they're what?
If they're original,
yeah.
How is dwarfism a genetic defect?
If they're original, what, the dwarfs?
Yeah, pygmies.
Yeah, no, but pygmy, we're not putting the two together. We're saying the section of pygmies have dwarfism.
Yeah, big head.
Right. That's not a common thing amongst pygmies, no. But when you look into the other tribes and we all got that though.
No.
Some little short dwarf niggas. Yeah, you gotta say it. Like there's Nigerian ones, there's thing, I know there's Zim. Yeah, I know you got a couple in Zim.
Yeah.
Like, you're right. This is not a small person. Because a small person, what we're talking about when we're talking about pygmies, everything is in proportion. Yeah? When we talk about midgets or dwarfs and all of that, that's what we're saying is the genetic default. And we definitely have that to get it. We're not saying the pygmies are that though.
No, they're in proportion. That's like normal human being. That's in proportion, but just short.
Yeah, they're just short. So like we can't put that together with people who could be around them and came out of them who would be of that. That shows that's in the genes.
Yeah. But let me get a better individual. I'll jump back on my previous.
Yeah.
I'll jump back on 1 second.
Yeah. Yes, Kimmo, y'all work.
Yeah.
No, it's not.
No. Yeah, Kimmo was working and he's just doing his normal stuff, bro. Yeah, we're fighting on many fronts. You know what I'm saying? To give you this education. Yeah, you're gonna get a little bit from me, from Brother Kel. Axum's just sitting back, enjoying the show. She's already put work in during the week and last week and all that. I mean, so yeah, it's now for the big boys. You want to mess with the big boys? You want to roll with the kitty? Nah, what? So Zan. Back to the point.
They were also forced to work on cotton and sugarcane plantations. Like the Europeans, who needed to justify slavery by claiming that Black people were subhuman. It is apparent that the Arabs also treated the Zenj as less than human. This is apparent from the way they were described by Arab scholars like Kazaouni, who wrote that they were people with fetid order, limited intelligence, extreme exuberance, and cannibalistic customs. Another writer, Masudi, records that they had smelly skin, excessive petulance, sparse eyebrows, and highly developed sexual organs. Even as recently as in the 14th century, an Arab writer, al-Baqi, wrote that the Zenj are characterized by their odor, their quickness to anger, their lack of intellect, their habit of eating one another and their enemies.
Psychologists have discovered that procrastination.
Mad. Sorry, who's eating who?
That's very deep, that is, because the ice people have used that narrative as well as the mountain. Notice, brother, how they all cohere to the same propaganda narrative. Very interesting.
It's very, and practicing the same unethical code of conduct.
All of them the same thing.
Well, that would lead you to believe they are one in the same people.
That's right.
You know what I'm saying? Like it doesn't take a genius. It just takes a little investigation and a little bit of rare sense. Yeah. To put the pieces together and say, if people are exhibiting the same behaviors as their supposed European counterpart, that's a joke. You know what I mean? No, they are Europeans and they are Eurasians. Let's get it right.
Yeah.
Yeah. And that's why they're going to be hold on, you got plantations and you're doing what? Sugar cane and cotton.
Yeah.
But then it's going to go over to the American. How are the Europeans going to? No, listen. They're one in the same.
That's right.
Yeah? Please, people, open your eyes. Yeah. As I said, the Saudi royal family are foreigners.
That's right.
The way this thing has been running for time. Yeah. And you can never, ever judge the people by the current administration that's in these countries nowadays. They're usually foreigners, even in England. This is clear.
Yeah.
This is not our royal family, but it's a royal family of Europe. So they can move anywhere they want, and then we're part of that. Yeah, that's our cousins still, which is true, but it's not you. It's not you. You're not the direct. So something else is going on here. Can't be that bloodline thing.
I have a theory, Maku and Brother Kel. You know the hatred that happened back in before Prophet Muhammad's time, with the Habashi, the story of the elephant. You know.
Okay.
Do you think it still is going on, like the feeling they have out towards like Habashi?
I think it was quite what I've mentioned earlier, that when I was talking about Bilal and the Prophet, peace be upon him, coming from the same Habashi lineage, which is a royal lineage, is it not?
You see this,
No, I'm saying, is it a royal lineage according to Ethiopian tribes and whatever,
according to Ethiopia, it is, right?
So like that's why, if you can't even make that association that Bilal, what tribe he was from, and then Haile Selassie, that's the same tribe still running through, right? So we're saying, how can you be royal at one end and not royal at the other end? No, that's not even how Africans work. It would have been an established system that knows the bloodline. That tribe is a royal tribe. That tribe is a priestly tribe, or that tribe is a. Do you get it? That's how Africans work.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? It might seem biblical, but when it's biblical, I'm showing you that's when it's really African. To have Israelites and this is African behavior. 12 tribes of Israel. Come on, my brother.
Yeah.
Right. So this, it just is what it is, but people don't want to see it.
Yeah.
And as we said, if you ain't African, you ain't talking no tribal shit. What tribe are you? Don't hear that British, English, Spanish, French. I'm sorry. Speak to me in a language that is universal. What tribe are you? I'm Arab, my brother. Dead food.
Yeah, don't make no sense.
Right. You see what it is now when we hear these things from you guys.
Yeah.
So what tribe are you from? I'm Arab.
Oh, you don't hear the thing. Yeah.
Bro, come on, you can do better than that.
It's true.
I mean? You can do better than this. You know what I mean? So this is what we're talking about. Yeah.
The thing is as well, Aksum, there's a great book called The Destruction of the Black Civilization. If you can get that book by William Chancellor. And he mentions that the Ethiopians as a whole many times have defeated the Omani, the Arabs, the Yemenis, etc. They've always defeated them. So as well as the Nubians, their distant relatives, right? So when it comes to the Arabs, they've always had that enmity towards the Ethiopians historically.
Exactly.
So when there's like the slave trade, some of the Ethiopians they used to have Arab slaves as well. You know what I mean? Slavery, as you know, is a worldwide thing, and obviously the Arabs had Ethiopian slaves. Bilal, as what everyone refers to, his father was a black Yemeni, and his mother was Ethiopian. So this thing of why they hate the Sun people from East Africa is because you've always defeated them. Your army, remember, you are from the cradle of civilization, your technology, and it's always outdone them all the time. And they've broken the rules and treaties with the Ethiopians as well as the Nubians as well. So, you know, when the Prophet Muhammad, peace be upon him, came, you know, we tried to build the bridges, but at the same time, when he passed away and the companions, you can see them breaking the treaty again and trying to, you know, immerse himself into the land of the Ethiopian. So it's a legendary thing. That's the reason why.
Okay.
Okay.
No. I hear you because I know this too. Yeah, I just wanted to throw it up because they're always talking about the Habashis in these Arab countries, and they're always like looking down on them, and and they treat us bad. So yeah, I was thinking like maybe it comes back to the story of the elephant feel.
Okay, yeah.
It goes way before that.
But once you say elephant, you know what you're talking about. Yeah, you know what we're dealing with, is it? We're saying the same thing, like, elephants, interesting. You lot been scared of elephants since Hannibal and them. North African Carthaginians. Yeah, ain't no elephants in sight now. Do you get what I'm saying? You can go to Carthage or you can go to Libya. Where you gonna find an elephant? Probably in a zoo.
That is true.
And then what elephants walk around deserts? You know what I'm saying? Right, you gotta have an organized system of how you're getting these elephants and and had a kingdom, and you know what I mean. And then you're saying you're going to attack Rome and other places across the border. You've got boats, or you're walking around mountains and shit over mountains with elephants. Why is this? Why is this happening? And then man sending for more elephants. Man sending for more elephants, writing letters to dad. Dad, can you send me more troops and a couple more elephants? Because this elephant thing's working, but we done surrounded Rome. We sacked everything in that area, in the whole country. And then the last stop, we're gonna go into Rome, but we need some, like, you know what I mean? Because we're taking a couple hits, you know what I mean? It's not easy just taking over a whole fucking diaspora. Dad, top me up. Dad's turned his back and acting like he's not interested. Like, oh shit, you gonna sell me out? Do you get what I'm saying? So then it became a treaty thing. All right, the Romans was quick to accept a treaty and say, you know what? Hannibal went back disappointed, man. He was pissed. You know what I mean? Get sold out by your people, then. You know what I mean? After your daddy's the one who sent you. If you're trying to avenge your grandfather who ruled in Rome, Septiseverus. You know what I mean? Septiseverus was the grandfather of Hannibal. You know what I mean? So when he got killed eventually, after ruling, after taking the biggest amount of troops to the British Isles ever, the most Romans ever been to England was headed by a black general named Septiseverus, who later on became king. You know what I mean?
That's right.
Of Rome and all of that. So this is how these black people through history. That's why there's that influence always there. That's why we're kind of always in the background, or we're somewhere along the line of someone of our descendants and relatives who was Spanish when Spain was black. You know what I mean? So it's just the mocking, the covering up of history. If you watch that African, was that the Woman King? You will see there was one mulatto brother, acting all Spanish and that, long hair and that, but man was blatantly mixed race. You know the ones there, and he was like talking in an accent, talking about his mum is from that tribe, because he meets one of the Amazonian sisters. You know what I mean? And he's like, no, my mom is one of you lot. You get what I'm saying? So I got more sympathy and I wanted to learn. I just came over. I didn't know about this slave thing. Came over with his white friend. You know what I mean? But my man's into it. He's like buying slaves and all sorts. This other brother's just like, Ross, but this is inhumane. Get me? Don't watch that. Don't watch that, man. Pick one for yourself, bro. I was like, no, I'm good. Until the end, where he showed his true affiliations for the family. You get me? It's a mad. And that's probably based on a true story and the memoirs of some. You know what I mean? Because as I said, we traveled to these places, Portugal and all these different lands, thousands of years or long ago. Let's put it that way. Let's say like the 1500s or 1400s, we was already dealing with some Europeans. Some
they were
deal with
partially thing though, weren't they, Snipes? The Greeks and that they were partially white, but they still had respect not to change the artifact of the African. But these newer types of Europeans now, like Napoleon and stuff, right? They took it to the next
it shows an invasion, even with those regions. Like if we say Rome was multicultural, but mainly governed by black folk and right? So the area would have been Asians, all that. Everyone would have been in Rome at a particular time. And then you get Julius Caesar.
Yeah.
With his big ass nose. Why? Is that Ashkenazi nose? He's definitely ain't Greek. And that's the first type of Romany type big long nose thing coming into existence. This guy's meant to have blonde hair and all of that. And they said the same about Constantine. Constantine is not an original Roman or thing. They came over the Alps to northern Spain. So there's a difference between Romans and Italians.
Yeah.
And Sicilians. Do you get it? So even within their country, they'll tell you like, yeah, I'm Italian. Italian means you probably came at a later date.
Yeah.
Came into that region, right? And you're probably lighter in complexion, fairer hair, and Then you get Italian.
Sorry.
No, sorry. Yeah. Then you get Romans.
Yeah.
Right? People who say I'm Roman. Yeah. Who are obviously got older heritage in that region. Right?
Right.
And then you go south, and then you get Sicilians. And then they'll say the Sicilians are the ones most related to the Nubians because the Carthaginians dominated that area originally. You know what I mean?
Right.
So at one stage it was all black, and then it turned all mulatto at another stage, and then it is what it is now. These are the remnants of those things. Because as those people, when we also went and populated those areas. So like say we was first in Greece, we mixed up with some people's then an outside influence, more Europeans come in, take over the place for a little bit, and then at another part in history we go back over and clean up. But how we clean up was kill all the men and breed up all the women and then raise the children that we created, right? A couple generations, and just make sure that things keeps getting darker and darker and darker, and that's how we did it. So it's like a reverse eugenics. And the difference was with their women, it wasn't a case of rape and pillage. It was a case of they wanted to sleep with the men. So
that's right.
Yeah, that's where it's slightly different.
Yeah, which is why the Italians get called guineas, won't they?
Right. Exactly.
In the films, guineas. Yeah.
Because we know where Guinea is.
Yeah.
We know where Guinea is. Yeah, we know where Guinea is, West Africa. Yeah. All right, cool. Let's get back to the Zanj.
One Arab scholar, Al-Kindi, goes so far as to try and explain why they were less than human by claiming that the hot climate in the land of the Zanj made their brain to lose its balance. He goes further to say this was responsible for their lack of any form of intelligence. In spite of the wealth that the Zanj generated for their Muslim, Arab, and sometimes Persian owners through all this inhumane labor, they were only given a few handfuls of flour, semolina, and a few dates to keep them alive. However, rather than allow all this break their spirits, the condition under which they lived and worked helped them to forge a strong group spirit. The group spirit helped them to develop a consciousness of the power in their number, which was quite large. And this is a lesson that Africans today and our Pan-African brothers and sisters in the diaspora need to learn. There is strength in our numbers. Anyway, so dehumanized and underfed, the Zen decided enough was enough, and they expressed their resentment through rebellions. The first recorded rebellion by the Zen took place in 689 AD, but it was quickly suppressed by the caliphal forces. They rose again 5 years later when they were led by one of them named Rhea, who was also known as the Lion of the Zen. This rebellion attracted many followers and succeeded in defeating the government forces. The Zen almost captured the Euphrates, but they were eventually overwhelmed by the might of the caliphal army. As more slaves were brought in from East Africa, the Zengi's resentment continued to grow and fester. And in September 869 AD, a Persian, Ali ibn Muhammad, who claimed to be descended from Ali, a cousin of the Prophet Muhammad, who was also the Prophet's son-in-law, joined forces with the Zenj in a bid to stake a claim to the caliphate. Ali ibn Muhammad appealed to the Zenj by promising them their freedom if they helped him to seize control of the caliphate. He went as far as to urge them to kill him if he betrayed them. He also assured them that it was not for his own wealth and gain that he started this rebellion. He swore that none of them would ever again be returned to their former masters. Whatever his motivation was, the Zenj agreed to join forces with him to gain their freedom. Ali ibn Muhammad then made Suleiman ibn Jami, a black man, his general. Together, they then commenced recruiting a formidable army of black men to form the Zenj soldiers. Other notable black men in the rebellious army were Rayhan and Rafik. The army went from place to place, freeing enslaved Zenjs.
Rayhan, yeah? Is that what you're doing, Rayhan?
Oh, no.
Makes sense now. Makes sense.
When I heard
God
that,
doesn't care if you're mad.
I was thinking, what's going on? Rayhan? I'll have to rewind it and I could get some facts on that. Oh shit.
Went from place to place, freeing enslaved Zenjs. The rebellion quickly. Two black men in the rebellious army were Rayhan and Rafik.
Okay.
The army went from
Rafik. That sounds like a wicked name still. I don't know about the Rayhan still. It sounds a little bit Kemet, but it's not.
Place to place, freeing enslaved Zenjs. The rebellion quickly gained momentum and continued to grow in strength as more slaves were liberated.
Hey, Mezzo. The revolt of African slaves in where? Iran. Sorry, I'm out, man. No, evil, wicked people, man. Stop it, man.
By the end of the first year of the revolt, about 15,000 slaves had been freed and they all joined the rebel army. Although poorly equipped, The Zenj, who were desperate for their freedom, confronted and defeated an imperial troop of 4,000 well-armed soldiers. Also, as a result of their victories, the Zenj captured weapons and other supplies like horses and food. Now, if you watched our episode on Afro-Arabs, you will recall that the Arabs used most of the enslaved African men in the Caliphal army. You will also recall that the men were castrated because the Arabs believed that castrated men made better soldiers. Well, some of the sources of the Zenj, some of the success of the Zenj revolt was because enslaved African men in the Caliphate's army deserted their masters and joined their brothers in the revolt to fight against the Caliphate.
A war.
The Zenj rebels were joined by fleeing slaves at every opportunity. Their army was composed of 3 corps: a navy, an infantry, and a cavalry. They were not just an army of brave.
Shit, a navy, yeah?
That's right. Yeah,
a
man.
navy, yeah? They're taking man by boat and that. Slaves, yeah? This is more than slavery, man. These niggas is organized, synchronized. Yeah? When black man gets synchronized, it's what? How are we doing this? Beating man up. Yeah. Probably using our own military tactics anyway.
Of course we were. Of course.
Yeah, slave master ain't got time for that. He's like, yeah, Arab slave master. Yeah, just go and kill them, man. Yeah. I'll give you all the gold, all the thing. Yeah, you lot can do that. Yeah. But you forgot you castrated, man.
Yeah.
Yeah. He's not in 2 minds, he's in his 1 mind. Once he sees his brothers on the field with their things intact, you know what I'm saying? He's like, right, this nigga got more balls than me. Deep, I don't want no smoke. You get me? About make better soldier. Fucking racist bastard.
Yeah, of course, man.
Mad.
Brave men, but they were highly disciplined and had excellent leadership and quickly developed excellent fighting tactics. Apparently, these enslavers who had written them off as people without intelligence must have underestimated them grossly. Their success was also due to their familiarity with the environment in which they had been kept enslaved. The Zenj knew how to survive and fight in the marshes and canals, and they took full advantage of their knowledge for their guerrilla warfare, shielded by highly overgrown reeds. They also carried out night attacks and made many successful raids on the Caliphate's large camp.
I told them, man, when we used to go Speaker's Corner, man, you want to make trouble with man in the day, we just wait till the night time.
Ooh.
Yeah. And I just realized that black people have excellent night vision.
Of course we do. Of course.
So we're semi-nocturnal. It's like, okay. When I was in Africa, there was no need for street lights with the moon.
Of course.
Your eyes take about 2 seconds to adjust. Yeah, and it looks as clear as day in the dark. So I'm like, okay, all right. I see what's going on here. Yeah, mad. The moon's bigger anyway, but yeah. Yeah, the sun's bigger, the moon's bigger. Like, yeah, everything's bigger in Africa. The sky's more brighter. You can see the stars. Like, it's mad.
Air's fresher, everything.
Yeah, you can see a bit of the Milky Way and that. Like, yo, oh shit. Okay. Can't usually see that in England with the smog. Saw that one.
Cavalry that was then made up predominantly of Turks after the mass desertion by the Africans. Even the women joined the men, and the imperial forces were successfully ambushed time and time again. At the height of the rebellion, on the 7th of September 871 AD, the Zenj succeeded in capturing a major city called Basra and several surrounding villages. They set the city on fire after destroying it. The Zenj then cut off Baghdad's supplies from the south and started intercepting ships on the Tigris.
I can see why
they also
is
captured the
very,
city of
very,
Wasit.
you know what I mean?
It's
strategic, isn't it?
I can see why he's very flamed on and very strategic in how he deals with certain things, because he understands his people's told him these some people from the east strategically, militarily outdone us. I get it.
Yeah,
I know.
Makes sense. Because all the rest is myth and demoralization. When you got man already say, "Oh, it was defeated," and after we've been defeated and defeated and defeated and defeated, I'm like, well, history doesn't say that. History said there was back and forth for long periods of time. There was rebellions, there was all sorts, and we weren't basically having it.
They
never want to confess on the L's they took.
Nah.
Right. They just want to talk about the overall result. Well, we still got our slavery thing moving, so fuck you lot. All right, cool, safe. But what about all the times you incurs, Alexander the Great, and all of these people tried to do what no other person had done before and try and fully go down the Nile? Yeah. Bloody wastemen. You know what I mean? You get wasted if you even North Africa. Look at Egypt. Had a fleet, had a thing. It was dangerous on the water. Ethiopians, dangerous on the water.
Of course.
Won't tell us about boats and ships and all of that.
Nah, they won't.
Jokes.
They won't.
They try.
79 AD, before extending their territory northward from southern Iraq to within 70 miles of Baghdad. The Zenj actually succeeded in establishing their own capital city, Al-Muqtara, which means city of the elect.
Jeez.
David Bryan Davis suggests that Al-Muqtara was probably the first Maroon community in recorded history.
Preach, anti-preach.
You guys know how it is when you buy a new Mac. It's super fast at first, and then pretty soon after it starts to slow down. That's probably because you haven't been using Clean My Mac X, which will help clean, speed up, optimize, and protect your computer. I use it on my Mac. That is my daily driver, and it is really dope. Not only is the first tool just insanely satisfying, SmartScan looks at your system log files and your user cache to see what you don't need anymore to make sure that everything is
It was located south of Basra on the west bank of the Tigris and was intersected by the Abil Kasib Canal. To secure the city, the Zenj built a large iron chain and two huge barriers, which were used to close the entrance of the canal, which was then divided by two bridges. They installed catapults on walls which surrounded the city. They also built houses made of bricks and baked clay, a mosque, a prison, and several markets in their capital city.
Jeez.
For several years, the Zenj were settled enough in their city of the elect that they were even minting their own currency. Having their own currency improved their ability to trade with surrounding communities.
Hold on. These are slaves, yeah?
This is what I'm saying.
Yeah, this is not slaves. This is what we're trying to say to you. When you kidnap people, black people, we still manage to thrive wherever we at.
That's right.
Yeah.
That's right.
We got enough time to be minting coins there. You got your ass whooped, Arabs. Just accept it. Man can't be minting coins if you're worried about invading Arabs coming to get us. No, it's not working like that. It seems. And it seems like even the Turks had black people in their army. L for you, Khan. L for you, Khan.
All of them did. That's how they were able to prosper. Especially in Islam, the African soldiers spreaded it and protected. But no one wants to talk about that.
No one wants to talk about that. No. Yeah, when it came to my people, same thing. Yeah. The what do they call it? The Punic expedition. It was black troops, soldiers under the guise of the British coming to fight, coming to take over Mandem. But we didn't have no compunction in licking them down, and they ran off. Half of them, you know what I mean? After some of them got licked down, man, are peering. All you seeing is eyes in the forest. You're coming to a foresty area, yeah, and you think we got straps. So that was not going to be a surprise, just because you came with a platoon of Africans as well from another side of Africa. Is that what you're doing? Yeah, and it seems like from ancient times, even with the Turks and that's what they were all doing to make the numbers. Let's use the slaves that we're kidnapping and put them in our armies and still subjugate those people. And these are one of the situations when it backfired.
Yeah.
Because of your treatment of those original people.
We know their tactics, man. We know it.
Racism.
Communities, including Bedouin merchants with whom they traded agricultural produce, fruits, cattle, and fish.
Right. Bedouin. That's the word used to describe what an Arab is.
All right.
Any of the Bedouin tribes that traverse any type of desert. Arabian, Sahara, Namibian, you name it. Clear deserts around the world.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, it was their dependence on trading for things that they could not produce that the caliphate capitalized on to eventually defeat them. In 880, the Caliphal army, equipped with a large river fleet, including decked ships, barges, and open boats, were able to penetrate through the channels and canals to the stronghold of the Zenj. They hauled molten lead at the Zenj fortresses and used fire ships against the bridges.
Sorry. Did she say 8th century?
Yeah.
So when was the Prophet, peace be upon him?
The 5th.
5.
Right.
Yeah, born 570, wasn't he? Yeah.
Right. So do you see what's going on here? Do you see
this was right after Mako.
No, way after. Not right after, way after. Almost 300 years after. Maximum, in fact.
Yeah, man.
So it
was between 6th and 7th century. That's true. Yeah.
Right.
Well,
you get what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So when you're talking about 8th century and we're talking about Abbasids, we're talking about Euros now. They're appearing in North Africa, and they're calling themselves Persians. They're calling themselves all of these things, and then they're slowly encroaching into our ends.
That's right.
And doing their fuckery. Do you get what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So that's what they have to look at. Time, significance. Yeah. We say 6th century invaders, and now we even got 8th century invaders. Another batch.
Yeah.
You understand? Another batch. But really, we're talking about Abbasids, but what was the root of who they were? They were what? Turks. Do you see what's going on?
Hittites.
Turks are Persians. Persians are Turks. Do you get it? Like, this is what they're doing. And then Turks are also Arabs. You understand? You see the label they're putting on European Mediterraneans or Eurasians and disguising that there's no organized group of what they're calling Arabs.
Yeah.
They're just Europeans invading the Middle East and Africa and all of that, doing what they normally do. Under different guises, wrapping up in sheets too, pretending to be us.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? And it's easy to do that. You dress up like a what you call is an Arab. And it's only you're dressing like somebody who lives in the desert.
Yeah.
Big turban, big all sorts. You see them guys riding camels. Are they Arabs? Man's going to the salt mines and all of that to go and get salt to carry from one side of the Sahara to the other.
Yeah.
You understand? On camel. Man, are black, dark skin. Do you get me?
Very
Asiatic looking. Like, what are we doing?
Very.
You come to my country, North Africa, you see all of that. Same thing again. Man wrapped up. Oh yeah, these men are dressing like Arabs. No, they are. They're desert dwellers, so they dress in a particular style and fashion. Always been.
Yeah.
Protecting themselves from sand and sun.
Thank you.
That's right.
Thank you. That's all it is.
Yeah.
Now it's become a religious dress outfit and all of that. Like what? See what I'm saying? No disrespect. Yeah.
It's true though. It's true.
So this is what's happened. You know what I mean? And why does these things happen is because certain people are in control. They didn't tell you, Auntie didn't tell you about the Zanj using also the talking drum.
Yes.
To communicate over long distances and do it for the plan could go through. Man had the talking drum. Do. Yeah. It's not unique to Africans, but it's unique to a specific set of Africans. And that's interesting. That's our national symbol.
Very.
And then we already told you we was in that region. You see how it's all connecting. So some people who think and hear the Zanj rebellion and feel that it has nothing to do with them. But when we start going into it, and then I start going into my history and I realize that my people are the ones being afflicted.
Yeah.
Oh, where are Europeans? Where are Europeans? Yeah. Well, look. Significant parts of the story have been left out purposely. And then this is why in Islam now, music is haram. Oh, since when? It couldn't have been haram when the Prophet was being drummed in and clapping and all of that. The Ansars was taking him to Medina, waving palm trees and singing songs and doing all of that. It wasn't haram then. It wasn't haram doing wedding ceremonies and all of that and It wasn't, no. This is sectarianism, and these sects came about after the fact. After the fact. And now they put these rules and regulations that don't apply to all of us. But because they're the major sects now, it would seem so. So that would be the general consensus now. Oh yeah, music is haram because it says so in this hadith and But bro, some people don't subscribe to that. And should they have to? They don't have to. This is where the religion and your culture come into clash if you don't know yourself. Because then one's going to overtake the other, and it's been done purposely like that so you don't see yourself and see the atrocities carried out by these said people who are also into what you're into.
And that's the problem, Snipes. This is why I was saying before, the Abrahamic people who are in the Abrahamic faith, with the exception of the Pan-Africanist ones, of course, is that they don't understand that. They seem to help the non-African Muslims in dialogue to oppress us, man. And it's very harmful.
Non-African Muslims, non-African Christianity. You got what I'm saying? Like all of these things are present in today, right? And as you said, some of our brothers and sisters have their Islam or their deen or their, you know what I mean? On set on that wavelength. And the rest of us do not. We do not have a lot of this thing in our history, as in, I'm not an Abbasid, so I'm not going to listen to the Abbasids when they're coming in and making rulings and and doing all of this type of stuff under duress. Yeah, because nothing they're doing is according to the book.
No, nothing.
Do you know what I'm saying?
Nothing
So it's just under a banner of Islam, like, we're Muslims. No, but that's it. Because your actions are not Muslim. Your actions are not relating to the Quran and And then when it comes to the hadiths, well, your people wrote them. You know what I mean? Not even the Sahaba. It's like the guy who studied under a particular Sahaba who went on to become, you know what I mean? That's how it works. Chain of narration, right?
Yeah.
Right. And some don't always start with a scholar. Some might start with a Sahaba, but in most cases, it starts with the scholar. So one step after, the account. So a hadith is even further away from sometimes the actual story, you know what I mean? Or sometimes it's right on point because of who it's coming from.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah, I agree with that.
Works.
Yeah.
Who's this jumping on? Hey! Big up IC3.
We got Alda.
Greetings.
Greetings.
I'm listening. I've been listening. Yeah, this is the Sand Rebellion. And excellent. Big up panel. This is really interesting. I'm listening.
Because these people like to respin things and say, oh yeah, design. It's not really, but we look at it in more detail under the microscope, and we start to find little things that prove what we're saying.
Yeah, but Mark, a lot of people don't even believe this happened. Yeah,
some of them don't, because as I said, they're religiously encaged. They're locked up. Their minds are locked up. Their eyes have got blinkers on, and they can't see, and they're made to see. And you can hear it in the rhetoric. Does it matter what color the prophet was? Does it matter what color Jesus was? Does it matter what color Muhammad was? You know what I mean? All of this type of thing.
Yeah.
That is on that lane of the way you've been indoctrinated and brought into this thing. Yeah, all of a sudden you're doing Bennett on. Why can't we all just get along? It doesn't even say that. It says that we don't get along. We are supposed to, but we don't get along. That's natural. That's part of nature. And we fight sometimes. We war sometimes. Yeah. So a lot of disingenuous, and obviously the writers, the winners, the spoils, and also can write history. They can rewrite history to suit themselves. They can rewrite your faith and your religion to suit themselves.
And they've definitely been doing that.
Yeah.
Definitely.
What sometimes people forget is that, yes, the Bible was a weapon of mass destruction, but so was the Quran. Because if you don't think that they got hold of the rulership and the overstandings of all of this, then what are we doing here? Roman Catholic Church run everything. Any type of religious organization still comes under the Roman Catholic Church. So Islamically as well, they're all under these caliphates and and then really go back now. Who's in charge? Saudis. Really?
Yeah.
How can Saudis be in charge? You get what I'm saying? They're not the bloodline. They're not nothing. And they're definitely not working with the parameters of the Quran. They're selling drugs and doing whatever and, getting interest and shit. Yeah? Interest on oil and shit. Like, what are we doing here? But then the man will say, yeah, no, but they're doing Tawheed though. Perhaps, are you dumb? You know what I mean? Like, you can't cape for these men. These men are foreigners. Until it's revealed that who they really are, then you're still going to ignore the atrocities. And as we can see, those atrocities still roll into the present day.
Yeah. And it makes them dangerous. Very dangerous as well.
Still got us in concentration camps, still calling us thing, still naming bars of chocolate after us and all sorts.
Yeah, man, it's a serious things, man. Very serious.
That was a bar. That was a bar yesterday, man.
Yeah, it's deep, man.
With
It's
the chocolate.
yeah, it's kind of sad, but it's the truth. The thing is, brother, like yourself, I got a book of libraries. I'm coming from that background, so when I'm getting certain individuals trying to call me out, I'm just gonna use knowledge. I've always known about that. There's more, brother. There's more names and things what they do for us. If you ever knew, brother, the internet would be shut down.
I know. I mean, there's even me. I'm restricted in what I can say and what I can't say, in the sense of that it's not that it's illegal and the truth is truth, man. And I feel that this information is free, but then it's the level of who's receiving it.
That's right.
And we've got, I would say, the enemy in our midst. Do you get what I'm saying? This is an internet thing, so it can't. Yeah, the enemy can be there, and I can say things in front of the enemy, and knowing that he can't necessarily do me nothing, but I must be more careful with my words certain times.
Yeah, that's why I understand what you and Brother Jay, you know, your style, and I get it. That's why I don't bother. I understand. You know what I mean? Even myself, I hold back on certain information because it's tricky. It's not because we're scared. Because I know if we drop the real jewels, brother, think about where we're coming from. The library of Pan-African. But if we drop the jewels, brother, it's going to be hectic. And that's why I keep being hidden.
A little bit, you know. So I say many a true thing said in jest. So I use humor to inject that same certain time level of knowledge, because I got to spoon feed it, because I don't want people to end up like Radar and all of these other youngers who got too much information too quick. And can't manage it. Conscious, can't manage it, man. It's frying these little youths, you know what I mean? Frying. And that's what happens when you don't have no guidance. When you think that the word teach and teacher is a negative thing. No, like that teacher is related to Baba or father.
That's right.
Yeah. And all of these things, you know what I mean? So like, yeah, we need to like open our eyes and know that these words that they're using to enslave us or to work spells on us. Yeah, you got to know what they mean, man. And you know what their modus operandum is. You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? Listen, people making up stories and all of that. It just accept, you Asian, Middle Eastern man, that the Prophet, peace be upon him, was a black African.
That's right.
That's port number one. You're just gonna have to deal with that first. Yeah, because you can't come and then tell me, oh, but yeah, you know what, Muslims are not racist. No, Muslims shouldn't be racist, but there are people who come from culturally racist people who express that in their deen or in their religion.
Yeah.
They don't actually know it when they're saying it. Like, right, is that really going to come out your mouth? Is that what you're going to say? Yeah. Shows you don't have no relation to the subject.
Yeah, as I said, spiritually deficient, and they want to argue with you. The Prophet Muhammad, peace be upon him, comes from a black lineage. You know, golden brown is of a light-skinned black person, as you know, Snipes, compared to a dark-skinned black person, we'll call them white. You understand? And after 570, after that, this is where you got different types of looking of the so-called Arabs.
Right. And this is what we're saying. After the facts. Yeah, because the dynasties, if we can clearly say that, look, it's the Umayyads during the time of the Prophet, let's look into them. They're just different types of Africans. Right? Clearly, no chaser. Right? We go before them, the Idrisids, super Africans. So African that even their descendants is the richest niggas in the world and all sorts, right? That's that connection. And even some of them go over to the Americas. Interesting. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Right. And then I played a thing about Amistad.
Okay. Wow.
When they were on the boat, yeah?
Yeah.
And how they depicted some praying. So was it in the Islamic prayer? Like, you know what I mean? They were doing their salats and all of that on the boat.
Yeah.
Call to prayer on the boat. Just in a scene, like, you know, to make it authentic.
Yeah.
And this is why when we say, oh, they took them and then they put them in places like Salem or Salam.
Yeah.
Yeah. Salem's Lock and all of that and vampires and all of that shit when I was growing up. Yeah. Then I looked that up and I was like, oh shit. Salem, Salam, makes sense. So you got Israelite slaves, and you got Muslim slaves, and you got all different types of African cultured slaves. You got what I'm saying?
Yeah.
When you're supposedly teaching them Christianity, they already know it, bro.
Yeah.
It's just in a different way. The names are different. It's all right, but they can identify with it. And then some are already reaching with it and have to suppress it, because if the master knows that these men know their thing, it's going to be a problem, right?
Problems. Yeah.
Take your culture, religion, your God. You get what I'm saying? As Khalid Muhammad said, and many of us, by the way we act, we even lost our mind.
Yeah, it's true. Yeah, man.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah,
So these are the facts.
Mm.
But what they didn't tell you is that they took it, remixed it.
That's right.
And sold it back to you.
This
is the lie. This is the thing. Now, the sold back is where we have a problem with our modern day brothers, because they don't want to accept. They will accept that, oh, the Bible is African. It's about African people and and the Middle Eastern, and those have turned out to be Africans. Because we're going back, supposedly, when we're going back biblically, before a lot of these civilizations, to these early ones, who were definitely black. You can't talk about Babylon and you weren't talking about black folk.
Yeah.
You get me? You can't talk about Sumeria. You can't talk about any of that region about talking about black people for long periods of its history.
That's right.
Can I ask a question? Yeah. Can I ask a question? Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Can I ask a question?
Yes.
Yeah. I know she's saying that the weak point came through trade. That's how they managed to crush the rebellion, because it come through the trade. So do you think trade, the concept of trading and interest, it's something cultural, or a kind of trade? It always seems to be through trade,
right? Barter
the weak point.
Barter before trade, right?
Yeah.
We bartered before we traded. Before the idea, the concept of trading with other people and all of that, we bartered anyway. If I've got something and you got something, then we swap. You give me some of yours and I give you some of mine. We even did it like traditionally with say the Watutsis with the Pygmies. So the Watutsis would give them certain grain, blah, 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 all of this. And then the Watutsi, the Pygmies, would give them weapons, all of that type of stuff, like arrows and all of these things that they make, right? And then the other ones would give them swords, for example, in a leather case. So you're getting like different levels of technology being traded and swapped. And then some are putting raw materials. Man want rice, man want this, man want that from the Pygmies, yeah? Or the Pygmies are taken from the pastoralists. That's what it is. They're supposedly hunter-gatherers, but they're not. They're actually metal workers and alchemists and architects, bridge builders, dam builders, and all of that. That's the Pygmies, right? And they also make weapons and all of that, pottery and all of that. That's them. Then you got on the other side their cousins or their descendants who make swords and putting them in leather cases, who make clothes, yeah? So they're all clapped in different colors and all of that, because we know about dyeing and shit.
Yeah.
Just different behavior patterns amongst Africans. But one thing that is unique is that we all had this system of trade.
Right.
Yeah, no cash, no coins, no no gold, no, forget all that. Gold don't feed belly in Africa.
Yeah.
But gold all of a sudden became an important thing once the Europeans got wind of it.
Right.
Yeah. We're covering coffins that never going to be seen again, or sarcophaguses never going to be seen again. Yeah. In gold. That's how important gold is.
That's right.
Yeah.
You put it in the coffins.
We put it in a coffin and bury it. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, well, we really dying for gold. We really need gold like that. No. Once they got their eyes on it, their greedy little grubby little fucking hands on it. Yeah, it propped up their economy, no end. Yeah, that guinea coin. Yeah, that guinea coin. That Guinea, that whole area of West Africa and all of that. But look how rich Africa is, because you can go on the east side and you can see that the so-called Arabs or Europeans again were doing the same tactics. First they traded with us, then they started to kidnap us.
Yeah.
Right.
Exactly.
Yes.
Yeah.
It's the way in. That's right. Even the Gold Coast is the same thing. And Fort Almina.
Yep.
Yep.
It's always trade first. That's why I said we got everything to trade with.
Coast.
We're the original traders because we got everything.
That's right.
Right. And now only Europeans put importance on things. That highlights our attention. Like, oh, you want some more cocoyam? All right, cool, safe. I can get you tons of that. You get me? Okay, tons of that. What are you gonna give me?
Yeah.
I can give you loads of silver. Like, we don't need that. We got that. Oh, you got silver as well? Yeah, man. What are we doing here? And them shiny stones on the floor, like, oh, you're calling them diamonds? Safe, man. Do you get what I'm saying? You can have a whole bag load of them. Go and cut them up and do whatever you want with them. It's nothing. Yeah. After the first batch or after the first dealings, you can imagine what Europeans was thinking. How are we going to take all of it?
Yes.
How are we going to take all of it? This is amazing.
Yeah.
And something simple as sugar or sugar cane fed the urge. Cocoa for chocolate fed the urge for Europeans to go and invade Africa because their missus wanted something tall, dark, and handsome, and something sweet and dark.
That's right.
So that molasses, that they were getting, you know, when it's on the ship too long, the sugar cane turns to molasses.
Yeah, yes, it does.
Right.
You understand?
Mm-hmm.
So they when they were making chocolate, Belgium chocolate is the best, and we all know about King Leopold.
Yes, we do.
Yeah, and they tell you rubber. Yeah, he wanted rubber. No, he didn't. He wanted sugar. He wanted everything. Yeah, he wanted everything.
Everything.
Thank you. Do you get what I'm saying? So we have clear examples in history of how they worked these processes and how they improved on these processes as they went to different parts of the world. But don't ever get it twisted that all of these techniques were improved on through incursions into Africa, some with some success, and getting your ass whooped also is a great teacher.
Yeah.
As exercised by the Romans.
Yeah.
Because in every defeat that they received, prior to them becoming a great nation, they learned. You know what I mean? They're like,
Hannibal.
Whoa! Hannibal whooped us. What we gonna do? Yeah, he took out the whole fucking diaspora and left Rome to last. Who does that? What tactics is this? We usually meet man on the battlefield and line up in lines and that, and you know what I mean? And get run over. Run over, because the first time you ever saw the sky darken with arrows is the Mandem. Yeah, the first even bow and arrows you even saw was the Mandem. Did you know that the Romans found certain equipment, you know, after battles and that, and could not like move the equipment? So it's like you try and bend the bow and arrow, even the strongest Roman was like, oh shit. If we make them, we can't make them like this. This is how you come with the crossbow. Something's gonna have to propel that thing with the same force that these guys can just pull the thing back and one arrow and you're gone. Probably take out two of your brethren. But you know, even if that arrow, that bow drops, the person pulling that bow is a strong individual. And on the east coast of Africa, where majority of those tribes are 6 to 7 feet tall.
Yeah.
Oh, mate.
No.
Yeah, it's a mess. So that's why a lot of the time we don't hear about even buffering. Yeah. We hear Alexander the Great going down the Nile and then turning back.
Yeah.
With Queen, was it Queen Nzinga or one of them? With 20,000 bowsmen standing on the shore of the Nile, looking at this white boy talking about, yo, where you going, cuz? Here I go. Yeah, you best go back up.
You know about the Congo?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like, what are we doing? Why are you down here, white boy? Like, we heard you got North Africa, Alexandria there. That's cool. But all this coming down the Nile, like delusions of grandeur. Yeah. Take your ass to India. Or back to Iraq or wherever you're going. Just go away, man. Go away. Yeah. You're not boxing clever like us. You know what I mean? We've got the food, we've got the thing, we've got the numbers. This is why, even though these atrocities, look at the size of the numbers, and yet we still exist.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? And that's to be if you believe these numbers, because I don't believe them myself. Yeah. The numbers of the transatlantic trade is a lot more less than thing, because then you're leaving out that we can actually travel there, and we traveled there before you even had the first Columbus. Do you know what I'm saying? That's if you're going to fragment history and lie, wipe out our thing, and that's what makes us indigenous to the Americas. And the indigenous people of the Americas are our people. Do you get it?
Yeah.
Now it's indigenous is Chinese. Now it's indigenous is Asian. But you know, when these two sets of groups crossed over the Bering Straits into the Americas, you know that. You know what dynasty for the Chinese ones. Do you get what I'm saying?
And what I found really shocking, when this idea of the difference between trade and barter, that
right,
like what you're just saying, and that the Zand Rebellion started minting their own currency. It's like, what?
Yeah,
of course. You know what I mean? That's a level of, as I said, sophistication and civilization. As I said, we were never uncivilized. We are the original civilizers, and these are the original cultural appropriators. This is why, for Europeans, especially the British, life starts, the cradle of civilization is West Africa. Because if that's what funds your empire and makes England a great empire, then you have to give that all due respect.
Yeah. So what do you think it comes when, the word sovereign, right? Because I'm listening to what you've been saying and just meditating and thinking about, if you've got a people that trading and then they have their own, minting their own currency, is that not a sovereign entity?
It most definitely is. And
right.
Obviously, so what goes with sovereignty is two distinctions, right? El and Bey. Bey, holder of the land, owner of the land, right?
Right.
El, a supernatural fucking being. Yeah.
Right.
Now, those are the two choices given to you within your sovereignty. That is more like knowledge of self. What are you? Are you a holder of the land? You can say that by descendancy and bloodline and all of that. And we were Moors and we were kings and all of that, right? You can do that.
Yeah.
And that's what is part of your sovereignty and your free man and all of that, right? But then there's another distinction saying that if you think you are an El, Michael, Raphael, whatever El, something El Bay, right?
Yeah.
So that means you're also a supernatural being and a holder of the land.
Oh, right. God land. Land of the gods.
Oh, well, let's say Hoven Bay rather than Beethoven.
Right.
For example. Do you get what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So what was Hoven Bay? The Hoven was the name, maybe. You got what I'm saying? A family name. And Bay means they were holders of that land. What land was it? Where was he in? Deep Europe, where the crests and all of the coat of arms suggest so. Do you get what I'm saying? Suggest that black people were the sovereign rulers in certain parts of Bavaria and all of these other things according to their flags and their. Do you get it? They've got man with bandanas on, completely jet black faces, lips you can see. These are not Europeans, but yet they're on the crests and the you know what I mean, coat of arms of most of the European, most of the European countries and most of the royal institutions.
Right.
Because if you look up Elizabeth and that, and all the coat of arms that go with her and her family, you end up with one African woman with big lips, broad nose, and a crown on her head, and the afro sticking out of it, as one of the original things of the Saxburg Gotha and all of this type of stuff. And we know that there was a heavily community of black people from the longest time in these European countries. So we are the original Europeans. There's no doubt about that. If you look into the bays and the thing and all of that and the history and the thing of Europe, you will not understand that we were those people. And at various times, we went back into Europe and re-educated, reschooled, refixed, and even rebuilt some communities. That's clear in Spain. That's clear during the Dark Ages. Do you get what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Where they say, oh, it's Muslims, we were fighting against the Muslims. You was fighting against us Africans. Because obviously by that time we are Muslims, right? We are Arabs, right? So when you're talking about Saladin and bro, this is us. This is not the Abbasids and that. It's not that yet. Yeah. When we're saying El Cid, right? For Spain, when he first went into Spain in the 6th century or 7th century or whatever, he's a black man, a black African Moor. You understand? But Moor being the distinction because they can't, bruv, they're just generalizing again. Yeah? He's just a black man.
And do you think that the same because as I'm listening to you, listen to this, I'm thinking it's the same thing that happened with Haiti, isn't it? Because after black people seem to get to a certain level, they say, okay, you can see that we are an entity now. We're a sovereign entity. We've got our own currency. Right, so let's be civil, yeah. Let's not keep fighting continuously. Let's talk. But then it seems that this white supremacy, the roots of it, it's like they cannot accept black people to be sovereign, and the concept of sovereignty, it just can't go together. They
sovereignty and color is not synonymous. You know what I'm saying?
Well, that's what I'm trying to think. What's going on? What's going on here?
Your titles, right? As I said, if you accept that at that point where you wanna come in, because during the Moorish time, was a lot of the documentation and the legal papers that we're writing as black people, as Africans, and all of that. Do you get me? We're dealing with these Europeans now with paperwork. So as I said, with treaties and all of this and the Barbary Wars and all of this, this is us. Yeah.
Right.
And documents and things are being recorded.
Are you saying the treaty, the concept of treaty is just basic civilization, but these people cannot, but the concept of race itself, once you become a racist, you can't really deal with treaties. You can't accept there seems to be a clash. The concept of race and the concept of sovereignty and treaties.
Yeah, they're all different. Well, not all different, but some relate to the other. But racism is just a system within the established system. And according to the treaty, if that's like the American government and that's an illegal action that has been taken against the treaty. So right now, the American government is probably at sea, according to the maritime law they want to be using. Do you get what I'm saying? Or admiralty law.
Yeah.
But in reality, according to the terms of international law, perhaps you've got no standing. You know what I'm saying? You're at sea. You're not even a proper. It's not official to have that organization.
Whoa! Let's slow this down. This is quite interesting now. So the whole American government is just a ship. Is that sea?
Right.
Whoa.
Right.
Whoa.
Because otherwise, why are you using maritime law? Why have you got tassels on your flags? Because that only happens when you're at war. We have them in England also on our flags and stuff, but we are not at war. We are at war, but it wouldn't seem like that. Yeah, but the fact that we're using commercial law or admiralty law or maritime law shows what's going on. There's no need to use that if you've got the law of the land. Yeah, this is the law of the sea being used on land. And we should have learned that from a long time. Why are you standing in a dock when you go to court? You know what I'm saying?
So it's like a completely different world, really. It's a clash of worlds, isn't it?
Well, I mean, it's legalese. and the use of the language. So we can speak it colloquially or whatever we think we're doing with it, but they have another level of it that they use when they talk to each other in court or in certain environments, right? This is why you need the like Black Law's dictionary when you're dealing with English law, because words are not what you think they are.
That's right. I said that before as well. The ancient written words are not the same as now. We have these books, man. We know what it is, man. We know.
So how can you use this knowledge to organize effectively against this system? So I'm trying to get my head around this. So this maritime law, how does the concept of race fit into this whole picture? You got the maritime system versus the system of the land, and then you got race. So how does the racial system, the system of white supremacy, how does all of this come together to function?
It comes under the established system. Like once you set up government in the Americas, that all of that is illegal. So any legislations and things you do after that is illegal. But it's not illegal, it's legal where you are. You know what I mean? It's not lawful is what we're talking about. So the law is not being used.
Lawful.
It's all about
and legal.
legalities.
Right. Legality. So So basically, as long as you're a sovereign entity or you got power, whatever you do, you can make it lawful. Whatever you say is lawful.
Well,
correct?
That's the law you're using. You're not going to be. I'm not going to come to America and then accept the fact because I'm sovereign, right? I'm going there as sovereign, and I'm saying, listen, I will abide by the laws of the land. Yeah, that means any statutory laws and all of that don't apply to me anyway. I'm exempt according to their rulings. That no straw man, do you get what I'm saying? No free man can be taxed or imprisoned and Under Article 6.
Take it up, move it up a level now, not just America.
I'm just saying
let's talk
under
globally.
Article 6 of the Magna Carta. So I'm only relating it to my environment. And anything in America.
Yeah, but let's take to the whole world now.
But anything in America is definitely just a transition. Like the thing that is important for them to set up their thing was the Bill of Rights, right? And the Bill of Rights was created in England in 17 so and so and so and so, yeah, under William II, yeah, or should I say, what's his name, Viceroy of England for 6 years. Of course, forgotten his name.
So tie that up with Islam then. Tie it up with what you're been talking about and the Zanju rebellion. How does that world in the East link up with this world that you're talking about in the West?
Because a lot of those so-called tribes are those people. They are Europeans under the guise of what you're going to call them Persians and all of these different names. Yeah. But in reality, and then you're going to slap on top of that Arab. You understand? When it's clear where they're from, where they're taking slaves to, is only their homelands. And it happens to be Spain, Asia, other parts of Europe, and all of these type of things.
That's right.
Quite clear and obvious, you know what I mean? So
greetings, man. You know what I'm saying?
Big up.
Oh, greetings, man.
Ashe, my brother.
And all of these things. Yeah, first and foremost, it's the birthday of Fela and Nicola Pakuti. You know what I'm saying? So that's why I'm big up the ancestor on the day that he was born. This day in the year 1938, and he happens to have been born on the day that Thomas Sankara of Burkina Faso would be later be assassinated in the year 1987. You know what I'm saying? Right. So big up.
All I know is it was Mom's birthday yesterday. It was Mom's birthday.
Your mom's birthday.
Yeah, and that's also the birthday of Margaret Thatcher. She always keeps drumming it into my head. I don't know why she keeps doing that. You know what I mean?
Okay,
I'm like,
well, I'm
Well,
gonna honor your mother. I won't be honoring Maggie. Do you know what I'm saying?
The
So
Iron
you
Lady,
can-
throw her in the bin, man. I keep saying that to Mom. Like, why do you keep saying that to me? Yeah,
Indeed,
all
indeed.
right. There were probably many other famous people born on the 14th. You know what I mean? But she always chooses that one. Yeah, Maggie Thatcher. We had the same birthday. So like, yeah, but she stole my milk. So let's allow it. Let's move forward.
To be fair, that's probably the best one that she did. So,
actually, I mean, this discussion has definitely touched on a lot of the things that you've said, and I definitely agree with, right? With some of these religious organizations of the modern time, right? Well, we say Abrahamics, where it's been usurped and taken over by these Europeans, and now that's what's being fed back to us. But some of the practices and the terms were definitely being reiterated, where the Kappa came from and all of that by Anti, right? So we're like, ooh, is that what's going on here? Because it just clicked back to something that me and you talked about, right? I was like, oh yeah, I swear Shaka said something like that. Do you get what I'm saying? Like, yeah, they use Kappa though, Kappa. And I'm like, yo, but I'm a Muslim. And I know where you're coming from, but that has nothing to do with me. Let know that it's the Arabized version, which is coming from these guys, these Abbasids, and all of these, almost 200-300 years after the death of the Prophet, who was a black man, 100. Yeah, he comes from a tribe of Africans. Once you can identify a tribe, you know it's family. Yeah, and if within that tribal structure, we've got Ethiopians. And then we find out that the Prophet himself is of the same tribe as Bilal. So these are the little information that we try and add to the conversation and say, listen, you might be a Muslim, but you're falling in the Arabized, or what we call, what do you call it? Mainstream Islam, which has been usurped by so many different types of people. We've heard a few, but they did mention the Mongolians, who took over and became Muslims and did it in their particular way. That a lot of the documents, ancient supposedly Muslim information and material, and even images, were in the Chinese kind of style. People forget that, you know what I mean? They can forget that, and I'm like, bro, you've got to remember when the Mongolians took over, of that region. And remember, the whole world is obsessed with the Middle East, or should I say Northeast Africa. The whole world, religious, non-religious, spiritual, Kabbalic, it doesn't matter. Every single system is fixated at some point in history about that region, that dead region there. When the land of milk and honey is next door. This is mad. The land of the gods, the land, everything is next door, right over the other side, where we come from. This is the joke. And now everybody's fascinated with the fucking desert. I just don't understand it. You get what I'm saying? But I do understand it now. Sorry, go on.
Yeah, I got a question. So I'm listening to all these things. I'm trying to put it all together,
right?
To see. So from the last, I remember the good discussion we was talking about. You were talking about the concept of unity. It's all nonsense. It's bad. It's a European thing. And I was on another panel as well, and they were saying, this unity is no good. It's wrong. And and I was telling them what you were saying on this other panel, and it should be about sovereign treaties. It's not unity. Replace the word unity with treaty. I got that from you,
right.
And I was testing it out elsewhere, and the people were saying, you were right, and that it should be treaties between sovereign entities, not unity where you're destroying people's identity.
Of course.
Okay.
Well, we call that colonization and kidnapping and all the pretty words that we can put to it. Well, not pretty, but we try and make it seem more realistic, If we say kidnapping,
the problem with that though is that much colonization took place with the involvement of treaties. Yeah. So we look at the fact that they facilitated colonization with the native peoples of the Americas, the indigenous peoples of the Americas, through treaties, many of which they broke, but it was treaties.
Right, that's what we're trying to say. Shaka.
No, but it matters. It matters.
Them
not
breaking the treaties.
No, but sometimes they didn't though, because it depends on what the treaty said. Even
in the Americas they did. So
even with the so-called Maroons in Jamaica, they signed treaties with the Maroons. What's it called? Then with the indigenous
natives.
No, what's the word? Rulership systems on the African continent. A lot of what they did was subdue the governments, the indigenous government system via military invasion, and then sign a treaty with them. Yeah. By the time you know it, you sign over land and what the resources and all kind of different thing, right? So unity and treaty are not diametrically opposed. And when you say unity between sovereign entities, a sovereign entity presupposes the idea of a particular kind of functional unity. We only use unity as a loose terminology. Unity is a concept, right? And so if you got two sovereign entities that sign a treaty, it would suggest that there is some semblance of unity within one sovereign entity and the other sovereign entity, whereby they can sign a treaty with each other that is to which the people of those respective entities are bound. Yeah, before the two sovereign entities come together, they have achieved some semblance of unity among their individual entities in order to be able to come to that table in the first place. Yeah, so treaty is not opposed to unity. It's just that one is in some ways an informal terminology, a concept that people refer to, and the other is the formalizing of a particular kind of relationship. A treaty is an agreement. You can have an agreement with your enemy. It doesn't mean that you're united with your enemy. It just means that you have an agreement with them. And your unity goes to the extent of the agreement, if that makes sense.
Right. That is the piece of the document, like the Treaty of Peace and Friendship that allowed Europeans to travel to the Americas. Now they were allowed to travel to the Americas under the guise of that. Listen, please do not disturb the indigenous peoples of those lands. You know what I'm saying? These treaties signed in England or wherever amongst the British, the French, and the Moroccans, who owned North, Middle, and South America. So this is a very significant document.
No, they didn't. Where did you get that from?
That they broke. That's obviously in the terms of the treaty, acknowledging who owns what, right?
No, not really.
No. It's clear because it's like
hold on. Sorry,
for you to allow you. Hold on. For you to allow Europeans to travel to the Americas, it's not like they haven't been there or they can't make expeditions or whatever, right? They've been doing that, right? But
for who to allow?
For them to get permission to even go, came from that treaty, right? From the British and the French and
no. Who gave the permission? Who gave the permission?
The Moroccans.
The Moroccans gave who permission?
The Europeans allowed them to travel to the Americas under stipulations, under that Treaty of Peace and Friendship,
which was signed in what, the 1700s, right?
Something like that, yeah.
Now, and prior to that, the Pope in Rome had already split up the world between the Portuguese and the Spanish. Yeah, so this is like, by this point, the Spanish and the Portuguese and the British had already been in the Americas for hundreds of years, massacring people. So this is late in the day. They had already the enslavement of African people is well underway. the genocide being committed against the indigenous peoples of the Americas is already well underway.
No, sorry, I don't think it's 1700s. Sorry, let me go and check it.
The Treaty of Peace and Friendship is definitely in the 1700s. Yeah. Well, what's it called?
Okay. But is it before they hold on? Is it before they establish their government in the same 1700s?
What do you mean? Sorry, what do you mean?
Because the U.S. government was
that's 1776. Yeah, that's
right. Is this earlier than that?
I think probably just before. It's not much before.
Right. And this is what we're saying is an illegal action. Because this
what's
was
an illegal action? Sorry.
No, them forming government and all of that type of thing. That was my main thing when I first made this statement.
But they're writing the law
to go over there. Hold on, to go over there. Yeah, but you're writing new laws. Not like there's not established laws over there. You already got Moors, yeah, which relate to Morocco, and they ruled, as I said, northern and middle and South America from Casablanca. Remember that the Moors, I mean, the Moroccans that we have nowadays are not the same ones of what we're talking about in the 1700s.
Yeah, but I'm disagreeing with that statement in general. At no point did the Moors rule South, North, and Central America. Okay. I just disagree with that. I don't connect Morocco, the current Morocco, with the older Moors in general. Anyway, right? But at the same time, what I'm saying is these people were passing different laws and treaties and agreements between themselves, yeah, from long before the 1700s, right? So, for example, I mentioned Bartholomew de las Casas, yeah, who in the 1400s.
Sorry, you can't set up no laws until you set up a constitution and a government. You can't do that.
Well, right? It depends on laws are passed within different polities and institutions, yeah, in different ways, right?
Yeah, that's fine.
So
so what supersedes what supersedes any rule of law, my brother?
Hold on.
If not a treaty.
Hold on. It depends, right? Let's let me finish. Yeah, of course it does. It depends on the system that is in place, right? So if we're talking, for example, about the Catholic Church, yeah,
right,
the Pope, yeah, especially back in the day, was able to make judgments that became law within what was referred to as Christendom, yeah,
right.
And so when for example, the Spanish and the Portuguese are in a beef, yeah, the Pope and they seek what's the word, mediation from the Pope. The Pope is able to say, well, yeah, I'm gonna split up the world, yeah. What's it called, between the Spanish and the Portuguese, and this part of the world belongs to the Spanish, and this part of the world belongs to the Portuguese. And so what he's outlined is the law among the Spanish and the Portuguese and the people in Europe, but it has an impact upon the people in the Americas and everywhere else in the world who are affected by it, but have no skin in the game in terms of how the law was made. And so that kind of law, yes, among the Catholic Church is what facilitated Christopher Columbus traveling to the Americas and being able to do what he did, right? Because a law was already passed within Christendom, and the indigenous peoples of the Americas were subjected to that law, even though they never had a part in it, right? No. So this is what we're talking about. Laws are enforced by groups of people. There's no what's it called, in terms of the politics. There is no what's the word, organic, like, it's the point I'm making is that it's all about the people that are involved and what they decide to do and what authorities they're abiding by.
All right. But what I was going to say to that is, one, Christopher Columbus went to the Americas under the guise of a company. Now, companies are not ruled by any rule of law. Yeah, Christopher Columbus himself, who was not a Christian that I know of, I thought he was meant to be like a Spanish Jew. Do you get what I'm saying? So that, I mean, religion is not even relevant, and the rule of law for the Spanish at that time under Isabella and whoever, do you get what I'm saying? You're right on that. Do you get what I'm saying? So any rulings, once they've gone and conquered somewhere, yeah, and they've set up a colony there, yes, they can apply the rules that they think, but that didn't apply to the idea of the Treaty of Peace and Friendship, because there's no Portuguese there in the document, and there's no Spanish in the document. We're dealing with Britain, France, and Morocco. Now, why is Morocco in there if there's no point? Do you get what I'm saying? Why would you make a treaty if you don't own nothing and it's got nothing to do with you other than you've got some people over there, right? It doesn't make sense. Now, what makes sense is that a treaty supersedes any rule of law. That means if you set up a government with a constitution built on the Bill of Rights and all of that you brought from England, right, to set up government and rules and laws and right? That is why we're saying that the US government, according to the laws that they want to use, or according to international law, that supersedes any domestic laws and right? And you're right, the Pope has supreme power over that, yeah, and has to officiate on international law, right? He's part of the party that's involved in the international affairs and which treaties cover. Now, the first treaties that we're dealing with like Ramses II and all of that, which is still the cartouches there somewhere in Egypt or When you look it up, that's one of the first things that come up. You know what I mean? One of the first treaties in the world, dumbass. But anyway, yeah, to the point that even though the Roman Catholic Church could have had an influence in what the Spanish and Portuguese did, that it still negates the overall truth that land was controlled, yeah, and officiated over by North Africans, and to such an extent that the Europeans was willing to sit down with them and say, all right, can we sign a treaty and go over there and yes, you've got your 13 colonies over there, you know what I mean, prior to even your independence and getting forming a government. So you're right, they definitely was in those regions.
No, yeah. I'm fundamentally disagreeing with the idea that in the 1700s, the North, South, and Central America was being ruled by people in North Africa.
Now, it wasn't America.
I'm using the terminology to refer to the masses of land. I'm not.
That's
we're not
the
talking
legal.
about.
That's the legal.
So,
after the legal change.
I'm simply referring to. Okay. Well, let's use the term Abi Ayala then, yeah, because that's the term that a lot.
But that's not what the Moroccans use.
Yeah, but I'm saying the Moroccans were not though, and even the term concept of Moroccan is a recent thing, right? So that like I'm not sure why we're going to use that terminology. At the same time, the point I'm making is that the indigenous peoples of the lands that are today referred to as the Americas, North, South, and Central, those continents, yeah, had their own systems of governance. Okay, that had nothing to do
with
the
Americas already.
Yes, no, the people that were in the Americas in the 1700s, yeah, that were in the process of being wiped out by Europeans when they got there, yeah, from the 1400s. Prior to the Europeans arriving, had their own systems of governance among themselves. Had nothing to do with people in Morocco or any other part of Africa. Had nothing to do with people in Europe, yeah, Spain or Portugal or any other part of Europe, right? They had their own systems of governance. And so what colonialism or the colonization, or especially as far as Europeans are concerned, did was to disregard other people's social, political, and economic order and impose their own. There is no universal, governance systems coming out of Europe. These systems are specific to Europe, and then they're being imposed upon the rest of the world, and they begin to shape the rest of the world in their image. Yeah. So no one's asking, well, what was the indigenous governance systems of the Aztec, so-called, or the so-called Arawak, or the Taino, more properly referred to, and and all of those people, they had their own governance systems, right?
Yeah, I think I did definitely make not a mistake, but yeah, calling them Moroccans, because at the time they were just calling them Moors. Do you get what I'm saying? So these Moors ruled from Casablanca. So yeah, if you want to put it that way and not get to technical term of Moroccan. I'm just trying to make it easy, but I'm seeing that obviously I have to be more precise in what I'm saying. Do you get what I'm saying? Because in the Americas, are there not going to be descendants of Moors in the Americas, or even helping into the building of the Constitution of America? Because what they're not understanding is that some of the native tribes are these people. Well, I feel that some people don't understand that, but I think the Americans fully, or the Europeans going over there fully understood that. So to set up the new system, they use elements of their original system, as I said, the Bill of Rights and all of that, but it was still officiated and helped put together so that you could have these first presidents and all of this, you know, and these John Hansons and all of this type of stuff, yeah, who they would say were Native Americans or Moors in some case, or various native tribes.
I don't believe that the indigenous peoples of the Americas are Moors. I believe that there is more.
Well, we say indigenous, but again, everybody came from somewhere else. But we can say indigenous for the amount of time they've been there.
The people that the Americans, the people that the Europeans found there when they got there, that are generally referred to as Taino and Arawak and Carib and Aztec and Mayan and so on and so forth.
Right.
These people are not Moors.
Okay. And Maroons, what are they?
No, maroon is is the take on a Spanish word. It's not an indigenous term for those people.
Right.
So the so-called Maroons that are known today in various parts of the Caribbean, or should I say the Americas in general, are the descendants of people like the Akan or the Ashanti, the Yoruba, the Fon,
that's right,
etc., etc. So these are not Moors, right?
So which African called themselves Moors? We didn't call ourselves Moors.
I didn't, but you introduced the term Moors.
Yeah, but I'm saying that's what Europeans. Hold on.
I'm saying that,
but that's what Europeans called us, bro.
Yeah, but that
right.
The term,
colloquially, I'm saying
the term
in
Moor,
general.
Yes, but the term Moor doesn't have one definition throughout time. At certain points in history, it's used to refer to Muslims en masse, and then at another point in history, as far as Europe is concerned, because a lot of the Africans in Europe were in fact Muslim. It was used to refer to black people. Okay, but that's the context of Europe. Yeah?
Right, and you're talking about Europeans.
There's no indigenous African people group called Moors, and I'm saying
no way.
Right. So, what I'm saying is that the people that are indigenous, or the people, let's say the people that the Europeans found when they got there, when Christopher Columbus did buck up upon people in Haiti and Bahamas, and you know what I'm saying, and so on and so forth. The people that he found there were not Moors. Yeah, these are people that.
But they were Maroons, right?
No, they weren't. They
were Tainos and all
right,
that,
exactly, right. So they become known as Maroons with European incursion and the fact that they have to go up into the hills and mountain and gully and all of these things.
Are you going to throw Caribs in that?
Again, the Carib is a European destination, but there are people groups that were referred to as Carib that were there. Yeah,
right.
Yeah,
the problem with that is they only go back maybe a century or even around about the same time that it seems that Europeans seem to appear. They haven't got a long history on those islands like that. Again,
it matters not how long they were there for, and I'm not even.
But these are a combination of peoples. Sorry.
To
be a Taino, you're already a combination of different sets of people.
The point is that the people that were there, yes,
and we can't find them now. This is the funny thing.
Not because they were wiped out, bro. You know what I'm saying?
Even in Jamaica, yeah?
Yeah, most definitely. It's not that you can't find them at all. There's just not a lot of them around, right? Do you know what I'm saying? And most of them would be mixed in with European or Africans, yeah. Do you know what I'm saying? Right. So it's not, but that's what happened, yeah.
Once you mention
some wicked Europeans,
once you mention it, you know that once you mention any of these people, and we're not saying they're directly African, it's an admixture of some sort, which might involve Africans, which majority do. Because when we checked into it and looked into the DNA of most of them, yes, they've got some European admixtures that came later, but in the main, the majority of their DNA was straight up from the West Coast or Central or Southern Africa. So like, yeah, even DNA wise, like when we're looking in the modern day, we can tell who are our people and descendants and da-da-da. But the main thing is that yes, the Moors, yeah, were heavily influential and have had a lot of history in the Americas. To what you're saying,
yeah, I'm disagreeing with that
throughout
fundamentally.
history.
And I'm going to suggest that most of the Moorish contact with the Americas comes with the European expeditions to those areas of the world.
Right.
At the
but
same
are
time,
Moors not Africans?
Some Moors are Africans.
Right. Just the later ones that you're talking about, like Berbers and stuff.
In the sense of the fact that the peoples that again we're referring to as Taino, etc., had their own governance systems when the people them got there. Yeah.
Okay.
Right.
Yeah.
So there are people that arrive and meet people that are living in the areas that we now call Americas. Yeah. And these people that are already there have their own political, economic, and social systems. Right. You know what I'm saying? And so what happens is a group of people come from Europe and impose them thing on the people them. There are decisions that are being made by popes in Europe that is affecting how these Europeans are behaving in these lands, whilst they're disregarding the political, social, and economic order of these people and imposing a new one. Okay, so I'm saying that sovereignty is not what's the word? A sacred concept in the sense of it is defined by the specifics of the social system that you're within. Yeah. And so what you see there is one group of people encroaching upon the sovereignty of another group of people.
That's true.
What made those people sovereign didn't matter to the people that were imposing their system, yeah, on them. All right, they were negating their sovereignty completely. Okay, and imposing a new system whereby sovereignty was defined by who had the biggest army, and you know, other factors, right? Whereas those people wouldn't have defined it necessarily in that kind of way. You see what I'm saying? When the Pope in Rome said this belongs to the Spanish and this belongs to the Portuguese, the people then that they were splitting up had no say in that decision. they were not being respected in any way, shape, or form. This was a European decision based upon European standards, completely.
So you're saying, okay. So
right.
have you read the Treaty of Peace and Friendship?
I've not read it completely. No.
Then obviously, then your standpoint is an ignorant one.
Well, I'm not going to suggest that I'm the all-knowing.
No, I'm just saying to shoot me down.
Definitely ignorant. I wasn't shooting you down, bro.
No, but to shoot me down and not have read the actual document I'm talking about is a bit unfair. You know what I mean? It's like,
down.
Come on, bro.
Simply saying,
if you say no to something I'm saying, right, you're shooting me down, bro, because I am actually correct and you are incorrect. No, but I'm saying you're incorrect because you are not in the know of information. Please.
It depends on the point that I'm making.
Let me finish what I'm saying, brother. Please, I beg. Yeah. So that's what I'm saying. If you're shooting me down by saying outright no, yeah. If you say no to something I say, you are shooting me down, brother. You're
what
doubting.
Was I saying no to?
Hold on. You're doubting the information I'm bringing forth, right? If I say there's a treaty of peace and friendship, and you say, yeah, I understand the treaty, yeah, you're touching on it, yeah, but you're not understanding what's being written in there. So when words like more is being used, yeah, and it's dealt with Moroccans, yeah, on the document, like what are we doing out here? And we understand what they're doing, what these Europeans did, yeah. They just used it as a general term, right? That even the Spanish are doing the same thing, calling man Marano, so you know what I mean? Or negro or nigger, you know what I mean? All of these things because of their ignorance. Remember that prior to that, they also called us Ethiops or Ethiopians. Every single one that they encountered. That's disingenuous from them. you get what I'm saying? But showing their ignorance as well. Because even in the Dark Ages, well, as you said, when they're using the distinction of Moors for Muslims, well, it's just some black people who were under the banner of Islam. Yeah, but what people? Because we can identify some of those people tribally even now. No matter what you are, what religion you are, you still come from a tribe if you're African. So that's our main thing. Like, you ignorant Europeans, you just called everybody Moors, this one, that one, you know, African, you know what I mean? These are two general terms, especially after the history that we have, you know what I mean, of kingdoms and caliphates and, you know, all sorts. We gave you the overstanding of rulership and hierarchy and all of that. You learned that from us by interacting and visiting with us. The right to write documents and make powerful documents and rules of law and all of this type of stuff. As I said, the word law, if a treaty supersedes the rule of law, then law is not involved. It's not that law we're dealing with, because that law is statutory law, is what you're using within the confines of whatever country you're in, right? And I'm saying for them to establish that in America is the American Constitution based on the Bill of Rights. And the Bill of Rights is only the right to form government, right? In England. I thought it was American because it said Bill, you know the ones there. And then when I looked into it, I realized, oh shit, William II and all of that, and all that gunpowder plot was all what was part of this story. Do you get what I'm saying? And then the Protestants deciding they want to go over to the Americas to find, you know, like what was it? Gold. It was gold first they were looking for, like gold rush, right?
I'm trying to figure out what you think I was disagreeing with versus what I was actually disagreeing with.
The Moroccans or the Moors being Moroccans, and then them owning Axum and Amexum, yeah, or Turtle Island. These are the names can be used. I don't know what you mentioned. I don't know what that was, but in the terms of when the black Africans are dealing with these Europeans and writing documents with them, we have to get the names right. So then that way we can make sense of what we're talking about. We can't say America, because America comes when they establish their rule of law and all of this type of stuff. That's why it's not a unified country and it's 50-something states. You understand? The whole term that they're using is to bypass the law and not openly show that there's illegal practices, and even that you setting up a government and having laws in America is absolutely against international law and against the treaty that you signed with the Africans. You know what I'm saying? Which is not new. They definitely always break treaties and do certain stuff, because when it comes to the Barbary Wars, where we're definitely writing more treaties, yeah, they definitely like break those as well. You know what I mean? Over time and all of that. So yeah, but the main thing is that it seems like the Europeans know who owned the North and South and Middle America. They knew this because we are also been visiting these places long before they even established themselves in any of these Portugal or Spain. Because remember, the British are the last to come underwater. So you're correct in that the first people going over to these places would have been the Spanish and Portuguese, who are two different sets of people as well. One are straight outright Europeans, as in the Portuguese, and then the Spanish becoming Europeans under Isabella and her husband.
In fact, what I was disagreeing with was the idea that the Treaty of Peace and Friendship is what gave them permission to go over to the Americas and colonize the place. I'm saying that by the time that treaty comes into place,
no one would ever do that.
They've already been there from since the 1400s, right?
Yeah,
engaging in these things. And I gave an example of what happened during the time of Bartholomew de las Casas, yeah? and I'm forgetting who the Pope was at that time, so forgive me. But Bartholomew was important because he started to look at what they were already doing to the indigenous peoples of the Americas and started to complain to the Pope, about some of the barbarity that was taking place. And his suggestion, whilst campaigning on behalf of the indigenous peoples, was to enslave or do the same thing to the savages in Africa, because unlike the Africans, these people have souls. These indigenous peoples of the Americas, quote unquote, have souls, right? So this is one of the reasons why it's important. But the point I'm making is that the Pope already was making decisions that were affecting these vast areas of the planet that totally disregarded the people that were being interacted with. So we didn't need to wait till the 1700s, and that decision was not authorized by or the people that were in Morocco in the 1700s did not have the wherewithal to sanction or stop these Europeans from doing what they were doing, unless we are making the argument that the entire so-called transatlantic, so-called slave trade was orchestrated by the Moroccans. And yes, I am challenging the relationship.
This is maybe that's what you misunderstood. You misunderstood because to sign a treaty, it didn't allow for people to go over there and colonize. Yeah, that wasn't the arrangement in the treaty.
Bring out the treaty, bro. Bring out the treaty.
Yeah, that wasn't the original. That wasn't the original modus operandi. The idea was, I was suggesting, that they can go there, they can settle there, but please do not disturb or trouble the indigenous peoples that are already there. Why are they saying indigenous people? Because it's their people. Do you get what I'm saying? So this is why it's so important that not too long after they get there, in a political form, and then set up a government. This setting up of a government is what we're saying is the illegal action, according to international law. Do you get what I'm saying? So anything after that, you're going to use maritime law to rule the people, which you're calling commercial law in America, which was the same as ours in England. Do you get what I'm saying? So we had to find out, when you're doing your sovereignty and all of that, you have to find out who owned what, who rules this, and what you can base your findings and your standings on. Do you get what I'm saying? So one of the documents, I make powerful documents, trying to get myself free, right? So one thing, you have to make a statutory claim, and then there's a statutory declaration, and then there you get to the other part, which is your ICC or something to do with your financial stuff and blah, blah, blah. And then hopefully by the time you wash your name and done all of these things, you will eventually been in the position to be sovereign. You can either join, and you can either join an existing sovereign nation or tribe, which you already have relations to, or you could be unique and be trying to make your own one. So say you're saying, okay, my tribe now, this is the tribe of Shakara. And anyone who follows me or my family or anyone who's involved in what I'm involved in, and then what you do, you put them on notice. Do you get what I'm saying? You're not appealing to the UN or but you have to end up on the UN Charter of tribes and nations and countries, because that's when you can start affecting things, when I can go and look it up and see your tribe there. Do you get it? But it's a process that, you can be added.
Under what jurisdiction or authority is this process governed?
Obviously, international law.
International law according to who?
According to everybody, it seems. Everybody has to. No,
international law is not international. What is considered to be international law is part of a specific system that is again tied to the development of Western Europe, right? So we're talking about international law that is within the realms of and expressed through the institutions such as the United Nations.
That's correct.
United Nations is a body that is developed in the 1940s in order to consolidate European
development, yes, after mass European War II. Remembering that at this point in time, Europe, well, Britain alone had a third of the planet colonized, right?
When?
At this point in the 1940s, Britain had a significant portion of planet Earth colonized, right? Under its so-called jurisdiction, supposed jurisdiction. France, Spain, and so on and so forth. These were all colonial powers who had gone to war and were seeking a diplomatic solution to ensure that they do not go to war in the same way again. Okay, so the United Nations is little more than symbolic of the power of Western Europe at a particular point in time and the interests of Western Europe at a particular point in time. They're not regarding the sovereignty of the indigenous peoples of planet Earth.
Right. Yeah? So any rulings? Any rulings made on indigenous people, like your indigenous rights?
Well, what do you think that covers under? What does indigenous rights? Where does the concept of indigenous rights come from? This is the point. The indigenous rights.
Regardless, hold on. Regardless of where it come from, you see what you're failing to understand, that things in Europe, were also set up by us as Moors and and giving them. Hold on. Oh, as black people, you could say whatever, right? But for them, because it's the time of structure and time of coat of arms and certain things in Europe, that's proving our point. We built castles, we did all of these things in Europe, especially during the Dark Ages, right? We brought them back into the light, right? So this is definitely a truth, right? Like Saint Maurice, for example, the Black Knight. Yeah, we know that it was a black man. It turns out, you know what I mean?
The issue of what you're saying, right, is that okay? So for example, indigenous rights, as far as international law is concerned, that is not established until the early 2000s. Yeah,
right.
When the United Nations began, they never had a concept of indigenous rights. Indigenous rights is actually the product of decades of anti-colonial struggles and the UN having to accept some concessions in order to stave off more revolutionary activity from these people in general. Okay, so you're correct. It's not that even reparations is a part of international law. Yeah,
right.
Africans contributed to how that is defined in international law.
Right, and that's what I'm trying to say. Africans
but
also.
The reality is, reality is that still the framework of the United Nations is inadequate in relation to African peoples because it is a European and a Western institution.
I got you.
The rights of these indigenous people doesn't begin when the United Nations decide to recognize.
No one ever said United Nations.
I'm not saying that. That's what you're saying. Hold on.
No, I'm saying the United Nations Charter.
Yes, but in terms of indigenous
that's what I'm
rights,
dealing with right now. I'm not dealing with the United Nations because what you're saying is correct, but also it's not
indigenous people's rights until the early 2000s.
No, we're not saying. Hold on, the Charter is about you, putting them on notice about your tribe. That's all, bro.
What I'm saying to you is that the process that you're outlining within the framework of the United Nations, has a history, right? And so if we're these people already existed as people groups, and the reason why they have to fight for their indigenous rights in the first place is because of the fact that Europeans colonized the world, right? So they've been fighting for their indigenous rights ever since they were invaded. And then because Europeans still dominate the world, in terms of appealing for some of their rights, they're in the position of having to appeal to, just like we as African people, when we wanted more rights under colonialism, we had to appeal to the colonial authority. Well, today, the United Nations is and we did that, right? Under the circumstances, it made sense. What's it called? As a strategy
or as a step in the right direction, so on and so forth, you're appealing for certain levels of rights. Same with the civil rights movement in the United States of America. They're appealing for certain levels of rights. Yeah, what they're appealing for, or what they consider themselves in terms of freedom to be, is well and beyond the rights that they're asking for at that moment in time. So, for example, the right to go to school and the right to sit at a lunch counter, for example, and so on and so forth. Yeah, the people that are campaigning for that, they don't believe that that's all that they're worth, but it's given their circumstances, it's a way to move in the right direction. What I am saying is that after World War II, mass European War II, the colonized world, to a significant degree, was in open rebellion. And one of the ways in which the European powers consolidated and reorganized themselves was through institutions like the United Nations, that was set up at the same time as the IMF, the International Monetary Fund, the World Bank, the World Trade Organization. Yeah. So soon to be followed by the North Atlantic Treaty Organization, right? NATO, and so on and so forth. Yeah.
Right.
And so this is not a legitimate body, yeah, for indigenous peoples to be defining their sovereignty by. It is only a strategic, what's the word, arrangement, given the power dynamics in the world today, that we may have to talk to these bodies and so on and so forth. But indigenous peoples do not define their sovereignty by the UN. They only seek to secure their sovereignty or some of their rights based upon the power dynamics in the world today by interacting with the UN.
All right. So I could agree to that. But again, that was not the distinction anyone was making. Yeah. As I said, if you're looking for your sovereignty and to be a sovereign nation or a tribe, like I suggested, yeah, you have to write powerful documents. In one of these documents is going to be the Indigenous Right Acts of 2000 and so on and so and so, right? Where the Pope acknowledged these things, right? The Pope, yes. Because the Pope is heavily influenced. Remember, he has power over any of these laws that we're talking about within the boundaries of these various countries. I'm talking European and otherwise, right? Because his supposed vestry powers comes from the Creator. Now, it seems by law or whatever, no one's arguing with that. Yeah. So before he
there's many people that argue.
Hold on. Before he celebrates that this consolidation of power, yeah, which has taken place in the last 5 years. So you can look it up and it will show you that he made a decree explaining to everyone, I have the power to intervene in any domestic laws or situations that I feel. Do you get what I'm saying? And it was like rah, and they had a big celebration and all of this type of stuff for the Pope, right? Just before that, though, after that, sorry, then he acknowledges the Indigenous Rights Act or whatever it is. You know what I mean? According to international law. So in my powerful documents, these things have to be there, right? I have to have a full breakdown of what was said and the actual act or whatever it is, according to international law. But what we're saying about the UN Charter is definitely the concept is older because it's based on international law. So regardless, these European countries getting together and forming the UN later on, that is not really what it's about, because on the international charter, for example, yeah, I'm a Yoruba. So Yoruba are there as sovereign, as a recognized tribe, do you get what I'm saying, of people. Just like Taínos would be on there. You know what I mean? Every single tribe that we could imagine should be on this charter. And any new ones should appear after a month or so, because that's why I said it's always constantly changing. But the UN, the charter is not necessarily anything to do with the organization, what we're calling the UN. It's just that the laws that are being used are exactly the same and similar and all of that, which is international law. We can't be using one man using maritime law, one man using this other law or whatever law. It seems there has to be a unified one that supersedes any other laws that we're using. Yeah, and we can clearly identify the ones being used day to day, and then the ones that relate to the laws of the land. Do you get it? So yeah, the UN is definitely like, I don't even know what that is, because it's like the African UN. We would also have to bring into that discussion, right? Shaka, are you there, Shaka? Hello. Oh, he dropped out.
Yo, yeah.
Oh yeah,
so
yeah. Sorry, go.
The point is, that sovereignty. Again, you're dealing with sovereignty under a particular jurisdiction, yeah, and then there's sovereignty as a concept in and of itself. Okay, so if you're dealing with sovereignty under the current system, yeah, then there's not much wrong with what you're saying.
Right.
If you're dealing with the concept of sovereignty in and of itself,
right,
yes, then there's a whole heap wrong with what you're saying.
Oh no, there's two. There's right. As you said, dealing with where you are, that type of sovereignty, like you personally, right? There's the according to the rule of law where you are, and then there's sovereignty, which would be international. You get me?
No,
that means no matter where you go. Hold on, 1 second. Like where you go, doesn't matter where you go, the same rules apply, right? So this is what we know. Like, say when I was doing my thing, like when I was getting some of my paperwork signed off by lawyers and solicitors or whatever, right? There's two ways to do it.
Priest of the state.
Well, if I get it done just by a lawyer rather than what's that other person? I forgot they're called. He's like a lawyer, but he's not. He just deals with paperwork and that. Yeah, I had to either deal with a lawyer or deal with this person. Well, he's more than a solicitor in a sense. He's got a higher position, because I can go to a solicitor, but that would only he could only sign me off locally. That means within the bounds of England. Do you get what I'm saying? But the other way, I'm looking international. I want mine to be international. This is what I'm saying, and the thing is, that's where a lot of them did not want to sign off on. Do you get what I mean? They looked at my documents, they saw what it was, and they were like, okay, well, if you want it locally, as a lawyer, as a solicitor, I can do that for you. What you really need is the other guy, yeah? But I'm saying I need the other guy because I don't want it just for local and just for England, yeah? I want it so that when I go other places, yeah, I'm exempt. I can pass the ports without a passport and all of these type of things, you know what I mean? So yeah, these things are definitely things, right? Go on.
The passport is set up by a particular system, yeah,
right?
Okay. So the point is this, yeah,
and guess which one?
It's a Western system, right?
It's maritime. That's all.
Which is set up by the Western system. Maritime law was established by Europeans in order to facilitate their traveling around the world.
No, it wasn't.
It wasn't something. Yes, it was. It wasn't something that was contributed to by the entire planet, and all these cultures got together.
No, it was ours, bro. Oh, hold on, we got to overstand. Yeah, when we look into Europeans reaching the water and traversing these oceans, as I said, Europeans or Britain is the last. The Portuguese and the Spanish were before them, but even before them, we were
still European, bro.
No, we were on the water, and they were calling us Moors. One second, bro. One second, bro.
Having maritime
1 second.
law.
Let me tell you how maritime law came about, bro. Yeah, because when the king, what's his name, Henry, right, who wrote the Magna Carta, right, he got a hold of a Moorish book of rules and regulations. So when we travel, we had rules and regulations already, but these are for on a boat, on a ship. Yeah. This included. Hold on 1 second. Sorry. Wonderful. Take this.
While it's dead, we got the chat still. They got Kate Black. We'll see if there's anything that needs responding to. Not really. The chat's kind of slow. So yeah, I guess I'll make the point that I was trying to make here, which is the fact that
sorry, I had to get the door. I was on the phone. What was I saying now? What was I?
I'm not entirely. No, you were talking about.
Oh yeah, we were talking about the Irish the term maritime or Mauritine or Admiralty law is not based in European theology and history and Do you get what I'm saying? It's just that when they got hold of some of the rules and regulation, like a rule and regulation book, this King Henry basically, and this is what he based some of his ideas for the Magna Carta on, right? And this is why it's also being used later on, but that's after the Bill of Rights. And they needed something later on when they were doing the Bill of Rights, the right to form parliament. They needed rules, regulations, compensation, imprisonment. These are only things that were found on the Moorish or Moors boats and all of this type of stuff. How much lashings you're meant to get, how much compensation if you step off the boat and cut somebody's ear off, yeah? How many rings of gold or whatever, or compensation do you give that person? Which definitely runs in line with the concept of sovereignty, because they're going places and landing on port, yeah, but they are not subject to the rules of that land, yeah. What they are subject to, though, is their rules. Do you get what I'm saying? And they are responsible for their own action because you're sovereign, right? So if you injure someone or hurt someone, you have to have the system or know the system that we work with, which is a system of compensation, yeah. And then the idea of mutiny and all of these other things, these are based seafaring rules and regulations. So the seafaring rules and regulations came on land, and they're still using them till today in the terms of what we know as a commercial law and all of that. That is maritime law or admiralty law, the law of the sea. Yeah, this is why we talked about the flags having tassels on them, meaning that you're at war. We are not at war, but we seem to be at war. Do you get what I'm saying? So we have to know the laws that are being used for and against us, and what the actual law of the land is. Is it the same as the ones that are being used against us every day? No, they're different. So this is why, like, say, if I go into court, I would say I claim common law jurisdiction over these matters, meaning I don't want to use the established laws that you're using, this pantomime or this law of survival or commerce, yeah, the law of commerce and survival and everyday law or everyday life, right? Yes, go on, bro.
Mic check.
Yep.
Can I be heard?
Yeah.
Is Michael gone again? Yo, people in the chat, can you hear me?
I can hear you. Can you hear me?
People in the chat.
We can hear you, Shaka.
You
can hear you.
Can you hear me though?
I can hear the both of his.
The mic check 1 2.
Yeah.
But the mic
I can hear Shaka. but he can't hear me.
Inside.
DJ Shax. Leave him on his own for a second. This is what he's doing.
As a concept relates to the capacity of a group of people to establish them own a system of governance and establish their autonomy, their self-rule and self-governance on their own terms. Okay? All right. Once that system is set up, then you have degradations of sovereignty or gradations of sovereignty under that system. Yeah? For example, the Pope, we've been talking about the Pope today. The Pope establishes a certain level of governance over institutions that have a specific ideology and idea come out of a particular culture. Okay? This only has an impact on the rest of the world because that system has imposed itself on the rest of the world. But what if, for example, the Oni of Ife the Nganga of Bakongo?
What's he talking about? Do you guys know?
The Wolome yeah, of the Ga, yes, develop their own systems in a manner that totally rejects and negates the authority of the Pope in Rome, the United Nations, etc., etc., etc. They are sovereign based upon their own decree. And anti-colonial fights required people to declare their sovereignty regardless of what colonizers said. Here's a good two examples of this. First, Palmares. Yeah? If you don't know, get to know. Palmares. P-A-L-M-A-R-E-S. Yeah? Palmares was a sovereign state in the middle of Brazil during enslavement. We're talking about the 1600s. Yeah? And it's built by Africans who flee enslavement and have a rebellion enough to the extent whereby they're able to declare their own sovereignty. Their sovereignty was not recognized by the Portuguese who were in control of the nation that is currently known as Brazil today. Does it mean that they were not sovereign? No, they were sovereign. Another example, Haiti. Haiti begins a revolution in 1791, declares its sovereignty in 1804. When it declares its sovereignty in 1804, all of the colonial nations refuse to recognize its authority as a nation. The Americans refuse to recognize it. The French refuse to recognize it. The British, the Spanish, the Portuguese, etc., etc., etc. And that situation would continue for about 50, 60 years before any of them actually recognized Haiti as a nation and the sovereignty of Haiti as a nation. Did the Haitian people have sovereignty in spite of the fact that the colonial powers didn't recognize it? Yes, because they had established their own framework for sovereignty and enforced it through a revolution and so on and so forth. So sovereignty is not something that is simply given to you or taken away from you by the United Nations or whatever authority is in power right about now. People can declare their own sovereignty, and to the extent that they have the ability to enforce it, then they are sovereign.
Yeah, I don't know what point he's trying to make, man. It's not the same as anyone else's. Yeah. His understanding of sovereignty and all of this is madness. Yeah. Give respect to the people who done it already, man. What's this? Okay, I'll put that in the back so we can look at that.
Can I ask a question? Yeah.
Yeah. Go on, sir.
I need clarification. Yeah, I need because I'm thinking about this thing myself, about the liberation and reparation for Africa, Black Africa, and the Black African diaspora, and how to organize effectively to counter the global power of white supremacy. To be able to organize effectively, there's going to have to be some clarification on exactly what is unity, how it functions, in order to organize effectively. And also, there's going to need to be some clarification on sovereignty. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you, bro.
You can't hear me?
Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Okay, cool.
Yeah, I can hear you.
I can see someone talking, but I can't hear them.
Yeah, your shit's fucked, Shaka.
Yeah. Oh, I can hear now. Sorry.
Oh, you can hear, yeah?
Sorry, yeah.
All this time you ain't been able to hear none of us.
No, nothing.
We noticed. Yeah, we just let you monologue and do your thing. I think that's the best way to actually leave you clear to say what you want to say. You get me? But yeah, go on, IC3. You were saying.
Go on.
Yeah. So basically, what I'm saying, if you didn't hear me, Shakara, is that in order to effectively liberate Black Africa and the Black African diaspora, there's going to have to be some clarity on the concept of unity and sovereignty in order to organize effectively to counter the power of white supremacy. So that's 100%. Why I'm listening very carefully.
No, listen, I'm a universal African nationalist here, so we deal with the concept of world African sovereignty, but it's not based upon the UN, right? Just this I'm saying. So sovereignty is a concept that exists beyond and above the authority of the United Nations, yeah. For us, right? And so, sorry, what I'm noticing there's a document on the screen. Are we reading it or not?
Hold on. Oh, did it go through? Oh yeah. You can take a it's in the back chat, so you can have a look at it as well. Did you get it?
Yeah, go on, read it. Let's read it. No.
Yeah, but I know I've got to go and trim someone, so I'm mad because my brother just walked in the yard, innit? That's why I was on.
All right, I'll read it. 1 second.
Yeah,
all right. So the American.
Go on.
By the way, this is the National Archive. So
should I make it bigger? Yeah? I can make it bigger. Sorry?
No, it's fine. I've got it up still.
Okay.
But obviously you can't scroll in it, so I'm gonna have to read it from where I am at, right? Okay. So I'm just checking what the website is so people understand what the website is. The National Archives. Yeah. So this is the Government of America National Archives. Yeah. All right. Okay. So the American Treaty of Peace and Friendship, 28th of June, 1786. Yeah. So this is 10 years after the American Revolution in 1776. Okay. All right. So this is after Britain fought against what became known as the United States of America.
Right.
Yeah, fought against the British monarchy and declared its independence. Okay. Right. Now, recognizing the fact that at the time, Britain did not recognize the sovereignty of the United States of America, but the United States of America declared it anyway. And it says, in the name of Almighty God, this is a treaty of peace and friendship established between us and the United States of America, us being the people in Morocco, at the time. Okay. Yep. What's it called? Which is confirmed and which we have ordered to be written in this book and sealed with our royal seal at our court of Morocco on the 25th day of the blessed month of Shaban in the year 1200. Trusting in God, it will remain permanent. We declare that both parties have agreed that this treaty, consisting of 25 articles, shall be inserted in this book and delivered to the Honorable Thomas Barclay. Interesting name there. The agent of the United States now at our court, with whose approbation it has been made, and who is duly authorized on their part to treat with us concerning all matters contained therein. If either of these parties shall be at war with any nation whatever, and the other party shall not take a commission from the enemy nor fight. The other party shall not take a commission from the enemy nor fight under their colors. Right. If either of the parties shall be at war with any nation whatsoever and take a prize belonging to that nation, there shall be found on board subjects or effects belonging to either of the parties. The subject shall be set at liberty and the effects returned to the owners. And if any goods belonging to any nation with whom either of the parties shall be at war shall be loaded on vessels belonging to the other party, they shall pass free and unmolested without any attempt being made to take or detain them. Is there a specific part that you, because there is?
Yeah, it's very long. It's very long. It's very long. I think there is one.
But I'm waiting for the point at which the permission was given to the Europeans, right? Because as I understand this particular treaty, this is them simply recognizing the fact that the United States of America exists. Right. Yeah, when when Britain wouldn't. And I believe France had already done this because France had assisted the United States of America in its Revolutionary War. So the Americans already had agreements and treaties with France, so it already began to recognize it and so on and so forth, right? So I'm waiting for the permission part.
Right.
Yeah, because as I understand what you were saying, this was the treaty in which the Moroccans gave the Americans the authority, permission to establish a nation. By this point,
not establish a nation, just settle and do whatever they want to do. What they wanted to do is what we're considering is an illegal action, to form a government and
but they've already formed the government by this point. The government's already been formed by this point.
Oh, sorry. So this is the other one. Sorry, because there's a previous one that allows them to go over there in the first place, and then there's another one established with the actual established Americans, right?
Yeah, and also look at the top of the document of the treaty. It says, in the name of Almighty God.
That's correct.
So if it's in the name of the Almighty God, that's the basis, justification, right, of the whole thing. Yeah, and that's the basis of the sovereignty,
right,
of all sovereignty. When you declare, you make your statement in the name of Almighty God. So that's the end. That's the person who's giving you, or the entity that's giving you the right to exist as a sovereign entity. Correct?
That's correct. Because remember, you're speaking to the authority. One second. You're speaking to the authority. Otherwise, there is no need for Moroccans there at all. Right? If they do not have, if they do not have authority in this situation. Yeah?
They don't have authority in the situation.
They have authority in this situation, my brother.
No, they don't. They're simply...
Because Europe, hold on, wait. Europeans have authority over themselves. This is why they can sit at the table. This is why you can have a treaty amongst nations. And hold on. Right? Come on, bro. Like, the document's right in front of you. And you're telling me...
Slowly.
Okay, go on.
Yeah, go on. I'm listening one at a time because this is heavy stuff.
Yeah. I'm saying the document in front of you, is the authority of these people. So it's the Moroccans leading the charge, and dealing with the Americans, because the original one has Britain and France. Do you get it? Now we're dealing with American and but I did see there were multiple treaties of peace and friendship. Do you get what I'm saying? So they signed many treaties because that's all you can do at the time. Do you get what I'm saying? Because that supersedes any rule of law and and any government shit and any of that maritime or admiralty is non-relevant in this circumstance. Yeah, only this is the top level. Do you get what I'm saying? This is nations speaking to each other and making agreements. So if you don't believe that the Moors or the Moroccans was a sovereign nation, well, the Europeans disagree with you.
No, I didn't say that the Moroccans were not sovereign nation.
Hold on, but think about it. Because someone is giving you the authority to do what you're doing. You're still asking for permission to do certain stuff. You're still ask man with so many articles to set the parameters.
To do what though? To do what? This is the point.
Well, read it and find out. As I said, sorry.
Right. Let me explain this. Yeah,
it was quite clear in the beginning what they're saying, right? When they start talking about
that both parties, have agreed the treaty consisting of 5 articles shall be inserted in this book, blah blah blah. If either party, shall be at war with any nation whatsoever. This is the second article now. The other party shall not take a commission from the enemy nor fight under their colors. Why is that there? Right. For example, I'm going to explain it in a second. If either party shall be at war with any nation whatsoever and take a prize belonging to that nation, and there shall be found on board subjects or effects belonging to either of the parties, the subjects shall be set at liberty and the effects returned to the owners. And if any goods belonging to any nation with whom either of the parties shall be at war shall be loaded on vessels belonging to the other party, they shall pass free and unmolested without any attempt being made to take or detain them. Yeah. The reason why this treaty is being written,
it's a trade agreement.
To some degree,
To some degree,
But what it is saying is this is taking place within the context of some upheavals in Europe and some upheavals in North Africa. There's a war taking place. In North Africa, and because the British Navy has a significant control over the seas, America is looking for allies, that will assist them in circumventing British naval ships. Not in the Americas, but in Europe and on the coast of Africa, North and West and Central Africa. And so the Moroccans are agreeing to not side with the British against the Americans. That's all that's happening here. Right? That's why all of this is they're outlining all this naval stuff and all these, but America already has a government. By this point, I believe they're already on their third president. By this point, 1 second, I've got to answer the door.
But what you're not taking into consideration, is that there are multiple treaties, and this is just one of the later ones. One of the first ones, as I said, allowed them to go there. It's plain and simple. It's not complicated. You get me? And you setting down all these rules of trade and thing and liberty and all the. When you get further down in the article, there's a one specific. I think it's like number 20 something. Then you start to see what's really going on. But you can pull it up as well. IC3, right?
Yeah.
And have a look at it, right? Well. Yeah, have a look at it, man. You know what I'm saying? And then you'll understand what I'm trying to say. Like, you can't make any deals if you ain't sovereign. If you ain't, you get what I'm saying?
That's right.
You can't even have a foot at the table. So, like, if we're saying America, cool. But in this particular document, all right, they're established, But I'm telling you, by the laws, and remember, what was the clear words being used? On board. So, excuse me, my brother, what laws are we using once we say on board?
Right.
What laws are we using? Huh?
And even what
laws are we using, Unks? Come on, man, it's plain and simple.
Oh, right, but maritime
right. Thank you.
Yeah.
So who does the laws belong to? The Moors. Maritime law. maritime.
Right.
What are you talking about? Yeah, these are pretty words by the Europeans, but when we go back to the root of it, the Moor thing, we know that's you lot again, calling us, all of us, colloquially and a name. Yeah, Moorish. You know, there's many words that you lot use. Yeah, but what we're saying is, okay, we embraced it and we say we're Moroccans now. Moors who are Moroccans, and there's
You
no
think that the
argument
people
about
in Morocco at this time are black people?
what when it's thing? No, it varies. I mean, when the original treaty was thing, I think they were still black. And even when Noble Drew Ali went there in the late 1800s, yeah, they were still black. Yeah, so you know,
so
the modern Morocco was established in the 1900s. Do you get it?
Of course, but you are aware of the fact that the sacking of the Songhai Empire in the 1500s was facilitated through a relationship between the Spanish and the people of Morocco.
Yeah, and which Spanish are we talking? Are we talking the black Spaniards?
No, these are Europeans. These are white
right.
people.
Are we talking Isabella and them? Well, the penal population is going to mainly stay the same. It's the
you're missing the point I'm making.
No. I'm saying hold on. It's the rule of law that's changing. So even then, it could still be black folk. Yes,
you're missing the point I'm making. You're missing the point I'm making, right? The people then wanted to sack the Songhai Empire. They used the Moroccans to do so. Right. Yeah, and they funded the Moroccans with guns and so on and so forth. Yeah. Okay. So the people them in Morocco had already had a significant relationship with people in Europe. Yeah. And to significant degrees, there were different powers in Europe that had an alliance with the Moroccans that actually funded them to extend European power into Africa. Yeah. At this point. Okay. Yep. So what's happening here is that the Moroccans are making certain concessions towards a newly formed European state in the Americas. Yeah, that some European states are not recognizing, for example, the United Kingdom of Great Britain, and some are, for example, France. Yes, and the people in Morocco are saying, well, when you're in our jurisdiction, we're going to give you these rights. Yeah, this is not a treaty that relates to the government of the United States of America's rights in America. There's nothing in this document that says that the Moroccans have jurisdiction in the Americas. What they're agreeing to is all related to, and what they have the power to give them is rights in relation to where they live.
1 second.
In Fidem space.
Okay, so
not where
now, any laws you're gonna any laws you're gonna call on, yeah? Do they supersede this document?
Does what supersede this document?
Does any rule of law that they're using in the Americas from then till now, does it supersede a treaty?
The treaty is an agreement between two sovereign states.
Okay, so does it supersede though?
No,
does the common law, hold on, does the commercial law or the laws of the land of that thing, does it supersede these laws? Not even this law, this document. That's why I said this document and these treaties.
It's not a law. This is an agreement between two parties.
When you hear the word supersede, what does supersede mean?
No, but I'm not sure the question that you're asking applies.
So I'm just giving you the point. So when you're making the point of, oh yeah, but they had this laws and they had that laws and does that override international? 1 second. Does that override international law? Does it override a treaty? No. And if a treaty is broken, what laws? Can be activated? Is it going to be the laws of your land, my land, or international law? Like, this is what its uses is. Yeah, amongst nations. Nations can supposedly put restrictions, punish, and do all of them things under international law, because the rule of the land, right? You see, like the government of the United States is a corporation, is a business. So it doesn't come under any rule of law that they're even implementing. Yeah, because businesses are run by codes of conduct and all sorts. And, you know, this code's 576543, according to the, you get what I'm saying? Like they don't have to follow, yeah, the rules that they're setting down for the people. And this has always been a thing. And if you don't know this, this is why you can never be free, you know, in a sovereign, and say you're sovereign, because you don't understand the laws and the legislation and what laws protect you, and you know what I mean, in the land that you're in, you know what I mean. So that's.
So let me see if I understand. If I understand your position.
Sorry, Asifi. Let me just read this this Article 14 in this treaty, yeah, and right. It says the commerce with the United States shall be on the same footing as is the commerce with Spain, or as that with the most favored nation for the time being. And their citizens shall be respected and esteemed and have full liberty to pass and repass our country and seaports whenever they please without interruption. Yeah. So again, they're establishing their relationship with America in the same manner that they've already established their relationship with Spain. And they're saying that it's an agreement to say that when them come through where the Moroccans have jurisdiction, then they'll be able to pass through and have sea, because the British are on the seas at that time trying to deny the Americans. Yeah, the Americans. What's it called? They're intercepting their ships and teething their cargo and so on and so forth.
Okay, cool.
That's what's happening at
so
the
what
moment.
rule of law? Hold on. What rule of law covers the sea?
Oh Lord.
Huh? What rule of law covers dealings in the waters, on the waters, at the ports, and all of that? The same rule of law, hold on, that you said didn't exist and is not with the Africans.
When did I say that? When did I say that? When did I say this?
So you didn't understand when I said Moors and
no,
Mauritine. Hold on. Mauritine law. So the law of the sea, who's on the sea first? Not fucking Europeans. This is a ridiculous notion and a lie to the people if you're going to let them believe that Europeans were on the waters first, when history says the opposite. The last people on the waters were the British. We established that the Portuguese and the Spanish were there long before the British. Yeah, it's only with the Spanish Armada being sunk in the English Channel, yeah, that after that point with Elizabeth I is when they take to the waters. So Walter Riley and all of this business, and you know, start sending man out there, right?
The 1500s, bro.
I'm just telling you, bro.
200 years ago, or it's nearly 300 years before this.
Yeah, but we are saying we are there a long time before that. We already got boats. We established. Hold on, we established merchant traders. They're calling us pirates and all of this type of nonsense, right? But yet we're organized, and yet for you to find the Americas, you still need one of us. You're calling him a Moor. A Moor gave you directions to navigate to the Americas, and also because you came under a company like the East India Company, who obviously the Moors had deals with what? Different nations. So they gave them the maps, yeah, that they could use and give to Columbus to find what? The West Indies or the Caribbean.
Unfortunately, nothing in this document suggests that. At the same time,
no, you don't have to suggest that. I'm just giving you a backstory and the history.
But I never said that maritime law doesn't exist. What I said was maritime law comes about with the rise. No, I didn't say with the British. I said with the rise of Europeans.
No,
it
that's
doesn't
not true,
mean.
Obviously,
it doesn't mean that nobody else was sailing before Europeans. It just means that what is referred to as maritime law develops in a specific context. Yes, not everybody that was sailing to other places had an international law governing how they were traveling and treaties.
No, that's not international. Like, you're mixing it up.
Right? What's it called? Right,
if maritime law is maritime law, hold on 1 second, bro. If maritime law is the law of the sea, 1 second, that has been in the existence.
There is no law of the
1
sea.
second, my brother.
How you gonna interrupt me? One second.
1 second, 1 second. No, because you're getting it wrong, and it's sounding all messed up.
So you're gonna interrupt me. All right.
Yeah.
Let him finish.
What do you want me to do? You know what I mean? You're just making clear errors and mistakes in your summation.
Let him make the errors, man.
All right, go on.
Thank you very much.
Cool. Because I just don't understand like how a man don't understand simple. It's simple.
It's all right. Let him finish.
That is in hold on. That one thing that is in place since 1066, right? We're talking Henry. Yeah, Henry's the one who writes the Magna Carta, right? In 1012 or whatever the time is.
That's well before maritime law.
Right. No, maritime law's there already because black people, as they're calling them Moors, even at that time, right, were traveling to England. How are you in paintings and shit? How did you get here? There ain't no planes, there ain't no automobiles, it's only ships. And we had ships for thousands.
It's not only
come on, my brother, man.
There's not very many black people.
You're not listening. And then, as I said, it gave people, they used it, especially when it came down to 1780 something with the emergence of the Bill of Rights, the right to form government. You need laws and rules to go with that. What laws and things did you use? You used maritime law, which you're calling commercial law or whatever now, right? Or admiralty law and It's all the same thing. Potato. Laws.
So you say admiralty.
1 second. Yeah, but as I said, they're putting titles on it. Yeah, on a thing that already exists. Show me something that they came up with independently. You can't through history. Everything is borrowed. 1 second, my brother. Everything is borrowed from somewhere else. So go on.
Everything is not borrowed from somewhere else. There are many things that
for Europeans.
But at the same time, even if they learned some things from some other people, which they did, they always have, and all people have, it doesn't mean that maritime law was not developed by these European powers when they were in terms of their relationship to each other. And there's nothing that you're going to be able to demonstrate otherwise. Like if you show me evidence of this thing, I'll accept it. I don't think you can.
So the evidence will be obviously in the direction of Henry. Do you get what I'm saying? The person who wrote the Magna Carta. I've given clues and indication, and anybody could have easily Googled what I was saying, but no problem.
And the Magna Carta is a European.
Hold on, when I got time, yes, but when is its emergence? Prior to anything you're saying, right? Because according to you, when did they? When did they come with the Magna Carta? I mean, the maritime law. What century?
I don't recall the century that they came with maritime.
Okay, then just relax. Then, as I said, they didn't come with anything. They just usurped.
All right, can we do? Can we have a refresher?
Sorry. They just usurped what was already there. If I tell you that a man got a man's shipping logo book, of a Moor, and opened it up, and it was a book on rules and regulations on being on a ship. I said mutiny. Hold on. I said mutiny. I said compensation. I said imprisonment. These are not things that are in the Magna Carta. Am I lying? Right. So how did we get? Hold on. How did we get to these little bylaws and and these acts of parliament and It was via maritime law, and they only implemented it right in the 1700s themselves.
Okay, can we stop for a minute?
Even though they had
brothers, 1 minute. Can we stop for a minute and just do a refresher? 1 second. Can we do a refresher here for those people just coming in, because it's getting deep now. So, right. So I just want to refresh the two positions. Yeah. Mm-hmm. And then we're trying to look at this discussion in terms of a solution or construction for Africa and the African diaspora. So that's what we're digging into these things for. So correct me, let me see if I understand what you're saying. So Sniper's position is that in order for Africa and the African diaspora to organize themselves effectively, it has to be a recognition. They have to recognize the previously established rules and systems and concepts of sovereignty already set down, and then organize Africa and African diaspora to organize themselves effectively around those sovereign, how can I say, the rules of sovereignty and treaties as previously established. Now, Shaka Zra's position is no, all systems and sovereign systems of law and sovereignty established are all with a European bias, which is basically a white supremacist bias, and that in order for Africa and the African diaspora to liberate themselves, and that they have to set up systems separate from the already established codes. Is that the difference I'm understanding is going on here?
No, not in the slightest.
Right, what's the difference?
Not in the slightest. For me, anyway. Sorry, for me, not in the slightest. No, I was trying to establish.
Let me understand the difference. The two differences. What's the difference?
One, we were talking about sovereignty, right?
Yes.
Right. Two, we were talking about the North Africans, under the guise of Moroccans or Moors or whatever you want to say, owning and ruling and writing documents, because they are able to, because they have the authority, right. And we know under the Moorish, even under the Moorish identity, what the titles are, as I explained to you earlier, Bey and El and
yeah.
So
what value is that to Africa? What value is all of this?
No. That wasn't the modus operandi. No, we were just explaining things that have happened in history and why things are the way they are. Like I was trying to explain.
What purpose? To what end?
Well, one was explaining the idea of sovereignty. Do you get what I'm saying?
Yes.
And I was trying to explain to Shaka that even as we are now, if you say you're Maroon, if you say you're Yoruba, you can go on the UN charter and you will find your tribe fully identified. And from that standpoint, and also the standpoint that when we're dealing in that realm of tribes and nations and all of that, we're dealing with international law, right?
Right.
And then how you're covered also in that, if as I said, I write powerful documents to support my sovereignty, right? So in my statutory claim, my statutory declaration, I have to have some of this information.
Right, and that's the way. So you're saying that's the way forward for Africa. Africa, in order to be liberated.
No. You and me to be liberated, right? And say we are sovereign, because that was already established in the past. This is why some of these laws and rules and regulations exist. This is why maritime law exists, because people are sovereign.
Who are you and I then? Who are you talking about? When you say you, me and you, who are we?
We are Africans or Moors or Maroons or any title that Europeans or indigenous Americans.
All
right.
This is the interesting point.
That is the point. And Europeans have made that point that you in the lands of America are indigenous, you're Moors, you're
hold it.
Maroons.
So are you saying that you and I, one second, are you and I Moors then? Is that our identity?
No. I'm saying that
what
that
are
is
we
the
then?
distinction.
No, hold it. Slow down.
Come on, man.
What is you? What are we? Tell me what we are.
We are people. We are our tribes. I could say you could. Well, whatever tribe you originate from. 1 second. That's what you are. But if in the general sense,
Yeah.
This, but
In
no,
the general
you go
sense.
too
Hold
fast.
on 1 second.
Slow
1
down.
second.
You're going too fast, man. So
How?
what is
How am I
the
going
you
too fast?
and me? What are we? We are.
Let me share something with you, like, yeah, from Article 12, yeah, in this treaty, yeah, all right, it's very revealing as well, right?
Yeah.
If any ship of war belonging to the United States shall pull into any of our ports, she shall not be examined on any pretense whatsoever, even though she should have fugitive slaves on board.
Right.
Nor shall the governor or commander of the place compel them to be brought on shore under any pretext, nor require any payment for them. So what this article is detailing is that the Americans have the right to transport enslaved bodies, in this particular enslaved Africans, through the waters and the land that is under the jurisdiction of Morocco, and Morocco shall allow them to do this without any hindrance. Why? Because the British were on the seas intercepting American and French, enslavement vessels, because France was beginning to supply the United States of America more than Britain was, and teething their quote unquote property, i.e., enslaved bodies. So the people of Morocco at this point are giving the Americans the assurance that we're not gonna put you through them something there. We are gonna make sure your slaves them are kept safe. With we. Right. That's what they're saying.
Looking after the stock.
Yes.
Won't
100%.
interfere with your ships with the stock on board.
Yes. That them I say.
So if so,
does that hold on?
Stock?
Does that mean? Sorry. Does that mean they also have some influence on what's running on the sea? Not only at their ports, but on the sea itself. Does that mean? Because if they know and they're making those, that sounds like. Hold on, that sounds like. Hold on, wait. That sounds like an established. Hold on,
Sniper. That's got nothing to do with you and me. We're stuck.
Listen, if any ship of war belonging to the United States shall put into any of our ports, so the ports that are in Morocco, not the ports that are in the United States or the ports that are in Spain,
So they have boats and they have
the ports
ships
that are in Ashantiland, the ports that are in our ports, Morocco's ports. So they say, when you're in our ports, you shall not be examined. We are not going to investigate or confiscate your goods or anything like that. It's at our port. That's what it relates to.
Yes, which has nothing to do with us then, correct?
No,
we would be considered stock.
Well, not necessarily. I mean, we also dealt with slaves, right? And we also transported people from the Americas to other places. Hence the idea that some people just disappeared off the face of the earth. No.
So are you descendants?
Hold on.
Go on.
So if we on one side they're saying like, oh, the Aztecs and certain ones they just disappeared. No. Yeah. They were transported to other parts of the world by us. Making you know if you got us.
Who's the us?
Africans, man. Like, stop this nonsense, bros. What are you doing?
No, this is very important. Are you the descendant of the stock, or are you the descendant of the Moroccan of the entities that were making these treaties? Are you a descendant of the entities that were making these treaties, or are you a descendant of the stock that was on the ships? In which case, these treaties don't apply to you.
You could consider it both.
What?
Depends on how you look at it.
But that's confusion.
Well, my people were taken. Hold on, a lot of my people were definitely taken into slavery, right? So we're not gonna overlook that fact. Do you get what I'm saying? And our country is steeped in the history of slavery and what happened to us as a course of it. But it wasn't really mainly started on that, as we said. It was based on what they could grab, right? We were already trading with them. We are merchant traders. Hold on, my people. Let me do my people. Yeah, we are merchant traders.
from the 1400s, right? We've been
and your
going to
people
Europe.
are
the Yorubas, the
oh
Benin.
right, okay.
Let's
Let's break this down.
Let
You
me
are
break
talking
that.
about the Yorubas now. Okay.
No, let's talk about the Benin. Let's say people of Benin.
Right. Okay. So
Benin, right?
okay. So you are a descendant of the people of Benin.
That's correct.
And as a descendant of the people of Benin,
right,
these treaties and contracts and deals, they apply to you because you are not the descendant of the stock that was on the ships, correct?
No. We don't know what the stock was.
That's not correct.
Yeah, we don't know what the stock was. But if we're saying the stock was us, then yes. But if we're saying, nah, the stock wasn't necessarily us, and what we were doing in return, yeah, and when it was, because like we're assuming that America is fully European, and that is not correct. We're saying
so what is your position?
Even the established system created, as in the US government and all of that, is based on the indigenous natives as well as the Europeans, right? Right.
Okay. Yeah.
Right.
So where do we? Okay. So where? What is your position? Are you identifying as stock? Because then, if you identify as stock, as a stock that was on the ships, right? Then it's a whole different ball game, a whole different way of strategy. If you are now identifying as descendants of these people that held these treaties, and you're declaring yourself to have the same rights as the people that were putting together these treaties, then is the whole world becomes a different thing altogether. You can't bounce from one to the other. Are you stock or not?
Are we stock?
What is your position?
Well, my position is I wish I was free, but in reality, we definitely all stock, right?
All right, let's slow this down. Let's slow this down. Hold it.
We're definitely all stock right now. Like if we're talking about it, like we're living in England. I got a birth certificate, yeah,
right,
which relates to someone's property. Why do you need a certificate for something natural? No. This is business. This is maritime law. 1 second. This is maritime law being put in place. So when they're talking about canal, they're talking about birth canal, the woman's birth canal, and then when she docks, you check the stock. Yes. And you give the person a certificate.
Right. Good.
So this is why you have to understand what laws are being used to control you, identify you, and what's going on. Do you get it? Once I hear certain key words.
Your point is good. You got a strong point. Your point is solid. Now, if I am stock, let's deal with me. I'm stock. I'm a descendant of stock. So in what way does the stock have any relevance to all these treaties and so on? How does the stock then become non-stock, become human, and then start to have rights? Well, how does that work?
What, from our point of view or from their point of view? Because remember, if you're dealing with Europeans, 1 second. If you're dealing with Europeans, then it's going to be, we're saying, it's the transatlantic and the Arab slave trade, right?
Yes.
Those are the two constructions that they think. And we looked into the Arab one earlier, right? With the Zan's rebellion and all of that type of stuff, right?
Yes. Right. Yeah. So this is good. This is brilliant stuff. But this is very serious. So, are you the overall strategy? Are the stock? If we see ourselves as stock, are we trying to be accepted in their system and then be recognized as human, and then seek justice or doing business terms, business relations as people? Or if we're stock, do we have to construct a completely new world and then go to war with this other world that sees us as non-human?
Well,
it can't be both positions. Does that make sense?
Let's get this right. Who writes a document with non-humans? Does that make any sense? And how come the non-humans? Hold on. How come the non-humans are writing treaties before you even the concept of your civilization or your existence? How come they're doing that? So like, there's a big hit and switch here, and there's a big downing on the intelligence and the know-how of the African, right? Accepting of the concept that we're dumb, we're 3/5 of a human, we're da. Well, the Europeans did not think that.
The Moroccans did, though. The Moroccans did.
Hold on, bro. Are you gonna cut me? Oh, that's what I thought. Yeah. So as I said, yeah. So the idea of us being stock and this is by their system, right?
Who's the they?
In England.
Oh, let's slow down. Sorry for I'm a bit slow. Don't you try and avoid using the they and the we. You use the direct. What you're saying when you say they.
It is a bit weird because as I'm gonna say, and I have said, yeah, the original Europeans are not them, and they know this. So
okay, hold it there. The original Europeans. That I want to understand that statement there.
Yeah.
The original Europeans are not them. Right. Who is the them? I got an idea about you mean the Europeans, but who is the
modern day Europeans, as we say?
Yeah. Okay.
As they would call
the Europeans are not them. Who are the them?
Not the them.
Yeah, you just said.
No, they're not the original Europeans. Right.
Sorry? Say that again?
They're not the original Europeans.
Who is not the original Europeans?
The Europeans that say they're Europeans now. Yeah.
Right. Okay.
So if you live in England, hold on. If you live in England, right, for example, and then you say that your origin is Saxon or Norman or Viking.
Yeah.
Do you get it? You at least still acknowledging your origins, right?
Right.
So you're not really British like that, are you? Right?
Oh, so so let me see if I understand your position. Let me see if I understand you. I'm a bit slow on this stuff.
Okay.
Right, watch this. Got to get clarification on identity in order to start understanding rights and what applies. Yeah. Okay, so you're saying that identity has been usurped. So basically, I'm standing you to say that these Saxons or whatever, they've taken on an identity that is not theirs. They've stolen the identity, and by stealing the identity, they get the rights. Is that correct?
They're just giving themselves new titles, but yeah, some of that is definitely correct. Yeah, some of that is definitely correct, but not the main thing that's correct. No, because again,
hold it. So let's slow this down. So
even the forming of your law system.
So it makes sense if you can steal an identity, or if you can steal a title, you get all the rights of that title. Correct?
That's correct.
Right.
Depending on how it was constructed. Now we're saying that the people who did that wrote shit down. You get what I'm saying? These ideas of
people
treaties
who stole the identity wrote down that they stole.
The people who they're stealing from are the original people who write, right? Yes. Africans are the original people who write, who invented the quill and put ink in it and then started writing on papyrus and paper. Yes. You know what I mean? Like, this is what we're doing, right? Yes, okay, so where's the gaps in our thing? We shouldn't have no gaps. Shouldn't have no gaps. No, we shouldn't have no gaps where we
but you said word should.
Sorry,
yes,
where we reverted.
Use the word should.
Come on, bro.
That word should.
Let me finish, man.
I've got your position. I've got your position. It stands. It's good. But you use that word should, which means something shouldn't have happened, but it has.
Okay.
Yeah? Something should not have happened, but it has. All right. So
is that hard to conceive?
Yeah, but watch, it's going to get more difficult now. Okay. So something has happened. The identity has been stolen, and the modern European is now sitting in those positions.
Right. Correct.
Is now sitting in the chair and the seat of authority.
Right.
Now with
and that is not only hold on, in the sense of European government, parliaments, and all of that, but also in the sense of monarchy.
Yes. Okay.
Let's get
I
that right,
that.
right?
Okay.
Okay,
Yeah.
cool.
Okay. So solid. So okay. So let's make some progress now. So the white supremacists, who are not the original founders of all the system, are now sitting in the seats of authority because they have stolen the identity, and so they have the authority, they have the power, they have the rights because they're in the seat which they have stolen by whatever means. Yes,
yeah, and definitely. As I said, if you're dealing with your sovereignty on paperwork, remember, yeah, that's the main thing. If we're dealing with paperwork, we can outright just be ruthless and say, you know what, I'm sovereign and no one ain't fucking with me, right? But if we want to go by the book or by the letter of the law or what law or whatever, yeah, I'm just giving you the example of what I did and what I learned and how I make powerful documents. You have to look up certain things and, you know, have them in your evidence. You got what I'm saying? Like, say, like the Queen, for example. Sorry. Say, like the Queen, for example. So what I have to do is bring evidence that when she signed up for the business under Regna on her coronation, that one, the Stone of Destiny was not authentic, and two, that the Bible she used was not authentic either. You know what I'm saying? It was just a shabby copy instead of the official one that it should have been. Right. So these are little things to show that she doesn't have jurisdiction over. Man. You got what I'm saying?
Good.
Right.
Hold that point there. So your point is solid. So I'm trying to get an understanding of the situation. So we have imposters. I believe your evidence. We have imposters sitting in the positions, secular and religious positions of authority.
Correct.
Yes. Okay. We've got imposters, and then they're now in the positions of power. So I'll just call them the white supremacists. They're in there now. They're in the positions of power, of authority. Right. As imposters.
And remember how you use this white supremacy correctly. There's definitely black involvement in white supremacy. So I don't know what we're gonna have to call it. We might have to give it.
Okay. We'll get there. We'll get there.
No, because that's going to relate to.
I know, but
1 second.
We'll get there.
One second, bro. 1 second. That goes back to relate to what, in a sense, what Shaka was saying, that the Moors, supposedly according to our history, right, when we get to modern time and they identify themselves as Moors and sold people out, sold people into slavery and That is information that has been out there. And thing to do with the Barbary wars and and treaties again that these men are signing with certain other man and It's all there documented and for anybody's reading pleasure. Do you get it?
Right.
Yeah, there's truth to the thing, but we're not going to acknowledge that how you get your sovereignty, if you're in the Americas or if you're outside of the Americas, you can use certain treaties to support your argument. You understand?
Okay, hold that point there.
This is why
when you say you, you're talking about you as individuals.
Yes, as an individual who's trying to be what? Sovereign.
Okay, hold that point
Not
there.
in the individual of a day-to-day, every day, because everybody don't want to do what, you know what I mean, get themselves free necessarily. Some are out here for black betterment, remember?
Right.
Betterment within the system, right? So that's cool. That means you've accepted it, you set the programming, that's your choice. Yeah.
Okay.
My choice is slightly different, that I want to be able to maneuver. When police are trying to deal with me away, I can exert my rights and know what laws are being used and what they can do and what they can't do. So that was the earliest outset. So this is baby food.
Do your rights exist outside the system?
What, sorry?
Do your rights exist outside of the system?
What rights? You don't need rights if you're sovereign.
You just said so you can exert your rights, right?
And if you're a sovereign being, right?
Yeah.
The idea of, as I said, Bay and L then come into play. If you say you're a Bay, like Hoven Bay or Beethoven or whatever, you're talking about your owner of the land, right? Which is laws, which is Mauritine law, which is what these guys are dealing with. Do you get what I'm saying? This is why it relates back.
You're sovereign according to their law.
No, according to our laws. Do you get it?
Who's
because
the
we're
our?
the root. I mean, as you're saying, Moors or black people or because these things are in existence. Whatever Europeans are doing it's only in the last 2,000 years. Well, we've been doing this for almost a millennia.
So all Moors are black people.
So no, bro, not necessarily. No, as we get
you
more
see what I'm trying to say,
bro. I'm just letting you know. Yeah, you asked me a question, and now I'm trying to give you the answer, and now you what? What was the problem? No, that some people like in North Africa that are calling themselves Berbers and they fought in those Berberi wars. You understand? So there are many so-called Arabs, and we already established that Arab is nothing more than these various other European and Eurasian people invading North Africa and the Middle East. That's all.
Yeah. So in order to organize effectively, to see, so you and
I don't know about this. You keep saying this, organize effectively. What's the plan? I'm telling you about your sovereignty. Yeah. The places that we are talking about, whether it's Morocco, whether it's Nigeria, or whether it's the Benin tribe and whatever tribe, they are already sitting in that established position of being sovereign. Yeah. Some of them are sovereign states, sovereign nations, but sovereign in the sense of tribes. So we just go back to the basics because all the rest come later. Yeah.
Right. So
before you can be a nation, you're gonna have to be tribes, kin, and all of that type of stuff, right?
Right.
So that's
the
why,
fundamental rule is the fundamental strategy from your point of view is that in order to wield power, we're going to have to identify with a recognized sovereign tribe.
Right.
Of one. Yes. Okay.
No.
So,
for your sovereignty, yes, you're going to have to identify. And the funny thing about that, as I was explaining before,
recognized by who?
But
exactly, we're gonna get there. We're gonna get there. Let's go bit by bit. Go on.
It's already your tribe or where you come from has already been catered for. If you choose to go there and make your own the IC3 tribe, yeah, and you're putting them on notice. It's not that they're telling you something or you're letting them know your position. Don't ever get it twisted.
Who's the them?
The UN or the UN or so you get on the UN charter. Do you get what I'm saying? Of established tribes and even if you're out in what do you call them islands and all of that, the Sidi tribe or whatever tribe, you're all there. Everybody's there. So when I was doing it, it was seemed that the people who were doing it with me created their own tribe. Right. And then they said, okay, go on the UN charter and see, like we've done our sovereignty and did it already. We've got our flag, we've got our print gold stamp and all of these type of things. So there's certain things you have to do, right? And then you have to do your ICC, which is to do with all of your finances and all of that. That's the only bit where I stopped. Do you get it? So I did the first, my statutory claim, my statutory declaration.
As an individual. 1 second. Are you talking as an individual?
As me,
you did
yes, of course. Sovereign.
Okay,
I'm trying to establish and obviously hold them accountable. Like you, European, the Queen or whatever, the Crown, are guilty of tricking my mum into signing a contract. Yeah, that is not a contract because for any contract, you need two. Hold on, 1 second. Yeah, you need two signatures. And my signature is not on my birth certificate. And I know yours is not on yours. And I know it's not on Shaka's. Do you get what I'm saying? But unbeknown to our parents, who are classed as informants and all sorts, and these weird terms that mean they kind of basically gave the rights over. Right.
Okay, hold it there. Put a full stop there. Let me do a refresher. See if I understand what's going on.
What I can ask you, I'm gonna run for like 5 minutes here, but just very quickly. Yeah. When you're dealing with statutory, you're dealing with statutes. Yeah. Statutes. Yeah. Which are laws that are passed by a legislative body, not just laws, laws that are passed by a specific legislative body.
Parliament.
And the question becomes, a parliament. So the question becomes, who is the legislative body? If it's a statute, the question then becomes, who is the legislative body? That is the authority under which the statutes become legalized or even valid.
And by any overstanding, if you overstand the British or the American system, it all comes under the crown. So we already established these things.
Do you accept
and know
that
who is the owner, the owner of the thing, because it's her crest that's going to be right there in the middle. Yeah, that represent her and her family is going to be the one, and supposedly represent law and justice. That's going to be the one in the courts. So it's her. It's her government.
So one second, does Shakara, does Shakara accept that then? Do you accept that, Shakara, that you're going to have to follow the strategy of Mac or Sniper and be recognized within the system, United Nations and so on, the systems that are already established?
And even that your tribes are already, even if you didn't want to create your own Shakara tribe or your IC3 tribe, you could just jump on your original tribe, and then that tribe is protected by indigenous rights
in the system. Yeah.
Right. So when they're talking about things, they're not talking about
Shakara.
Sorry, go on. Yeah.
Shakara.
What is your view on that? The room for a minute.
Oh, right.
Yeah. So do you understand?
So I get your I'm getting a view of your whole model of how you see the world, how it works, and the way to progress within this world system.
Right.
Is to use the preset channels and roadways and systems and of identity that are already in place.
Right, and who put them in place?
Yeah, I understand. Because we originally put them, the black people, African people originally put them in place. Yes, I got your angle. I think
where things start to come diluted is when we get to the era of what we're calling the Moors, right?
Right.
Because so many contracts and things are being written in this time, whether it's in Jerusalem, whether it's in the Mediterranean, whether it's in Europe, whether it's in the Americas, you notice a certain pattern of behavior and what's going on. You know what I'm saying?
So how do you sort? What is your plan then to sort out that mess? Do you believe that the strategy to sort out that mess?
What you do, you identify some of these things, in your claim. You understand? When you're doing your sovereignty and trying to get yourself out of an existing system. So if you are a slave to the system, then there's ways you can get out of that. One is getting out of that birth certificate, because that's legal fiction, as they would say. Right?
Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay.
So these are the things that you're going to have to do to get away from that thing and say, yeah, you know what? I'm sovereign anyway, but I need to back that up in this place with powerful documents and paperwork. This is how it's working around the world. Otherwise, the Treaty of Peace and Friendship wouldn't even exist. Yeah.
Right.
And these documents are powerful, so powerful. They're more powerful than any government and any rule of law. Because you're
hold that point there.
Hold on.
I'm losing it.
Hold on. And within the confines of the subject matter, you're hearing things that sound like a little bit like laws. Yeah. They say there's no law. I mean, I'm saying that nothing supersedes what these men are saying. I don't know how man can't understand that. And then if you even listen to it, you hear that we are in the realms of maritime law.
Okay, put full stop
maritime
there.
Law is what's being used.
But wait, hold it. I'm losing it. So let me do a refresher now, see if I understand what you're saying. So what you're saying is we've got to detach ourselves from this birth certificate.
Right.
Yeah. Because that identity is basically putting us in the classification as stock. Correct?
Of course, yes.
Right. Okay. Hold that point there. Right. So as long as you're classified as stock, you cannot be treated as a sovereign entity or construct a sovereign entity.
Well, you can construct it, but how seriously you're into your craft or what you're really about will determine. You get me? When you come against opposition or authority or policy officers, to carry out these acts. That's what they are. They're policy officers, not police. I mean,
Right.
carry out
Okay.
government policy, right?
Okay. So watch this. Watch this. So let's say I am stock at the moment. Okay. So in the process of becoming a human or a sovereign entity, in the process, is how do you deal with the danger of when I move out of the realm of stock, yeah, and become a sovereign entity, then I'm then responsible for my own safety, security,
everything. Yes.
Right. Okay. So do I need to set up a government of some kind before declaring myself sovereign? Because as soon as I declare myself sovereign, somebody can shoot me in the head, and then I just drop in the dirt like nothing because I've got no protection.
Right.
If you're sovereign, you're claiming that you're sovereign. Say, okay, well, how are you going to protect yourself? Where's your army? Where's your land? Where's your army? Where's your police force?
What they selling? Why's it gonna be that? When sovereign is what it is. If you're a sovereign individual, you are the sole controller of your own destiny, your health, your thing, and you're doing that anyway. Unless you submit to being governed over. Right? You should be doing that naturally every day. You are not relying on the government. You're not relying on the NHS. You are not relying on... No, you're not relying on it.
Yeah,
if it happens, it happens. Like, for majority of your life, you won't even need some of these services. Yeah? What they're selling is fear. Fear factor.
Yeah, I know. Don't talk about them. Don't
yeah,
forget
but
them.
it makes
it. Let's talk
relevant.
about sovereign. Let's talk about sovereign.
Yeah, but it's relevant because again,
we'll deal with that in a minute. But if you're sovereign without power, just being sovereign, does that give you power?
Of course it does.
In what way?
The ultimate power.
Explain to me how
you're in control
if I declare myself sovereign
of your own destiny, and those people in the know what those rules, the rules that go with that standing and sitting or position. Yeah,
right,
they know exactly what to do.
When you declare yourself sovereign,
yeah.
If I shoot a sovereign person, then so what?
There's no
if I
so
kill
what?
you, so let's say you're sovereign, yeah.
Right.
If I kill you, kill a sovereign entity, so what? If you can't defend yourself, you declare yourself sovereign. I punch you in the face, and then stab you, and you drop down to the ground. You're a sovereign entity.
Right.
So what? There's nothing you can do about it. You're dead.
As I said, you kind of use your sovereignty and use your common sense. Yeah. So you don't abide by the system that's being used, the maritime law and all of that, commercial law, but you do agree to the laws of the land that you live in, right? Because you know for a fact that's not what's being used on your day to day. So you're going back to ancient times where the rules of traffic and all of that do not apply. This is why I asked that question earlier. Yeah. All these bylaws and these acts of parliament only came into place after the Bill of Rights, the rights to form a government.
Don't go there yet. Don't go there. Let's keep it more simple. I'm talking, tell me about a sovereign entity. Power, the relationship of power and a sovereign entity. Yeah. How does a sovereign entity move within another sovereign entity?
Yeah, within a foreign environment.
Like explain that. Explain that.
Well, there's rules and regulations already written down. And this is the ignorance that we're saying. If you don't understand that Africans have been traversing the oceans, the seas, the everything for thousands of years and did not set systems up to say, this is what happens when we're at sea for too long. This is what happens if we go somewhere and we violate someone else's sovereignty. Do you get what I'm saying? The idea of compensation and I explained all these things not too long ago so that man would understand that in England they didn't have that. There was no need for that. Yeah, they had sheriffs and preachers were the you know, like Sheriff of Nottingham and the bishop would be control the parish. Do you get what I'm saying? And depend if it's a parish or it's one of those.
Yeah, but don't go there yet, man. Don't go there yet. Don't go there yet. Let's not forget those details. Let's stick to sovereignty and power. Let's keep it raw and simple. Let's not get into these details. Keep it simple. Let's talk about sovereignty, power, and rights.
Right.
Sovereignty, power, and rights. Right. So, are you, or can you be, a sovereign citizen? I am not. Are you one?
No.
I don't see myself as sovereign. Are you one?
I wouldn't say.
Yes or no? Yes or no? Are you a sovereign?
I wouldn't
Are you
say
sovereign?
I'm sovereign in my personality and everything and and what I do and how I think.
Right.
Yes,
Okay.
I
Are
would
you
say
not
I'm
sovereign? Okay. Keep it simple. Let's go bit by bit.
Not back to what I just said, but onto the next bit. You said, am I sovereign and am I what?
Yeah, we'll do the next bit in a minute. Step by step, right? Because there's two of us. Right. We're not sovereign. Right. Next question. Can you or I become sovereign? Yes or no?
Yes.
Okay. Do you intend to become sovereign?
Yes.
Okay. I too would like to be sovereign, I think. Right. Now, what do you believe you and I have to do to become sovereign?
Well, the difference between me and you is you want to be sovereign. I'm saying I am sovereign. Yeah.
What? You just said you're not. You're not sovereign.
I didn't ever say that. No.
Okay, let's slow down. Let's go back to the beginning. Right. Hold it. I'm losing it. I'm a bit slow. I'm losing it. Are you a sovereign entity? Are you sovereign now, right now?
Yes. Yes.
Ah, right. Okay. You are sovereign.
There's two.
I am not sovereign. I'm not sovereign, but you are.
Okay. Yeah.
All right. So let's go slowly now. Let's see the difference. Okay. So you, as a sovereign entity, are you subject to the laws of this land?
The law of the land?
Yeah, of Great Britain. Yeah. Are you subject to the rules of Great Britain, of British rules?
What is British rules? You got to get it specific.
Okay.
Are you saying the law of the land, or are you saying
the law? I'm not using the right language. Let me slow down. Let me see if I can get it right. Okay.
Get it right.
So Britain or the United Kingdom is a sovereign entity. Yes or no?
Yes.
All right. Okay. So the United Kingdom is a sovereign entity, and you are a sovereign entity. Correct?
Right. Yep.
Okay. You, as a sovereign entity, are living in the United Kingdom. Yes?
Well, if I'm saying I'm sovereign, no.
Whoa. You have to help me out here now. Right. Let's rewind that. The United Kingdom is a sovereign entity.
Mm-hmm.
You, Naku, are a sovereign entity.
Right.
And you are saying that at this moment, you do not live within the United Kingdom, correct?
Correct.
Wow. Okay. Now, what maybe let's see if I understand the meaning to live within the United Kingdom. When I ask, do you live within the United Kingdom? That means, do you own property and go to bed at night? Do you have a house or flat within the United Kingdom? That's what I mean when I say, do you live in the United Kingdom?
Well, as I said, it technical, right?
Yeah, let's get technical.
It's a loaded.
And go slowly. Go slowly for me,
Right.
Yeah, I'm new to this stuff. Go on.
Because if you're saying you're sovereign, right, and you go into certain positions and you're asked in court, yeah, do you live in the United Kingdom? You're not going to say I live in the United Kingdom.
Right.
You're going to say that you live on the land.
Ah.
Right.
Okay.
Right.
Right. Okay.
Whatever name you want to put on it, that's your business. Yes, of course.
Ah,
Because
right.
remember, they're going to try and trap you with
Yes.
postcode and all
Yes.
of that.
Okay.
Right?
Good. Good. That's okay.
Right.
Let's go slowly.
But generally, if it was just me and you talking, I would say, yeah, of course I live in England. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, but let's go
just
legalese.
having a
Let's get
convo.
technical.
Yeah. But we're going legalese, isn't it? We're going technical.
Yeah. Let's get legalese now. Let's get technical.
Right.
And so go slowly when we're going legalese. Okay. So when it comes to court now,
mm-hmm.
Do you live on the land? So what do you understand the land to be?
What I'm standing on.
Okay. Right. So
and they understand it to be what law they're not using, because the law that they are subject to is the law of the land, and that's all it says. Doesn't say England, doesn't say anything. That just says the land, right? So I'm going by the letter, right? Because I'm using the right laws. I'm there with them. I'm over superseding them. You lot are maritime, commercial, whatever, admiralty law. Good luck with that. Today, yeah, I'm claiming common law jurisdiction, which is the law of the land, which is the law that the Queen abides by. You can't bring none of these statutory laws and charges and thing against the Queen. You lot dumb.
Right. Okay.
She wouldn't set up something that would allow her to be critiqued or even tested.
Right.
So the idea and the concept that we have these parliamentary laws and things to deal with the day-to-day, right?
Mm-hmm.
To deal with the traffic and whatever act, everything is an act, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, established recently, long time ago. Blah blah
yeah.
blah.
Okay, don't go there. We're not talking about acts because I'm going to lose the stick. Right. So we're talking about sovereignty, power, and rights. Right. So, do sovereign entities living on the land have rights?
Do sovereign entity living on the land have rights?
Yeah.
Yes, they do. Yeah, of course.
Okay. So, you're sovereign, I'm not sovereign. So I'm going to see if your rights are the same as my rights. So what is the difference between the rights of a sovereign entity and the rights of you and me? You as a sovereign entity, you have rights, and me as an entity that's not sovereign, do I have rights? What's the difference between you and I here?
The difference between you and I is, I would say, we're using different laws. You're not using laws.
Okay.
I'm using the law.
Hold it there. Let's go slowly. So you're using the law, but I'm not. So people that are not sovereign are not using the law.
No,
yeah.
They're
Okay,
not.
we'll
They're
go slowly.
Subject to.
Right. Okay.
Right.
So I don't have any rights. Is that correct?
No, you have rights, but whether you know whether to implement them, that's really down to the individual. They will never tell you what your rights are.
Okay. Okay. So a sovereign person has rights. So you're sovereign, you have rights. I'm not sovereign, but I have rights. But I might not know them.
Yeah.
Okay. So do all sovereign people, sovereign entities like you, do sovereign people know their rights?
Obviously they do, yes.
Right. So I don't know my rights and I'm not sovereign. So that's why I'd go to a solicitor or something like that.
It doesn't matter. I mean, you can find out what they are. And there's international laws that protect you, as I said. You know what I mean?
Right.
But if you don't know your tribe or you don't know who you are, then that's where they've got you. Do you get it? Because you're a citizen. Hold on. And if you look up the word citizen, no one wants to be a citizen because I'm not a servant to no one. you get what I'm saying? So
okay.
Yeah, when you say
right.
sovereign citizen, it's an oxymoron. Do you get that?
Oh, very good. Right.
There's no
okay,
such
hold
thing
it there. Hold that point there.
Go.
So I think I'm a citizen.
Yes.
I'm not, by the way.
Right.
Yeah. Okay. So I think I'm a citizen.
I'm saying I was critiqued one time and tested with that same rhetoric.
Okay, let's go through it again.
I watched someone else get blasted because they mentioned the word citizen.
Okay.
I was like, raw.
Yeah,
and now you put the two together. You said sovereign, and now how can you be a sovereign citizen? Because a citizen, right, is somebody who's under the rule of someone, and then sovereign means no, you're independent of that.
Yes.
So sovereign citizen is an oxymoron.
Excellent, thanks. Brilliant point. So by walking through this slowly, walk me through it slowly, we get in some solid points. So citizen and sovereign, they don't go together. So so as we're walking through this discussion, I see myself as a citizen, but you are sovereign, and we're going to now see the difference or the potential difference in your life going forward, and the potential difference, between us going forward and us as individuals, but also trying to scale it up to how it applies to the us as in black people. Yeah. Okay. So I'm thinking about that as we're talking about.
Why would you think that? Why would you not more concern yourself with what you were going to do? Because if you don't get yourself free, how are you going to get anyone else free? It makes no sense.
Okay, this is a question. So that's why I'm walking this through.
Concept of freedom, right? Do you know what I'm saying?
Exactly.
We already established that.
Can you be free as an individual? And I would suggest no. Any freedom that you have is commensurate on the capacity to have other people agree to it, to a significant degree. For example, if I say I am a singer, I'm a recording artist, all right, and nobody's listening to my music, then I could be the most beautiful singer in the world, but if I don't have an audience, my capacity to be a singer is severely undermined, right? So all real power in the political and economic sense is group power. You know what I'm saying, and that's the part that we need to deal with, and then we have to then begin with identifying the groups and the interest of the groups and the culture of the groups.
Yes, we're gonna go there. We're gonna go there, but we're going step by step.
Sorry, I can't agree that.
Yeah, I know. Come
somebody
on,
cannot be an individual. You know what I mean? And have individual thoughts. If I think I'm sovereign, how does that affect you or anyone?
That's the point. It don't really matter.
Okay, so then on an individual basis, somebody can be sovereign and
you can
or even think. Thank you. That's the main point. Is the thought process.
That's the point.
Right.
So you can
then
think it.
It's the reverse of what you were saying, though. Obviously,
not really. The point is that it doesn't really matter. It doesn't
catch
really
up one day. Come on.
In the sense
no,
of,
everything matters in this conversation. Let's
go
slowly and look at the details.
I can think I'm a frog, right? It matters not, yeah. Do you know what I'm saying? In the grand scheme of things, yeah. For example, if I commit a crime,
no. You're discussing matter, whether something matters or not. Let's not go there because it's just wasting energy. Let's just go step by step, and clear up everything as we're talking. If you just can't say this, let's not argue about what matters and what does not matter. Let's not argue about that. Let's talk about sovereignty and citizenship and power and rights and an individual and the group. So Michael's position is a sovereign entity. I see myself as a citizen. So let's move forward now.
Cool.
Sovereign. Does that? How do you apply that your sovereignty to a group? Does that sovereignty just mean you as an individual, or are you sovereign as part of a group, or are you sovereign as together with other sovereigns? How does it work when it comes to applying it to the group?
You can make
in the context of.
Sorry, you can make things that you own or you created sovereign under the guise of what you're doing. Yes, you can take your children. Do you know what I'm saying? And add them to the documents and make powerful documents for them. Do you know what I'm saying?
Sorry, is there a reason why this thing's still up? Can we get rid of it?
Yeah, sorry, man. My
The
bad.
definition of sovereign.
Yeah.
Cool.
Okay.
And look into what sovereignty is. You know what I mean?
Yeah. So sovereign now. So I'm a citizen. So it makes sense that I'm a citizen. I'm an individual within a city or whatever. A citizen. So I'm part of a group. I'm a citizen. I'm a part of a larger group of people, a city or something. Correct? As a citizen, I'm part of a larger body.
Yes, you are.
Correct?
Yeah.
Right. But a sovereign now, you're saying as a sovereign to be for other people to be part of a group. You as a sovereign person, you can make documents, and then other sovereign entities or individuals can sign up to that document, and then they agree to be a group. Is that correct?
No, I said my nearest and dearest. So as I said, things that I created.
Meaning, so sovereign. Oh, right. So
yeah,
sovereign.
I've got no rights over
create.
other people. Sorry, I've got no rights over other people, and it would be advisable to each and every person put themselves in that sovereign mindset or position. Do you get what I'm saying? It's not how we're going to work as a group. Is that everybody better be sovereign? That's the synchronization that we need to be on.
Oh, right. This is interesting. Interesting. So hold it. So a sovereign entity can create. So that means that your children in your family come under your sovereignty because they're part of your creation. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Is that the right language?
That's the right language.
Okay, so hold it. Watch this now. So a sovereign entity, you the sovereign individual who creates a family or and children, so on, you can link up with other sovereign individuals with their families, and then you all can constitute a state or nation.
No,
is that correct?
A tribe. Get it?
A tribe
first, kith and kin. You know what I mean? All of that before you get to the idea of what we're saying, tribe, and then from tribe onto nation, sovereign nation.
Right. Okay. So the foundation of a nation or a state is the tribe, and the foundation of the tribe is the collection of sovereign entities.
Right. Can I give you a perfect example of that?
Go on then.
On the UN Charter, the Nation of Islam. Right? So they are sovereign. They are a sovereign entity. They've gone beyond the ideas of just an organization. Right? They are recognized internationally. Why are they recognized internationally? Because they've done the necessary things to put themselves in that position and have them be recognized if you decided to look them up. Do you get it?
Right. Interesting.
So that's like a perfect example of what we were talking about. And as I said, normally all the tribes mentioned and all of that, Tainos, whatever, they all would be on the register. In either in existence, if we know, or not in existence. You get me? So the Olmecs would be there. This one would be there. Because there might be one or two Olmecs around the world somewhere. I don't know. Who knows? Yeah. But if they're established in this modern times, they would have used that system to kind of, you know what I mean? Put people on notice, as I said. It's not I've got to let them know kind of thing. Well, it is, but it's not like I have to do it. So as long as you've got your documents, that's where you'll be all right. You don't have to produce them to everybody. It's not a thing that I.
Okay, hold it there. Go on then, Chakara. What do you think of all that so far?
Give me a minute.
Yeah. Okay, I'll continue then. Okay, so this is getting interesting. Now, I understand from your point of view, citizen sovereignty and tribe, and how sovereignty as applied to more than one, you then start moving into the realms of tribe and tribe as a group, and then onto nation. Right. Okay. Now, this concept of the liberation of Africa and reparations, that all kind of falls away, doesn't it? It doesn't make sense anymore.
No,
because how
I
are you
mean,
going to?
the most thing is to prove your point. If I'm from the Americas,
how are you going to prove that? Based on what you just said.
If I'm saying I'm American, right? For example, Black American, African American, right? And I go into it and I prove that some of the indigenous tribes of the Americas that are already on the UN Charter, yeah, I descend from, yeah, I'm already fighting on a great foot, right? What also protects me now is indigenous rights, which go with that. Do you get what I'm saying? Yeah, you would see maybe some of the native Indians got some reparations of some sort and built casinos, and all they do is get drunk, right? But the indigenous, the Black Africans who are various in number and come under many different names, right? Who were originally there, and like the Yamasee. If you look up the Yamasee tribe,
yeah,
you know what I mean? That is a Black tribe in the Americas. They had great wars with the Europeans in New York. Do you know what I'm saying? So, like, as I say, we all of us are indigenous people are woven within the concept of what we're saying is the US. And in the
hold it there, full stop, hold it there. Right, let's follow this through. Now,
I'm back now. I say please, you can ask me what you want.
Yeah. Have you been following what we've been saying so far?
Not since not for the last minute or so.
All right, then let me give you a refresher. So, Michael's position, he declares that he's a sovereign entity, and I'm declaring myself for this conversation that I'm a citizen. Yeah, so I'm an individual citizen that's part of a larger group, which may be a city. Michael is a sovereign entity, and the group would apply to his family, his creation. Sovereign entities can create, and the creations of a sovereign entity are called a tribe. So other individual sovereign entities with their creations can come together and form a tribe or a nation or a state. Yeah, so there's a difference between my position and Michael's position. Is that clear where we are so far in the conversation?
I think so. Yeah, go on.
Right. Okay. Now, with that understanding, I'm going to move forward now into the issue of how do those two positions, the citizen and the sovereign, how does that identity or those identities apply to Africa, the concept of Africa, the concept of liberation, and the concept of reparations?
Okay, so the first thing you have to understand is the concept of the state. Yeah, what is a state? Yeah, and because in modern societies that are governed within our current social order, sovereignty is tied to the existence of a state. All right, so when one declares oneself sovereign, the question then becomes, are they declaring themselves sovereign within the state? Yes. Or sovereign apart from the state? Okay.
Good. Hold that point there. Maku.
Yes.
Are you? What is your answer to that question Shakaraj just raised there? Are you declaring yourself sovereign as part of a state, or sovereign as outside of a state?
Outside of this space and time, even in fact, because I'm declaring myself as as a supernatural being, occupying this space and time. So it's different mindsets, right? I'm not trying to claim the owner of the land and all of that type of stuff. I leave that for my other Moorish and, straw man, free man, and all of those type of brothers. My thinking is way beyond the concepts of normal human beings.
Wow. Does that make sense to you, Shakara?
No, yeah, I mean, I can understand the words that come out of his mouth.
It's funny. I love Shakara, you know, it kills me. Go on.
Yeah, so the point that's being made is, so for example, yeah, when we talk about, you put it in the context of African people, and so the issue then becomes, yeah, looking at our specific trajectory and what nation building, what sovereignty, what liberation, what freedom look like from our indigenous cultural perspectives. All right. And if we need to be liberated today, then what do we need to be liberated from? What was the process that caused us to be other than liberated? Yeah. And so when we get into that, we get into the Ma'afa, yeah, the enslavement, the invasion, the colonization, the neo-colonization of Africa and African peoples. And the fact that within that context, our indigenous cultural, social, economic, political systems were disregarded, degraded, destroyed, etc., etc., etc. Yeah. So if we're talking about sovereignty from an African perspective, then we have to look at what it means to be free, what it means to be human being. How did we develop laws, and upon what basis as African people, based upon our own cultural norms? And the ways in which we did it was looking at nature, looking at the laws.
Okay,
of
hold
nature.
it here, hold it. Quick, you put full stop there a minute. Let's do a refresh of it. Okay, right, good point there. So Michael, how do you understand what Shakara is saying? The word came up, Africa. Let's get really basic here. The word came up of Africa and liberation. So what is Africa from your perspective of sovereignty and
that's a beautiful question.
And its tribes.
Oh, the word black.
Whoa.
That's what it relates to. According to legalese, according to the real terms that we're using, you know what I'm saying? It says the word black, relates to the people of Southern and Central Africa. Yeah, that is not a distinction of any kind. Do you know what I'm saying? Where if you say white, you would say the peoples of indigenous and the peoples of Europe, North Africa, and the Middle East. Do you know what I'm saying? So
wow.
Yes,
say that again. Hold it. Full stop. Can you start say that all again?
We're not
in a different way because I'm trying to get my head around it. Go on, then. Say it again.
Right. You're speaking legalese when we're having this discussion, right? So black is not what it is. Do you know what I mean? I'm saying all them distinctions just relate to the word black. African, do you know what I'm saying? Subcontinent.
So Africans are black.
Hold on. In the word thing, African, sub-Saharan African, and any of the dark continent. These are the words being used when describing this word black, right?
Okay.
And I'm saying when you describe the word white, it says any of the indigenous people of the planet, and that's also you, one, just on that point, if you wanted to
so hold that point
take
there.
it up and say, you know what, in your distinction of legalese, white, I'm white because I'm one of the indigenous people of the planet.
Okay, good. Hold that point there. So are you saying that people, you and I, Shakara, we are both black and white in technical language?
No, legalese, yes. No, we think we're just black.
Hold it. Slow it down. Don't say no.
I don't know about
no,
us.
yes, no.
Yeah?
Slow it down.
There's no
Are
us.
you saying
don't know what
yes,
I know,
we
so
are?
I'm just teaching you right now. Sorry?
Yeah, go on then.
In the terms of what they're saying, in legal in the distinctions they give. There's a form. I'll get it in a minute once I finish this trim.
Right.
It's called the
I haven't got your answer yet. Is it a yes or no?
The SF-181, I think it's called. The SF-181 that you can type in on your computer. I think it's that. If I got it wrong, then I got it wrong. But if you type in the SF-181, that gives you the distinctions of what we're talking about. So where you've got your IC3 business, I'm dealing with the SF-181 when I was dealing with what the world and what they use on application forms and the census and all of that. What's being used in
okay, hold it,
court and all of
Friede.
that.
I still don't understand your answer to the original question. No, don't give me all that information. You're confusing me. I'm going. Go slow. Go slow. So, are we us three here? Are we both black and white, according to legalese? Yes or no?
Yes.
Ah, so we're both black and white. And let me see if I understand what you just said. The reason we're black is because we're from the sub-Saharan Africa.
Right. Which
hold
is
it.
a general.
And hold it. No, anymore. And the reason we are white is because
we're the original.
What is the reason we're white?
We're, as they said, the indigenous.
We're indigenous.
Of Europe. Right? North Africa and the Middle East. Right?
Okay, hold it there. Okay. So we're both indigenous people of North Africa and Europe. So that is why we're white. And we're sub-Saharan African descent, and that is why we're black. That's correct?
Only if you accept the distinction, because for me it's not enough. Yeah. If you say,
write that down.
And come on.
Yeah. Go on.
Does that relate to my tribe? When I say my tribe, does that give you location? You know what I look like and all of that? Does that make more sense than just saying a general distinction? Any of the pins of sub-Saharan Africa, that's a big place. Who are you talking about? No, I don't really like this distinction. No one wants to be in the black anyway. Right.
Okay.
Because we're talking legalese, are we not?
Yeah. Let's get technical.
Then cool.
Let's keep technical.
In the technical term, I'm not talking in the colloquial term. I am a black man, right?
Yeah.
So people don't get it confused. Now. Right.
Yeah. Hold it there. Yeah, hold it there. I got the point. So Shakara, do you accept that what Maku said is true? Do you see yourself as both?
I was gone for like 2 minutes, but what I can say from what I did here is that we also have the power. Sovereignty begins in many ways with the power of definition. Yeah.
No, hold it.
Right,
we're not going there yet.
100.
You missed it.
No, hold on.
Yeah, he got it, man. He got it in one blow. Easy. The
reason why is because of this point of legalese, right? So if we're talking about legalese,
yes,
if we're a sovereign people, then we don't just accept the definitions of another group of people.
That's correct.
Yeah, we exercise the right to define reality for ourselves. Yeah,
thank you.
And so from if we're looking at it from an anti-colonial point of view, then when we see if we're looking at ourselves and we define ourselves as a biocultural, social, or political entity, we have the right to do that. Yeah, and we have the right to name ourselves according to what suits us and our development at any particular point in time. Yeah. Do you know what I'm saying? So we're at that point at the moment. So I wouldn't define blackness or Africanness exclusively to the legalese as defined by Europeans. Yeah. We have the power to create and define, and so we will understand where we are at a particular moment in time. We will use what's useful for us at a particular moment in time, but understand where we're going to, which is world African sovereignty, right? However that's defined. So if we're talking about law, then we would look at, for example, Ubuntu, in terms of people relationships and how we developed order and social order based upon a particular ideal of who we are as human beings and what our place is in nature. We will look at Iwapele, for example, which is balanced character, which was the aim and the goal of self-development, within the Isheshe spiritual system. We will look at concepts like Ordinala, which is in Igbo is the law that is associated with the land, literally the earth, and them kind of things there, and look at how we harmonize with nature and then develop social order based upon the will and desire to harmonize with nature.
All right. So okay, so you said the end goal is world African sovereignty, correct?
Yes. Yes.
Okay, hold it there. Maku, is that your goal? World African sovereignty?
No.
Do you share that goal?
I do not share that goal.
Whoa. Right, so we have to break this down now. Right. Okay. Now, what is your goal in contrast to that? So I've got Shakara's goal, which is world African sovereignty. Your goal is what?
Yeah, sorry, what did you say?
So we understand that Shakara's goal is world African sovereignty.
Yeah.
And that is not your goal.
No.
What is your goal?
It's not a goal. I mean, it's what is apparent. Are these countries and are these tribes sovereign? Yes, they are. So we're never arguing over what we're talking about. It's just acknowledging what point of view are you looking from. If we're saying from an African point of view, we always sovereign, we always control ourselves and right? But from
hold it there. I got you. Yeah, you're just saying what is. So can you explain, Shakara, what is your world African sovereignty? What do you mean by world African sovereignty? Because
just to challenge that for a second, if that was the case, then we wouldn't. Then none of us as African people would need to write and sign statute documents to acquire our sovereignty back from the British state, right? And so in reality, if we are actually dealing with reality, a lot of the sovereignty of our indigenous people groups has now been subordinated to the desire and the will of states that are backed up by military might that enforce laws upon our people. Yeah. So the state of Jamaica, the state of Trinidad, the state of Nigeria, the state of Congo, state of South Africa, and so on and so forth, right? And as and where these states that have been developed largely through a colonial process and therefore pledge allegiance to colonial laws, institute colonial institutions, colonial education systems, colonial governmental systems, colonial economic systems, and so on and so forth. As and when we assert our sovereignty as our indigenous sovereignty according to our own indigenous culture, the authority of the state is going to be weaponized against us. Right. So, for example, indigenously, we don't, or should I say, many of us do not buy and sell land because land is not considered to be a commodity to be bought and sold. Land is in the custody of communities, and it is shared within and among the community, for the benefit of the community.
Right.
But we have situations in which in our indigenous societies or places in which we are the majority, such as the Caribbean, whereby land is being sold off to foreign corporations because the government or the state is in allegiance with the foreign corporation.
Foreign corporations.
Yes, against the interest of the masses of the people. There's many examples of this. I'll give you two. One, the United Fruit Company, in the Caribbean, which is now the fruit company called Chiquita, was basically in the 1800s, coming into the 1900s, an arm of the American government securing its interest in the region. And so whenever you saw anti-colonial movements, the United Fruit Company was weaponized against the anti-colonial movements to install the interest of America.
Okay, hold it there. Can we put full stop there? Because that's brilliant. Your point is clear. Very strong point. Okay, so I'm going to ask Maku this now. I'm going to ask Maku this. Watch this. So, Shakara's end goal is world African sovereignty. And having that goal of world African sovereignty, if you share Shakara's view, you will be those who want world African sovereignty will be putting themselves headlong, toe to toe, up against the powers of the states that currently exist in this world. Okay,
Well,
and these nation states. One second. Okay, that's what I understand Shakara to be saying.
Right.
World African sovereignty will put you up against, at war with, the states that wield power in this world as we know it at the moment. Now, your goal, Mako, is not world African sovereignty. How do you propose that Africans deal with these powers that Shakara just mentioned? If it's not by world African sovereignty, how are they going to deal with it? How would you deal with it?
I would more go to the point that many African nations and monarchs and are sovereign, and that also where we come from, we have states, you know. So each place in Nigeria is a state, right? So the idea on size and scale, yeah, when we're talking about states and blah blah blah, yeah, these are sovereign states, yeah. The sovereign kingdom of Benin, yeah.
Right.
To further,
so they're already states, you're saying.
To further to reinforce that, when some Benin Bonzes or some it was a peacock or something given by Holland, right? It was not given to the established government structure. It was given back to the monarch in Benin, right? And that the prime minister that represents the foreign entities and whatever was only a secretary in the presence of the monarch. He was there to just watch and officiate and sign like many other people are going to sign in the presence of the monarch. Do you get what I'm saying? So showing you that we have levels to our thing. Yeah.
Right. Hold it there.
Sorry. Even though we have European influence, yeah, it is not the major thing because we still have the idea of monarchy. And if you go back to the idea of monarchy and take out these European illegal government systems in our country, then we might start on the right footing.
All right, good. Right, excellent. So, what is your response to what Mako's just said there, Shakara?
So the issue with it is, well, firstly, the final statement I kind of agree with. I won't necessarily say if we go back to monarchy, but I would more say if we begin by evolving our indigenous governance structures, yeah,
right,
and all of them weren't monarchies, and as and when they were monarchies, they weren't necessarily monarchies as they exist today. We have to remember that the colonial process also perverted our indigenous kingship and queenship system, right? And so even they need decolonizing. At the same time, last year, there was a news report done on the Benin Bronzes, so-called, and there's tens of thousands of them all over Europe.
Of course.
In Britain, and
Britain has the most.
In France, right, and so on and so forth, yeah.
Yep.
And the authorities in Benin state were trying to, petition for the return of what was created by our ancestors. The British Minister of Culture was interviewed by Channel 4 News. Basically said, well, listen, as far as we're concerned, they belong here. And basically we're not getting back.
I know, I remember that. Yeah,
that's true. That's
right. And we're willing. So this is what he said. He said we're willing to enter into a deal, a treaty with the people them in Nigeria and Benin.
They can borrow.
Yes, that they can borrow. We will loan it to them.
That's correct.
Yeah? Right. So we could go into various different other examples in terms of natural resources, in terms of whatever. The point is, at the moment, the relative power of African people in this world to self-define politically, economically, and socially is very limited by the current power dynamics of the world. And so, in order for us to change those dynamics, we have to organize power bases differently. We have to
hold up point there. That's strong, very, very powerful point there.
We have to invest, beginning conceptually in our minds into our own institutions more than we are invested in the institutions of our colonizers.
Okay, hold that point there. Hold that point there. Okay, so let's do a quick summary here. So still your position is coming from world African sovereignty, but Michael's position says there's already sovereignty in the world because the African states still exist. Some may have been damaged, but the nations and the states still exist. And right, okay. And then now moving on to a step further now, you're saying you've got to decolonize the states. Decolonize.
No, that's not quite what I'm saying. And by the way,
what are you saying? Exactly.
The states in Nigeria are not necessarily indigenous states. The framework, the federal framework in Nigeria that designates all of these places states is a British one.
Okay, hold the point there, Michael. Are all the states that you were referring to the British states, or are you saying there's other states that are not British that you recognize that are sovereign?
most of the cities founded by various different types of Africans or Nigerians or whatever, of the various different tribes. Some are Islamic states, within the confines of Nigeria. Ogun State being a prominent one after, at a certain time. Do you get what I'm saying? So like, I don't know. For me, our thing is a lot different to the Europeans, and the Europeans learn about this from us.
Right.
This is not the other day we had interactions with Europeans. I told you since the 1400s, my people, the Benin people, this is another side of the country, were interacting with Europeans. So like, I don't know what you want me to do. Like they didn't go to a prime minister or something because that wasn't set up. We already had our own system, and it's many levels before you could even get to speak to the monarch. You could be speaking to the town crier, Mr. White Boy, on your expedition and all of that. And he will go and tell a next official, and then the next official, and then the elders or whatever, and then someone will whisper in the king's ear. And then man will say, maybe bring him in. He comes in there, he sees the system of authority, and runs away to Europe, and tries to emulate it. And it's been like that for thousands of years because, as I said, as Moors, we gave a lot of secrets and a lot of ideas away. For Europeans, especially the British, the cradle of civilization for them is West Africa. Because until they got to West Africa, they weren't shit. There's no Great Britain, none of that shit. But once they got the gold and they started transferring the people and the history and the heritage and the, all of those things, and this is what now makes England great, built off the backs of our ancestors and their knowledge and their systems that were already established.
So we have to bear in mind that so when I was referring to states earlier, I'm talking about what is considered to be governing entities. So you have situations, for example, like the United States of America. Why it's called the United States, is that you have various different state formations that have a semblance of autonomy or devolved power. Yes, but the authority of the federal state is sovereign. Is what defines the sovereignty. yeah, of the state itself. Yeah, and it's similar in Nigeria. You got various different states. Yeah. But then the federal government is the ultimate authority in the country. Yeah, it's true to say
some states, one or two.
No. There are no states that don't have to answer to the federal government. Yeah.
Well, no, the system, the way it works is what they do. They place a governor. So the governor of the state.
The same in the United States of America.
One second.
To the president.
1 second. But I'm saying in every state, and there's loads of states, yeah, in Nigeria. So as I said, in Benin, there would be a governor of the state. No, the government does not have supreme power and They can only talk on things that they own, things that or people that accept that rule of law, right? But the main rule of law within that region is still down to the various monarchs that live there. So yeah, the government, and then the government. Hold on, my brother, because a lot of royals are in that position. So what it is, princes have become governors of the state. So they're fully right. They're fully immersed in the governmental system. But again, how the highest person in the government is perceived and in the presence of a Oba or whatever is very low, my brother. He's just an administrator for the monarch. So you got it twisted or not really understanding the layout of how things work. I do but if you do understand that the government is an encroaching thing. It plots itself in each state and and tries to get a foothold by usurping more land and right? But overall supreme power, no, my brother. You can look at Benin or whatever. It's all with the monarch.
Yeah. There's a few things here. I
don't want to get. Should I say?
I don't want to get into a Nigeria-centered conversation. It's not really the point.
Right.
But first of all, how many states are there in Nigeria?
Loads. And then there's other things like land. So it's Igbo land, like for example, Igbo land, Yoruba land, so and so land. Yeah, we got that too. We've also got those dynamics.
But that's because, first of all, there's 36 states in Nigeria. Yeah.
Cool.
Under its federal system. Okay. There are 36 states. What happens in colonial processes is that, especially with the British, they superimpose the British system onto the indigenous systems and co-opt it. Yeah. That's basically what happens. So they may not necessarily get rid completely of the indigenous systems, but they'll co-opt it and try to shape it in its image. They did this with many, many different groups of people. And in some cases, they just straight bought off, the leadership of indigenous people groups. And sometimes the indigenous people groups themselves had to rebel, against their traditional indigenous authorities because they had sold out to the colonizer. All right? That's happened all over the place. And it even happened in places in the Americas whereby we developed maroon communities and maroon societies, so-called. Yeah. Mm-hmm. So the point is, when we're dealing with world African sovereignty, ultimately, we don't have to be vassals under what is a European world order or authority. Yeah. That is the point. The point is that our indigenous political and economic systems become the authority, not just as they were hundreds of years ago, but in the best ways that we can develop them now to suit our interests today. Yeah, that is the point. So that we concern ourselves with the law of Ptahhotep and the law of Ubuntu and the law of Orunmila, and the law of Kimpavita, and Asaseya, and Abrewa, And to the point where when I say all of those things, first of all, we understand what the hell they mean. Right? Do you know what I'm saying? In the same way that we understand...
Are you just saying in general, or are you being specific?
I mean in general. Okay. In the same way that when we say democracy, we have an understanding of what they mean. Okay. Right? When them say that. Yeah, when they say Westminster, democracy, and You know, we have an understanding of what that means. Yeah. In the same way that today, yeah, is the date of the anniversary of the assassination of Thomas Sankara, yeah, who is in my image here, seated next to Fela and Nicola Pakuti, also known as Abamieda. And the interesting thing about these two men is that Fela wrote a song for Thomas Sankara. He was writing this song in 1987, yeah, and then before he finished writing the song, Thomas Sankara was assassinated. Thomas Sankara was assassinated because he was going against the geopolitical order. Thomas Sankara made the nation of Burkina Faso food self-sufficient in the space of 4 years, whilst telling the IMF and the World Bank, which are institutions connected with the United Nations, to go to hell. He doesn't want any of their money. Yeah. He was refusing to pay France. To this day, France, yeah, has a system that is connected to the CFA franc, yeah, or the franc CFA, whereby 13 African nations are paying like 500 billion annually into the French central bank, yeah. And Burkina Faso was one of those nations until Thomas Sankara took them out of that arrangement. And within that arrangement, they also had to give France right of refusal over any natural resources found in their land, yeah. And so to this day, French corporations are waxing themselves rich off of the resources within African nations that were formerly governed by France, yeah. To this day, that's happening. Burkina Faso is now one of those nations, but because of the fact that the French were able to find enough Africans, principally a man by the name of Blaise Compaoré, within Sankara's government and the army, to move against Sankara and assassinate him. And so Fela, when he was writing this song for Thomas Sankara, the song, and he dies in the middle of him writing this song. The song now becomes known as Underground System, and it's a narrative about the fact that when there is a progressive revolutionary African leader, there is a system that is orchestrated by Europeans and that corrupted leadership, yeah, among African peoples engaging to snuff out, yeah, the positive revolutionary leadership, yeah. If we're a sovereign people, to the extent of what it means to be sovereign and liberated, then there will be less opportunities for Europeans to be able to act in that kind of way, yeah, among us. All African sovereignty means that Thomas Sankara is not an outlier, just isolated among a sea of neo-colonies that are allegiant to France, Britain, and America. Yeah, that there is a critical mass of people that are on what Sankara was on. Yeah, you know what I'm saying, and that are able to protect the gains of the anti-colonial and the African liberation fight going forward. And that if we find enemies such as Blaise Compaoré, yeah, we take them out, yeah, you know what I'm saying, and these things that we're able to feed, clothe, and shelter ourselves without taking loans from the corrupted loans from the IMF and the World Bank and the World Trade Organization is deciding for us how much our oil costs and how much our diamonds cost and how much our cocoa costs and how much, etc., etc., etc. No Nigerian controls the price of oil in Nigeria. Yeah, you know what I'm saying? That's not, I don't on the state level or on the federal level. There are no communities that are deciding how much the oil is being sold for and how much the profit, the wealth from that oil is going to be distributed among the people in terms of services, housing, food, clothing, etc., etc., etc. And so these are the things that actual sovereignty represents.
Okay, so one, you're incorrect on that because most economies and are based on the GDP, meaning the things that they produce. Yeah, even if it's oil and all of that, it's still measured, and they still have a semblance of control over their own resources to a certain extent, right? Because Europeans have companies that are protected by the government, but also Nigerians themselves have companies that are protected by themselves. Do you get what I'm saying? So yeah, when we talk about oil rich and we talk about this woman becoming the richest woman in the world, Nigerian woman, oh, because she put a couple oil pumps on the land that she was given by the president, yeah, a Taylor woman now is richer than Oprah Winfrey. So like, well, as you say, if the government hold all the keys to the oil, it is of no significance, because we don't believe that's true. We believe a portion of it is definitely theirs. What we're calling what do you call it? What we call it? BP is NP in my country. Do you get what I'm saying? Nigerian Petroleum, and then there's BP, and then they've got Shell. Do you get what I'm saying? So they're making money. I remember that everything is done in the dollar. So no matter what we're talking about, yeah, all oil and thing is done in the dollar. So that's the marker of what the oil is worth per barrel and da-da-da. Now we also have people who are bursting pipes, stealing oil and shotting that on the black market. Yeah, this heavyweight crude oil that the Nigerians have got, this endless reserves that they've got. This is only just Nigeria we're just talking about. Yeah, demonstrating an oil-rich nation who doesn't even need the oil to be a wealthy nation, because for a couple hundred years it has always been the case that they produce produce that the Europeans have always wanted, until they got to the stage of greed and decided they wanted to kidnap said individuals and take hold of the root of that, instead of dealing with the Yoruba kings or whatever kings who were the middlemen between them and those who created the produce. Do you get what I'm saying? Mm. We were not the ones necessarily who created the produce, but when dealing with the Europeans, we were the ones in the way, in a sense, or trying to trade with them and say, okay, you want palm oil, yeah, we can get you so many tons, but you're going to have to go and deal with the farmers, right? Right. And they might be of another tribe. So this is what we're saying. So that the king of Benin would be like a middleman, but it seems that he was an excellent merchant trader. Merchant trade is what it is. As I said, we took to the waters. My flags are in the Maritime Museum in Greenwich. Do you get what I'm saying? There's a video of them pulling them out.
I missed. Like that, so. Yeah, I had to answer the door. So just let me refresh me.
If I had not been, sorry,
let me catch up. Let me catch up to where you are before you go into this high level debate here.
I'm not sure if I can explain where I'm going at the moment, to be honest with you. But let me just say this here. If I had not been privileged, yeah, for example, to know and see members of the movement for the survival of the Ogoni people. Yeah, the Ogoni people are a group of people in the Niger Delta. Yeah, there would be what is commonly referred to as a tribe, although I find that the terminology colonial, so I tend not to use it. But they're a people group. Yeah, and so the Ogoni people have been fighting against the corporations, the oil corporations' encroachment upon the land of the Niger Delta for quite some time. Sorry, and they're a good organization that still exists. They were once very well known in terms of international news because of a man by the name of Ken Salawira. Yeah, and the fact that he had organized the people of the Niger Delta, yeah, principally the Ogoni, because he was Ogoni, but not just the Ogoni, against BP and Shell and Chevron and ExxonMobil. And so this became quite a hot button issue for Pan-Africanists who were supporting the movement for the survival of the Ogoni people. And others, to be honest, even some socialist groups were supporting, the movement for the survival of the Ogoni people. And the fact that their indigenous land rights need to be respected, yeah? The indigenous land rights of the Ogoni people and so on and so forth, yeah? What happened was the the protests and the demonstrations, which were peaceful for the most part, of Mossop, were messing up the oil profits, of Shell in particular, and they had a significant stronghold or influence within the government, In fact, there are various different stories, and people can look into them in terms of the extent to which the Ministry of Finance in Nigeria was or has been, to all intents and purposes, a front for the Shell Petroleum Corporation.
Yeah. Okay, hold it. Hold it. You're doing some history now. I've got you, but let's catch up.
One sec. Let me finish it.
Because I know Mac is going to come back on that.
I'm just letting him go, man. I'm just letting him go, man.
I know you're setting up for him. That's why I'm going to come in here. I'm going to come in here just to slow it all down. Let me slow it down a bit. You're giving us some history, Shakara. You're giving us some history.
Yeah, I am. Listen to just let me finish this thing. Yeah, I promise you, I'm soon done. Hold on, I'm soon finished. Right, history is important. Yeah. So what happened, right, is that in 1995, somebody was killed. Some people was killed, and the government, based upon the influence of Shell, saw this as an opportunity to get Ken Salariwa, and they charged him falsely with the murder, and eventually, I think he was shot by firing squad. In 1995. There's no evidence tied into any of these murders, but he was snuffed out and killed off simply because he was disrupting the profits, of a multinational corporation, and the government of the country was allegiant, to the interests of the multinational corporation over and above the interests of its people. And it's well known that Shell and other corporations have committed human rights violations in Nigeria, in the Niger Delta, up until this day. And nobody can do anything about it.
All right, thank you for that bit of history. Now, so let's do a quick summary of where we are so far. Shakara stated that his end goal, is world African sovereignty. That's what he stated earlier on. And then I asked you, Maku, is that your goal? And then you said no. Then Shakara stated that part of that goal of world African sovereignty requires the decolonization of states. And then I asked you, Maku, is that how you see it? And you gave me the impression that you didn't see it that way, because there's some states there already in Africa, and they have not been colonized. There's states there. Some states have been colonized, but there are states that have been there for ages, and they have not been changed. So the concept of decolonizing the states wouldn't fit with what your position, Mako, because these are and plus some of the sovereign kings and queens and entities have become parts of or members of some of these states. So there's different types of states. So the statement decolonize the states has to be refined exactly which state needs to be decolonized and how.
Well, I think I've already explained that, though. I'm saying that the state as it stands is the federal state, right? You know what I'm saying? So
are all states federal?
No. That's
I don't think Michael was saying that.
No. I don't think I'm not responding to what he was saying. I'm making my own point, right? It was me that brought the language of state into the thing. When we're talking about state, we're referring to centralized institutions that impose rules. Generally speaking.
Yeah. But what? Why are you talking about states? What is the relevance to world African sovereignty? What is it?
Exactly. Because of the fact that our nationhood has been defined by the colonial project.
No, it hasn't, according to Maku, because there's other nations and states that are not colonized.
But if there are no
established prior to any European.
Exactly. So you can't say our. Who's the our you're talking about?
That's delusion. there are no.
Well, hold it. Slow down now. Hold it. Wait a minute.
I haven't said anything yet. Let me finish what I'm saying. What's it called? There are no states among us that have not been colonized. Yeah? That's false.
That's
yeah?
a statement.
You know what I'm saying?
That's a serious statement.
Put it this way. To the extent that a nation called Jamaica can be created, and it's considered to be a separate nation from the nation of Trinidad. And that's
hold that point there. Hold that point there. You made a statement. You made a statement.
Made the point yet. I haven't made.
But you made a statement.
You
said there's no states.
Can we say a difference? Who is the head of state of Jamaica?
Yeah, see how you was gonna go down this way. Hold it before we go there. Hold it. Back up. Before we go there, let's go state by state.
Don't play with me, man.
Sorry. Hold it. Shakara, hold it. You made the statement. You made the statement that there are no states that have not been colonized.
Right.
Hold that point there. That's a very strong statement.
Very strong.
Us as African people.
Hold that statement there. You said there are no states, and I imagine that to be in the world. You are saying there are no states in the world that have not been colonized. Is that true? Is that your position? Yes or no?
I see free. It's very important that you listen to what I said. Among us.
What did you say?
I said there are no states among
us.
I said there are no. Yes, among us. Yes.
Who are the us?
So as African people.
Hold it there. Okay, hold it there. There are no African states.
Yes.
That are free from colonialism.
That have not been colonized.
That have not been, right. So all African states have been colonized. That's your position, yes?
Varying different degrees, yes.
Degrees. Okay, good. Hold that there. Is that true, Maku, from your position?
Oh well, it depends. What I mean, this idea of state in some cases,
so that's the point.
Is an old conception in the sense of it might have been a kingdom or a city state prior, and it was definitely in the Nigerians' case. No European came in and said this is the state of, this is the state of, and this is the state of. No. Yeah,
so they
had their area, which they called Lagos, like Lagos or whatever, right? That's the bit they controlled.
Right.
Yeah? That is not the whole area of Nigeria.
Good. Okay, I got your point.
Hold on.
Yeah.
That does not mean you have rule and power over the various kingdoms, right? So let's forget all this state business when we're dealing with the Europeans just coming and setting up their state or setting up their colonial state, right?
Yes.
Other places are completely free of that, and will remain. Hold on.
Right.
Will remain free of that. Yeah. Even in the sense of they were attacked and blah blah blah, and then the city was sacked, for example.
Right.
Or the king's palace was sacked. So in that order, the Europeans don't get no produce, right?
Right.
And they don't colonize the people. They go away, right? And then what happens? The king was exiled, for example, to another area for like 6 years or whatever. And then on return, they built a new palace and reinstated their king, and life moves on.
Right. Yeah? Okay, good. Right. So let me see if I understand the situation now. Shakara's position is that all states in Africa, all African states have been colonized, and are under the colonial rule directly or indirectly.
Did he say established as well? Would I be
even if they were established, Shakara is saying that all those old ones have been taken over.
Yeah, go on. Sorry, Shaq. What was you saying?
First of all, when I mentioned states earlier, I was talking about colonial states and their impositions. Yeah, it seems as though the use of the term state has been morphed into something else. But
no.
Sorry, 1 second. Sorry, as in where what I was saying is concerned, yeah, the reality is that there would not have been the creation of 54 countries on the continent of Africa. However many nations there are, I'm forgetting the number, in South and Central America and the Caribbean, had it not been for borders that were defined by European expansionists. It's contradictory to say some of us were colonized, some of us were not, when the entire concept of your nationality was defined by borders drawn by Europeans. Yeah,
that doesn't even make sense, man.
Yeah, I agree. It doesn't. If Nigeria was
how am I defined by borders? Me as an example. How am I defined by the borders?
Exactly. Let him clarify. Clarify.
It's very simple. If you refer to yourself as a Nigerian, then you are defined by colonial borders.
Cool.
And a colonial name at that, yeah? That was defined by colonizers.
And
right?
So
to the extent that...
do you think that's what...
So to the extent that that is the case, yeah, and to the extent that the geopolitical entity under such a name, and again, it doesn't matter what geopolitical entity you're referring to, the example of Jamaica was given earlier, and the fact that the monarch of Great Britain, the United Kingdom of Great Britain, remains the monarch of Jamaica to this day. Yeah. That's another example of that. When in fact the indigenous peoples of Jamaica do not come under that cultural designation, and the majority peoples of Jamaica, who are African people today, have our own systems of government and governance and social order that we carried and maintained throughout the enslavement process up until now. It just so happens that those social, political, and economic orders do not govern the nation state that is currently referred to as Jamaica. Therefore, neo-colonialism still reigns supreme, as it does everywhere else in the Black world. And so sovereignty...
Hold it there.
In this regard...
Go on then.
Would be... let me finish my sentence. What's it called? Sovereignty in this regard would be the capacity to throw off the shackles of neo-colonialism and institute social, political, and economic relationships that are based upon our indigenous African conceptions and interests.
Okay, brilliant. Full stop. Brilliant. So Maku, how do you accept what he just says there, and that what he just described there applies to Africa? Does that model fit in with Africa? How he's described the relationship between colonialism and states, indigenous states?
Well, as I said, indigenous states, the government's influence is that they place a government building which houses the governor of the state. Yeah, the state was not created by the government. The government came into being in the 60s or 70s. Yeah, it coinciding with independence. So this is a whole nother system. Like the government has a state of their own, for example, like River State. We looked into it, and they had cable cars, all of these adventure places you could go to.
I remember you saying,
and the city itself, right? It's still run by the state, but most cities in Nigeria are run by various different things. The government influence in some states are strong, and in other states very minimal. But they never supersede the leaders, the rulers, the monarchs of the various area, and there are multiple. So every area you go to, it's sovereign because this is the land of Maku. This is the land of Thing. Also being in the land or in the state of Wari. You know what I'm saying? Or the state of Port Harcourt. These are just different areas and different designations. and whatever labels they want to put on it, yeah, we know what it is. Do you get what I'm saying? The ruler of that region and that area
is still there.
It's still there and will still be the main.
So let me give you an example. Yeah,
Let
me give you an example that would suggest that what you've just said is not completely accurate. And again, I'm not denying that there is some influence that is wielded by the indigenous social systems. That's not the argument that I'm making. What I am saying is that there's a difference between nation states, yeah, and state formation that exists in a nation state. These are two fundamentally different things. And when you have a federal government, that's a nation state, and then that nation state may have states that operate under its jurisdiction, but they operate under its jurisdiction. So I already gave the example.
Sorry, and is that distinction a new one?
I already gave the example.
Sorry, is that
under? You
a
said
new one?
Under jurisdiction. You said under. Mako's not going to agree with that.
No,
under you use that word.
What's the under?
The 36 states and the various cities within those states in Nigeria operate under the jurisdiction of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. That's the political system. Just like the 50 states of America operate under the jurisdiction of the federal government of the United States of America. Yeah,
right. Hold that there. That's a strong point. Hold that point there. Hold that point there.
Hold on.
You're making these statements.
No, I know. 1 second. I was giving an example. Yeah. In the instance, and I could name others, but in the instance of that I just gave, yeah, the army in Nigeria, the Nigerian army, which is under the authority of the federal government, yes, was used, yeah, to protect the oil in the Niger Delta on behalf of the corporations that were profiting from it. So they were protecting the oil from the people, not the people from the oil companies, under the orders of the government itself. The indigenous people groups and their systems and their authorities that were beginning to organize the people, yes, were superseded by the state power, which has the force of the army behind it.
Right.
And the leader in that institute, within that formation, was stitched up for a crime that he did not commit and murdered by the state.
Right. Okay, hold that point there. Beautifully illustrated. Wonderful. Now, Maku, you heard that. So I think it sounds like Rashakara was using the correct language when he's saying they are subject. All these original indigenous states, tribes, whatever, they are subject to the power, even though they may have been there before. They've been long established, long before the European arrived. Now that the European has arrived, he has subjected all those ancient tribes and lands and nations and states. Can you accept that to be true?
Does that even make sense? Do you think that the Europeans, hold on, according to what they reported, was invested in doing such thing? I know that's how colonization works, yeah, but it wasn't in that capacity all over Africa, and especially in Nigeria. Like, they found the stronghold in the main part of what we're calling Lagos, yeah, by the Portuguese who named it, right? And then they usurped that, they took over that, and then at later time went down to the Delta and had war with the inhabitants there, yeah, and, well, in a sense, to no avail. Do you get what I'm saying? They didn't basically get what they want, yeah, because those guys were merchant traders. They had nothing to do with the rule of law of the British. Yeah, the British still had to go to the king. You understand? They sent whoever, individuals, military, whatever, to the king. And those systems still run to this day. If I'm telling you that the prime minister,
that's quite serious what you're saying there.
1 second, a prime minister is a administrator for the monarch. Like, how are we doing things? We know that the government structure protects European interests, but you're not seeing the wealth and the power that these individuals wield. We're not talking about people who own, I'm just a millionaire. Yeah. Some of them are close to $1 billion in the money that they've amassed. How are monarchs, over politicians? Because we looked up the wages of politicians of various, leaders around Africa, and these are peanuts we're talking about compared to the monarchs and their wealth.
Right.
So
after listening to what you're saying,
even the perfect example is the ruler of Morocco. Yeah, this guy is everything in one. He's decided to be the president, the finance minister, the all of that. He's all of that in one. Yeah. So that's allowed him to amass the ultimate amount of wealth and make him the richest monarch in Africa, for example, because he has the power.
Let MA speak now.
So he has the power and resources of a whole country. Like we've done these things.
Right, good. Solid point. Go on, MA.
Good evening.
Good evening.
Big up, broski.
How's it going? I've been doing the simp thing this afternoon, washing plates and cooking and all that.
Oh shit. Yeah. I saw the thing set sometimes, man. Yeah. No. I've done it a few times, boy. When I've just
I know you have.
the stream.
I know you.
Yeah, because the missus has come in the room and said, "Boy, are you gonna wash them dishes?" All right, you're cooking me food and I've got to do something, I suppose. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. It's not simping when it's your own dishes.
Last week's show on a Saturday, I thought was really good. So if anyone didn't see it, is picking. Well, you guys obviously picking up on that a little bit this week as well. And last week's show was really, really good. So I enjoyed it.
Yeah, that was fire.
So yeah,
and this one's been fire as well. I've been enjoying the conversation between our two brothers, and you know what I mean.
Yeah, man. I've only picked up the last kind of 20 minutes, but it's kind of the same. So I'm thinking about when you speak about the tribal groups in Nigeria, it reminds me of what I heard in Senegal, right?
Right.
So for example, on many occasions I've heard, we don't give a shit about Macky Sall. Macky Sall doesn't matter. The ECOWAS obviously have guns and that, but they don't matter. We don't give a shit about them or their systems. We have our own indigenous systems that run the show. If the imams if the imams say jump, everybody must
say how high.
All that kind of stuff. Right. So it reminds me of that, but then it also reminded me of my challenge to that in Senegal, which was but in 2015, Kemi Seba burnt some CFA franc notes and ended up in jail for that.
Oh shit!
Right? On the I guess I don't know if it was Macky Sall. I think Macky Sall was still in charge at the time. But that was the ultimate punishment for that type of infringement. And so it brings me back to Nigeria.
He ended up in jail and was deported from the country.
Yeah. So I give thanks to Gotkush TV, Shakara, and Dalian and them for bringing Center of Pan-African Thought as well for bringing Kemi Seba over so that we could actually listen to him speak as well. I think he got arrested the next day still.
Right.
The day when he went back, he went to Burkina Faso. And was speaking there before returning to his home nation of Benin, and he was arrested whilst there as well. Bonya, just to contextualize what you're saying, there are protests and demonstrations all over French-speaking Africa against the CFA franc, the French currency that is basically mashing up the people in the economy. And Kemi Seba is one of the leaders of that movement.
Right.
So going back to Nigeria.
Yes.
So sovereignty, right? Ultimately, we have to have something to measure sovereignty by, because it's just a word. We kind of have an idea of what it means. There's some crossover in our definitions, but I think the measurement should be the extreme, right? What is the extreme violation that can tell you whether something is sovereign or not, right? And so I look to, again, using Senegal as an example, I look to currency and violence, right? I mentioned ECOWAS, the soldiers, and I mentioned the CFA franc. So if Yoruba state, for example, or any of these states that you believe are sovereign, if they were to institute their own currency, reject others, and use it for their own purposes, what do you think? Well, but a question to all three of you actually: what do you think would be the result of that? And if there was to be any punishment, who would be exacting the punishment?
I think it would be the federal republic or the government of Nigeria that would be most afflicted, and obviously other private entities who have those interests, right? But mainly them, right? Because they have taskmasters, and their taskmasters, who are the European, don't care what your problem is in your country. Yeah, just send us what is owed to us. And remember, that is what owes the IMF loan. Ain't no monarch out here, which I'm going to show you in a minute, how much wealth they've amassed. Yeah, if they put it together, they could probably pay off what was owed. But it's not down on them. It's down on the system that the colonials have left, which is run by Africans, smiley face or whatever. Do you get what I'm saying? In all departments and I told people that this government, this federal government and all these things are an infection into these lands and kingdoms and all of that. And yeah, you can have your little governor buildings, but unless somebody's willing to sell their birthright, they cannot grab a foothold in your land and blah, blah, blah. And it was not the capacity of the European to go everywhere and convert and change the mindset and the living standards of Africans.
Right. And so so I share the view of Michael, but I'm still a bit confused because I kind of lean to what Shakara is saying as well, because what Michael's saying that yes, all of this is taking place within Africa, but the ancient
sorry, IC3, if you can just, if you're not going to answer the question directly,
yes, it's that. Yes, I agree with what Michael's saying. Yes.
Okay, Shakara.
This is something that we don't have to speculate about. One of the men on my screen declared a republic in the middle of Nigeria.
That's facts. That's facts.
He had a compound that he referred to as the Calcutta Republic, and he declared it independent of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. The Federal Republic of Nigeria sent in their army and burnt down his whole compound. Yeah, they bombed it. Yes, raped his wives, threw his mother out of a window.
Off the balcony.
Off of the third floor of a house. That's she died later on in hospital from injuries associated with the trauma. Yeah, and so on. Yeah. What's it called? And they will aggress people for less than that. I've already given the example of the Niger Delta and what happened when the people there began to protest in relation to the echo side. I want people to understand the crimes that have been committed by Shell and B. It's not a small thing, yeah? Like lands are being destroyed, yeah? And people's ecologies, their land that they farm and use to feed their children and so on is being destroyed because of these companies, yeah? All kinds of health effects and so on and so on. It is to this day, right? Aguan, yeah?
So Shakara, one second. Sorry, one second. Sorry. So, because obviously you guys have been going back and forward, right? And it seems like there is a reluctance to meet in the middle, or whether there isn't a middle to even meeting.
Exactly.
With regards to specific, because Shakara right now is explaining the damage that's being done, in a sense whereby there's no sovereignty and there's no ability to control or repel, or even that there isn't even a desire to do so against colonial forces, right?
Right.
my thing is about this punishment thing, and Shakara's hinted at it already. Yeah, Maku seems to think that the punishment will not be enacted upon the people of.
You said that. I didn't say that.
No, you didn't say that, but essentially, yeah. If
don't do essentially. I haven't said
no.
I mean, like, don't do that. Don't do that, bro. Essentially, like, what are we doing here? Have I said something or I didn't say something? I don't like that, man. You don't make up shit that I said or I didn't say. Like,
don't try.
Fix up, man.
Hear what now, though? Hear what now?
Don't try.
Oh, the question was this.
Go on.
But Matthew, the question was this: if an infringement, is enacted by whatever state you're talking about that is so-called sovereign, the punishment, because I think you kind of slid away from the answer a little bit, if I'm honest, because the punishment that we see in Senegal, and the punishment that Shakara is referring to, whereby Papa Fella his whole thing got murked up, right? I'm saying that are we saying that the punishment will not be enacted upon the people, then it will be enacted upon the federal state, like from the European colonizers and multinational companies, but it won't affect, like, that's a bit of a crazy idea that it's not going to be directly, against the Oba or whatever. Like they're going to get dealt with, right? Or am I wrong in saying that? Are they not going to get dealt with? Is the punishment
who will get dealt with?
The Oba.
The sovereign entities that you're talking about, the ancient sovereign, original, indigenous kingdoms and kings. Yeah,
will they be dealt with as well? Will they not be aggressed? Will they not be thrown in jail? Will they not be punished? Like, what's the consequence?
I mean, who's can imprison a monarch? I haven't seen it done, but what I know is that the government, right, the European entity, as I said, is a bacteria in our country. We've had the longest civil war. I've mentioned these things. I don't undermine anything. And you don't even know the loss of life from our side of the border of Benin, that took place, that while I'm having this conversation with you. Because if they were successful, I wouldn't even be here. Do you get what I'm saying? If there was not some form of rebellion and and exile and sacking of the city. I've mentioned these things already. So when I'm saying these things, it's not like I don't know what atrocities are going on. But if you're talking about Shell pipelines, they're going through people's land.
Right.
So it's showing you, hold on, it's showing you Shell does not own the land, right?
Right.
And now this is what we're talking about: sovereignty, Bay, the owners of the land, right? And even in somewhere like Lagos, which is supposedly European controlled, it's still owned majority by the monarchs. The government have a parts of the city that are like, they've got their little embassies and all of that type of thing.
Yeah.
It's not in the way that you lot are thinking. I'm thinking you can drive 10 miles down the road to the area where the king lives, and say it's run a certain way. Do you get what I'm saying? The European government, which is the federal government, work for him. It's that simple. And now, because it's changed from a dictatorship, this is what we definitely have to understand at the time. This was not a democratic country when we was having these conversations about Fella's mom getting thrown through window. Man, a military running the country. Come on, family. And we've already highlighted about these warlords, these African warlords who seem to be trained under European and fought for France and fought for this one and and went back and committed horrible atrocities. Some who are even Pan-Africans. So we're not going to do that. We don't pull no punches over here. This is why it's F.T.K. I'm not sitting there dodging, hiding, or pretending against nothing. I tell you like it is, as I see it, as I've been instructed by people who know better than me. Like, you're never going to do this to me. Do you get what I'm saying? This is the common sense think of it. We understand that the European federal government they put in place is run by black folk. And for you to get that, they gave you your independence.
right?
Right.
So this is a system, their thing. Though that government is only there to protect their interests. Their interests doesn't mean that they own all the GDP, the things that the country create.
Right.
Yeah,
Right.
it's so much money, it can't be all Europeans. No, and it can't be all the governments according to the GDP and all of that. What the government can scrape off, and use that to pay back their loan is based on the companies that the Europeans own. But you forget that Africans themselves will replicate the things that Europeans are doing. They will start to make their own refineries, because it's the same Africans that you're going to use to make the refineries, right? With the technology from the Americans at the time. You know what I mean? So this is what I'm trying to make people understand. If you go to certain regions, the strength of the government is not as strong as you think. It's only like a ceremonial position when you go to the Kingdom of Benin. But the Kingdom of Benin has many states. Hold on, has many states within it, and obviously it is sovereign, because any interaction from the earliest outsets have always been with the monarchs. A government was not created until the 1960s in most African countries.
That's false, because there was a colonial government throughout colonialism. So that's the point.
Yeah,
but the post-colonial government, the post-colonial government took over after the colonial government. It was a colonial government that handed over power. And by the way, Nigeria now be my country now, Bayelsa my state, yo. This is a reality where living happen for Bayelsa. 1999, yo, I swear I no go forget them. When them kill the people, and they make the children them orphans. Every time I they think, what are they come from my eyes, yo? Some people say I can leave them, but I say me I must talk them. I say they don't kill them, mama, they don't kill them, papa, What's he talking about?
He's talking about his interaction with the with the authorities, with the ruler, with the whoever's in charge, according to the Europeans, not according to Africans, not according to the Oba. You didn't hear Oba or Oni in the song. You didn't hear that.
What is he talking about?
I'm telling you, you didn't hear that, did you? You heard about the authority. Listen, bro, don't play this game with me. You know, you're trying to be smart with words and thing on the experience of my people, my parents, and all of these things. You think about it. If my mom's 70, she is definitely a child of that time, right? And their thing was rebellion. This is why I liken Fela to Bob Marley, because whatever was going on in Jamaica and whatever was going on in Nigeria, us as diasporans or our parents leaving there and knowing full well what was going on, they were definitely dancing with the spirit of that song, because they know, they experienced it. They was like, yes, this is what happened. The government in Nigeria is fucked. It's a dictatorship. Various leaders, you can name all pretty names you want. It's not going to change a thing. We don't rate none of them. Never, ever, ever. I don't rate them in Europe, and I don't rate them in Africa. I don't rate them in the Middle East. We do not, deal with these European institutions, whether they got our faces. We know that even the way they do the monarchy or leaders of countries, you don't even have to be from that country. You get foreigners and you place them there and you say, boom, that's it. You now Saudi Arabians, and everybody's supposed to kind of look like you, but you have to wear a sheet to protect you from the sun, showing that you're not originally from that place. Joke thing. We're not blind. We got the 9 minds, so we got to use our melanin to think. A European can't think like you. So even all his wickedness and all the badness and all the thing, you're supposed to be able to see through that. And us in the diaspora are supposed to, who live in the heart, in the belly of the beast, with the European, know, breathe, sleep, all that with his actions. You know exactly what he does. First rule of anything is to know thy enemy. Know the enemy. You got to know. You live in England with the oppressor. Let him hear what he says about his story, right? And then go back to your people
and hear what they say about themselves. Yeah.
Right.
And then
right.
somewhere in between is the truth. Right.
Right. Right.
I'm more favorable on your side with your people because there's no need for them to lie about their people being killed and all of that. Right. Under colonial oppression. Right. And that this government that finally gets in, even though they're saying, oh, wicked, it's democratic. That means police can't just soldiers just can't kill you in the street like before. Police can't just brutalize you as before because the threat is people will sue you. So the country has even changed. So we can't even say that the leaders of today would be like the leaders in Fella's time. You understand? Those were definitely guys who were deeply into the colonial idea of fascism, communism, socialism, and all of them type of things. And it has not benefited the African from then till now to follow that modus operandi.
It's necessary to note that the current head of state of Nigeria was the same head of state that put Fela Kuti in jail in the 1980s. Olusegun Obasanjo was the head of state in 1977 when the Calcutta Republic was sacked. Olusegun Obasanjo was not a military dictator. Yeah. So those are just 2 points to factor in to the conversation. The other thing to factor in is that the song that I was just singing is a song by an artist by the name of Tim Maya. Yeah. The same artist who done the song Shake Up Your Bam Bam. All right. This is probably his first big hit. He's singing about what is referred to as the Odi Massacre. Yeah. Whereby again, in Bayelsa, which is a state in Nigeria, many groups of people, particularly among the Ijao people group, were protesting against the destruction of their ecology by oil companies. Yeah. And the army was sent in, as the song says, in 1999, November, I forget the date. But they sent in the army and they killed men, women, and children, yeah, for protesting against what the oil companies were doing to the land. Yeah. So again, the point is not that there are not places and people that have influence. The question is influence to do what and for what purpose and in whose interest, and whether that influence represents sovereignty or not. Yeah. If foreign corporations are able to run oil pipes through your land to the destruction of your ecology and the detriment of your people, I would suggest that sovereignty is in question at that moment in time.
Oh, interesting.
If the head of state of a nation is the head of state of the former colonizer, I would suggest that sovereignty is in question in that circumstance. If, as is taking place in Jamaica right about now, foreign companies are able to buy off beaches that were freely accessible to the people at one point, I would suggest, and the government and the people of the country have no say and are not able to do anything about it, I would suggest that sovereignty is in question.
Is in question.
If you are not able to decide the prices of the resources that are being sold from your company, from your country, and the masses of the people of your country are not benefiting from the resources that are being sold, despite any number of rich people that exist in the nation, I would suggest that sovereignty is most definitely in question. And so when we deal with world African sovereignty, what we are saying is that these are situations that we as African people need to organize ourselves to challenge and to alleviate, and that we need to put in place we need to emphasize and accentuate our indigenous systems working not as they are co-opted by colonizers and neo-colonizers, but as they were originally intended to work in the interest of the people. So we don't deal with our indigenous systems subordinating themselves to colonial or neo-colonial systems and just kind of getting whatever we can based upon that. The ultimate goal is to throw off the neo-colonizer completely and assert the authority of the indigenous systems, and the indigenous systems that what's it called, interlinked and interdependent with each other. So for example, we have a situation in Jamaica whereby the federal government, the state government is allegiant to the Queen of England, sorry, the King of England now, and even the Maroons, assert their nationhood based upon a treaty that that's their sovereignty based upon a treaty that was signed with the British Crown. And so we're saying, well, actually, neither of this authority should be illegitimate to us as a people, that we need to be rejecting their authority in general, and uniting as a people based upon our own indigenous peoplehood, that the various different peoples on the continent of Africa assert their sovereignty in relationship to each other. So it doesn't mean that this group has to lose their indigenous people group system and that group has to lose their indigenous people group system, but that those indigenous people group systems can form functional operational unity in order to throw off the shackles of neocolonialism. Because right about now, we're all subject to the neocolonial authority. So that's the point.
Okay, let me see if I can do a quick summary as I'm trying to follow this. Right, so watch this. Let me know what you think if I've got it right here. So, in order to effectively come together for the goal of world African sovereignty, to throw off the system of white supremacy, what the problem I see here is that those sovereign entities that Maku has mentioned, that have been there from before the European arrived and still there now, and are still functioning now, even at a lower level than they would like, because they see the imposition of the European as a virus, so they're fighting the virus. They're still alive. They still perceive themselves as sovereign, and they're still governing themselves as they perceive. So they're holding on to life, although the virus is spreading. So
interesting.
Yeah. So from Maku's point of view, I can see what he's saying. Those people cannot say that they don't want to say, listen, the colonial, we have been colonized, because then they would actually lose their sovereign status. It would be like taking off the crown and putting it down in order to become part of a pan-African entity to fight the European. They're saying, no, we want to remain and hold our identity and be recognized as what we are and fight this virus. We don't want to take off our crown to link up with the diaspora to fight the virus. And the diaspora are saying, listen, you have to take off your crown and admit that you are a prisoner. You have to admit that you are subject to this virus. You have to admit that the virus has taken you over. Only then can you work effectively with us to heal Africa. Does that make sense? This is how I'm understanding the two sides.
Heal Africa from what, though? Sorry.
Right, from the virus you mentioned, which is
colonialism. as the colonial governments and that.
Yeah, because you mentioned, you're the one who said the colonial governments are the virus coming in, encroaching on the land, on the sovereign lands of the indigenous people.
Right. But you can only do that if somebody sells you their birthright. So it won't necessarily be the monarch, but the monarch has children, has descendants who have generational wealth, entitlement, land, and all of that. And some of them want their stuff now because they've got the internet, they've got the thing, they've got modern thinking, all of that. Some of them are even affiliated with Illuminati groups and, all of that type of thing.
Doing whatever they can to fight. They're fighting any way they can.
Right. No, this is something to get wealth. Remember that some people's modus operandum is different from others, right? If I can give you a couple acres to the government, right, and I get a couple million naira and I'm nice. Do you get what I'm saying? I'm like, I can do stuff with this. You know what I mean?
Yes. Yeah, but what Shakara is saying that those deals, those trade deals, is not curing the problem. The virus is getting stronger and stronger and eating up more and more land and taking away more and more of the sovereignty of the African leaders and states that have been there.
No, but I'm saying that the idea of sovereignty and the idea of colonialism is what is being misconstrued. The idea of how what they were there for is also being misconstrued. If you've come there and you've taken slaves, if you've come there and you traded with these people over a previous thing and then got delusions of grandeur and felt to take everything, and that all you could do in some cases was sack the institution that was there already, and then exile the leader. Do you get what I'm saying? The monarch to another country for a matter of time, and then when he comes back, everything is reinstated, no problem.
Right.
Do you get what I'm saying? Because sometimes even a monarch in Europe dies. Then the next monarch coming in, just we haven't sorry about what we did, but we're just going to keep your Benin bronzes. Do you get what I'm saying? Because yours is not a thing of colonization. We gave them to you. Yours, the case was invasion, terrorization in a situation, right? This is why you're calling it the Punic expedition, right? So we have stories and things that are in papers that are you can Google that are stateable facts that this system that they brought in was not the same everywhere. When they had their bases like in Lagos, they can do what they want. They were farming people, sending them out, doing whatever they were doing. They took Benin on the other side and separated it and called it the Gold Coast, took all the gold from there and then took the people as well. So we know about these things, right? But every situation is different. It's a vast land. You're acting like one person can have control of Nigeria. That's how it works. It doesn't work like that. Do you get what I'm saying? So even the government, can only really control things that it builds and creates and Like now it's created a new city called Abuja, right? And now they're saying that's the capital when we know it's Lagos, really. Right? Because they haven't got a stronghold. They've only got a couple buildings and certain areas within the massive city of Lagos, which is bigger than England.
Right.
So there's different dynamics going on. Like the Europeans, they can't even go inland in certain respects to go and disturb certain kings of Africa and Yoruba or whatever. You might have encroached in Yoruba land in one of the states, in one of the city states, and you might later on, once you've become a democratic government and all of that, then appoint governors which came from these various monarchies' descendants. So now are they only selling their birthright, they're also selling out as in joining the government. Now it's sold to the people as the government. The federal government is for you, the people. But if you're a farmer in southern Nigeria, you don't even know about that. None of that even affects you. What affects you is regional. Is the king, is the chief, is the like all of that.
What is being described right now is loss of sovereignty. That's exactly what is being described at the moment.
Well, in some areas, but not in every
and,
part
and,
of.
and by the way, I never said that colonialism took place the same way everywhere.
No,
It's
I'm not
what
saying
I
that.
said.
I'm saying
I'm
you
sorry.
overstood that.
I'm sorry.
Yeah.
I'm saying I never said that. Yeah, it's true how the British dealt with the Yoruba is different in many respects to how they dealt with the Hausa. It was different in many respects to how they dealt with the Igbo. Yeah, they employed different strategies. Right. But at the end of the day, the Yoruba were colonized under British colonialism. The Hausa were colonized under British colonialism, and so were the Igbo. Yeah, so all they were colonized. So the differences in terms of how they acted and what basically look, you have to recall, for the better part of the entirety of the 1800s, the British were fomenting wars all over the African continent for the sake of colonization. Yeah, and during these different expeditions, Africans were fighting back from the Zulu to the Ashanti. Check out the Eku-Meku rebellion if you want something specific to Nigeria. I'm not necessarily talking to anybody on the panel, just in general, right? Eku-Meku, yeah? Predominantly Igbo fight back against colonialism, yeah? And so one of the things that and I've already said, they co-opted the indigenous chieftaincies, yeah? Sometimes they created them, like among the Igbo and among the Ga. They created a chieftaincy, and one did not exist. Yeah, right. In some respects, yeah. And so when you look at, for example, the Abba women's rebellion in the 1930s, they begin by licking out against the indigenous, the pseudo-indigenous leadership structure, yeah, because they were allegiant to the governor and the colonial authority. Fela Kuti's mother, is known to be the political genesis of her own son, because she was challenging the authority of a chief among her own people in Abeokuta, yes, who was moving against the will of the people because he was loyal to the colonial regime. Yeah, so the idea that the indigenous or the people among the indigenous groups have maintained some authority, even that is in part due to the co-optation of the colonizer. Yeah, wow. A similar thing happened among the Maroons in Jamaica, whereby treaties were signed, and as a part of the treaty, yeah, you were required, if there was an attack on the island, to join the ranks of the British Army. You were required to return enslaved runaways, yeah, from the plantation.
Yes, that's right.
To the plantation.
Right.
So and again, not all of the so-called Maroons did this. Yeah? Yes, but some did. Right. Some of the Maroon leadership, yeah, was co-opted by the colonizer government. Yeah? Yes. Yeah. That's a part of the history. That's just a part of the story.
Can I ask a question? Yeah, sorry. Can you leave Maku question?
Yes, bro.
There's a airport in Lagos, right?
Mm-hmm.
Are you able to leave the region without a passport?
To go to Benin, for example.
No, not to go to Benin. So, okay, either leave via the airport or leave via the coast to go to another part of Africa, for example. Do you need a passport to do that?
No, you don't know. Not to get on a boat. No, definitely. There's boats, trips to Ghana, and all of that. Normal.
Okay. Can the sovereign king get on a plane without a passport?
Yes, most definitely. And come to England and be hosted and treated and welcomed and and doing all the things a head of state or a monarch is required to receive. Like, that's normal. Right. Nothing ever changes in that. That's one thing that's certain and guaranteed.
They don't need passports then, right?
No, if they ever decide to come to England, you know what time it is, and you know who they're going to be spending time with. Do you get what I'm saying? Whether it's Haile Selassie or whoever. Do you get it? Right. So this is long standing. This is nothing new.
But
can we be honest?
The question about the thing is really, it's like saying, oh, can Prince Charles, King Charles, whatever the fuck, does he need a passport? Probably not. That doesn't mean that you're not subjects of the thing. Do you know what I'm saying? So
no, Listen.
But the main question was about an individual who is from the region, is part of the so-called tribe, being able to leave that land and not having to comply with the colonial red tape, essentially.
Well, let's say if the colonial red tape is that you have a passport, right? That's the colonial idea, right? But the passport says you are part of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, right? So if you want to travel to England, yeah, you've got the choice. And then when you get to England, you can apply for your other passport because you were colonized. So you're entitled to the British passport and entitled to the Nigerian passport. Yeah. But foregoing all that, if you're a monarch, yeah, you probably got a private jet, and yeah, you can fly wherever you want. You can fly from there to Dubai and blah blah blah. You will be received by the people in Dubai, and like it's Matrix, bro. Yeah, this is why I'm showing you the 10 richest kings in Africa. Yeah,
right.
And then I can show you the politicians, and I can even show you the GDP of 15 of the wealthiest African countries, and then you will see what's really going on here. Yeah, that how have Europeans got a stronghold? They've got their minds, body, and soul in Africa. I don't think so. What the European is doing right now is investing, making sure he's got a foothold himself, not like for his future generations. Let's get it right. And going to other places like New Zealand and other places around the world and securing his legacy. They're not silly. Why they got you looking away from Africa and thinking Africa's this terrible place and we do this and we basically colonized and yeah, while they're enjoying all the luxuries of your country. This is the lie that the Europeans have spun, and I saw that when I first got on a plane and went to Nigeria.
Right.
And majority of the majority of the flight was filled with Europeans. When I got into the country, yeah, and was doing my day-to-day and was at the location I was going to be, I never saw one European. So there has to be a place where they go to get it, to enjoy themselves. Even when I'm leaving, I'm seeing man all mosquitoed up with shorts on, Irish man, and his legs shaking. The way his legs shaking is like he enjoyed his stay. You know what I'm saying? Like, but it was nowhere near where I was, which I found strange because I live in England and I live in London and North London, and Europeans are everywhere. So to be somewhere for a number of weeks, yeah, and not see a European was a bit, discombobulating when I got back to the airport. I was like, yeah, here we go again.
Okay.
I know where he's going. He's going the same way as me. You know what I'm saying? It's the same thing what I saw when I flew in. What was it? Virgin Atlantic. Come on, my brother. We got Erif Air. My brother flew in on Erif. So yeah, big up if you want to support the Nigerian airline. Do you get what I'm saying? But we used to have Nigerian Airways before that. I remember taking people to the airport, like Jamaica Airways. You know what I mean? I used to go with people. They're going to travel to Jamaica and they're going on a Jamaican plane. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. And then that changed, like ours changed. Yeah. The predominant airline now is Virgin. But they still got Eric Air, yeah, which is a Nigerian-based airline, which would fly to Dubai and take you other places around the world where people are thinking we're restricted and we don't do nothing.
Shakara, you there, yeah?
Yeah.
Yeah. Would it be fair to say that because obviously based on what Maku is saying, yeah, and based on what again I've heard people say in the Senegambian region, mainly Senegal, not so much Gambia, is that emically, so within the traditions and the people themselves, there is a perception of autonomy that is only really tested or is never tested enough, but is only really tested one or two ways, right? So it's not tested on a day-to-day to their knowledge, right? Or sorry, it's not tested enough on a day-to-day to reveal the invisible walls that you're speaking of in terms of colonial,
right,
neo-colonial control.
Good point.
And these types of things. It's almost as if they're.
Can I ask you a question?
Yeah. Let me finish off.
MA finish his point. It's a good point. Very strong point. Invisible walls. How are they going to see it? Go on.
Okay. Yeah. So, what was I saying? Yeah. It seems that their reality is not being tested.
Yes.
Enough for them. It is for us because when we go over there, we can see the barriers. We can see the
invisible
cell, right? We can see the cell walls, right? But maybe they can't.
They can't see it.
And this is, I think, what IC3 was also hinting at, right? And was trying to elucidate between the two of you having this conversation. So in that sense, right? If a monarch and its monarchy is living and operating in such a fashion that that wall is never tested, and so therefore, as far as they're concerned, the wall doesn't exist.
Yeah.
How do we, or is it a case of they're allowed to be themselves sovereign, right? And allowed to recognize themselves as sovereign, and allowed to make decisions that they want to make, even if they are decisions that we would classify as neo-colonial compliant, right? Which is what we're seeing from the outside in. Right. But they're allowed to make decisions that some of those decisions are fuckery, right? But they're allowed to make their own decisions, and they can refer to themselves as sovereign until such time that their sovereignty is actually properly tested, so that they can now see the prison walls. Would that be like because I feel like this is the middle point between the two of you.
Yes.
I'm not trying to find the middle point.
No. I'm not asking you that you are.
This is the illusion.
I'm finding the middle point, right? Because put it this way.
What purpose?
Because what Maku is saying, like, so when an African person from a particular group is telling you that they have autonomy, right?
Right.
And you're telling them that something else is going on, and they're not listening to you, and
No, this is facts. This is facts. This is true. Go on, speak the thing. Type the thing, MA.
Hold on.
MA, let MA finish.
Let him finish.
MA, go on. MA.
1 second. Because what this is about, I'm a Pan-Africanist, as you know, isn't it? So when you're telling a man that the sky is blue, and man's telling you the sky is yellow, yeah, right? It's a problem, right? And do you
know why what you're saying is problematic? Do you know why what you're saying is problematic?
Go on, Shakara, go on.
Yeah. Because we're taught. You know what? Yeah, I'm gonna leave it. Yeah, I'm gonna leave it. If put it this way, if Maku's assessment is sufficient to go on, yeah, in this regard, then cool. Yeah, if we can judge the politics and the economic standing.
Nah, sorry, Shakara, stop.
One second.
No.
Shakara, no. You let MA finish. You're losing it.
Where am I delivering this L to?
The reason I'm stopping you, Shakara, is I don't know whether. What do you think? Why did you think I mentioned that in the first place? Tell me that first.
Why do you think you mentioned what? Sorry. And I haven't said much, by the way. So everybody keeps telling me to let you finish, but I haven't actually said anything. So
no, but why do you think? You said that what I said is problematic. I'm asking you, whatever you thought was problematic, why did you think I said it?
I don't know, bro. I'm not trying to think to decipher why you said it. I was gonna make a statement about put it this way. I think the way you framed it is problematic. Yeah, as me telling a man about his thing, right? Like that's a problematic framing of the conversation.
It is problematic,
and it feeds certain mentalities as well that I think is very destructive. I'm relaying reality. I'm relaying realities that when I speak about the Odi massacre, for example, and the situation in the Niger Delta. When I speak about Ken Salarua, yeah, and them kind of things there, and I haven't just spoke about those things, and this is why I kept saying I don't want to make this a Nigeria-centered conversation, but then if a man keeps talking about Nigeria, and then we have a conversation about Nigeria, I'm telling the man about his thing, but I've spoken about various different other places.
You did. I agreed.
This what I'm saying, right?
Yes.
So, and I'm demonstrating that within the context of world African sovereignty, we are facing similar things. So, if, for example, you are connected to Congo, yeah, and there's been a civil war in the Congo for however long, and half the country doesn't experience it because it's a very big country, does it mean that there's not a civil war going on?
Are you speaking to me, by the way? Yeah.
Well, in relation to this example, I'm saying, I'm just using the example, right, of Congo, but I'm saying you're connected to the Congo, right? What's it called?
But you're speaking to. Just get it straight. You're speaking to me, right?
Well, yeah, you are.
Just say yes then. Just speak and say yes then. Go on.
Yeah, so I'm saying if like half the country doesn't experience the civil war, does it mean that it's not affecting the economy of the nation? Right? This I'm saying? No, it doesn't. Right? So I don't receive your framing as accurate.
That don't make no sense, brother. That doesn't make no sense.
Framing,
that doesn't make any. Sorry, IC3. That doesn't make no sense based on what I said and what I've said previously in this conversation. It's like it's like you're talking to me. Wait. It's like you're talking to me, but you're also talking to the conversation even before
I am. Yeah,
exactly.
But then you can't respond to me, and then
stop the confusion, man.
I said 1 second.
You shouldn't have interrupted MA. You should have let MA finish. Let MA finish completely.
Because I don't understand why I'm interrupting in the first place.
I would have helped.
All right. Do you know what? Go ahead. If I interrupted you, say what you're saying.
No, but I don't mind. Listen, I don't mind being interrupted. If you interrupt me, yeah, because you want to say something in response to me, or
you asked me a question,
or no. Hold on, wait a second. I didn't even finish saying what I was saying, brother.
Exactly.
You know what I'm saying? I was trying when I said to you, yeah, that I was finding a middle ground. You responded. You interrupt me and said, "But you're not looking for a middle ground." I wasn't asking.
Exactly. That's right. You see. Be precise in this conversation, but this is heavy stuff.
But do you understand what I'm saying? I weren't asking you for a middle ground. I was presenting what I saw as a middle ground that is maybe more even in line with what I see. Yeah.
Oh dearie me.
Yeah, because this is heavy stuff. This is the root of the whole issue. The ability to clarify this conversation. This is the highest level conversation taking place right now. This is the equivalent, of a conference.
Right now, I'm sitting
of world leaders.
I'm sitting.
This is Tyson versus fucking Buster Douglas.
I'm sitting next to IC3 in this conversation. You know what I'm saying? That's really was my position last week as well, to try and understand how is it that you know what I'm saying, people them on the continent in a particular scenario can see things so differently, to even other man in that country and part of the same ethnic group and tribe. Because I've got brothers that are themselves Pan-Africanists, right? They're Serer and they're Mandinka, and they're able to see where the prison walls are, but others can't. And not only can't they're adamant that there are no walls, right?
Exactly.
They're adamant.
Because it's based on it's part of their actual identity. To accept that there's prison walls there would like saying, what, you're imprisoning a sovereign entity? I'm a king. This is my land.
Yeah,
what do you mean about prison walls? I can't see them.
Yeah. I told you, that's what I've been told. You know what I'm saying? I've been told that. And at the same time, I'm witnessing the imprisonment. You know what I'm saying? It's not just me. You know what I'm saying? When I said you tell a man, I'm not even talking about me telling a man anything. I'm talking about anyone telling anybody else anything from within the tradition or within the whatever. Because there are people within those traditions who are recognizing the flaws in the systems, recognizing the restrictions, and there's others that don't at all. And they'll tell you, yo, I'm not restricted by nothing. That's why I was asking about the ability to leave the land without having a passport. And these
things. My difference is the sources, right? What's your source? Well, my source is people who are in my family who are monarchs, right? And have held various positions within the country, like Treasury. I mean, you know, the Royal Mint and all of this type of whatever. Do you get what I'm saying? Like many different jobs and many different titles. But one thing about that circle of monarchy and these are very educated people. They send their children around the world to learn various different language, cultures, and all of this type of thing, and come back super smart. Do you get it?
Right.
When you're talking to these monarchs, it's not like no average, oh yes, I am the king. I am the king of this country. No, nigga. Yeah. Straight up. That nigga studied in England, Stockholm or wherever. Do you get it?
Yeah.
Like there's no that you get the top level education, and also you get the true information.
Right.
Something that a monarch should get, right? The
Right.
history, the heritage of your people, and blah blah blah. You know that type of thing.
I would suggest though that if you're a clever colonizer, right, which we have to admit they have been, right, that they will recognize the how far not to go, essentially. So if they wanna, if your sovereignty is not tested enough, you might not know that you're not sovereign. And so the colonizer might be smart. The colonizer might be smart enough to allow you to have the illusion of sovereignty, knowing full well, that if they were to test your sovereignty too much, things might fall apart.
Right.
You know what I'm saying?
I'm saying like your idea of sovereignty and my idea of sovereignty and the actual idea of sovereignty. There's you that can try and make yourself sovereign. There are sovereign states, tribes, you know, leaders and all of that, and especially monarchs, who hold that position, that when they think they have diplomatic immunity and they can go any country with impunity and blah, 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 and be received by other monarchs or heads of state, right? This is all a system of how it works, right? Because as we know, the heads of state in this country do not hold supreme power. They're just politicians. They're just home secretaries, foreign secretaries, or people who work for the queen in her business of running a country. So the format and the creation and the style that's being used, like, as I said, if you live somewhere and you don't know the system that governs over you and the mindset of these Europeans, then what are you doing here? What was your point in being born? Throw yourself in the bin.
Wow.
Right? Yeah. Because it's plain and simple like that. Like, how am I going to be in my 40-something years that I've been on this planet and in this country and not know their thing? I had their history and their facts stuffed down my throat. Pause. Right? And even if I didn't want to pick it up, it's in the back recesses of my medulla oblongata or whatever they want to say. Right? It's there in the back recesses, like, oh yeah, the kings and the kings of England and and King Henry came with the Magna Carta, and Henry VIII abdicated or changed the system from the Roman Catholic, separated himself from the Roman Catholic Church and came with Church of England and all of this type of thing. Oliver Cromwell, and you have to get these facts. William I, and who got beheaded, and then William II. Yeah, and then Oliver Cromwell, who became Supreme Protectorate of England. These facts you're supposed to know. Yeah, I wanted to know these things so I could go on Mastermind. Yeah,
yeah, I'm back in it. So...
yeah, I wanted to go. I wanted to go on Mastermind, so I wanted to know, because the black guy that won Mastermind, right?
Right.
He went with a kind of like nursery rhyme of the order of kings in this country. And that sparked my interest into looking into who was the first king of England and all the way down, and So me and my friend, we looked into it, and it was interesting. But it was based on the guy who won Mastermind, the black guy who ended up on the other show, right? And he, when they tried to trip him up with one of the kings of England and but in it, while he was thinking about it, he was reciting a poem that has all the names of the kings and in the right order. And I was thinking, wow, where did he get that from? Yeah, they're not catching him out today. And you know, they usually catch man out with the books as well.
Yeah.
So he definitely was hot on that. You know what I mean? When they tried to throw a book at him, which book was written by da-da-da-da-da-da, he was like, yeah, blah, 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 blah. Got you. I was like, oh shit, this guy is gonna beat him up. He's gonna win. He's gonna win. So yeah, that was what that little bit of thing was based on, to be honest. You know what I mean? That the guy on the black guy on Mastermind was definitely
inspired you.
Right. Yeah. He had a poem that maybe he learned at finishing school or whatever, Eton or wherever. That was this poem that we wouldn't have learned in general state school. Nowhere. Hell no. Do you get what I'm saying? So it would have been some private school education, and he taught like that anyway. Yeah. Where he had this, they have this idea of a nursery rhyme or a rhyme that makes you remember all the kings of England and in the right order.
Yeah. Mic check.
Yeah, go on.
Anyone
Sorry,
hear me?
yeah.
Sorry, I had to take care of something. So what was it now? So yeah, so I was letting
MA
finish.
MA was talking, yeah.
I can't remember.
No. You're talking about the cell walls and that the cell walls and the perception that if some people can't see the cell walls and some people can, and then how to deal with that problem in order to work effectively with people who don't see it.
Yeah, that was essentially I think that's the reality, right? I think the reality is that, as I said a minute ago, if you're a smart colonizer, you're not gonna push certain indigenous structures too far, for fear of having to deal with them with violence that you really can't be bothered with, and you'd rather find another way. Yeah, no, but that's the reality, right?
Yeah, it's right.
And I think that's what we see in this bubble, and I will call it a bubble, that certain people, certain states or certain monarchs who identify themselves as sovereign, the situation that they find themselves in a bubble, but that bubble, the colonizer doesn't even want to burst that bubble.
No, can't afford to.
It's not. It's long. You know what I'm saying? They don't want to burst that bubble, because if they do, then those who think that they're sovereign might realize that they're not, or you violate them enough for them to wake up. It's like the analogy. It's like the example I brought last week about the Maasai, right? That they can travel freely, which has been agreed by the Kenyan and I think the Tanzanian government and maybe certain other states around that region. They can travel freely without having to use a passport. Right? Even when I found this out, I said, "But what? So you just need to dress up? How do you know that they're a Maasai? You need to dress up as a Maasai."
That's right.
I thought it was fascinating when I heard this, and this was late last year. I heard this in a talk.
Right, but Maasais do wear normal clothes, though.
It's true that. But how do you know that a Maasai is a Maasai? Is it markings?
I would say, and a particular look, but no one's really questioning anybody on what they actually say, because all in all, some people have, most Kenyan tribes would have linked to the Maasai. You know what I'm saying? Or some diversion or some admixture. Do you get it?
So that's a semblance of, that's not sovereignty though. That's a level of freedom of movement within a particular region. Within the lands that they claim for themselves, right?
Can I ask you a question?
Yeah.
Within everything that you described, the people, using your bubble analogy, are the people that are in the bubble that use the word sovereignty to describe their bubble condition, are they in fact sovereign?
Ooh,
I'm saying that they're not, because like I said, the extreme, that how you have to be able to test whether you're sovereign or not.
Right. So what's the test then?
I said the test already. I said the test is for me the primary test is economic, right? So again, the example was Kemi Seba. Yeah. So I can't burn this note. If I burn this note, you're gonna either imprison me, kill me, or something else. I'm not. So I can't be. right? Go on.
So if the people that exist in the bubble where note burning is punishable by imprisonment, yeah, describe themselves as sovereign, yeah,
yes,
and you say, well, actually, that's not sovereignty,
and
they say, well, why are you telling me about my thing?
No, because I'm saying people within those groups themselves will tell their brothers and sisters that.
And that's exactly, and that is why I said the framing of I'm telling a man about his thing is flawed.
No, but I didn't say I as in me. I'm saying any man that tells any other man about the thing.
But again, you're talking in the context of this conversation, and I said it's problematic framing. The framing is problematic.
How?
Yeah.
No, you didn't understand the framing, Shakara.
I don't ever do it.
Because I said I. You thought I meant MA telling a man from
no. The analogy was, and this has been said before, and it's been tried to weaponize against man. I'm saying when you say I, you're not talking about you. We're talking about in the context of this conversation. So the inference is that I, as a non-continental African, I'm telling a continental African about his thing. Or I, as a non-Nigerian, I'm telling a Nigerian about his thing. And so I'm saying,
not telling me, man. No,
I didn't say it, but I didn't.
I think you made it quite clear. Sorry, on the other places in Africa that you were mentioning and the Caribbean also.
Sorry, but this is how. But this is so. If that's not what was meant by that framing of the conversation, then what was?
Doesn't matter.
But hold on, hold on. That's what. But this is what I said. This is why I said. Yeah, it seems like you're responding to me, but you're responding to another part of the conversation that I wasn't even involved in. Do you understand what I'm saying? When I said
we're having a conversation, isn't it? But but you
have to also take what I'm saying for what it is, right? If I'm
can you ask my question, please? If I misunderstood what was meant by that framing of the conversation, what did I misunderstand? What was meant?
I'd actually try to tell you twice. I'll tell you for the third time. Now, is somebody that knows that there is a prison. It could be a Serer telling a Serer. It could be a Mandinka telling a Mandinka. It doesn't matter who it is. The point is that whoever it is that's doing the telling recognizes the walls of the prison, and whoever is in receipt of that information does not. That's the assign. That's how we're assigning the I and the other.
Right. And
maybe you guys were talking. Maybe you guys were. I don't know, but that's what I was saying.
Right. Well, certainly, it seemed to, because I don't think I was the only one that interpreted it that way, but I'm not going to debate that. If that's what you say you meant, I'm going to accept it. Yeah. The reason why I was saying it's problematic is because when I began to say I'm relaying the lived experience of people and movements on the ground. Yeah. That is, I'm not making shit up. It's things that I've learned from people who have experienced things, yes, and studied what they have experienced through the scholarly. You know, I was listening to one sister the other day, and she said, being black doesn't make you an expert on the politics of being black. Yeah, she said, being bipolar doesn't make you an expert on the politics of being bipolar, yeah, or the economics of being bipolar, yeah. She said what you can bring to the table is a certain insight from experience, but if you haven't studied the condition, yes,
definitely.
And how it factors into, you know, health service and so on and so forth, your knowledge of the politics and economics of your condition is likely to be very low, yeah. And so what happens in the situation is, and that's why I was saying that it's a problematic thing, is that people are given authority based upon position. So because I am from Jamaica, I must know, I must be an authority on the politics of Jamaica. And nobody who's not Jamaican can tell me anything, which is ridiculous. Yeah, it's a ridiculous way to think. Just being a Jamaican doesn't mean that I know the relationship between the Jamaican government and the IMF, for example, and how that has destroyed the economy of Jamaica, right? And so I find that in conversations, this thing gets this trope of, say again?
It gets flagged up. This trope.
Right. This I'm saying, and so
bear it in mind, he's the only one putting that out there.
I don't find it to be intelligent reasoning, you know, and this idea of the Caribbean Pan-Africanist who's coming to tell, you know, as though the Caribbean Pan-Africanist lives in a Caribbean isolation, separate and distinct from all Africans on the continent, other than the one that is being conversed with at this particular moment in time. So I can talk about, for example, the Ogoni people and what they're fighting right now in Nigeria. And I can also speak about organizing and supporting brothers and sisters who are from organizations of the Ogoni people who are challenging shell corporations, and ExxonMobil and BP and so on and so forth. But then if I'm speaking to a Nigerian, nothing that I'm saying means anything, because the Nigerian is supposedly the authority, and the Nigerian is the authority over and above all the other Nigerians whose experience and whose activism I'm relaying, and the lessons that they've taught me about these situations, right? And so I'm saying that seems to be a dynamic that comes up that I don't think is particularly intelligent, and I find it very problematic. So that's why I said that what you said, or how I thought you were framing the conversation, to me that would be problematic.
But again, no one said that here, and you're the only one who put that in the universe.
Well, not really. However, if that was the case, I've already said, if I misunderstood, clarify for me what you meant, and I think MA has clarified, and I've said I accept his clarification.
This is a mute point, man. This is a mute point, and this is
sorry.
You're killing my brain cells right now. With the retardation that's going on.
Let's stay with it. Let's stay with it. This is a conference. This is a think tank.
Please, man. Please, can I play my video, please? Can I play my video? Because where am I delivering this L to? Please.
I wasn't stopping.
Sorry?
I didn't speak for about 10 minutes. And
EN what? E10 right? What? E3 so, what? I don't know. Where?
So yeah.
Where am I delivering it to? Yeah, that's what I thought. Anyway, let me play my video, please. I think we've talked enough, and let's play it, man. Come on, man.
Let me complete my sentence.
10 richest African.
Let me complete my sentence.
10 richest kings in Africa, 2022.
Before we do that, Maku,
oh, come on, my brother. Look how long man been talking, fam. Come on, man. What are we doing here, bro?
I want to finish by now. Yeah, just let me finish.
Fuck's sake, man.
Sentence. Yeah. So no, I'm simply clarifying. Yeah. Where my misunderstanding come from and what I was trying to explain. When I was saying what I was saying. Yeah. And I'm accepting that was a misunderstanding on my part. It's very simple.
Just overstand. We overstand now. Next level. Let's go. Play the thing, blood.
Africa has an amazingly rich and complex history, and there have been hundreds of important kings, queens, sultans, chiefs, and emperors throughout the millennia. The continent of Africa is home to some of the oldest civilizations on Earth, including the famous kingdoms of Egypt as well as the Kingdom of Ethiopia, which was supposedly ruled by the same family for nearly 3,000 years. The majority of traditional leaders in modern Africa are subject to codified national laws and constitutions. The only absolute monarchy on the continent is still that of Eswatini. Since 1986, King Swati III has reigned over 1.3 million people as the absolute monarch of his landlocked nation, which is located between South Africa and Mozambique and is slightly smaller than Wales. He is one of 5 African presidents with more than 30 years in office. The economic advancement of the subjects must be ensured by all royal heads, despite their own personal fortune. Well, at least that's what we all want to believe. The truth is, being a royal in Africa comes with all the glamour you'd expect from royalty, but there is also an established element of myth there. The establishment of monarchical privileges in the form of sovereign rights and prerogatives was accomplished by the use of regal attire, adorned crowns, jewelry, personal armaments, and weapons.
What did he say? What did he say? IC3? IC3, you there?
The trappings.
He said sovereign rights. Did he not? Did he not say sovereign rights?
Rewind it again. Let me.
Oh, you ain't listening. You ain't listening. My G, you ain't listening. You ain't listening. Yeah.
But there is also an established element of myth there. The establishment of monarchical privileges in the form of sovereign rights and prerogatives was accomplished by the use of regal attire.
Adorned crowns and stuff. That's all that required for you to be a sovereign. Interesting.
Wow.
Well, okay. It's got nothing to do with no economic and bullshit, right? And being recognized by whoever, other sovereigns and all of that, right? And other sovereign states and states that are ruled by democracies or ruled by monarchs. Ooh. So when they send representatives from various countries of Europe and all of that to who? The African monarchs. It's always been that system. So let's not play this game, right?
Okay.
And let's go.
Jewelry, personal armaments, and weapons, as was the case with the Lozi people of Zambia. They established unique thrones or golden stools and ordered the construction of shrines for their ancestors. If you've made it this far into this video, it means you like it and are interested in what we have to say, so please take a moment.
Register with BP Me Rewards and get £5 worth of points to put towards fuel or spend in store.
BP, of all people. Yeah? BP, you know? No, it's a disrespect. That was a setup.
Moment to hit that like button, as it enables our content reach a wider audience.
Yeah, big up.
Have you done that? Now let's get this list started then.
Let's get it. Let's get started. 10.
Togbe Afede, the 14th of Asagli State, Ghana.
Okay.
Born James Akbo. The Agbogo Mifia was born on April 23, 1957, and he was crowned in October 2003.
All right.
He has an MBA from Yale School of Management and a business administration degree from the University of Ghana.
Say what? I see free.
I heard it, yeah.
Are you listening?
These people are thoroughly educated. Yes.
Okay. So it's not as I said, I am the leader. No, motherfucker. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yale, of all places. Come on, man. Right. What we doing now?
Yeah.
What we doing? Don't underestimate Africans. Like the level of their sophistication and what they're doing is like, bruv. With wealth, you can amass anything. You can do anything. You can get knowledge.
You got a strong point.
Right.
You got a strong point, Maku. Because what this bubble we're describing, what you are demonstrating by this video, what Shakara and Ma and I are perceiving as a bubble. But you're saying, well, how much of a bubble is this? That's the question. Go on.
Right. It's a connection. There's a connection with Europeans and international affairs and all sorts. And they're well woven into the fabric of that. Yeah. Man's going Yale. Yale, you know. Hey, please, man. All right, cool. Let's go.
1957. And he was crowned in October 2003.
Right.
He has an MBA from Yale School of Management and a business administration degree from the University of Ghana.
Okay.
He is the World Trade Center of Accra's present executive chairman.
Oh, is it?
And founder SAS Finance Group Limited, which includes Strategic African Securities Limited and SAS Investment Management Limited. He founded Strategic Initiatives Limited, a private equity investment firm.
Private.
He is the co-founder of DataBank Financial Services,
DataBank.
Saman Asogli Power Ghana Limited, Africa World Airlines Limited,
Africa World
Ghana
Airlines.
Limited, and Lighting and
Oh my
Construction
God.
Africa Company
No
Limited.
Europeans.
Togbe,
Hold on. How is this possible? If what man are saying is true, how is this possible?
Right. Good question. You're asking the question.
That man has got great business acumen that he learned in Ghana. Right? He learned his business skills and abilities in Ghana. What are we doing out here? This is a monarch stroke businessman. A monarch stroke businessman. How what do you bomb clock? Yeah. Everything you're saying is like, yeah, but man's got his own electric company. Man's got his own airline. Like, what is going on here? Yeah. How much wealth has he got, really? Yeah. I don't know what you're doing here, Triller, man. Fuck off, man. Man, jump in a river somewhere, man. Dickhead. Move, man. Anyway, yes. Let's get back to the video. Delivery.
F.T.K has a net worth of over $30 million.
Oh my God.
Like any person associated with royalty, Togbe doesn't spare himself.
Oh my God. $30 million. Oh my God. Oh my God. There's monarchs of Europe that don't even... What? What are we doing? The monarchy of Spain is worth about 10 million. So what are we talking about, my friend? Hello? Can I get an amen? Can I get an ashe? Can I get an ashe? Yeah? Can I get an overstanding? Yeah?
Can I ask a question?
Okay, ask a question. Ask a question.
What is the point that's being made? Is it that because there are rich people that neo-colonialism is not a reality? So for example, if I say, well, this individual, is making P, all right, but the major port in Ghana, the nation from which he's from, is owned by the French. Does that mean that there's not neo-colonialism there because he's rich?
Do you think that they own all the ports?
The Ghana doesn't have very many ports, right?
I'm saying, do you think that Europeans own all the ports? No, they don't, bro. Now, so what is going on there? Hold on. That as every administration, is there also and allowed to be there to protect European interests. So the one thing that is definitely protected by the monarch or the government or the thing is the European interest. It does not mean they cannot not amass wealth themselves and replicate what the Europeans are doing.
But amassing wealth and being rich is not sovereignty.
I'm not saying what?
Right.
He's a sovereign monarch. And what makes you a sovereign? Hold on. What makes you a sovereign, it seems, is your jewelry, your regalia, and your crown. So
that's not sovereignty, bro.
Okay, I'm just saying. It's what makes sovereignty in this case. Hold on 1 second. It's what makes sovereignty in this case. And I would oversend that as a general overstanding that every monarch is sovereign. And when they go places, that is definitely exercised and you see it. Do you get what I'm saying? They roll out the red carpet for monarchs and all of that. Yeah, whatever. Yeah. Let's get on with the video, man.
But
it's cooking class, man. Man. What? Is he what? Sorry?
The Asante.
No, I don't know. He's just one of the kings of Ghana. Yeah, as I said, these countries have many kings. You can't just. There's not. Well, hold on. Only in certain small places do they have a unified monarch. Yeah, a monarch that rules over
and
all.
I'm saying among the Ashanti, you have it's quite a complex.
And that nigga never made this list.
But then there is an Asante Hene and a Queen Mother, right? I'm asking, is this brother the Asante Hene? He's not, right? So he's one of the many. They have various different tiers, that people that govern various different communities. Do you know what I'm saying?
He's not a chief. He is a king.
Yeah, well,
right, of his region.
Chief and king is
bro. This is Ghana, right? It says kings on here, kings, richest kings, not richest politicians. That's another video.
There are various different titles among the Ashanti that could be translated as king and chief, right? So the point I'm making is that we're not discussing riches, we're discussing sovereignty. So to demonstrating the fact that there are rich kings in Africa. That's a fact. There's always been rich kings in Africa. The existence of rich kings and otherwise, people in general, does not equal sovereignty. So what is the relevance of this in the context of a
sorry. That's your interpretation because you're not really watching the video correctly and you didn't hear what was said in the beginning in the idea and the concept of sovereignty amongst monarchs and all of that, right? And it's a very small thing. It's a very small thing. Your crown, your regalia, your all of that, your beads, your all of that. That's part of it. Yeah, your weapons, your shields and all of that. Your throne that you sit on, if it's made of gold or whatever, that's down to you, man. You don't see no Europeans got no hand in that. That's facts. Yeah. So what we're saying now is, you don't care if he's Ashanti or he's Tree or he's whatever tribe in Ghana. He's a king. That's the bottom line. We don't care about what you're talking about. Yeah. When you know that the place is so massive that you can go 10 miles down the road and there's another king there. Yeah. But all have different levels of power and influence and da-da-da. Do you get what I'm saying? So some of the really wealthy ones and some of the most prominent ones get their education outside of Africa, inside Africa, whatever. And this is the modus operandi for a lot of these African wealthy individuals. But yet their wealth does not amass to the ones who have taken responsibility of the whole situation. So even if Europeans are dealing with, like, can we deal with the prime minister of your country? I am him. Can we deal with the finance? I'm him. Can we deal with the king or Khalifa? I am him. Do you get what I'm saying? In some African countries. So we're going to see this. But just, just cool and relax and hold this L, man. Come on.
From the enjoying only the finer things in life, with several BMW series, 7s in his personal fleet, as well as a fleet of Toyota Land Cruiser Jeeps and other luxurious vehicles. He's got so many cars that he lends some of them out to friends during weddings. It's only fitting that the
Sorry, yeah? What?
Toyota and, was it Mercedes? Yeah, are they African car companies?
No, not like Katanka, but no problem. We've definitely gone into the facts of Katanka. It's one of the most funniest videos ever. Where
and Katanka at the moment is having issues with mass production. Why? Because there's a lack of industrial development in the country and investment to be able to develop the car company and partly as well.
He needs
there
to
are
speak
foreign
to the king.
corporations. There are foreign corporations who have a vested interest in not seeing an indigenous African car manufacturer flourish. Right. So if we're dealing with sovereignty, and I've been to Ghana and heard these conversations. And the fact that there are people who are saying that really and truly the reason why the government itself will invest in the car company, an indigenous car company in Ghana, is because of the fact that there are allegiances to foreign car companies. Yeah. So I'm just pointing that out. But go ahead.
Well, we know that.
Founder of Africa World Airlines flies on a private jet in style.
Oh, does
We've
he?
not even gotten to the second king on our list,
No.
and it's hard to believe it gets even better from here, but it does. Let's move to the next. 9. Oba Riawinikiala of Lagos, Nigeria. Oba Riawinikiala.
The king of Lagos. Small thing, but big thing. Yeah, because Lagos is obviously a massive city. So to have a king of a massive city state like Lagos, wow.
Sorry, can I ask a question?
The home, hold on. The home of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. Yeah, that European institution. I've told this many times before. Yeah, only have a couple blocks and and land that scattered around Lagos that they own parts of. Yeah, but Lagos is so big, as I said, it's bigger than England. So we're not playing this game. There's whole regions that the government do not have any control over. They've existed from the longest time, and they just, blend it all in, kind of thing. It's hard to police and say that the government governs the whole of Lagos. Prove it. Because being there, it's not so. I'm telling you. Yeah. They need the military. Hold on 1 second. They need the military. 1 second, man. Believe the military. We need they need the military. They need the army. That's what the government needs. But that cannot get everywhere. And you think that the king and the thing doesn't have his own army or his own force or his own thing. Even in the village, he has that. So man can't even roll up in the village and think it's going to be okay. Yeah. There's over 100 men waiting to bust your head to the white meat. This is normal. Yeah. But even in the village setting, if there won't be usually king, the king will live in the capital or the small city or whatever. Yeah. And his home village where he originates from, he'll have elders there. He'll have elders also where he is in the palace. He'll have other kings and other chiefs, his administrators, that represent certain areas and other towns and small villages and all of that. They're administrators to the monarch. So there's already a system that's always been in place. No European has come in and changed that. And that's the point I'm trying to make. I'm not going against what you're saying. I'm not saying that they're not using the Federal Republic to incur into people's land and into people's business and all of that, but they have their own interests, and their interest is to protect European interests. Yeah, first and foremost. Secondly, to amass as much wealth and much land and all of that on the behalf of the government, inverted commas. Yeah, but I say the holders of the land hold sway. Yeah, and it's funny how when you look into the government and then you see monarchs, you get what I'm saying? So they're nicely set up where they can make certain decisions in a governmental sense that affect their area. They already control the governor who's in the area, if you're the politicians or if you're the ruling party. And that ruling party is usually just based on ethnic grouping of the 4 ethnic groups, and it rotates every 10 years. They can have as many prime ministers as they want, but it's all within a 10-year span. Once it's up, we move on to the next tribe. So that way it's less beef. And we only say 4 tribes because we know there's many, but the 4 major in size. And that's how the politics works over there. So, easy. Let's go. Uncle of Lagos, yeah? Let's go.
Ascended the throne as the Oba of Lagos, also known as the Eleko of Echo, on August 9th, 2003. Since then, he has been ruling in majesty. His full name is Riowin Babatunde Asiwolale Erema Ikiala. Born on 29 October 1943, he raised in the city of Lagos. He joined the Nigeria Police Force in 1970 and served there for 32 years after graduating from high school. He worked in
It's Euro music, isn't it? Stop your nonsense. Stop your nonsense. My name's Dave, but
before retiring in 2002 after being elevated to Deputy Inspector General of Police in 1999. When Oba Riowin isn't laying curses on political opponents, he's at his pristine mansion in the heart of Lagos, where he receives numerous guests from all over, including politicians and celebrities. It's fair to say that he travels in style. He has a custom-made Phantom Rolls-Royce worth over $400,000, a Mercedes S550, and several Toyota Land Cruiser Jeeps. He has a net worth of over $40 million. 8. Obi na Emeka Alfred Agachukwu Achebe of Onitsha, Nigeria. Born on May 14, 1941 as Na Emeka Alfred, he became the 21st Obi of Onitsha in May 2002. He is one of Eastern Nigeria's most well-known rulers. He now serves as the Chancellor of Ahmadu Bello University and as the head of Unilever Nigeria's board of directors. Before migrating to Nigeria in 1972, he worked in the USA. He began working for Shell Petroleum Company in 1972. He serves as a trustee for the National Traditional Rulers Council. He served as the director of various Shell companies between 1985 and 1987 in the UK, the Netherlands, Sierra Leone, the Gambia, Ghana, and Nigeria.
Jeez.
He has been on the boards of the Nigerian Employers Consultative Association.
Told you, woven into the fabric, yeah, of certain monarchies. It's all woven in. You can't, the monarchy, we have to separate from the Europeans. Nigga, these guys are so interwoven, they will kill you on even suggesting such a thing. So you better know who you're dealing with. This is my whole point. Like, please, it's not as simple or as clear cut as people are trying to make out. No. People have involvement. People have investments. Who told you an African monarch could not invest in Shell? Remember what I said? If you're a monarch or you're maybe the Shell refineries are in your land. Do you get what I'm saying? So you're the one who's responsible for dealing with Shell. You've been with Shell for time and now you're a monarch. If there's Shell oil in your area, then bruh, you the boss of that. Let's see how much wealth this guy.
So this is what this is what I was describing before in terms of how the corporation Shell co-opted the government and indigenous leadership. This is the opposite of sovereignty, is the point I'm making, right? So what happens? Sorry.
And the Petroleum Training Institute.
Sorry, right?
Man is still sovereign, bro.
This is no, he's not. And an individual, an individual being sovereign at the expense of the people is another thing, right? So if, for example, and I don't know this particular king, I'm not casting aspersions, but this is a reality, a part of the reality. What happens is an individual or the groups of an individual the groups around an individual may become wealthy at the expense of the masses. Yeah, this is part of how neocolonialism works. That you allow an elite to benefit at the expense of the masses of the people and the development of the nation in general. Yeah. So because an individual is wealthy off of working with Shell, that individual is not necessarily manifesting or an expression of sovereignty of the people of that nation or the people that individual is representing. Yeah, there are many chiefs who got wealthy off of the colonial process. Yeah, it didn't make the people any more sovereign under colonialism, and even that individual any more sovereign under colonialism. If I go on.
Yeah, these are just monarchs, right? And these monarchs are still withstanding. This is 2022. This is not like 10 years ago. This is right now as we speak. These people are still in their position. Go to the country and tell them they have no sovereignty. You would just end up with your head in a basket. Mad thing.
Okay, cool.
Obi Achebe has served as the chairman of Unilever Nigeria PLC, Intafact Beverages Limited, and Amek Maritime Limited throughout his career in business. He has also served as the chairman of Diamond Bank PLC and Universal Insurance. He has represented the country on commissions of inquiry into the petroleum industry twice. He was on the administrative panel that conducted the Port Harcourt refinery inquiry in 1976. He was asked to chair the presidential inquiry into the nation's fuel shortage in February 2003 by President Obasanjo. Amongst his
See? Told you, man.
So many people just don't have that positive.
By the way, a company that was mentioned a minute ago was Unilever. Yeah, Unilever was once known as the Royal Niger Company, and they became part of the United Africa Company. These are the companies that were responsible for British colonialism in Africa, and specifically in Nigeria. Yeah, in fact, Nigeria was consolidated because of the fact that the royal the United Africa Company bought Nigeria from the Royal Niger Company, and then that became Unilever. Yes,
right, and where what monarch were we talking about?
And by the way, a lot of the chieftaincies that exist today existed under colonialism when Nigeria was still under the British rule, and the official head of state of Nigeria was the King or the Queen of England, as is the case where Ghana is concerned, what was then called the Gold Coast. They had the various different chieftaincies that existed, but the king or the queen, the sovereign monarch of the nation of the Gold Coast, was the monarch of Britain, not the Asante Hene or those among the Ga or the Ewe, or anything like that. Yeah. So I'm just pointing these things out.
Yeah.
Whatever,
mate. No, yeah, Unilever is
priced at no less than $200,000. He has a fleet of Toyota Land Cruiser Jeeps. He has a net worth of $50 million.
Ooh, nice. And that's personal. That's personal wealth, because you see, when you ascend to the monarchy, the wealth there is always there. It's not added to your personal purse. No.
Right.
What you amass as an individual is what you amass. That's why a man can have 50 million. Yeah.
Right.
And then some people will have a larger amount because that is generational wealth.
Right.
So they're just ascending now, holding that position. Hold on, my uncle is about to be analyzed. Do you get what I'm saying? So this is personal to me. This is family. So let's go through it. Like, yeah, even my family can be under scrutiny. Right, let's go.
Oba Ewuare, the second OG Deacon of Benin Empire, Nigeria. The 40th emperor of the Benin Empire is Oba Ewuare, the second OG Deacon. He came to power in October 2016 and is one of Nigeria's wealthiest rulers. He conducted commercial operations and held various ambassadorial positions prior to assuming the position of power. Between 1981 and 1982, he worked for the UN. He was also accredited to Norway, Denmark, and the Republic of Finland, and represented Nigeria as its ambassador to Angola and Sweden. He was also the ambassador of Nigeria to Italy. Oba Ewuare II picked his name as an homage to Ewuare I from the 15th century. Oba Ewuare II has collaborated closely with Godwin Obiseki, the current governor of Edo State, ever since he ascended the throne. Like many of his predecessors, he demanded
the governor of Edo State. You get me? Collaborate. Listen to the words being used. Like, stop your nonsense about these men are the rulers. No, they hold sway. No, the fact of the matter is the fact of the matter. A governor of a state is not supersede a monarch. That's dumb. Doesn't even make no sense. No.
So Maku.
Now. Yes.
Maku.
This is my grandma's nephew, basically.
Right. Wow.
Nephew's son. Sorry, should I say?
Right. So 1 second here. Shakara. Can you hear me, Shakara? Shakara?
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay. Now, what would you say if you were invited to go and meet one of these people that one of these kings that
I've met kings before.
Let me finish what I'm saying. You was invited to go and sit at a table with one of these kings that Maku's representing here. What would you have to say to them based on this conversation that we're having here? What would come out of your mouth to that? What are you going to say to them?
Are you finished?
Yeah.
Yeah, I've met kings before, bro. I got friends who are royalty and these kinds of things. It all depends. You have some royalty among African people groups who are revolutionary. They're Pan-Africanists, right? And so, for example, Nana Nketiah V, who's among the Asante Hime, and his whole project is, listen, we are representatives of peoples, but our indigenous systems were co-opted by colonizers, and now we have to address that situation. Yeah, and so we work with brothers and sisters who are like that. It's that simple. I don't know what I'd say to these individuals specifically. It depends on what I'm meeting them for and in what context. You know. So yeah, there's it depends. It depends. Not all. Not all the indigenous chieftaincies or people who are in royalty are wealthy individuals either. Yeah, there are many who are not wealthy. They have titles and they have a role and a function among the community, but they're not necessarily wealthy. There's a what's the word? Chiefess, yeah, who I know from over here, who lives over here. Right? I'm not going to call her name for whatever reason, but yeah, she lives over here. You know, I've reasoned with her many times and sat down and spoke to her, and she's of a certain mindset as well about the extent to which the federal state or apparatus infringes upon the indigenous people and their systems of governance, and the fact that the federal system needs to more reflect the indigenous systems, yeah. And so she's about it. So she's about that, right? This what I'm saying, and preserving that culture and them kind of things there. And so through her, I've been to traditional, the Homoa festival, which is a traditional Ga, harvest festival, and the Ga community over here, they observe that and they celebrate that. So that meet upon. So yeah, it just depends, bro. You meet various different people who are considered to be royalty, and they have various different ideologies. Some are neo-colonial puppets, and some are revolutionary Africans, and you got everything in between.
Wow. Wow.
Well, you got any questions for me? I'm here, man. What are you saying to me?
So it appears then that these kings, and you're related to some of them.
To this individual right here.
Yeah, right. Okay. To this,
No, we're being specific. Let's not play games or mess about. If we're talking about Benin and we're talking about my people and we're talking about any thing, you have to understand how the system works.
Yes. Yeah.
Right.
Yeah. You got a strong point, Michael. It's yeah. I'm just.
And who does the governor of the state represent? He represents the government, right? Who's way off in Lagos and This is why the situation in Lagos is slightly different.
Right.
There's even more collusion because that was the stronghold of European colonialism.
Right.
It wasn't down in the south in these type of regions.
Right.
This is the straight attack. Yeah. After having years of dealings, do you get what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Or trade or whatever, and then trying to be greedy and take everything, fighting them off, killing them, massacring them, and then them coming back and exiling and killing their chiefs and kings and all of that, but not their king.
Right.
Otherwise, he wouldn't be. Hold on. Otherwise, he wouldn't be sitting there, and I wouldn't be sitting here.
Right.
This is a reality.
So I think I'm understanding how it comes from your point of view, in that this concept of Pan-Africanism, it seems a bit vague. If all throughout Africa you have lots of different sovereign entities and all those different sovereign entities have different ideologies.
No, I don't have nothing wrong with I'm a Pan-African myself. Yeah. So as I said, I grew up in Pan-Africanism, my parents and all of that. That's where obviously you get it from, right? So my point is that how my concept of Pan-Africanism is more about the information and the history and the cultures and the systems, which would kind of lead back to the same thing. So that's why I'm well versed and I know exactly the systems that run there are not European based, not in any which way or form. What it is that Europeans will oversee what you're doing, And as I said, the monarch again doesn't own everything. He still has to. They give him a percentage, But the landowners, the people who are the farmers and the other tribes and other that who specialize in certain produce, they're the ones that hold sway. Because as I said, after this, I'm going to play the GDPs of various countries just based on produce. And then we talk about real wealth and we talk about how much is being siphoned off by government officials, because they're not working nowhere as much money as these individuals.
Right.
No way near. Nowhere near. So the last one was almost
like chicken
30
feed,
times. Yeah, that was 30 times more. Now, like the man ain't clearing $1 million. I know that. Ain't no African leader or prime minister clearing $1 million a year, annual. So
how about the corporations, Maku? How about the corporations? Are the corporations making more money than the royalty?
The royalty is, as you just witnessed, own a lot of corporations. These are educated men, as you said. They've learned business. They've learned They own companies. They make companies. They create companies. They're doing what they want. As I said, I know that I can go to Nigeria if I've got ideas and aspirations and I want my creature comforts. Those can become a reality. Just on the simple fact that, I can get things done. I want this done a particular way. Oh, you can do it. Thank you. If it's money that's going to take, it's money it's going to take, isn't it? Boom. Here's the money. This is how I want my thing to be. This is how I want my house built. This is how I want my. You get what I'm saying? This is what I want. I want a satellite dish so I can pick up every station around the planet. All of the creature comforts, and I want a Cadillac. Yeah. So I import a Cadillac and I can drive it on the smooth roads. Yeah, because tarmac and tar or bitumen goes with the territory. When you're digging the ground, you get to the level and there'll be pure bitumen there. Bitumen is tar, and that's how they tarmac the roads. Yeah, and then we're gonna need that. You know what I mean? You could sell that, right?
Right.
You can sell that to Europe and England and all of these places where they need tarmac and and then we got sand in abundance, quality sand from the Atlantic all over the place. We got lagoons pumping out sand, yeah, putting them in trucks, turning swamp land into livable land. Do you got what I'm saying? Then we can build on there and all of that.
I see free. Yeah, let me share something with you. Yeah? So you know, I was saying that today is the anniversary of the assassination of Thomas Sankara. Yeah.
Yeah.
And so just to give an idea of the kinds of things that I'm referring to, all right, in terms of when we're nation building, yeah, and that kind of thing, because essentially when we're talking about World African Sovereignty, we're talking about nation building. Yeah. So this is just a snippet, yeah, of some of the things that Thomas Sankara did in the 4 years that he was in government before he was assassinated. All right, this is between 1983 and 1987. All right, so this is within most of our lifetimes. Yeah.
Okay.
So first of all, he's overthrown the neo-colonial government that was controlled by France. Yeah, in 1983. The nation at the time was called Upper Volta. Yeah, the reason why it's called Upper Volta is because that's what the British called it. So this is the nation north of Ghana. Yeah. And so if you go to Ghana, you got the Volta region. This is Upper Volta. All right.
Right.
And so he named the nation Burkina Faso, which in the Mossi language means the land of upright people.
Right.
So the first act is redefinition, right? He's named it and given it a name that relates to one of the Mossi language is one of the indigenous people groups who are actually quite famous for resisting enslavement from the Arabs and the Europeans, in fact.
Right.
So one of the things that he did is he struck a massive blow to corruption by cutting the government ministers' wages, selling off all of the Mercedes-Benz owned by government ministers, and banning all government ministers traveling first class.
Oh dear.
He banned government chauffeurs, among many other measures. All of the above applied to himself first, yeah. And so all of this was about challenging corruption and overspending by government ministers, because we're supposed to be building a nation. So we're spending, and if we can't make our own car, yes, then we're going to buy the cheapest car available, which at the time was the Renault. I think it was a Renault 5 or something like that. I can't remember exactly which Renault it was, right? That's a nation building policy, yeah. Because there's with massive inequality in the nation in terms of between genders, he inducted a number of women into the government and the army. He banned female circumcision. He even created days whereby men had to go to the market to purchase food and them kind of things there, because oftentimes that was women's job. And so he wanted the men to be able to experience some of what the women had to experience in the nation because of the gender inequalities. He made Burkina Faso food self-sufficient within the space of 4 years. Yeah. Wow. It's a monumental achievement, right? So we're talking about, this is a nation that was growing enough food to feed itself. Yeah. There are hardly any African nations. I think at the moment only Eritrea, can be considered food self-sufficient at the moment. There are no countries. There are no countries in the Caribbean that are food self-sufficient. Yeah.
Right.
In the Caribbean, yeah.
Yeah. There are no countries in the Caribbean that are food self-sufficient. He also there was we leave that one. Well, actually, I'll say in terms of gender inequality, there was a policy whereby if a girl was in school and she got pregnant, she would be expelled from the school. Yeah, but the who got her pregnant would still be allowed to go to school. So he overturned that law. Yeah.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? He increased food production, which is part of what made it food self-sufficient. He opposed and resisted all foreign aid from France, the IMF, the World Bank, and any other neo-colonial institutions, including the American government. So yeah, so
Wow.
Ronald Reagan was against him. So think about it. This man made Burkina Faso full self-sufficient whilst not receiving any foreign aid.
Wow.
Yeah? After a certain point, right? He's basically he said that he who feeds you controls you. Yeah.
Yeah.
So he didn't want to receive any foreign aid, and he realized what was going on in relation to other African nations that were receiving foreign aid, and they were being their economies were being destroyed by the West. He challenged other African governments to stand up against neo-colonialist penetration in Africa. In fact, and called on them to repudiate debt and refuse to pay their aid. Yeah, any aid back to the colonizers. Yeah, and in 1986, the year before he died, he spoke at an Organization of African Unity meeting and said, "Listen, if we don't come together and throw off these neo-colonial shackles now, I'm not going to be here to be speaking at the following meeting next year." And so he was snuffed out and killed off in 1987. He built a monumental amount of roads and railways and houses, creating new trade routes and better living working conditions. This is important because during colonization, they only built rails and road, from resources to the port, so that they could be transported out of the country, right?
So you're going to build roads for them. That's interesting.
No, he's going to build roads for the people because the people need to. This is the point, right? So he built a monumental amount of roads, railways, and houses, creating new trade routes and better
trade
living
routes. Who are you trading with?
The people. That's the point, right? So the people developing,
they're trading with Europeans. Stop it, man. Stop the nonsense.
No, again, if you're building the roads within the country itself and you're not taking receiving any IMF loans and you're not allowing foreign corporations to extract the resources in your country, then the roads that you build are for the people to be able to trade with themselves and each other, and also for other African nations to be able to trade with Burkina Faso. Yeah. He required public servants to wear a traditional garment woven from Burkinabe cotton and sewn by Burkinabe people. So this is, we're now wearing a Versace and the Armani. We're gonna wear the cloth that is grown and manufactured by us for us within our nation. Yeah. So you're creating a market for the people's own garments, right? He abolished the army at one point, and he began to convert. He converted an army base into a supermarket, the nation's first supermarket. Yeah. And in fact, in abolishing the army at one point, apparently he actually turned a lot of army personnel into teachers to increase. He massively increased the literacy rates in Burkina Faso, also. Yeah, so the man has a large. In fact, I can give you statistics on that. Initiated a nationwide literacy program, increasing the literacy rate from 13% in 1983 to 73% in 1987. Yeah, he initiated a program of planting over 10 million trees. Yeah, in the nation. Why? Because the expansion of the desert was beginning to affect Burkina Faso. Yeah.
Okay, Chikara, what's the point? What's the point now? What's the point?
Yeah, what's the point?
I've already said
you're drizzling on word salad.
One man did great things and then he was killed.
Right. That's all she wrote.
I was given examples of what the road towards sovereignty looks like, and when you're looking at nation building, the kind of things that you engage in.
Well, I'm saying that you're saying hold on. You're saying individuals who base their system on a European model. Like, how did this make sense? Yeah. You're still under the European models. You're still gonna establish trade routes to deal with Europeans, because remember, we have all the products, and Europeans want everything. So they put importance on things. 1 second, they put importance on things, and we provided the service and said, okay, what do you need? Oh, you want yam, you want sugar cane, you want this, you want that, you want blah 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 blah, whatever you want. Like, please.
Yeah, you're saying that because you haven't studied Thomas Sankara. At the same time,
no, it's not about Thomas Sankara, man. I'm a Nigerian. I'm from. Listen.
If Africans have been trading from long time,
this guy, man.
And under you have to understand that the colonial process was a process of underdeveloping African nations, right? So whereas old trade routes are no longer viable because they trade in different things, and among the people itself, there's an issue of being able to travel, to find work, to go to school, right, and so on and so forth. So the people need roads to be able to access.
But that's obvious, Shakara.
Yeah, I know.
What Maku's saying is that's going on right now. Look, he's got a picture on the screen of somebody who he's close to, he's got links to, who's operating. So what's the difference between this one on the screen and Thomas Sankara?
The difference is that we're not talking about. I mean, I don't know if the difference shouldn't be obvious, and I wasn't necessarily presenting a difference. Yeah.
Why? Because we come from a rebellious background.
I was relaying to you a nation building effort. Yeah. From that relates to the idea of sovereignty. And not
but there's a sovereign here. Maku's showing you a picture of a sovereign that he is related to.
Sorry. And IC3. What does it say at the bottom of the screen? Benin Empire. Yeah? Are you saying these people are not sovereign? Like, please, what are you doing? No one has infringed or disposed their sovereignty. Do you get what I'm saying?
Right.
Yeah.
Right.
So that they can place monarch, and he be the 50-something monarch. Yeah.
Right.
Of a particular region. He's not the only one. But he's the most significant. And coming from my bloodline, where we had rebellion, we've had massacres within this same bloodline. Now that someone's sitting on a couch, and able to rule in peace, was no easy feat. Was no easy feat. Sorry.
Again,
so this is what we're trying to say. Like, hold on. And then any politician or anything you're talking about, as I said, that is attached 100% to the European system. Yeah. There's no one who's going to escape from it, whether it's Thomas Sankara, whether it's Kwame Nkrumah, it doesn't matter. Whether Awolowo, any of these people, they are all immersed and fully indoctrinated into the European colonial system. Anything they think they're doing independent is either fascist, communist, socialist ideals that were expressed in Africa and not to our benefit. Because when I start showing you these warlords now, some of them, as I said, Pan-Africans, because they believed in the ideals of Marcus Garvey, who was a black separatist, fascist, and Marxist, black Marxist, if there's ever such a thing. But, it is what it is. And we understand why that situation came about, because these guys sacked the monarchy in Russia. So that was a format and the ideals that came from the Bolsheviks, that spread across the world. Even Castro's taking up certain ideas. Because that's what's around. So, Garvey's taking it because he's early, like some others as well. This is not late in the century. This is early in the century. So you would expect that. And we're not going to knock it. But we're saying what it did to Africa in the terms of structure and organized systems. Right.
Right.
So we've got a situation in which, for example, if one considers what is being demonstrated on the screen through this video to be sovereignty, one is entitled to their opinion. At the same time, it would be necessary. A fact of history is the fact that the British invaded Benin and destroyed the city. One of the reasons why there's so much Benin bronzes in Europe right about now is because in 1897 the British destroyed the city of Benin. And basically made ineffective the political power of the Benin royal family and imposed British rule on the Benin royal family, right? So I don't know of a situation in which
you didn't. You got that wrong, my brother.
Well, okay, if you say so. I mean,
it's to do with the expulsion. Remember, to exile a king is not to. Sorry.
If you are in a position,
if you exile the king, hold on 1 second, my brother. If you sack the palace, 1 second, my brother. If you sack the palace, hold on 1 second. If you sack the king's residence, right, and then exile the king, what have you done? Have you destroyed Benin? No, you haven't. You've destroyed the monarch structure, right? And you've exiled the king. 1 second, and exiled the king to another place, right, for 6 years. And I said on his return, everything was back to normal, right? All his titles of giving him governorship was prior. Yeah, these were only ceremonial titles, and like, oh yeah, we're gonna make you the governor of this region, but you're already the king. This is ridiculous. Yeah, and only a reasoning. Hold on, and only a reasoning to trade with these men. Like, you keep forgetting the real intention of the Europeans was not just to sack it for sacking's sake.
Right.
Yeah, it was to sack it because they were in the way. Yeah, the richest man in Africa at the time is in the way of Europeans, right? This is facts.
So when they bring,
this is the
back,
person who's trying to set up the first, and you would like this IC3, the first black bank, African bank.
You see,
so this individual is very significant in the history and the thing of Benin. Not him sitting in front of us, but the blood that runs through him and my veins. Yeah,
right.
Being the first Oba and the first king, yeah, who was dealing with these Europeans. And I'm telling you, it was on a system of trade in the beginning. Yeah, but they got delusions of grandeur and thought they could just invade and do some madness and think they were going to kidnap something. But taking the Benin bronzes, which is only used for casting, and at the same time, once they were finished casting the Benin golds, yeah, because you don't hear they got the Benin golds. You can take the fucking bronzes. You can take the full. Hold on. You can shine it up and you can brass it up, but it's still fucking brass. Yeah. So at the end of the day, I'm sorry, my people are the masters of smelting and casting. So when I'm telling you straight from the horse's mouth, my grandma telling me straight, yeah, if you want to go on a treasure hunt, you can go looking for the Benin golds. And I'm like, what? Benin golds from where? He said, what do you think those casts were? You thought they just cast them from clay and then left it at that? Come on, my brother. Come on, my grandson. You get what I'm saying? When rose gold, hold on, what rose gold is the most, hold on, my brother. Rose gold is the most regular type gold in that region and in that area, right? It's got a reddish tinge because the ground has a reddish hue as well, right? We have rubber. We have rubber. We have palm oil. We have all of these things that would have made you a multi-millionaire by today's standards, or trillion or billionaire by today's standards. Yeah. So you have to understand that we had ships. We are merchant traders. This king that you're talking about is not just a king sitting on a throne. Oh yeah, I rule everything. You are minimizing the intelligence and the understanding of what we say when we say we are the original civilizers. We had organized systems and structures way before they crawled out of the cave. These are the facts.
Yeah. Okay. Cool. Yeah. If that's what sovereignty is to you, then I guess
I'm telling you what it is. We invented the concept.
Yeah, I'm very familiar with that. I think there are just different standards, right? So there's complete sovereignty, yeah, whereby you actually throw off the shackles of the colonizer and his institutions and his capacity to affect the lives of you and your people. And then there are other things, yeah, you know what I'm saying, and that's that. So
yeah, but
I don't know if this actually fits into your definition of sovereignty.
This is organized system of colonization. You wanna talk about wealth and companies and how Europeans run an area, and it's not true.
Excuse me, sorry. Yeah, okay. If
it's not true, bro. Let's deal with these videos and deal with the wealth, and then we can come back to the GDPs of these individual countries and debunk also what you said earlier about Burkina Faso being the only country to sustain itself. But you never heard of Nigerians asking for aid unless there was a civil war.
If you're saying that, I never said that Burkina Faso was the only country to say.
Yes, you did. Yes, you did. I can rewind it and play it back to you.
Sorry,
you trying it. Yeah, IC3. You know, you heard that, right?
No, I didn't. I said what I actually said was. What I actually said was.
I've been waiting because you've been word salading and doing whatever you're doing, and I'm hearing you. But when it comes to the real facts, and I pull you up on what you say, you can't take it.
fine. Rewind the video then. And,
Come on, man.
And debunk me then, innit? Go on. Rewind the video.
I'm saying I don't need to debunk you. I'm saying what I'm showing you is the debunking. Hold down, sit down, and take your L. Now, because before you said you didn't even understand why I was playing this. That's what you said. And IC3 blatantly knows why I'm playing this. I've broken it down. I've explained it. No fucking prime minister, no politician is making as much money as these individuals. How are they amassing this money? It's being explained. 1 second, my brother. 1 second. It's being explained. Whether a man decides he wants to get a Phantom, Rolls Royce, and all of that, that's more like with the thinking of the time. As you get younger or you get you're going to get different cars and all of that. I don't care about none of that. Yeah.
All right.
But they're sovereign entities internationally or wherever you want to look. And I'm telling you, I've told you from the beginning, the right places to look. If you want to look on the UN Charter of nations, tribes, and all of that, that's where you find sovereign. They're all sovereign. If they're not sovereign, they can't be on there. So this is a ridiculous game you're playing when you're saying that monarchs and countries and blah, blah, blah are not sovereign states and all of this type of thing. Yeah. When in your country, the head of state is the queen and now the king. Yeah. But in my country, she is only head of the Commonwealth. So she's head, she rules from a distance. That's the difference. They have that autonomy where they're doing their thing. Right.
No,
but at the same time,
the difference is I'm not trying to pass off Jamaica like it's an.
I'm just telling you what it is, man.
Right. So
I know what it is.
I was the one who said that
under some pretense and all of that. Like I'm not doing that. When it comes to my country, bro, I'll tell you what it is, bro.
Yeah, but we're not just talking about your country. We're talking about
well,
so you can
as I said, and I agree to that, and I'll say that that is true. It's not just about Nigeria, but
then fine. I think I'll continue to learn from the brothers and sisters who are from this nation called Nigeria,
super country, man,
and work with them and continue to support their work. Yeah, what I'm saying for the justice that they're fighting for. So that's neither here nor there to me. It's just apparent to me that we have different ideas of what sovereignty means. And that's what that is. I don't know if this represents IC3's ideal of sovereignty, but I can say certainly that it doesn't represent mine. And so to the extent that a company like Unilever is still running around in the nation and them kind of things there, I think that there are questions in relation to the level of sovereignty that we're witnessing here. And I don't believe that that amassing wealth is necessarily a sign, especially wealth of an individual is a sign of sovereignty. And finally, GDP is a very inadequate measurement for assessing sovereignty, because all it can simply mean is that there are many companies in your nation that are making money. It doesn't necessarily mean that the masses of the people and their living conditions and lives are being bettered in that.
Sorry, you do know what GDP represents, right?
Yeah, I do, my brother.
Right, and is it hold on, is it a decade thing, or is it a yearly or annual analysis of what the country produces? So like no matter what you're saying, hold on, no matter what you're saying, hold on, my brother. Yes, and I'm saying what the country produces and what's being oil and what's being taken. Hold on, because the oil industry is separate from what we're talking about.
Yeah, but
when we're dealing with these countries, I told you, I gave you the GDP according to their produce and what they produce. Hold on, and their sustainability. So what you said earlier, it's going to come back into play in a video when it's explaining, about the GDP of various African countries. Right?
GDP is
Hold
not
on,
what the
my
country
brother.
produces. That's not what GDP is.
So what is it then?
Yeah, it's not what you can produce nothing in a country and still have a GDP. Depending on
where is that in Africa replicated?
Everywhere.
Never,
because
nowhere in Africa is that replicated.
African company, because of the fact that African and Caribbean countries are not do not have economies based upon what is produced in the nation. So, for example, the reason why Nigeria buys oil from other nations is because the oil that is produced out of its soil is not refined in the country. So therefore it has to buy oil from other countries because for them on the island is being refined elsewhere and sold back to the nation of Nigeria. Yeah.
No, that's ridiculous. That's ridiculous.
All right, if you say so.
Right, hold on. We're an oil-rich nation. 1 second, and I just showed you. I told you about a woman who amassed a tremendous amount of wealth. Yeah, just on owning some land. Yeah, yeah, man. Peace.
Okay, nice.
Peace. I mean, you ain't ready for this work, man. These jokers, man. I mean, I like beating up Shakara anyway, man. You know what I'm saying? Like, but no, the truth I'm telling, man, you know what I'm talking about. That's why he didn't want to take the L, but I got special delivery. East London somewhere. Yeah, so he could take that L with him. You get me? Yeah, and hope that Olodumare will help him in some form of way. Yeah, you can't say when these men will tell you they got blood connection to Olodumare. Like, we're not playing this game. You're just playing with words and playing with practices you don't even understand. Yeah,
right. These
this
are real people.
These are living descendants of these words that you speak out of your mouth. You understand?
Right.
So it's not a game. You know what I'm saying? You can laugh and you can joke and and play with different cultures and different ideas and aspects of our cultures and claim I know about your culture. Go and sit in the corner, bruv. Yeah. Because you don't even know a little fraction. I'm telling you, these seriously intelligent people, are the basis of my information. So I'm sitting down with these type of people and they're telling me about politics and how politics works within the country, within the realms of the country. I don't live there. And I'm not that deeply invested, but I do understand how it works. You can't wrong me for that. Then I'm going to take ideas from a numpty and all these other people who are outside the realms of their country talking about their royals. Then prove it. Show your sovereignty. Even in here in England, it would be apparent.
Right.
Because I know any sovereign entity that comes, even this individual, if he comes to England, he's going to get the red carpet treatment. He is a sovereign individual. You get it? Like, we're not going to play this game of dunce and foolish and Pan-African dumbness. Yeah. I'm a Pan-African and I'm saying, like, these people, these babies, these shakaras who have a little knowledge on the subject. But when we go deep down and we understand, okay, this is Bolshevik ideas and concepts. Yeah. I'm not fucking with that. And Africans who've messed with that have ended themselves in various situations.
Trouble.
Right. And murdered and massacred their people. So we're not promoting these things. You get me? Colonel Gaddafi was a Pan-African and a Pan-Arab. I'm not claiming him. You get what I'm saying?
Right.
But I understand the ideas what these guys were under. Because this is not Pan-African, this is Garveyism.
Right.
You understand? And this is Bolshevikism in a sense.
There are different isms with There are isms from your perspective. There are isms with European roots, and then those isms with European roots, they damage Africa. They mess up Africa. You're saying,
they mess up the structure.
Yeah,
because now obviously that learning is essential in the representation of politicians and policies and all of that under the colonial government. Or if you try and do independent, you're doing independent European style government structure, because you still have to deal with the Europeans. Whether it's they're coming to snatch it or you've got to deal with them to take what they want. Because as I said, all is not essential to you. They said oil was worth something. Okay, good. Pump it out, take it.
Take some. That's right.
Right. But at the moment you introduce cars to us and whatever, then obviously we need it too. And now we got our own refineries. You've got your refineries. We got our refineries. You're pumping, we pumping.
Okay, watch this. Watch this. Let me see if I can, because I've been listening to you and
Shakara all evening, and I'm trying to get my head around it. I understand your position. I can stand Shakara's position, but your position is solid, and Shakara's position is solid from that perspective. So let me see. Let me find out how it works here. Test this, and I'll ask you some questions. So to illustrate, so like if you have your house, right? You have your house and your garden, okay.
Right.
And the house is your house. You own it, so you're the sovereign of that territory. It's your house, and it's your garden. Okay.
What country are we in?
No country yet. I'm just building the model. Yeah.
Okay.
This is hypothetical because I'm trying to work out the principles and see if the principles work from both your position and from Shakara's position. Right. Now, you're in this house with your land and garden, and you're self-sufficient. Now, then some Europeans arrive, some white people arrive, and they want some stuff in your garden. They see that your garden, your house has got beautiful stuff in your house and beautiful stuff in your garden. And they're arriving and banging on your fence, making a whole heap of noise, kicking up a whole lot of fuss just outside your property because they want some of the stuff in your garden.
Pause.
Your garden is producing. You got loads of stuff. You're not starving. You're okay.
Yeah.
And these people are screaming for some of the stuff from your garden. And then my understanding of your position now is this is how I see you. You're saying to the European, to the white man who's outside your garden, you're saying, what is all the noise about? What is all the noise about? What are you kicking up all this fuss? And they're shouting and screaming, and you say, okay, hold it. Is this what you want? You want some of my vegetables from my garden? And they say yes. I say, okay, relax. No need for war. No need for fight. No need for noise.
Right.
Let's work out our deal. It's still my garden. It's still my house. I'm sovereign. But you can work out a deal with you and some of you talk to my servants, and then they'll let you have 2 or 3 tomatoes. You can't have all the tomatoes because the tomatoes come from the ground. It's a natural. It's abundance. It's abundant source of tomatoes. Yeah, but you want some, so we'll do a deal. Yeah, what have you got to offer us? You don't really need anything you got, but offer us. Okay, so we do a deal, and then the trade takes place. Okay,
right.
All right, good. I that's how I see you. You with your garden and your house and doing trade with these greedy Europeans coming banging on your walls. And
well, they weren't greedy at first.
Yeah,
they were more inquisitive, semi-respectful, and it seemed
that's right. But they decided to get greedy. Yeah,
we had to teach them procedure.
Right. Okay. Excellent.
No, you can't just come up to my garden and then bang on my
Very good. You're making it brilliant. I like that. Yeah. So when they first arrived at your house, arrived at the walls of your garden, they were uncivilized. Yeah. So you had to teach
there was
them.
Security. There was levels of entry. Like the first person you're gonna meet is the town crier. Right? He announces people coming into whether it's a corral, into the village, into the town, into the king's compound. You have to be announced.
Yeah, exactly.
A structure, right? That's a structure at whatever level. Even if the person you're going to meet hardly got any clothes on, it's still an organized structure or system. So Europeans saw this and learned from it. Yeah.
Right. Okay. Good. So your town criers, the people guarding the edges
of your territory, of your sovereign territory.
Yep.
Said, look, listen, if you want some of the stuff from this territory, from this garden, you're going to have to come correct. Relax, get civilized. Let us teach you how to behave and how to ask for stuff properly.
Well, in some cases, I mean, they weren't responsive to that everywhere, but in our case, yeah, they were definitely. We had troops, we had men, we had military. We are military type people. You get what I'm saying? Like we had warrior kings and shit. So like, but we obviously have the ability to trade and and this knocking on the fence has been long standing.
Right.
So if I'm saying from the 1400s that you've been knocking on the fence and we've been trading and I give you 2 yam, you get me? I give you everything you want, right? I even give you the shiny stuff that you're calling gold. It's nothing to us.
Right. Because the gold comes from it's an abundance. The gold comes up from the earth within my garden. Right. You're fighting, screaming for this gold. It's like we got what's the problem?
Diamonds at my
feet.
All sorts of precious stones and metals and everything is in my garden.
Right.
And even uranium later on. So we don't even know uranium's down there.
Hold it there. So I understand from your perspective. That's how I see you. I see you as the king with your house and your garden, and the amount of oil, diamonds, everything is just coming up from the ground. It's just coming up from the ground. It's forever. Yeah, it's an abundance. But the people screaming at the fence, you're having to civilize them to take a portion, and do deals. Okay, I got that. So here's my view of Shakara's view. He's saying how he's framing it, how I see that he's framing it, I could be wrong, is that because you have civilized these people who have been banging on your fence and taught them how to trade and ask properly.
Sorry. I'm saying we were civilized, right? And I'm saying they were uncivilized. But the way they came,
exactly. But you civilized them.
No, how? If it's just being ourselves and having an organized structure, and someone looking at that, learning from that, taking it back home, even practicing it themselves, and then coming back with some other skullduggerous ideas, then that's not that bit is not down to us. But the idea that you learn structure and monarchy and how the system of things work with us, you know what I mean? So as I said, this is the level of a king that was a merchant trader who was obviously highly educated even in that time. Yeah. Because from the 14th century, you've had interaction with Europeans. So this is when the beginning of kings that read started to come into play, because they were going away to Portugal and other places around Europe and staying there and learning the ways and learning their religion at some cases, and then coming back and then making
so watch this.
teaching other generations.
We got that. So watch this now. So how Chakara sees it, that the oil is bubbling up from underneath your grounds, and the European has put a pipe into your garden. The pipe goes through the fence and goes into your garden, and the oil is flowing through that fence, through the pipes, through the fence to the outside world. And my perception of your view is that, well, okay, you are the one that allowed them to build the pipe to take the oil from your garden. Yeah. So it's just a deal. It's just business. It's okay. It's just business. But Shakara's view is the fact that because you have a pipeline going through your fence into your garden and oil is flowing out of it, that you've lost your sovereignty.
Right. That's just business, right?
Yeah, and so from your perspective, it's just business. You're selling oil. That let them take it out by pipe because it's more efficient. It's okay.
Well,
it's still my house. It's still my garden. It's still my land. It's still my oil. It's just that you're taking it. You're taking some.
What you've done is build a shed in my garden. Yeah.
Okay.
right? That's what you did. You built a shed in my garden.
Okay,
right?
But you
And
allowed the shed to be built.
I didn't necessarily allow it in the beginning.
Oh.
Yeah. But after a while of trading with them, I felt comfortable enough to allow them to have that kind of link with me, because I also made that link with them. I sent ambassadors and opened up embassies in foreign lands. You know what I mean?
Right.
Meaning our people could be there. So this is the
Right. So
kingdom
that
of
shed.
Benin. Wait.
In your back
This is
garden.
the kingdom of Benin and not Nigeria and all of that bullshit. Yeah.
Right.
Doesn't even exist yet. You understand?
Right. Oh, so hold it there.
This is what I'm trying to say to Shakara. Like, bro,
right,
you're talking about Nigeria.
Hold it back. So the fact that there's a shed in your back garden that you never authorized, Shakara is seeing that as you've lost sovereignty.
Right.
What are you saying? How are you going to counter that? What Shakara is saying?
Have you even thought of the fact that how does this affect of how I live, right? My custom, my mores, and my all of those things, right? Have they changed because there is a shed in my garden? Is that how it works? No, I'm telling you, because remember, this is not colonization. How you know it, right? It's not in the sense of you've come in my garden and you've come in my house now.
Right. They haven't come into your house. Right.
I haven't come into my house. Yeah. And when you decide to do this, listen to the joke. When you do decide to do that, because I've been trading with you, and what it is, it's not the produce from my garden. It's produce from other people's gardens that I am in the way of. I am the guy who, it just so happens I am a royal, yeah, and it just so happens I'm the guy you talk to when it comes to doing deals in the terms of trade, right? So I am the one who is basically the middleman between the real gardeners, right, and the Europeans who are knocking and asking for stuff.
Wow.
I can give them more produce than they can possibly take away in chips. Easy. You know what I mean? That was it. That's the facts. And to be from the 14th century to be dealing with Spain, England, and Portugal. So it ain't nothing new. When they came with the Punic expedition, they knew what they were coming for, because we've had previous trade with you.
Right.
And been trading with you for the longest time, after monarch, after monarch, after monarch, after monarch, after monarch, after monarch. Till a monarch says, listen, I didn't sign the last trade thing. You lot just made that up. You know what I mean? This is the story. It's like, oh, okay, you signed a trade agreement with us. We're the British. Can we get this and this and this and this and I'll let you know. So one of them goes away, comes back and decides, listen, I'll sort these Benins out. I'll sort them out. Yeah. So he's gone up there, this military guy, and he's rolled into the city when the king is in the middle of some ritual ceremonies and stuff, right? So no one's allowed in the palace. This guy just burst his way into the palace, yeah, and started demanding all sorts of things and thinking like it's one of your colonial states.
Outposts.
You know what I mean? Like Lagos, where you've slapped up the king and taken his shit and all sorts and blah blah blah. They don't take you about the bronzes that came from there though.
All
You
right.
understand? Where you sacked the king of Lagos and but now look, you quickly reinstated him, because without an effective king, nothing can run smoothly, and then your produce or whatever you want can't be delivered to England and Europe. As I said before, the advent of slave trade, they were into produce and whatever those places produced.
All right.
You understand? That is the fundamental and the foremost thing. You got to have something to eat. Right, you need corn, you need sugar, and their addiction to sugar and their addiction to molasses and chocolate and cocoa and all of these things, and palm oil that they used to light their candles and lamps. Sorry, because you've got to remember it's technology we're talking about. So this was big technology back then. How to get palm oil? This oil, wow, it burns for ages.
Okay, so watch this, Maku, because I got to go to bed. 'Cause I'm going to Speaker's Corner tomorrow, so
okay,
I've got to get up early. So let me see if I can. So let's say I'm going to take your position of the sovereign entity. Okay,
right.
what would be the best way for me to talk to talk to the diaspora? I'm of the diaspora. Just talk to my fellow brothers in the diaspora. How should I be speaking to them in order to settle our concerns about liberation and reparation? So your position is solid as it is. Okay, we're not going to mess with you. But what would you recommend to me? To my approach to my brothers and sisters in the diaspora. How should we go about it? Liberation. How should we go about liberation and reparation from your perspective? What would you advise us? How to speak to you and how to approach sovereign entities like yourselves of the African mainland? How should we be dealing with our problems and approaching you?
Well, approaching me? What in Africa?
Yeah, because you're the representative of the sovereign entities of the African mainland.
But I'm in the diaspora, so I'm a diasporan as well.
Yeah, but you're well, you're not really.
Am I not?
You're not really. You're not a diasporan.
If I'm born in England and raised in England, how am I not?
Yeah, but your mindset, even though you're born here, you seem to have the mindset of the mainland, of the sovereign. Because remember, I asked you at the beginning. Listen, but I asked you at the beginning. Listen, hold it. I asked you at the beginning. I made it clear your position. I said, "Are you sovereign?" You said yes. Yeah, and then I said, "I'm the citizen." So there's a difference between you and I. You think like a sovereign. You think like the Africans of the mainland.
Like a free person.
I don't.
No,
the way you think is different from the way I think.
No, and look, a sovereign monarch is different from my sovereignty. He's a monarch. You're still claiming to worldly things. I'm an L. Why am I clinging to worldly things? I'm not a bay either. I'm not a holder of the land. I don't care about none of that shit. Yeah. I'm an L. I'm a supernatural being. I'm saying this planet, this universe, this solar system, all of this is within my domain. What are we doing here? Yeah. Why would
but you're not a citizen. Yeah, but you're saying you're not a citizen.
You know what's wrong with that?
Huh?
Yeah. It's only a title.
No. Let's slow this down. All right, King Gold, watch this. Slow this down.
I am more than the titles.
Understand the difference between the way you are thinking.
I am more than the titles placed on my head. Like, come on, bro.
Yeah. Okay.
Right.
But the way you're thinking is the way that is the same way that King Gold, I imagine, is going to be saying the same thing, because his through his father, through his family line, he'll think more similarly to you in that he has direct link to the sovereign entities of the African mainland. So you both think differently.
Sorry, but am I a diasporan?
I'm having difficulty accepting you as a diasporan because the way you talk and the way you think it doesn't fit.
Put that aside. We have to put where I was born and raised. We can't negate that.
Right.
I was born and raised in England, in London. London Borough of Lambeth and all sorts. What are we doing? Because I know my history. Hold on. Because I know my history, my culture, myself, and been back to my original homeland. That still don't make me that I'm not from the diaspora, right?
But you don't fit as a diasporan. You don't know.
Right.
No. You haven't got the mind.
I got a British passport.
Yeah, I've got a British passport.
Right.
Yeah, but it doesn't make me British.
No, I'm just saying that it does make you British, really.
No.
It doesn't make you
all
English.
British people are white. I've got the codes. Don't go there. I know what Britishness is.
Remember,
a British passport, just like a bus pass.
Didn't you get it wrong? All what? All
according to the codes.
All what people are white?
Yes.
Remember the word white. Remember what we were saying, that distinction under the real designation, what it means.
Okay, I don't want to go there. I don't want to go there. I want to go that I want to discuss this the concept of the citizen in contrast to the sovereign.
Are they chipping away your blackness still? You know what's funny? Yeah, it's not like chipping away, but you know what? It's interesting. All the sort of people who lean towards blackness, yeah, Afrocentrism, they all seem to kind of want to chip away at your breakdown, what your thoughts are towards Pan-Africanism, and they really try to chip away. And I don't know why it's so important to ascertain what the next man is. You know what I mean? But it's always
deadly important.
Why though?
King Goal. Because you have if you're going to organize what you just said there, King Goal, it's deadly important to identity. Because identity, you have to organize anything, an organization, a business, you have to clarify who is in and who is out, who is a member and who is not, who is a partner and who is not. So identity is fundamental to everything. So that is why I'm digging for clarification of this. Yeah, and even in the chat there, are you correct? Says you're still property of the European. So he's saying that the way I'm talking, I'm accepting it that I'm a property. I'm property. I'm stock.
Yeah,
and I'm the descendants of stock. So and I'm a citizen. But the way that you, Kingo, and Maku, how you both speak. You don't really speak.
He's not the same as me.
Huh?
He's not the same as me. He don't think
but it's similar. It's a similar mindset. You're talking.
No way.
You're talking of like a sovereign. You declared yourself to be sovereign, yes, and you're talking like a sovereign. So you share the same mindset as those of the African mainland, and those who still have their own territories and see themselves, those Africans who see themselves as sovereign. So you mentally, the way you talk like they do. You won't. You don't talk the way I do. So this this concept of the diaspora. Who or what is the diaspora?
Come on, brother.
Well, you know what's interesting? Yeah, just quickly. That's very.
You can't even make this story. Hold on. You can't even make this story without us. Yeah. This is what the whole point was for. This is what Pan-African was for. To learn these things about Africa and all of these type of things. This information and this history and this lineage and all of this type of stuff. Otherwise, it wouldn't exist, but it does exist. We had great empires before the first European empire. Like, can we stop this nonsense? Yeah, the ability to put things in such an order that you can have a Rosetta Stone. What is a Rosetta Stone? It's just the list of taxes. Organized structure in the ancient world. Like, please, what are you saying when you're saying these things? These people, like, as I said, you're disrespecting Africans all throughout the continent, on the continent, their heritage, their bloodline, their everything, by demeaning it and saying that Europeans could come in and change everything just like that by clicking their fingers. This doesn't make no sense.
Right.
Doesn't make no sense.
But being based on your position, and I imagine King Gold's position, sorry,
my brother. When I talk, this is my position. This is what I'm saying. A Kingo does not share one single iota, of the same position that I do. He's not on that level.
What's your position? Kingo, is your father? Is it your father that you said is from Nigerian or African descent?
Igbo.
Yeah. You know what? What's interesting is
Maku holds the exact position that my dad holds, where he's recognized by title and noble birth, but he doesn't necessarily have the keys to the throne, right? That would be up on the higher echelon of the family unit. It might not even be directly in my direct family. I don't have any type of high up people, but the name has got some serious people in there. But the thing is that with Maku, he's more closely related to his people, because and I think with Maku, he seems to be at a stage where he's experienced what he needs to. He knows the power dynamics, which is very important. Because when I look at the situation, when he says, "Oh, people just get the impression that Europeans just came and changed the face with a click of change the face of Africa with a click of a finger," which leads me to believe that there were so many people working with the Europeans that actually I wouldn't even call this a European it wasn't completely controlled by Europeans, right? There was definitely people working with Europeans to allow these things to happen, which is why.
What are you talking about?
I mean, the takeover of Africa. There was people who were working with the Europeans, so Europeans could get a stronger foothold on Africa. You know what I mean? So when you look at. I don't know where Matthew stands. I don't know where Matthew stands in that story. Yeah, go on. Sorry, brother. I'm just saying I don't know where you're. But that's the only thing that differentiates us.
I don't know what the hell you're talking about, bro.
Okay, one second. What differentiates me and Matthew is that both of us have foreparents that came to the UK and settled here, right? So that we're exactly the same in that regard. But when it comes to where your loyalties lay with the Federal Republic of Nigeria, your foreparents were either getting murdered during the Biafran War, or they were completely conglomerate where they had high titles and positions, and they came to, they went to UK and got their education or whatever. There's two sides of the story. You either fall on the sellout side of the story or not. I don't know where Matthew stands with that, but I'm definitely not on the sellout side. Because my forefathers, my granddad was a farmer, but he wasn't a farmer that was super duper rich and labeled with gold. The ones that was super duper rich and labeled with gold, right, were the aristocracy, were the money people that came in, merchants, and they overtook the spiritual leaders and the religious leaders and the people who had, people who had title to land and stuff. If you had money and waved it around in Nigeria, the turn of this century, you were stronger than literally royalty there. You could be stronger than royalty there.
Wow.
So that's the thing, yeah. So it's not like the UK. It's not like the UK where I see it's a monarch and it's more of a republic in Nigeria. Because all these Obas, all these they've been dominated a couple of times now. So they haven't really got power like that. You know what I mean? So my actual direct family don't really come from tangible assets and money, and that's the people who had power in Africa in the last 100 years. These are people with money, not people that had the kingship after their name and had a throne and went back to sort of these families that sort of you see them
Where's this? Sorry, where is this?
In what do you mean in Nigeria?
Yeah, where is this in Nigeria that you're talking about?
Where
kings do not hold sway on what they own. What are we talking about?
Well, I mean, look, when you look at Yoruba land, and you look at the leaders from there, there's actually someone who goes by the name of Oba, and this is all what's it called? Tradition, yeah. And the Obas were the spiritual leaders or kings, right? They would have had some sort of money, but they would have had more. It was more ceremony and lineage that got you the top dog. inside Nigeria. So people that came in with money, the Mansa Musas. This is why Mansa Musa. Why was Mansa Musa so respected? You know, I know he was linked to some sort of
is Mansa Musa Nigerian?
Noble family. No, he's Mali. He's Mali. But from the region of Mali, don't forget the Mali Empire was big. So I reckon this was part of that caliphate, a stealing caliphate. He robbed his money, I think, personally. Because not much. He's not. How's he going to get all that money? People just going to be throwing money. What did he do? What could he bring for people to be giving them? He stole that.
Sorry, Mansa Musa.
Yeah, he stole that,
bro. He didn't steal any money. He inherited.
Well, he had slaves. If he had slaves, it makes me believe that he stole it. But anyway,
he inherited it,
right?
And crashed the economy of many European countries just making a pilgrimage to Mecca.
Right,
and stopping off at various places like Egypt and crashing their economy for like 3 years. Just in
it was stolen. It was inherited.
It's not stolen, money. Bro. It's like
it was inherited money. Stolen money.
It's wealth.
Yeah, it was.
That is established.
Empire. They're all caliphates, bro. All
My brother. At a certain point. Yeah. No, but we've always been warring people. Like this is what you're failing to realize.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
No.
Shit. And making up lies.
No.
But anyway, as I said, the Obbas